I have become the GoldenHorned giant beast, but am in the Douluo Continent. Family, this opening is too absurd. Wang Xian opened his eyes and found that he had turned into the ultimate boss, the GoldenHorned giant beast, from swallowing the starry sky. He broke out of his shell in the sea, covered in black scales, with a large golden horn on his head and claws sharp enough to cut through rocks like cutting tofu. He was pondering how to defeat Luo Feng when instead of a mutated shark, what came rushing at him was a soul beast great white shark. Wang Xian was stunned. Isn't this the guardian beast of Sea God Island in the Douluo Continent? Did I cross into the wrong scene? Before he could react, two soul beast great white sharks came charging at him with their enormous mouths wide open. Wang Xian, who had a bad temper, thought, do they really think the GoldenHorned giant beast is easy to bully? He kicked off with his hind legs, crashing forward like a black torpedo, and swiped his golden horn. Poof! One soul beast great white shark was instantly eviscerated, rolling wildly in the water, dead as can be. So what if I don't have a system? I am the cheat. Wang Xian then realized that the mouth of the GoldenHorned giant beast was like a small black hole. It didn't even need to chew to swallow things. They turned into energy. Directly, he had just eaten a shell that barely filled his teeth, and this soul beast great white shark came just in time. Family, do you think this GoldenHorned giant beast can run rampant in the Douluo Continent? Will the sea god personally come to deal with him? I just ate a shell, but the GoldenHorned giant beast is far from full. The next chapter is directly high energy. Just as Wang Xian finished swallowing the soul beast great white shark, he felt a surge of energy within him and suddenly evolved a new skill. A ship appeared on the distant sea, and there seemed to be a blue-haired girl on it. Wasn't she Tang San's wife? The food chain in this ocean is inherently survival of the fittest. Family, the GoldenHorned giant beast is enjoying its meal too much in the Douluo Continent. Having just swallowed a soul beast great white shark, he turned his attention to the pirate ship, and it was actually Purple Pearl, that hot-bodied, free-spirited pirate captain. Wang Xian, as the GoldenHorned giant beast, was mesmerized. Those long legs and that beauty. In modern times, she would definitely be a top influencer. But before he could admire her for a moment longer, an oblivious soul king jumped out, brandishing a harpoon. Boss, I'm here to protect you. And what happened? The GoldenHorned giant beast slapped him, and the soul king exploded, his soul rings floating out. Wang Xian sniffed. Wow, that smells good. He opened his mouth like he was sucking on jelly, swallowing all the soul rings, smacking his lips. Tastes like strawberry pudding. The pirates on the ship were so scared they almost peed their pants. What kind of monster is this? Eating soul rings? They tried to escape by sailing, but found the ship had run aground. A group of people was immediately filled with despair, watching the GoldenHorned giant beast leisurely approach the ship, looking at it as if it were a buffet. Be careful, everyone. Channel your soul power to the maximum. This is a soul beast we have never encountered before. At that moment, Purple Pearl suddenly walked to the bow of the ship and made a gesture that no one expected. Family, what do you think she's going to do? Is she going to fight or plead for mercy? If the GoldenHorned giant beast eats Purple Pearl too, will Tang San come after it? Face the giant beast in front of you. The next chapter is directly high energy. Purple Pearl actually flipped her hair at the GoldenHorned giant beast and threw him a wink. Hey, handsome, want to come aboard for a drink? Wang Xian was completely stunned. This operation, am I crossing incorrectly, or has she gone mad? You want me, right? Sure, but you must release my companions. Family, this operation by Purple Pearl is too brave. To save her subordinates, she actually took the initiative to throw herself at the GoldenHorned giant beast. Wang Xian was dumbfounded. Is this girl crazy? I just want to eat soul rings, nothing else. As a homebody from Blue Star, Wang Xian had never seen such a scene. The girls he encountered before either wanted cars or houses or were lacking in looks. Now that a beauty like Purple Pearl was actively approaching him, he felt conflicted. Why can't I transform right now? Before he could figure it out, a furious shout suddenly erupted from afar. Beast, stop right now. A beam of blue light shot down. It was the sea dragon Douluo from Sea God Island, a 95th level title Douluo, who in the eyes of the GoldenHorned giant beast was just planet level. Not bad. What was even more frightening was what came next. Poseidon was here, dressed in a flowing long gown, holding a scepter. Even the sea calmed down to show her respect. Wang Xian instantly became alert. This woman was close to star level, not to be trifled with. 7 soul skill, sea dragon martial spirit true body. The sea dragon Douluo transformed into a giant dragon circling in the sky, and Wang Xian was unafraid, with every cell in his body gathering strength, his mind racing through the secret techniques. With over 3,000 moves, any one of them could crush you, right? Oh, a bit like a planet-level powerhouse. The sea dragon Douluo was still looking for an opportunity to strike, unaware that Wang Xian had already locked onto him. Family, what secret technique do you think the golden-horned giant beast will use? Can it defeat the sea dragon Douluo? Will Poseidon personally intervene? His innate ability is indeed devouring. However, when dealing with opponents stronger than himself, this move can be a bit useless. The next chapter is directly high energy. The golden-horned giant beast suddenly unleashed Golden Horn Charge, a flash of golden light as it charged at the sea dragon Douluo, sending scales flying as the dragon was struck. And even Poseidon couldn't help but frown. What kind of soul beast is this? The golden-horned giant beast can actually fly. It can also change size. Family, this cheat is too ridiculous. Wang Xian, as the golden-horned giant beast, had hidden a big killer move, its wings concealed beneath its scales, and it also knew the true body of heaven and earth secret. Technique, allowing it to grow larger and smaller. The sea dragon Douluo was still circling in the sky, thinking of a one-hit kill, but the golden-horned giant beast directly unfolded its wings, its body swelling to the size of the giant dragon, and charged forward. Bang! The golden horn slammed into the belly of the sea dragon Douluo, shattering its martial spirit true body. Even more astonishing, this beast opened its mouth and bit, treating the sea dragon Douluo's soul rings like QQ candy, gobbling down the 1,000-year and 100-year rings, smacking its lips. The taste of a 95th level is just okay. Too bad it's not a 100,000-year. What? The sea dragon Douluo let out a miserable scream, flying out like a kite with a broken string, instantly rendered useless, its soul power completely drained. Poseidon, watching from the side, was furious, her eyes filled with rage. No, sea dragon Douluo? She was stunned and couldn't react in time to save him. No, sea dragon Douluo. Now, it was Poseidon's turn to take action personally. A 99th level demigod, with a perfect 100,000-year soul ring shining, the golden-horned giant beast's eyes widened. That 100,000-year soul ring looks so delicious. Poseidon directly activated her domain Endless Azure, summoning massive waves over 100 meters high. This was going to be serious. Family, can the golden-horned giant beast withstand Poseidon's ultimate move? Can it really eat that 100,000-year soul ring? The domain has been activated. The next chapter is directly high energy. The golden-horned giant beast suddenly dove into the sea, and Poseidon thought it was afraid, but then countless golden spikes erupted from the water, piercing through the giant. Waves, was this a counterattack? It seems Poseidon has been mentally prepared from the very beginning at full strength. Family, Poseidon panicked. She immediately unleashed her 9th soul skill, Sea God Binding, and the sea instantly turned into silver chains, binding the golden-horned giant beast tightly. What do you think happened next? The golden-horned giant actually opened its mouth and started sucking on the chains like noodles. One after another, smacking its lips, it said, "Not bad, tastes like ice cream." Poseidon was dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? Previously, it shattered 100-meter-high waves with sound waves, and now it can even treat the 9th soul skill as a snack? This operation is too ridiculous. Two forces collided, causing all the fish and shrimp in the sea to suffer. Shells and starfish scattered everywhere, and the seawater was filled with a fishy smell. This is what happens when gods fight. Mortals suffer. This thing tastes pretty good, like ice cream. At that moment, a large splash suddenly surged from afar. The soul demon great white shark was coming. Leading the charge was the 100,000-year-old little white, bringing hundreds of sharks to surround the sea area tightly. Poseidon quickly shouted, "Don't come over. You can't defeat him." But little white wouldn't listen, looking like it wanted to confront the golden-horned giant Hedon. Guys, do you think the golden-horned giant can break through the encirclement? With little white bringing so many sharks, is it enough for him to snack on? Will the 100,000-year-old great white shark's soul ring be tastier than Poseidon's? These more than 100-soul demon great white sharks began to circle around the encirclement. The next chapter is directly high energy. The golden-horned giant suddenly shrank its body and rushed out through the gaps in the shark group, biting onto Little White's tail. Little White cried out in pain. Why isn't my sea god's light working? It seems to be looking for a suitable attack point. Guys, Little White is delivering itself to death. Instead of letting Poseidon escape, it surrounded the golden-horned giant with hundreds of soul demon great white sharks and declared, "We are servants of the sea god and will never allow you to defile this sea." And what happened? The golden-horned giant shrank its body and went berserk in the sea. One slap sent dozens of sharks flying, one bite severed 3, and a scratch left them in tatters. In the blink of an eye, 50 great white sharks flipped belly up, and the seawater turned red. Little White panicked and transformed back into its 20-meter-long body. Unleashing its ultimate move, Demon Shark's tooth soul power transformed into shark teeth, raining down like a hail of bullets, with power comparable to a 97-level sword Douluo. And the result? A clanging sound rang out, but not a single hair fell off the golden-horned giant, and its scales shone even brighter. Little White was dumbfounded. Is this defense insane? Lord Poseidon, we will hold him here. Please hurry back to Sea God Island to take charge. What's even more astonishing is that the golden-horned giant suddenly spoke human language. Do you have any other tricks? It turned out it absorbed the soul ring of the sea dragon Douluo and learned both memories and language. Guys, this golden-horned giant is too overpowered. Little White simply can't defeat it. Will it be eaten as a snack next? I heard it has its sights set on the deep-sea demon whale king, which is a million-year-old powerhouse. Who will win when they clash? The key is that we don't know what the transformation principle is here. The next chapter is directly high energy. Seeing it couldn't win, Little White suddenly turned and ran, with the golden-horned giant in hot pursuit. Leading it into a pitch-black deep sea before them appeared a pair of eyes larger than lanterns. The deep-sea demon whale king awakened. This golden-horned giant beast should have just hatched and is far from reaching the level of 100,000 years, according to the setting of Douluo Continent. These high-level soul beasts can only communicate with humans after living for over 100,000 years. Where exactly do you come from? Since the other party can communicate. Xiao suddenly became curious. However, while asking, this magic soul white shark still kept a certain distance from the golden-horned giant beast and appeared somewhat fearful. Me? Of course, I come from the vast universe. From above. Fearing that the shark before him might not understand, the golden-horned giant beast raised its head, indicating that it came from the celestial universe. However, for the creatures on Douluo Continent, they have no concept of the universe. According to distant legends, there's another world above Douluo Continent, known as the so-called Divine Realm. Xiaobai's former master, the Sea God, went to the Divine Realm after breaking through to level 100. Hearing the other party's words, Xiaobai suddenly understood. No wonder we can't defeat you. It turns out you come from the Divine Realm. All right, this is a beautiful misunderstanding. The golden-horned giant beast can't be bothered to explain. If it weren't for the human soul inside its body, this guy had already charged forward and torn apart the soul great white shark leader in front of him. How could he waste so much time talking to her? Damn it. Everyone disperse and retreat. Hurry. After misunderstanding each other's identities, the little white creature, carrying the remaining magic soul of the great white shark, turned around and fled. However, while running away, this guy kept looking back, as if teasing the golden-horned giant beast to chase after him. What is going on? Is that little white's brain rusty? Where are you running? The golden-horned giant beast suddenly chased after it. Logically speaking, his speed should be astonishing right now. Moreover, he can use secret techniques. However, the way the magic soul great white shark leader keeps looking back every few steps clearly indicates that it wants to lead its opponent away. Having watched the anime and the original work before, Wang Xian does not think that the woman named Xiaobai is an idiot. The other party must have a purpose for doing this. What could it be? Wouldn't it be clear if he caught up to see? Unlike what he imagined, their direction of travel seems to be opposite to that of the Sea God Island. From the previous battlefield, he could still vaguely see a small black dot in the distance. That is the Sea God Island. However, at this moment, the magic soul great white shark is leading its opponent toward another sea area. What? Is there an ambush ahead? No way. Are the guardians of these Sea God Islands out of their minds? At a time like this, do you still want to deal with the golden-horned giant beast? And this strategy from Little White might confuse the golden-horned giant beast. However, it cannot hide from Poseidon. When this guardian of the Sea God Island heard the report from the surviving magic soul great white shark, this is so infuriating that I'm stomping my feet. Why, Xiao, your mother is too reckless. You all stay here and don't go anywhere. After saying this, Poseidon, who knew he couldn't defeat the golden-horned beast, once again soared into the air and rushed in the direction where those two guys had disappeared, because that direction held the most terrifying existence in the entire sea area. Even the sea god for back in the day would have to be wary of that guy. Yes, the boss of that territory is the true overlord of this sea area, the deep-sea demon whale king. This guy is claimed to be a million-year level soul beast. He has already completed his dragon transformation. If it weren't for the unspoken rule on Douluo Continent that soul beasts cannot become gods, this guy could have broken through level 100 a long time ago. Perhaps Xiaobai thinks that everyone on Sea God Island is no match for the golden-horned giant beast. So he simply uses himself as bait to lure that terrifying creature to find the deep-sea demon whale king. That guy is nothing like Poseidon. Even though he is infinitely close to level 100, he shows no mercy at all, which is why that area of the sea is famously known as the Sea of Death. unless you cross it while the deep-sea demon whale king is sleeping. Anyone who approaches that area will only meet a dead end. This also includes Xiaobai. Although this woman's strength is already comparable to that of a level 97 title Douluo, it is still not enough in front of the deep-sea magic whale king. It seems that Xiaobai has already prepared for certain death, wanting to drag the GoldenHorned giant beast down with her. You wouldn't be bringing me to the territory of the deep-sea magic whale king, would you? As a transmigrator, Wang Xian finally realized Xiaobai's intentions after following her for a while. Upon hearing this name, the leader of the demon soul, Great White Shark, looked back in surprise. Then with a beautiful leap, she transformed back into the image of that stunning beauty in midair. I didn't expect you to know about the deep-sea magic whale king, but unfortunately, it's too late. As she transformed, Xiaobai released her soul power in all directions and continuously slapped the water surface in various ways, creating a huge commotion. This is clearly to summon the most terrifying deep-sea demon whale king. Goodness, aren't you afraid of dying? Who? Splash. Soon, a massive shadow appeared in the water beneath them, rising to the surface at an incredible speed, radiating a dark red light that was mesmerizing. Chapter 7. The Battle of the GoldenHorned Beast and the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. It is said that many years ago, the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King had one of its eyes pierced due to competing for attention with the sea god. Although this creature has many compound eyes, only one of the two main ones remains now. The red light accompanying the giant deep-sea shadow surfacing was none other than the glow emitted by the deep-sea demon whale king's single eye. Is it about to emerge? Surprisingly, the GoldenHorned beast was not afraid of the massive shadow rising to the surface. There seemed to be a hint of excitement in its tone. How can this feeling be described? It felt like a big celebrity about to appear in a live broadcast, the kind that is saved for the grand finale. The most popular one, whether male or female, everyone would cheer upon seeing it. In this sea area, the deep-sea demon whale king is that kind of star. However, this overlord is not easy to encounter. It is said that aside from Tang San, very few have managed to escape the pursuit of the deep-sea demon whale king. This terrifying demon has finally awakened. Today I, your aunt, have brought guests for you. Looking at the massive shadow about to appear, the handsome young man wore a wry smile. Ever since entering this area, the leader of the demon soul Great White Shark has known that he has been targeted, and it would be very difficult to leave this water alive today. Roar. Perhaps it was because it saw the young man. This may have been due to sensing the powerful bloodline force of the GoldenHorned beast. After the deep-sea magic whale king surfaced, it did not immediately attack the two of them. Instead, it gazed at the two prey in front of it with its enormous single eye, harboring ill intentions. Leader of the magic soul, Great White Shark, are you tired of living? As a soul beast of 1,000,000 years, the deep-sea magic whale king could certainly communicate with them in human language. This guy can even shape-shift at any time. Didn't I just say that? Your great aunt is bringing you delicious food today. The little white in human form pointed at the GoldenHorned giant beast still soaking in the water. Although it had absorbed so much power from the magic soul, Great White Shark, the GoldenHorned giant beast had grown to about 20 meters long. However, in front of it, the deep-sea magic whale king was at least 150 to 200 meters long. With its spacious physique, the GoldenHorned giant beast seemed insignificant in comparison, like a tadpole in front of a large sea turtle, completely disregarded. What is this kid's background? He actually made you think of such a scheme to use someone else's knife to kill? The deep-sea magic whale king wasn't a fool either. Although the GoldenHorned giant beast looked small, it gave the deep-sea magic whale king a feeling of deep wariness. Moreover, just as this guy looked up, he felt a familiar power coming from afar. It was Poseidon. Why did this woman rush over? Is it also for this little black guy? Deep-sea demon whale king. Turns out you're a coward too. Are you afraid of this divine beast? Seeing the deep-sea demon whale king remain indifferent, Little White became a bit anxious and even resorted to provocation. Originally, the deep-sea demon whale king wasn't easily fooled. However, upon hearing the words divine beast, this guy's eyes suddenly turned fierce. Are you saying this guy is here to fight from the divine realm? Otherwise, what? Do you think he's a useless being like you who can't even reach level 100? Shut up. Those from the divine realm deserve to die. And you, soul demon Great White Shark, shouldn't think you can leave here alive. It felt like Little White's words struck a nerve with the deep-sea demon whale king, instantly driving him into a frenzy. Suddenly, this guy charged towards Little White and the GoldenHorned giant beast like a huge luxury cruise ship at full speed. The former, being agile, directly leaped into the air. With that, Only the deep-sea demon whale king and the GoldenHorned beast were left on the field. Regardless of whether it was a case of using someone as a pawn, or what the final outcome for Little White would be, as long as I could see the deep-sea demon whale king fighting with this uninvited guest, it would be revenge for those demon, soul, giant shark compatriots. Seeing how hard you all are trying, I'll just be a bit serious this once. As the GoldenHorned beast shouted this, his body rapidly expanded once again. From 20 meters to 80 meters, from 80 meters to 150 meters, and from 150 meters to 200 meters. By the time the deep-sea demon whale king charged in front of him, the size of the GoldenHorned beast was almost comparable to that of the giant fish. Roar! That was a red beam of light, composed purely of soul power, sweeping toward the GoldenHorned beast with endless killing intent. Bang! The powerful energy impact, accompanied by turbulent waves, arrived in an instant. Although he was somewhat amazed by the opponent's ability to grow and shrink, the deep-sea demon whale king was battle-hardened and could certainly handle various scenarios. Ho-and-pi-ho, mia polotlex. Watch my lioness roar. Ever since he comprehended the technique of generating sound waves through his roar, the GoldenHorned beast named this secret method lion's roar, giving it a bit of a martial arts master vibe, unlike the red light that the opponent emitted. The light wave emitted by the lion's roar is pure white. Soon, the two streams of energy collide. Boom, boom, boom. Goodness, it's a tie. Even though the current GoldenHorned giant beast strength has surpassed that of a 97-level title Douluo, the deep-sea demon whale king in front of him has higher soul power and has already reached the demigod stage. Moreover, not long ago, this guy just completed the transformation into a dragon and now possesses even stronger divine power. Unexpectedly, the full-force attack of the deep-sea demon whale king was actually blocked by the opponent using a similar technique. How could this be? Although he was extremely surprised, the deep-sea demon whale king is, after all, experienced. If the first attack failed, the second attack immediately followed. This time, it's not a spell attack, but a solid physical attack. This move can be called the dragon's tail. Suddenly, the body of the deep-sea demon whale king appeared horizontally on the water surface. With a gigantic turn, this guy executed the dragon's tail. That massive whale tail swung down like a pillar supporting the heavens, aiming at the GoldenHorned giant beast in front. The force of it could probably even challenge a level 99 Poseidon. It's truly apocalyptic. You came at just the right time. I also have a new secret technique to experiment on you. Tear the sky with a claw. This is the strongest move in the tear the sky and split the earth technique from the inheritance of the GoldenHorned behemoth. Suddenly, a bloody scent filled the air. Then, the blood energy slowly condensed into a gigantic energy claw. It was clearly an enlarged version of the right front paw of the GoldenHorned behemoth. The claw was over 100 meters long, radiating an incredible and terrifying aura, charging forward towards the opponent like a dragon's tail. Bang! Puffed! Sizzle! What is happening? This confrontation was not evenly matched like the previous ones, but instead produced the most obvious result. The tail of the deep-sea demon whale king was bent at an incredibly unnatural angle, as if it were broken. Then, Chapter 8. Tear apart the deep-sea demon whale king. The sea god's violent intervention. Roar. Oh, my tail. That was a deafening roar from the deep-sea demon whale king. Following that, this creature began to scream like a pig being slaughtered. Its massive body rolled continuously on the surface of the sea, and the water was instantly stained red with blood. Clearly, the inheritance secret technique from the GoldenHorned beast, tear the sky and split the earth, showed significant effects. With just one move, tear the sky claw, it gave the deep-sea demon whale king a big surprise. Meanwhile, the onlooker, Xiaobai, was starting to doubt her own eyes. What's going on? That's the legendary ruler of this ocean, the deep-sea demon whale king. How could it be sent flying with just one slap? As an observer, Xiaobai didn't realize how powerful that strike from the GoldenHorned beast was. From the beginning, she had preconceived notions, thinking that the GoldenHorned beast would be defeated. But unexpectedly, the outcome was completely the opposite. Was it a hallucination? Or was the deep-sea demon whale king holding back? No, that's absolutely impossible. Even if the deep-sea demon whale king wanted to hold back, it wouldn't allow itself to sustain such severe injuries. Although a broken tail isn't fatal, it can disrupt the deep-sea demon whale king's mobility. Seeing this big fish writhing in pain on the surface of the sea should indicate how fierce that strike was, right? Is this the strength of a planetary tier 9? Weak. Regarding the performance of the deep-sea demon whale king, the GoldenHorned beast expressed dissatisfaction. If it weren't for being born prematurely, hatching too early, its initial strength could even reach the stellar level. It's roughly equivalent to being above level 100 in this Douluo Continent. If the GoldenHorned beast were to enter the Douluo Continent in this state, it would be invincible, whether it's Poseidon or the deep-sea demon whale king. It could take them all down with just one slap. However, this excessive crushing seems rather pointless. It's better to slowly level up and explore this new world bit by bit. According to the timeline, it will be a long time before Luo Feng, in swallowing the starry sky, breaks through to the stellar level. As long as the GoldenHorned beast works hard to cultivate in this Douluo Continent, and then goes to Blue Star, who will win in the end. After rolling on the surface of the sea for a while, the deep-sea demon whale king finally calmed down. It submerged its injured tail into the water, revealing its fierce face, glaring at the opponent with its remaining eye. But in reality, this creature had already begun to consider retreating. The GoldenHorned beast was too terrifying. The deep-sea demon whale king even believed that the opponent hadn't used all its strength. There was a huge gap in strength between the two, and it was not a slight difference. What's wrong? I heard you're the ruler of this sea area. Are you prepared to be taken down? As it spoke, the GoldenHorned beast slowly approached its prey. Its gaze, its movements, resembled a cat playing with a mouse. Each time, the kitten didn't directly kill the mouse, but kept catching and releasing it until it got bored and finally ended the game. At this moment, the relationship between the two ocean giants was just like that. Gurgle. Without any warning, the deep-sea demon whale king, which had been glaring at its opponent just a moment ago, suddenly chose to dive down. It descended infinitely, fleeing towards the deepest part of the ocean. This guy is already too scared to face the GoldenHorned behemoth, only seeking a place to hide and survive. However, the GoldenHorned behemoth has long anticipated the other's intentions and swiftly sinks down as well, being a cosmic beast. This guy can even glide through the vacuum of space without air, let alone in the water. Although this creature's body is not streamlined, it possesses incredible power. In less than 2 seconds, it catches up to its prey. Where do you want to go? Get me up there. With its front claws, it grips the spine of the deep-sea demon whale king. Ignoring the wild struggles of this giant fish, the GoldenHorned giant quickly rises to the surface. With a powerful grip of its 2 claws, it actually lifts the massive body of the deep-sea demon whale king and hurls it out of the water. The height exceeds 500 meters. Boom! The deep-sea demon whale king never imagined it would be toyed with like this. A deep sense of fear, coupled with helplessness, surged into its heart. No, don't kill me. I can tell you the secrets of the divine realm. Looking at the GoldenHorned giant sharpening its claws on the ground, the deep-sea demon whale king let out a heart-wrenching roar. However, what awaited it was the terrifying claws of the GoldenHorned giant. Slap! What sight it was! A terrifying giant that had dominated the entire ocean for countless years, torn apart in midair, with powerful soul energy surging out of its body. It coalesced into a million-year level soul ring, golden red. Like the rising sun, it shone brightly in the gloomy sky. Also separated was a huge soul bone from the deep-sea demon whale king, roughly the size of a robust young man's coat. Good heavens! The deep-sea demon whale king has fallen just like that? It's important to note that this creature was a necessary part of Tang San's upcoming 8th test for the sea god. This million-year level soul ring, along with that powerful soul bone. However, the sea god had left it for his successor. The existence of Poseidon and Sea God Island is to protect everything. But what has happened now? The late arriving Poseidon witnessed the scene of the deep-sea magic whale king being shattered into pieces. At the same time, she also saw the soul ring and soul bone that had appeared early. This is not good. The plan for the sea god's inheritance has been seriously disrupted. At this moment, Poseidon is almost going crazy. So this woman once again releases her 9th soul skill. Since Poseidon's 9th soul ring is red and above 100,000 years, it can grant the host 2 soul skills. The 9th soul skill, summon the sea god. This is definitely a forbidden technique among forbidden techniques. If it weren't for being forced into a corner, Poseidon would never use this move. On one hand, it would nearly drain all of her soul power. And on the other hand, this summoned sea god can only possess about 2 layers of power. But at this moment, Poseidon could no longer afford to care about that. If the sea god does not take action now, what originally belonged to Tang San would disappear forever. That would completely affect the fate of the sea god. This absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. Great sea god, this is the limit of what I can do. Looking at the golden figure appearing in midair, Poseidon pointed ahead. At this moment, the GoldenHorned beast was preparing to enjoy its spoils. The crimson gold soul ring and that huge soul bone. Kid, you are taking what does not belong to you. Hurry up and return it. Although the sea god had never seen the golden-horned beast, this great deity was very clear about the situation. He simply waved his hand, and the crimson gold soul ring and the massive soul bone instantly disappeared before the golden-horned beast's eyes, taken away by this sea god using secret methods. Chapter 9. Devouring the Sea God Avatar. Invincible Poseidon, my servant. Quickly take them away from here. Little Bai, take her with you. The sea god is really not being reasonable. After handing over the soul ring and soul bone he just obtained to Poseidon, he directly had the soul-devouring great white shark carry this woman away at full speed. Meanwhile, the sea god's phantom stood majestically in front of the golden-horned beast, seemingly trying to buy time for his follower to escape. However, this behavior made the golden-horned beast very displeased. What? You took my stuff without asking me first? Seeing this sea god directly take his spoils, the golden-horned beast was furious. At this moment, he did not dare to act recklessly, because the sea god in front of him was not simple. Although it was just a projection, it had an incredible energy fluctuation, a stellar-level powerhouse. But does he deserve it? According to planetary energy analysis, the tidal Douluos on the Douluo Continent at levels 91 to 99 correspond to planetary powerhouses in the devouring starry sky. However, from the actual situation, this match seems to raise a question, because many tidal Douluo's powers are actually quite weak. The gods in Douluo Continent correspond to the star-level powerhouses in swallowing the stars. The difference is that each level of tidal Douluo is equivalent to a small rank of planet-level powerhouses in swallowing the stars. However, the beings in the divine realm correspond to a star-level powerhouse, rank only every 10 levels. The sea god in front of us is a first-level god, corresponding to a third-tier star-level powerhouse in swallowing the stars. This is already a very terrifying position. However, the opponent can only use about 20 energy at most right now. They still can't break through the defense of the golden-horned beast. But breaking the projection of the sea god's avatar is not an easy task either. You are not a member of our divine realm. I have never seen you, and you do not come from this continent. Who exactly are you? The sea god did not pay attention to the roar of the golden-horned beast. This guy is a god after all. How could he easily answer your questions? Arrogance and prejudice are common flaws of these high and mighty beings. Do I need to explain where I come from to you? You've just lived a few more years. If the sea god's true form were standing here, the golden-horned beast might really hesitate to act. The wisest choice would be to avoid confrontation for now. But this guy is not a physical entity, but a void energy body, possessing only about 20 units of core energy. After witnessing this scene, the golden-horned beast not only did not want to escape, but actually wanted to devour this guy's energy. This way, it is very likely to significantly increase the level of the golden-horned giant beast. After all, such a stellar-level energy entity is not something you encounter every day. I advise you to go back where you came from. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. It's similar to the feeling with the golden-horned giant beast. The sea god in front of me also does not dare to act recklessly, because this terrifying monster in front of him gives him a sense of heart palpitations. If he is not careful, he could easily find himself in trouble. After all, the sea god had been watching closely from the side before. This monster personally tore apart the deep-sea demon whale king. At this level, the current avatar of the sea god cannot achieve this. So it seems that the scene has entered a stalemate phase. However, this balance was soon broken. The avatar of the sea god before us is actually still part of Poseidon's 9th soul skill. It is a wondrous connection between heaven and earth. But as Poseidon moves away, the avatar of the sea god suddenly becomes a bit unstable. The golden-horned beast is such a sensitive creature. Just one glance reveals the opponent's lack of confidence. There's no need for more words. Let's just fight. If it could be resolved through war, why waste time talking? Roar. With a low roar from the true body of heaven and earth, the golden-horned beast's body rapidly shrinks. From its original more than 20 meters, it becomes less than 5 meters long. This is another characteristic of the true body of heaven and earth. After the body shrinks, how many times can combat power increase? It feels as if all the essence has been concentrated. What? When the sea god perceives the sudden surge of his opponent's aura, it's already too late. He sees the golden-horned giant beast in front of him, charging towards him like a black cannonball, with its golden giant horn leading the way. Bang! In a rush, the sea god can only raise the golden trident in his hand to defend. But the problem is that this weapon is not a physical entity either. It is also condensed from an energy form. After being temporarily blocked, the golden-horned giant beast suddenly lifts its head, opening its terrifying large mouth. with its sharp fangs reflecting a horrifying light. Devouring again is a powerful, innate, secret technique. This time, the sea god didn't have time to react at all. The energy trident in his hand was fiercely bitten by the giant beast. Whoosh! Slurp! It was an incredible devouring power. The trident, made of mental energy, was instantly broken into two sections. A large portion of the energy body was swallowed whole by the golden-horned giant beast. Goodness gracious! This is the energy of the sea god. It is completely different from the source energy of your starry beasts. But the golden-horned beast has such a great digestion ability. Especially after using its devouring skill, it instantly converts that golden energy into a power it can use. This is not all. While devouring the opponent's weapon, the golden-horned giant beast mimicked the appearance of the deep-sea demon whale king just now. It swiftly swung its tail, making its massive tail filled with terrifying bone spines lash out like a steel whip towards the opponent. Boom! This powerful force was something the sea god could not withstand at all. He could only barely block the broken sea god trident in front of his chest. But little did he know, this was exactly what the golden-horned behemoth wanted. Bring it on. In the blink of an eye, the sea god completely lost all defensive and offensive capabilities. That trident made of energy was reduced to a snack for the golden-horned behemoth. You're going too far. Do you know the consequences of opposing our divine race? Even so, the sea god still maintained a lofty demeanor. This guy actually wants to use his background to make the golden-horned behemoth submit. Ridiculous. Ha ha, background? I could swallow your entire planet, and you talk to me about background? It sounds like I've heard something like a very funny joke. The body of the golden-horned behemoth swelled up again. The energy from this phantom gathered on top of the sea god's trident. These energies have greatly enhanced the strength of the golden-horned giant beast. He has rapidly grown into a peak 9th-tier cosmic monster. After his body has expanded, his maximum size exceeds 500 meters, even larger than the massive sea god phantom in front of him. What should be done next? Of course, it is to consume all the remaining energy. This is all a gift from Lord Poseidon. After digestion, the golden-horned behemoth will definitely be able to advance to the stellar level. Chapter 10. Ascending to stellar level. Rampaging on Poseidon Island. Isn't it just a piece of cake? What are you pulling? Although Poseidon's avatar is desperately resisting, this guy is at best just an energy entity. After successfully devouring it, every pore of the golden-horned behemoth seems to emit an incredible colorful glow. These colorful rays of light were absorbed back into the body of the golden-horned giant beast. Soon, they transformed again into golden rays of light that burst forth. This process is repeated, but this guy's aura is getting stronger and stronger. This is the process of a planetary peak transforming into a star level. This process can be interpreted using the sun, which everyone is most familiar with. At this moment, the golden-horned behemoth is like the sun at its most active period. Its surface constantly emits solar storms and solar flares, feeling as if it is about to explode. But in reality, it is merely blending internal and external energies. While gaining power and sublimation, it continuously cleanses the internal structure of the golden-horned behemoth. It is well known that after becoming a planet-level powerhouse, a spherical energy mass similar to a planet will appear within the body. The golden-horned behemoth's control over this energy is far more exquisite than that of humans. Once it breaks through to the star level, it can form a small galaxy within its body, similar to a solar system. There is one hottest star at its center, illuminating the surrounding planets. The rotation and revolution of these planets and the star can provide infinite energy to the main body. If one day it can grow to the true God level, this golden-horned giant beast can not only form a small world within itself, but also devour all the heavens outside into its own small universe. By that time, it will truly be terrifying. This is also the ultimate goal of every golden-horned beast. Of course, the golden-horned beast in the original Devouring the Starry Sky was quite unfortunate. It hadn't even left the beginner village before Luo Feng took over its body. In the end, it led to the emergence of a super overlord like Lord Luo. Therefore, what Wang Xian needs to do now is to grow stronger in the myriad realms first. He absolutely cannot let Luo Feng take advantage. Even on the day they actually meet, he should be able to slap the future Lord Luo to pieces. Of course, that's a story for later. First, let's solve the immediate issue. After defeating the sea god, it will be time to deal with Sea God Island. The prey of the golden-horned beast, the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king, are still there. They must be reclaimed. Then, a profound lesson must be taught to the people of Sea God Island. Of course, at the same time that the sea god's phantom is destroyed, Poseidon senses it. That was summoned using her ninth soul skill, and it is connected to her main body. At this moment, Poseidon's face turns pale, and if it weren't for the sea spirit Blah beside her to support her, the woman almost fell to the ground. Lord Poseidon, what's wrong? Don't mind me, I'm fine. Hurry, contact Tang San and tell him to come to Sea God Island quickly. At that moment, a very bad premonition appeared in Poseidon's mind. She didn't expect that the GoldenHorned giant beast would be so formidable. Even the projection of the sea god couldn't stop it. But my lord, it's not yet time for Tang San's 8th test. There's no time to waste. Go quickly, and let Sea Fantasy Douluo go with you to help. Has Poseidon really gone mad? She sent all her 2 titled Douluo subordinates out just to bring Tang San to Sea God Island as soon as possible. The reasons behind this cannot be disclosed, or it would definitely cause huge panic. If people found out that the deep-sea demon whale king in the ocean had been taken down, and that their sea god could not protect Sea God Island, it would absolutely shatter their faith. Such a thing must not happen. The soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king must be handed over to him before the arrival of the GoldenHorned giant beast. As for the so-called 8 trials and 9 trials, that's just a formality utterly insignificant. If all the treasures are seized by the deep-sea demon whale king, there will be no possibility of inheriting the sea god's legacy. At this moment, that monster seems to still be in the process of leveling up. This is also the last opportunity for these 2 titled Douluo powerhouses to leave Sea God Island. However, the Sea Maiden Douluo clearly sensed something was wrong. Just as this indecisive woman was about to say something more, she was pulled by the Sea Illusion Douluo by the arm. Hurry up, we don't have much time left. At this time, Tang San, with the help of his father Tang Hao, successfully concluded the Battle of Jiaoling Pass. Although his physical strength was greatly drained, the gains were also substantial. The Wuhuan Empire is now powerless to resist. Apart from the yet-to-appear Angel Princess, there is nothing that can stop the joint army of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. This period is also a great vacuum moment for Tang San. However, this young man never expected that just when he wanted to stop and enjoy the rare time alone with Xiao Wu, the 2 titled Douluo powerhouses from Sea God Island came to visit him. Without saying a word, they demanded to take all of the Shrek 7 monsters away. What is going on? What has happened? Tang San felt confused, sensing that Sea God Island seemed to be in trouble this time. Tang San, don't worry about so much. If you still want to inherit the power of the sea god, come with me immediately. The sea girl Douluo showed a look of urgency and seriousness for the first time. This is not a joke at all. Among all the sea Douluo, everyone has the best relationship with this sister. Therefore, everyone quickly realizes the seriousness of the problem. I can only tell you that Sea God Island has been attacked, and Tang San's inheritance is in imminent danger. Hurry. In fact, no matter how quickly these people return to Sea God Island, it is already too late to turn the tide. In less than half a day after these 2 titled Douluo left, the GoldenHorned giant beast swiftly completed its advancement. Now, even without transforming, its body length exceeds 500 meters. Whether flying or swimming, its speed has reached several times the speed of sound. The energy barriers around Sea God Island are nothing in its eyes. A piece of cake. Of course, there are still those who are not afraid of death and step forward to block it. For example, the leader of the demon spirit Great White Shark. Little White, you monster, retreat. Looking at this gigantic creature that was originally about the same size as herself, Little White's heart was filled with fear. In the world of soul beasts, size represents power. But as the guardian of Sea God Island, she cannot retreat. Get out of the way. The GoldenHorned giant beast ignored her and simply let out a ferocious roar at the remaining sharks in front of it. The powerful sound wave created a white shockwave, instantly forming dozens of gigantic tornadoes on the shallow sea. Little White is at least 100,000-year level soul beast, but at this moment, she's completely unable to withstand it. Along with the remaining few demon spirit Great White Sharks, they were instantly thrown high into the air by these tornadoes, and then fell violently in all directions. When the dizzy Little White finally woke up, she saw smoke rising all over Sea God Island. That giant monster was rampaging wildly, as if in a no-man's land. Chapter 11, Most titled Douluo do not deserve to be called planet level. Come here, little cookie. This is undoubtedly a scene that evokes immense despair. There were originally tens of thousands of soul masters on Sea God Island, united in their determination to live or die with the island. But when they picked up their weapons and donned their strongest armor, they saw the GoldenHorned giant beast standing by the sea suddenly make an incomprehensible move. The starry giant beast opened its bloody maw and activated its primordial secret technique to devour. Then, everyone saw the weapons and armor in their hands actually float into the air. With an incredible speed, they all rushed toward the giant beast's wide mouth. What is going on? This guy can devour metal? What kind of ability is that? The giant beast with golden horns has a mouth like a bottomless pit. First, it swallowed all the weapons and equipment of everyone present, then the metal elements contained in the buildings above the square. Finally, even the pots and pans in ordinary residence homes were not spared. Anything related to metal was completely consumed by this terrifying golden-horned beast. The saddest part is Posey. Even the staff that this woman has used for decades was not spared. The scene before us is absolutely devastating. This golden-horned giant beast is not only incredibly powerful, but also possesses an unimaginable devouring ability. Facing such a terrifying opponent can undoubtedly make one lose all confidence. How can one resist? Weapons and armor have been consumed. Pots and pans have also been devoured. Are you expecting these defenseless people to confront this monster barehanded? Moreover, even the sea dragon Douluo was knocked away with a single slap. Who else can resist this terrifying beast? Is today the day of the destruction of Sea God Island? If I had to describe Poseidon's current mood with a song, it would definitely be Conquer by Sister Na. Just like being conquered by you. Drinking down the poison you've hidden, my mood is, this is simply not an opponent that humans can defeat. Unless the sea god personally descends in his true form. Who can resist him? Ha ha ha. The golden-horned beast completely ignores the desperate expressions on the faces of those on Sea God Island. After absorbing so much metal, he suddenly feels comfortable all over. The scales on his body become even more textured. Between the scales, a metallic fluid begins to appear in the gaps. It can be said that these areas, which were once vulnerable to invasion, have now become incredibly solid. Compared to the soul ring powers he previously devoured, it is the higher purity metals that the golden-horned beast loves the most. Moreover, the current Douluo Continent is in the cold weapon era. For the golden-horned beast, the metal reserves on Sea God Island are not enough to satisfy his demands. It would be better to destroy this place quickly. Going to the Douluo Continent to plunder will yield more metal. After all, the three great empires are currently at the center of war. There must be a large number of metal products over there. That would be a feast for the golden-horned beast. However, things are not that simple. Just as this guy is rampaging, the remaining tidal Douluo on Sea God Island can no longer hold back. The Seahorse Douluo, the Sea Spear Douluo, the Starfish Douluo, and the Sea Ghost Douluo all step forward, ready to defend the dignity of Sea God Island with their flesh and blood. Wait a moment. Don't go and die for nothing. The awakened sea dragon Douluo desperately tries to stop them, but now he is useless. His soul power has been completely drained, and his soul rings have been eaten like snacks. The top master of Sea God Island has thus come to an end. Brother Sea Dragon, don't stop us. We are already prepared to live or die with Sea God Island. The Seahorse Douluo pushes this elder aside and is the first to charge forward. At this moment, the golden-horned beast, who is wandering around, also senses these four fearless individuals. However, he just shakes his head mockingly. Perhaps I was wrong. The tidal Douluo on your planet are simply not worthy of being called planetary-level powerhouses. According to the heritage of the golden-horned beast, every planet with extreme civilization will eventually produce some top figures. Just like in the world of devouring the starry sky, where figures like Hong and the Thunder God, members of the HR Alliance, appeared. These are the top figures of the planet. Therefore, they have all been promoted to planetary level. Logically speaking, the highest-ranking individuals in the world of Douluo Continent are these tidal Douluo powerhouses. However, aside from that 95-level sea dragon Douluo, who can barely be considered a pseudo-planetary level, the rest are truly lacking, especially that Seahorse Douluo, who is weak. Previously, the golden-horned giant beast didn't have a high level either, so it made an erroneous judgment when encountering these tidal Douluo. But now it seems that, apart from a few elite individuals like Tang San, Qian Renshua, and Golden Crocodile Douluo, the vast majority of tidal Douluo are quite mediocre. At most, they are equivalent to the initial-level war gods of humanity. They were overestimated before. So, for those few who rushed over in righteous indignation like they were on steroids, the golden-horned giant beast didn't even glance at them. When it was still a planetary-level beast, it could easily kill the sea dragon Douluo, not to mention that it is now at the stellar level. Roar. That was just a simple sound wave. However, the effects produced by stellar-level monsters and planetary-level monsters are different. That violent sound wave formed a very noticeable rotating shockwave in the air, combined with the imposing stance of the golden-horned giant beast. It instantly enveloped all four of them. Why can't my body move? Me too, damn it. We are too far apart from it. It was only at this moment that these four sea doa, wearing thin jackets, realized the gap between themselves and the opponent. Originally, they had metal armor on them that could help resist some damage. However, after the previous plundering by the GoldenHorned giant beast, there was not even a screw left on Sea God Island, let alone any equipment. It was all eaten clean. Are you guys voluntarily offering me some snacks? Your soul rings still have some flavor. Looking at the four guys lying on the ground, the GoldenHorned giant beast lost interest in killing them. It wasn't out of compassion, but simply a lack of interest. Would you make a lion specifically step on a few ants? However, these guys all had soul rings of 50,000 years. This taste is somewhat like dark chocolate to the GoldenHorned beast. After all, it's better than those tasteless metals. This might be the only thing that interests the GoldenHorned beast on Douluo Continent. Devour, oh no, how could the soul power flow out? My god, this guy is devouring our soul rings, run. Damn it. The soul power was instantly drained, leaving no chance for self-detonation, probably around half a minute. Next to the claws of the GoldenHorned beast, there were four unarmed mortals. As for their subordinates, they had long since disappeared at the sight of this. The remaining ones were kneeling on the ground, constantly bowing and begging for mercy. Is this the power of Sea God Island? Speechless. Chapter 12. The Shrek's 7 monsters come to the rescue, encountering by Xiao just when the GoldenHorned beast felt utterly bored. He even thought about taking a nap on Sea God Island. However, he did not realize that at this moment, on the other side of the sea, a small boat was rushing over at full speed. Standing on the small boat was the most elite group of young people on Douluo Continent. The legendary Shrek 7 monsters had arrived. Leading them were Xuan Douluo and Sea Maiden Douluo. These two guys are lucky. If they had stayed, they would have long become mortals by now. My lords, I wonder what exactly has happened to Sea God Island. Can we reveal it now? As the captain of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai has always had this question in his mind. Previously, when these two Sea Douluos came over, they didn't specify the exact reasons. They only mentioned that Sea God Island is facing a huge challenge, which will directly affect the assessment of these few heirs, especially Tang San and Xiao Wu. Perhaps they wouldn't even be able to complete the 8th test smoothly. Therefore, even though the relationship with the Spirit Empire is still very tense, all members of the Shrek 7 monsters gathered and rushed to Sea God Island as quickly as possible. It wasn't until they boarded the ship that Sea Illusion Douluo let out a long sigh. Meanwhile, the Sea Maiden Douluo beside her burst into tears. This has left Tang San and the others completely at a loss. Don't cry. Tell me what happened. As a member of the Spirit Beast clan, Xiao Wu has a more acute sense of perception. She directly went up to hold the hands of the Sea Douluo, using the most delicate voice to comfort her. It was only at this moment that the Sea Douluo leaned against Xiao Wu with a face full of grievance. When we left, Sea God Island had already been attacked, and now we don't know what the situation is. It turns out these two managed to escape while the GoldenHorned giant beast was upgrading. Now it has been a day or two, and perhaps Sea God Island has already suffered. When they left, the expression on Poseidon's face was extremely grim. I believe these two should be able to guess the outcome. Some things really cannot be stopped by human effort. The idea of man conquering nature is complete nonsense. This is a disaster, an unwarranted disaster. That monster with a golden horn on its head is definitely not from their Douluo continent. For these ordinary people, it is simply a dimensionality reduction strike. After intermittently sharing what they know, the small boat fell into a dead silence. It's terrifying. Even the deep-sea magic whale king was easily crushed by that guy, and even the invincible Poseidon found himself in a desperate situation. This kind of thing is simply unheard of. Even Tang San couldn't help but summon the sea god Trident, vigilantly staring at the sea before him, fearing that a terrifying monster might suddenly emerge from the waters ahead. How could this be? Why don't we go back? I am scared. Ning Rongrong had completely lost the courage she had during the confrontation with the Spirit Empire. This pampered little princess expressed the true feelings everyone had at that moment. Rongrong, don't be afraid. I'm here. At this moment, Oscar could just show his manly demeanor. However, Ning Rongrong could clearly feel her fiancé's hand trembling. Such a shocking event would make anyone feel worried. Xiao Wu tightly embraced Zhu Zhuqing, comforting and encouraging each other. It is said that the monster has no human emotions at all. In its eyes, there is only slaughter, and it is impossible for it to show any compassion. This is too terrifying. Xiao Ao is right. We're the last hope of Sea God Island, and we absolutely cannot back down at this moment. As he spoke, a wave of golden light radiated from Tang San's body. This is the light of the sea god, which can help calm people's hearts. But soon, a ripple appeared in the due north direction of the small boat, and a white dorsal fin emerged from the water. It was swiftly approaching this way, wriggling. It looked a bit like a shark. It was the soul demon great white shark, but it wasn't the familiar little white. It was a very beautiful soul demon great white shark. That was Little White's daughter by Xiao. The sea spirit Douluo immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer. She saw a bubble appear in the woman's hand, which directly enveloped the soul demon great white shark. This is a type of communication power from the sea maiden Douluo. It allows for seamless communication between humans and sea spirit beasts. By Xiao, what brings you here? How is Sea God Island? I never expected that the magic soul great white shark actually has such a nice name. After being introduced by the nearby sea fantasy Douluo, I was surprised to learn that the beautiful Xiaobai actually has children now. 2 adults, please go and save Sea God Island. That was the voice of a lovely little girl, which formed a stark contrast to the fierce appearance of the magic soul great white shark. This little girl doesn't have enough strength to transform yet, but after reaching the 10,000-year level, she'll probably be able to turn into a cute little girl like Xiao Wu. What's going on? Where's your mother? Xiaobai. Oh, my mother's missing. And the uncles of the magic soul great white shark all seem very sad because of Bai Xiuxiu's crying, and they're swimming while desperately wagging their tails. This is a way for the soul of the great white shark to vent its emotions. It's terrifying. Has Sea God Island already turned into a battlefield? Fortunately, Bai Xiuxiu was well hidden under the protection of her clan before. Otherwise, if that little girl saw her mother, Xiaobai, being thrown away by the GoldenHorned beast, it might leave her with permanent psychological trauma. How can that guy be so ruthless? It's too violent. Everyone, we must be prepared. This is going to be a fierce battle. Hearing Bai Xiuxiu's testimony, Tang San's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. His originally firm heart began to waver. The black island faintly appearing in the distance seemed to transform into a giant ocean beast, opening its bloody maw toward them. The monsters on that island are likely far more terrifying than the GoldenHorned beast and the others. Together, they might not be as powerful as that guy. Thinking of this, Tang San tightened his grip on the sea god's trident. Third brother, Xiao Wu will be with you. Feeling the tension in her man, Xiao Wu slowly linked her arm with his and rested her head against his chest. That tenderness is truly heartwarming. However, isn't this public display of affection a bit too much? Even the GoldenHorned beast in the distance will want to come over and give him a slap. Yes, Tang San and the others can only see a vague outline of the island for now. But the GoldenHorned beast has already spotted their small boat and seen the expressions on each of their faces. Oh, the chosen ones of Douluo Continent are here. I hope you're not that weak. The GoldenHorned beast stretched lazily and slowly got up. Kneeling beneath, it were Poseidon, along with countless citizens of Sea God Island. It's not that Poseidon betrayed the sea god, but this woman wants to exchange her life for the safety of everyone. Great GoldenHorned beast, please let these children go. I am willing to. Chapter 13. Tang Chun appears, a warrior charging for love. Poseidon, I'm not interested in you, old woman. Hand over the soul ring and bones of the deep-sea magic whale king. The only thing that could pique the GoldenHorned beast's interest now is that million-year soul beast item. However, Poseidon doesn't know what secret method she used. Even if the GoldenHorned beast searched the entire island, it couldn't find any trace of it. Angered, it nearly wanted to slap Poseidon to death. But reason told it that if it did that, it might never find it again. Because of this, the citizens of Sea God Island could still hold on. But with the Shrek 7 devils approaching, a new battle seems inevitable. Respected Lord, if you are willing to let them go, I can bring you the deep-sea magic whale king. Poseidon has been stalling for time. The woman's duty is to defend everything of the sea god. The soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea magic whale king are the most important part of the sea god's 9 trials. They are also the key to whether Tang San can truly become the sea god. However, Poseidon cannot neglect the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people on the island. So this cunning woman wants to use this method to buy time. But does Poseidon really think that the GoldenHorned beast knows nothing? Don't underestimate the intelligence of a traverser. Children, are you ready? The communication with Poseidon ends here. Next is the part that will interest the GoldenHorned beast. After all, the Shrek 7 monsters are the sole figures of the entire Douluo Continent, especially Tang San, who is the connecting character of the entire Douluo 5 series. Don't let me down. Tang San may not yet see the distant GoldenHorned beast, but the GoldenHorned beast has already begun to analyze Tang San's power. Compared to those previous trash, Tang San can truly be considered planet level. It is known that even the 95-level sea dragon Douluo just now cannot defeat Tang San at the soul Douluo level. Soul power level is not the true standard to measure whether a person is strong. Comprehensive strength is the key to determining whether he has crossed into the planet level. Clearly, on the whole ship, only Tang San truly qualifies as a genuine planet level. Moreover, if paired with Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, his combat power could see a significant increase. This is interesting. Bang! Just as the GoldenHorned beast reached the seaside to prepare for battle, a huge beam of light suddenly appeared behind him. Is it Poseidon? Is this woman going to cause trouble again? Is she planning to warn Tang San? No. Why is this force blood red? There seems to be a hint of murderous intent. Meanwhile, Poseidon's soul power is clearly as deep blue as the ocean. It seems to be an even more powerful presence. Tang Chen, what are you doing here? That was a sudden exclamation from Poseidon. It directly alerted the GoldenHorned beast. Tang Chen, the king of slaughter? The failure of the Azura god assessment? Goodness. Although this old man doesn't appear much in the anime, Wang Xian, as a Douluo fan, recognized this legendary first-generation Haotian Douluo at first sight. It is said that Tang Chen had a crush on Poseidon for a long time, and at the last moment of his life, this man appeared even earlier than Tang San. Poseidon, I have come to fulfill my promise from back then. Wonderful. One emotional line. A warrior charging forward for love? But are these two reminiscing at the wrong time? Tang Chen, the ancestor of the Haotian sect? Just in time. Your great-grandson is on his way. Hearing the cheesy dialogue from behind, the GoldenHorned giant beast turned its head and forced a smile that it thought was decent. But to the other party, what a sinister expression it was. What kind of soul beast are you? I, Tang Chen, have traveled every corner of the Douluo Continent and have never seen anything like you. Seeing the other party's ill intentions and also noticing Poseidon, who was only wearing thin clothing at that moment, Tang Chen's face immediately turned vigilant. He saw the old guy directly unleash his most powerful killing field, and a gigantic Haotian hammer appeared in his hand. This is clearly a case of a hero saving a beauty. However, upon seeing this scene, Poseidon was taken aback and quickly wrapped his arms around his beloved's waist. Chen, don't act rashly. This guy could devour all metals. Previously, Poseidon's staff and the jewelry on him had been swallowed by this terrifying monster. There wasn't a single metal object left on the entire sea god island. So upon seeing this scene, Poseidon hurriedly reminded his beloved. Although the power of the Haotian hammer is immense in front of the GoldenHorned giant beast, it would likely be no more than a sugarcane. What? This guy? Hearing Poseidon's advice, Tang Chen suddenly realized. No wonder when he first arrived at Sea God Island, he found it very strange. Why were all the weapons in these people's hands made of wood? It turns out all the metal had been eaten by this giant monster. What kind of species is this? Could it really not be a product from Douluo Continent? I just ate a lot of weapon spirits, all of them trash. I wonder how your Haotian hammer tastes. The GoldenHorned giant beast did not hide its greed at all. Looking at the Haotian hammer in Tang Chen's hand, it couldn't help but stick out its tongue and lick its lips. Do you really have to be this straightforward? You'll scare him. Poseidon, I've already missed the beautiful time with you. Today, no matter what, I must protect you. As he spoke, the 9 soul rings on Tang Chen's body lit up one by one, and surprisingly, the outermost one was also a 100,000-year soul ring. This guy is really stubborn. Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, he still chooses to go into the tiger's den. Hee, bold of you. I'll give you a chance to attack me and see what is so special about your Haotian hammer. Don't be fooled by the terrifying appearance of the GoldenHorned giant beast. After all, this guy has a human soul. Plus, he has already eaten quite a lot just now. It's not easy to come across the most classic Haotian hammer on this Douluo continent. This time, we can't just swallow it without looking, otherwise, it would be too unfair to the audience. Moreover, Tang Chen and Poseidon are also a pair of tragic characters in the original work. This old man actually doesn't have many days left to live. At this moment, it's not very good to break up the couple. You will regret it. But in return for your respect, I will use the strongest soul skill from Haotian. As he spoke, the outermost red soul ring of the old man began to tremble violently. Seeing the scene, the GoldenHorned giant beast suddenly remembered the explosion ring operation it saw in the anime back then. Are you planning to use the great Sumuro hammer? Don't break that 100,000-year soul ring. I still want to eat it. You actually know the secrets of our Haotian sect. Who exactly are you? Although he was very surprised by the GoldenHorned giant beast's words, Tang Chen could no longer turn back. The super soul skill had already begun to activate. The arrow is on the bowstring. Once drawn, it cannot be returned. Chapter 14. The taste of the Haotian hammer, so fragrant. Ha, come on. Let me see. Looking at the exploded 100,000-year soul ring in front of him, the golden-horned giant beast suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Fortunately, the so-called explosion ring does not directly make that soul ring become nothingness. After a while, it can still recover. However, being able to personally experience the legendary Great Sumer Hammer is still a rare opportunity. It is indeed a great honor. Compared to the hammer of Tang San from the anime, this one in front of me is the most authentic. Crackle. The moment the soul ring burst open, Tang Chen's soul power received a massive boost. Behind his body, it seemed as if a giant red figure had appeared, constructed from soul power. The giant raised a huge hammer high above its head, carrying the force of thunder and lightning, and smashed it down towards the golden-horned giant beast in front of him. In terms of size, the height of that giant was nearly 500 meters. The length of the Haotian hammer was even longer than that giant. Together, they approached 1,000 meters. When the hammer was raised above his head, a violent aura enveloped the entire scene. This combat power is impressive. This is truly planetary-level combat power. Those previous guys were too weak. It feels like the ancestor of the Haotian sect could single-handedly take on the entire Sea God Island. As the golden-horned giant beast continues to grow, its perspective is also constantly improving. Gradually, it realizes that its previous judgments may have been mistaken. Although they are all titled Douluo powerhouses, their overall strength is quite uneven. Just like when Tang San was still a soul, Douluo, he was able to fight against a 95-level sea dragon. Even though the opponent held back, the gap in strength was very evident. And then there's Yang Wudi, who is just a soul Douluo, but was able to severely injure the titled serpent spear from the Spirit Empire. There's a lot of uncertainty in this. So it cannot be simply judged by rank whether these guys are equivalent to those in swallowing the starry sky. Overall, the so-called strong individuals in Douluo Continent are quite mediocre. However, there are outstanding individuals among them. Take Tang Xuan, who is currently wielding the Great Sumer Hammer, for example. Can you say that his strength isn't planetary level? However, facing such an opponent, the golden-horned giant beast doesn't take him too seriously. When that huge hammer comes crashing down, the beast merely raises its left claw symbolically. Bang! That seems to be the sound produced when two metals collide. Faintly, sparks of electricity can be seen at the point of contact. So hard. This is Tang Chen's first thought. It's quite intuitive. Originally, even if a god descended, he wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand this blow. It's truly a divine skill. However, faced with the golden-horned giant beast, the opponent's scales didn't even shatter a single one, easily neutralizing the attack. Moreover, holding up its own claw, the golden-horned giant beast cheerfully commented, "Not bad. Your previous strike at its peak was almost comparable to a full-strength attack from a 6th-tier planetary powerhouse. What did you say? What planet?" For Tang Xuan, a native of Douluo Continent, he has no idea what devouring the starry sky means. This guy hasn't even left the planet he's on. No comparison, no harm. If it was at the moment of his birth, having the golden-horned giant beast face such an opponent might have been a bit challenging. It wouldn't be as easy as it is now. But after all, this guy previously devoured the primordial power from the sea god, directly advancing to the stellar level. This does not mean that the sea god is already a high-level powerhouse among the stars. It can only be said that the energy contained in this guy is equivalent to that level. Now, upon closer analysis, it seems that the divine realm of Douluo Continent also has a lot of superficiality. Even with such energy, many so-called gods still do not know how to wield it. Just like the sea god, this guy can mobilize the power of the entire ocean. If this power is calculated with atmosphere pressure, it could even instantly destroy the whole Douluo Continent. However, the sea god does not possess such ability. What a waste of such a good foundation. In the eyes of the golden-horned beast, even the current Tang Xuan has room for improvement. However, this old man has no more chances. On one hand, he has already failed the 9 trials of the Shura god and is at the end of his rope. On the other hand, who made him encounter the golden-horned beast today? And the beast has set its sights on his Haotian hammer, the taste of mackerel. Both the cat, and you won't understand. But the golden-horned beast has firmly decided on the taste of the Haotian hammer today. Once the power of the Great Sumer Hammer has completely dissipated, Tang Chen's sharp gaze also becomes increasingly weak. But even more terrifying things are yet to come. This old man actually found that he couldn't retrieve his Haotian hammer. The golden-horned giant beast in front of him actually extended 2 claws and directly grabbed the handle of the Haotian hammer. Even more incredible was that as the holder of the Haotian hammer martial soul, Tang Xuan actually couldn't sense his own martial soul. The claws of the giant beast acted like an energy insulator, severing the connection between the Haotian hammer and its master. It effortlessly lifted the hammer slowly in front of itself. What are you going to do? Seeing the situation turn dire, Tang Chun rushed forward, rolling and crawling. Without considering the consequences, he directly grabbed the golden-horned giant beast's thigh. He knew very well what was about to happen, but at that moment, he felt powerless to stop it. How could this be? However, the golden-horned giant beast remained indifferent to it all. The guy didn't even kick that poor old man aside. Instead, right in front of him, he slowly brought the Haotian hammer in its energy form to his mouth. Then he slowly opened his large mouth filled with steel teeth. Crunch! Without any suspense, it was truly terrifying. That indestructible Haotian hammer was like a little bear cookie next to the mouth of the golden-horned giant beast. Soft and crispy. In an instant, this big guy bit it down. Even more unbelievable was that this golden-horned giant beast closed its eyes in front of Old Tang and even made sounds of chewing metal. So delicious. Is it really that tasty? So intoxicating. Please consider the feelings of the Haotian Duo. Right in front of the first-generation Haotian Duo, it devoured his martial soul. Is it really necessary to bully someone like this? Old Tang suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Then he staggered backward and crashed to the ground. No, seeing his loved one so severely injured, Poseidon was instantly horrified and saw this woman crawling over with her hands and feet. Her hair became a complete mess. That beautiful face instantly aged a lot. At this moment, Poseidon didn't care anymore and directly snatched Tang Chun from under the golden-horned giant beast's feet. She supported his head with her knees, desperately trying to transfer her soul power into his body, hoping to keep him alive. The Haotian hammer was his life, martial soul. If it were to be swallowed by the golden-horned giant beast just like that, then Tang Chun. How about we make a deal? I'll return half of the Haotian hammer to you, but you give me the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king. Seeing Poseidon in such deep sorrow, the golden-horned giant beast slowly handed over the remaining handle of the Haotian hammer. Chapter 15. The stormy pear blossom needle strikes. Tang San appears. Seeing the ferocious-looking golden-horned giant beast, Poseidon was so angry that she couldn't speak. On one side was her lover's life, and on the other was the mission of the sea god. How should this woman choose? It's too difficult, isn't it? Mr. Golden-horned beast, please don't go too far. I've stated my conditions. At this moment, Poseidon was already in tears. I never expected that this woman, despite her age, could cry with such a pear blossom rain feeling. If there were no human soul inside this golden-horned beast, he might have slapped him directly. But seeing this pair of ill-fated lovers like this, his heart suddenly softened. Ugh, bang. I don't know if it was a slip of the hand or something else. But the last little bit of the hammer of Haotian fell next to Tang Chun again. Whoosh. Just as the saying goes, it was quick in time. The energy-formed hammer slowly transformed into the ethereal soul power and drilled into its owner's body. And in the next moment, Old Tang slowly opened his eyes. However, at that moment, he seemed to have aged several decades in an instant. Originally, being a rank 99 title de law, he had always maintained a youthful appearance. But now, Tang Chun felt like a deflated balloon, utterly powerless. This old man slowly stretched out a hand, seemingly wanting to wipe away the tears on Poseidon's face. But as soon as his hand was raised halfway, it went limp. After such a heavy blow, Old Tang probably doesn't have much time left. A generation of heroes on the Douluo Continent, unexpectedly ending up in such a tragic fate. Poseidon, I love you. Don't say anything, I know everything. You idiot, why didn't you come earlier? This should be a love story between a straight man and a straight woman. They both deeply love each other, but neither of them can bring themselves to say it outright. It takes them decades, only to confess their feelings when faced with separation by life and death. It's really foolish. Seeing these two pitiful people in front of me, even the golden-horned beast feels speechless. Boring. With a sister and not pursuing her. You deserve to be single. Just as the golden-horned beast was about to step forward to give the two a piece of advice, a sudden sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. Let go of my great-grandfather, you despicable monster. Watch my storm pear blossom needle. Goodness, how could I forget about Tang San? This kid is really impressive, making such a big move right from the start. The rain of pear blossoms. The golden-horned beast slightly turned its head and saw a dense mass of light spots appearing behind it. More than half of them were attacking its eyes. Tang San is truly a master of hidden weapons from the Tang sect. He first used sound to attract the attention of the golden-horned beast. Perhaps realizing that he couldn't break through the beast's defenses, he decided to strike at its weaknesses with hidden weapons, such as the eyes and the nose. What a clever little guy. But can this level of attack really hurt the GoldenHorned beast? Isn't that underestimating it too much? Devour. A tremendous force of absorption emanated from the mouth of the GoldenHorned beast. Instantly, the air within a radius of 2,000 square meters was completely solidified. The hidden weapons flying in all directions seemed to be drawn by an incredible gravitational force. They formed a long dragon shape, continuously entering the mouth of the GoldenHorned beast. Soon, they were digested by its powerful taste buds. What joke? As long as it's metal, the GoldenHorned beast can eat it with its eyes closed. Of course, the one hiding in the shadows, Tang San, was equally warned. The blue-haired handsome guy immediately tried to shift, but he couldn't escape the blockade of the GoldenHorned beast. His body, floating in midair, instantly revealed his location. Just as the GoldenHorned beast was about to make a move on Tang San, a nimble figure flashed by, taking Tang San away and disappearing before the GoldenHorned beast's eyes. Third brother, be careful. Softbone Rabbit's third soul skill, instant transmission. Xiao Wu. Unexpectedly, the little rabbit was so agile. The GoldenHorned beast only saw a pink figure, accompanied by a fragrance of fresh grass. It flashed before his eyes, and then both of them escaped simultaneously. Impressive. Before the GoldenHorned beast could react, a comical voice came from above. Phoenix Laughing Toad. What? Boom, boom, boom. It turned out to be Oscar and Mahong Jun. These two guys used mirrors to create two giant phoenixes, obscuring the view of the GoldenHorned giant beast with a sky full of flames. This is not about defeating the GoldenHorned beast. It's just a distraction. While the GoldenHorned beast was covering the flames with its claws, it didn't notice a fast-moving figure appearing beside it. That was Zhu Zhuqing. The little girl quickly arrived in front of Poseidon and Tang Chun. Senior, this is not a place for conversation. Please follow me. What a clever coordination. Truly deserving of being the Shrek 7 monsters. However, if it weren't for the fact that the GoldenHorned beast had no significant thoughts about this old couple, do you really think you could save them? Hee, you Shrek 7 monsters do look quite stylish when you make your entrance. As a time traveler, of course, I have to show an aspect that corresponds with my identity. Even though these kids managed to get the upper hand, the next word from the GoldenHorned beast truly surprised these young people in front of him. Who exactly are you? How do you know so much about our situation? Dai Mubai stepped forward, remaining quite calm as the captain of Shrek. Following that, all members of the Shrek 7 monsters quickly gathered behind Dai Mubai, maintaining a distance of about 1,000 meters from the GoldenHorned beast, standing in opposition. However, it seemed that this giant beast had no intention of launching an attack. What's going on? Hee, my purpose? Of course, it's to devour your planet. You few will be my servants. Hearing this foolish question, the GoldenHorned beast couldn't help but be stunned. Indeed, in the few short days since his birth, he hadn't really thought about this question. He had just been fighting instinctively. However, for the GoldenHorned beast, he couldn't stay long on the Douluo Continent. His goal was still the vast sea of stars, and that Lord of Lu on Blue Star. He was his destined enemy and couldn't be easily let go. The current efforts in cultivation were all to gain an advantage when facing Luo Feng. Sorry, we will not become your servants. You destroyed Sea God Island like this. I, Tang San, will be the first to not let you go. After Dai Mubai finished speaking, it was finally Tang San's turn. This guy was the protagonist of the Douluo Continent. As someone who was about to inherit the Sea God title, seeing his future dojo being destroyed like this by the monster in front of him, Tang San's eyes were already filled with anger. Moreover, seeing his ancestor in such a fallen state further stimulated this kid's desire for revenge. Chapter 16, Xiao Wu. Do you want to turn into Spicy Rabbit Head? Hee, Tang San, you're quite arrogant. Seeing Tang San standing up to confront him, the GoldenHorned beast slowly turned around, appearing somewhat clumsy. However, this also aligned with everyone's perception of giant creatures on the Douluo Continent. A large ship is hard to turn. The GoldenHorned beast was deliberately trying to create a visual illusion for the opponent, because once he moved, it would be supersonic. It wasn't that he was afraid of these little guys, but he was a bit worried about the sea god trident in Tang San's hands. Before crossing over, Wang Xian had fixedly watched the Douluo Continent anime every Saturday for 5 years. The sea god trident left a very deep impression on him. This thing is simply invincible. If it can unleash incredible energy in Tang San's hands, even this starry sky giant beast might have to avoid its brilliance. Tang San, come here. I have something to tell you. Just as Tang San was eager to try, Poseidon suddenly transmitted a message to him, but it was overheard by the GoldenHorned giant beast. In front of a stellar-level powerhouse, it's better to avoid these little tricks. All right, how could I forget this? The old woman must want to explain about the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king. Sure enough, the old and young were soon exchanging glances. Of course, that was just on the surface. In reality, they were transmitting messages using a unique wavelength of the sea god. The GoldenHorned beast could decipher a bit, but preferred to simply swat Poseidon away. Don't think that sparing this woman earlier was out of compassion. It was mainly because it was worried that this old woman would destroy the two treasures of the deep-sea demon whale king. Indeed, after hearing Poseidon's murmurs, Tang San slowly stepped back. Was he planning to follow them to retrieve the treasures? Originally, in the 8th trial of the sea god, Tang San was required to personally kill the deep-sea demon whale king and then absorb the soul ring and soul bone within a specified time. But now that was clearly impossible. So, the sea god wanted to go through the motions and hand over the obtained soul ring and soul bone to this kid, allowing him to inherit his powers sooner. This is definitely a case of favoritism. How can we let you succeed? Where do you want to go? After figuring out the other party's motives, the golden-horned giant beast no longer concealed its strength. It swiftly blocked the path of Poseidon and Tang San like a whirlwind. Seeing the speed of this giant monster, the Shrek 7 devils were all stunned, and even Poseidon did not expect it. It turned out that this giant monster hadn't used its true power when dealing with them on Sea God Island. How terrifying. Third brother, we will cover you. You and Senior Poseidon go first. At this critical moment, Xiao Wu stepped forward. I don't know why. This little rabbit's character is a bit strange. Why does she always stand in front of Tang San? Seeing this scene, the golden-horned beast felt very displeased. While watching the anime, I thought this woman was a bit oblivious. What's so great about Tang San? Is this love? I didn't expect that after seeing her in person. This little rabbit is even more infatuated than I imagined. Little rabbit, have you heard of spicy rabbit heads? If you don't move aside, I'll make you experience it firsthand. At this moment, the golden-horned beast was a bit angry. Tang San is really not a man. After seeing Xiao Wu step forward, he actually just threw out a be careful and then ran away without looking back. This guy can't really think that you can absorb the soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king right under the nose of the golden-horned giant beast. Can he? So naive. Do they really think they can stop me with just a few people? Softbone Rabbit's 4th soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. Oh wow, I see the golden-horned giant beast charging forward. This little rabbit really isn't afraid of death. It actually used an invincible golden body to block my path. What is this called? Is it the fearless attitude of a newborn calf? The so-called invincible golden body is merely within a certain level range. Do you really think it's invincible? The golden-horned giant beast won't go easy on you. I just saw this massive creature lightly lift its head. That golden horn directly collided with the golden body state of Xiao Wu. Bang! Xiao Wu's golden body state was instantly shattered. This so-called invincible golden body is merely a layer of gold plating on the surface. It is not truly a body made of gold. Moreover, even if it were gold, the golden-horned giant beast could swallow in one bite. Perhaps the little rabbit herself did not expect that her ultimate move would be so easily defeated. She only had time to let out a sharp scream before her body was involuntarily thrown into the air. The intense pain seemed to have crushed Xiao Wu's limbs, rendering this adorable little girl completely unable to move. After tracing a beautiful parabolic arc in the air, her body began to fall uncontrollably. At the point of impact, a huge blood-stained mouth was already wide open, like an abyss. The golden-horned giant beast was waiting right there. Third brother, it's time to say goodbye again. Looking at that dark, bottomless pit, Xiao Wu painfully closed her eyes. Zhu Zhuqing, who was beside her, wanted to save her, but was swept aside by the golden-horned beast's tail. Bang! The 7th spirit skill of the white tiger, spirit avatar. Dai Mubai tried his best to block it, but he couldn't even protect his wife. The two of them embraced tightly, rolling continuously through the ruins, bouncing and then rolling again. As for Ma Hongjun and the others, they were already so scared that their legs went weak. Ning Rongrong couldn't even open the 9-treasure glaze tile. It's impossible to win. We can't defeat such a monster. Ning Rongrong trembled, fear enveloping her entire being. Oscar was also too frightened to move. Standing before this colossal creature gave him a soul-shaking sensation. However, just as Xiao Wu was about to become the golden-horned beast's snack, suddenly a golden light flashed. It was the sea god's trident, which suddenly passed about 50 centimeters above the mouth of the golden-horned beast. Whoosh! It precisely caught Xiao Wu. Then, taking advantage of the momentum of the flight, it directly carried Xiao Wu hundreds of meters away. What exquisite control! How powerful! Truly deserving of Tang San. The angle and force of this control were simply flawless. Upon seeing this scene, the GoldenHorned beast did not continue its pursuit. Instead, it turned to look in the direction from which the weapon had flown. Unable to contain itself, it stood upright and clapped its front paws together. Clap, clap, clap. Boom! The two claws of the GoldenHorned beast appear to be clapping, but in reality, they emit a sound like thunder and lightning. It seems as if the entire sea god island is trembling along with it. How terrifying is that? It feels like the end of the world. Tang-san, well done, but you have successfully provoked my anger. Chapter 17. Farewell, Poseidon. Sinking Sea God Island. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Facing the applause of the GoldenHorned beast, Tang-san showed no reaction at all. Instead, he stood on his tiptoes, trying to see if his lover in the distance was in trouble. It seems this guy is not completely heartless after all. Between the power he has gained and Xiao Wu's safety, he still chooses the latter. This is also a very wise choice. Otherwise, this guy would have to go into the belly of the GoldenHorned giant beast to look for that little rabbit. Third brother, I'm fine. You need to be careful. With the support of Poseidon's trident, Xiao Wu barely managed to crawl up from the beach. One of her arms seemed to be completely fractured and couldn't be lifted. Her left foot also seemed to be limping a bit. It looks like she is seriously injured. Her whole body was covered in black mud, but it highlighted her curvy figure. Even Wang Xian, in the form of the GoldenHorned giant beast, couldn't help but be taken aback upon seeing her. Not bad. I didn't expect this little rabbit to be so impressive, but it seems this is not the time to consider that. With Tang-san's appearance, Posei also ran over. However, the look in this woman's eyes was filled with disappointment. It seems Tang-san has given up the opportunity for promotion. Hehe, Posei, I think you should just give me the things. After all, they can't use them, so don't test my patience. Impossible. I cannot give you the Sea God Lord's legacy. Finally, this guardian of Sea God Island spoke the truth. The reason this woman refused to surrender before was to ensure that Tang-san would come to inherit everything. The current situation is that Tang-san is unwilling to see his wife die in front of him once again. Therefore, he chooses to give up. This is absolutely beyond Poseidon's expectations and has turned all of the sea god's efforts into nothing. Could it be that the sea god's years of planning have failed? How infuriating. It's all the fault of this sudden appearance of the GoldenHorned giant beast. Enough. I no longer want this. Today, you all must die, and Poseidon Island will be your grave. At this moment, the last bit of patience of the GoldenHorned giant beast was finally worn out. Since I cannot have it, let the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king be buried here forever. Moreover, the GoldenHorned giant beast has already broken through to the stellar level. It doesn't need to enhance itself with the energy of a million-year level soul beast at all. It simply dislikes the feeling of losing. After saying this, the colossal creature suddenly leaped from the ground. A pair of black wings opened up behind it, charging towards Poseidon like a black whirlwind. Even though this woman is a level 99 demigod Douluo powerhouse, she couldn't see the opponent's movements clearly. She could only barely release her soul power and put up a defense in front of herself. Poseidon has already experienced the combat style of this GoldenHorned giant beast. This guy just likes to crush you head on. He definitely won't do any sneaky moves or ambush you from behind. So at this point, defense is the best choice. However, there's one thing that Posey might not realize. Can she really defend against it? Crack. That was absolutely an unbelievable scene. The 9 soul rings on Posey's body instantly collapsed all at once. This is not a sign of old Tang using the explosive ring skill. Instead, it feels like being directly severed by a powerful external force. Vaguely, someone seems to catch a glimpse of a claw. That is the signature move of the GoldenHorned giant beast, the sky-rending claw, when it was still at the planetary level. This move could only be used as a close-range physical attack. However, after becoming at the stellar level, the situation changed drastically. The speed and power of this claw are incredible, able to distort the surrounding air and create an attack similar to a vacuum wave. This is something that ordinary soul skills cannot achieve. Even the sea god can only barely perform similar moves. It's terrifying and too violent. Posey felt as if her nervous system was suddenly disturbed by something. She felt a jolt in her chest, like a knife twisting in pain. Then she saw the head of the GoldenHorned giant beast appearing in the whirlwind, greedily absorbing the energy from the explosion of the red and black soul rings. How could this happen? Tang-san beside her didn't have time to react, let alone provide rescue. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was even faster than a reaction of ordinary human nerve endings. The legendary strongest titled Douluo in the sea was forcibly rendered powerless just like that. Farewell, Posey. Just moments ago, Everyone thought this golden-horned giant beast was a saint, showing mercy to women. But in an instant, it struck with lethal force. While Posey's body was still falling in midair, this creature swiped a claw at her. If this shot hits, wouldn't this great beauty of the ocean instantly burst? No. Perhaps seeing the beloved woman about to fall, Tang Xuan, who was left with just one last breath, suddenly pounced over. In midair, he embraced Poseidon, the woman he had secretly loved for half a lifetime. In this brief moment, the pair of star-crossed lovers in front of me seemed to quickly reflect on their lives. It was a moment from decades ago. The young Tang Xuan and Qian Daolu from the Spirit Hall set foot on Sea God Island for the first time. These two young, Douluo strongmen both fell in love with the beautiful girl. She had long hair like waves of the sea. Her every smile and frown always tugged at their hearts. Poseidon, I, Tang Xuan, will become a man worthy of you, whether I ascend to godhood or not. This was what Tang Xuan said when he parted ways with Poseidon. Then this old man was darkened and became the king of slaughter. However, this old straight man did not realize how much Poseidon felt hurt watching his back. You idiot, who wants you to become the strongest in the world? I just want you to stay and accompany me. It is said that in the last moment before death, one can quickly review their entire life. Although these two were destined to fall together today, there were no regrets. In the final moment when the giant beast's claw was about to descend, the fated couple finally embraced tightly, the bitter stubble pressing against the fiery red lips. Have you accepted your fate? Then I shall grant you this. Let the Sea God Island accompany you to the grave. Do you think the claw of the golden-horned beast is merely for the sake of these two titled Douluos? No, it aims to destroy the entire Sea God Island. Boom! The shockwave that tore through space rapidly struck the center of Sea God Island after the two titled Douluos were reduced to ashes. Then, the entire body of the golden-horned beast sank down. In less than 10 seconds, the entire island began to tremble violently. Puffed, splash, gurgle, like a fountain, or a leaking bucket. The whole island suddenly started to sink rapidly. At least a dozen huge gaps began to spout water, salty seawater. Not good. Sea God Island is going to sink. Everyone run. The Sea Maiden Douluo was the first to react. This woman has the appearance of a mermaid and is the most sensitive to the change in geological aura. What's going on? Is it over just like that? Our Sea God Island, Tang San's Sea God 9 Trials. Is it really going to be destroyed like this? Chapter 18 Sea God's Trident. Crunchy when eaten. Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Seeing the silence of Sea God Island has become inevitable. Tang San could no longer care about anything else. He hurriedly rushed towards Xiao Wu by the beach. That golden-horned giant beast might have rushed to the bottom of Sea God Island. This is the base that is going to destroy the entire island. It's too scary, too brutal. Where on earth did this guy come from? He gets physical at the slightest disagreement. If things don't go his way, he's quick to take action. He's really hard to deal with. Third brother, I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit. Enduring the pain in his body, this little bunny fell into Tang San's arms again. This time it really isn't showing off love. Instead, I feel completely exhausted. Meanwhile, the other companions of the Shrek 7 monsters also struggled to get up. Fortunately, Oscar had prepared several recovery sausages, which played a crucial role at this moment. Everyone, don't get separated, and try to save as many people as possible. This guy Tang San really has a saintly heart, seeing that the entire Sea God Island had already begun to tilt downward gradually. Does this kid still want to save people? Aren't you all in a dire situation? Xiaobai, wake up. It might be because of the waves. The magic soul great white shark leader, Xiaobai, who was originally knocked away by the golden-horned giant beast, was discovered by Ning Rongrong. Although she was terrified herself, this kind girl still dragged Xiaobai to Oscar's side. A recovery sausage went down. The woman also slowly awakened. But upon seeing the Sea God Island tilted at a 45-degree angle, she couldn't help but cry out, "Why is this happening? Why is our Sea God Island like this? My Sea God, this is definitely a collapse of faith." Xiaobai doesn't know how long she has guarded this island. In fact, her existence may have lasted longer than Poseidon's. But seeing the destruction of the Sea God Island, this woman is truly heartbroken at this moment. But what can be done? Who told Poseidon to anger the golden-horned beast at the last moment of his life? Isn't it just the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king? Tang San has already given up, so why can't it be handed over to others? Besides, the deep-sea demon whale king was originally killed by that golden-horned beast. They just came back to claim their prey. This demand is very reasonable. Arrogance and prejudice. No one is innocent. Boom. Just as panic spread across the island, The figure of the giant beast appeared again on the other side of the island. At that moment, a large amount of seawater was gushing out of the huge hole it had emerged from. This also accelerated the silence of the entire island. I'm going to fight you. As the saying goes, enemies meet and their eyes turn red with hatred. At this moment, Xiaobai was already furious and charged straight at the enemy in front of him. This woman is completely courting death. When Tang San saw this scene, he hesitated for a moment, handed Xiao Wu over to Zhu Zhuqing beside him, and followed after her. After all, this guy could already be considered half the master of Sea God Island. As the heir of the sea god, Tang San actually knew where the deep-sea demon whale King's treasure was. Clinging to the last bit of hope, he had to take action. However, this guy didn't know why the GoldenHorned giant beast had emerged from the sea again. It was simply for the sea god trident in Tang San's hand. This thing is, after all, a divine artifact. It is the power that condenses the essence of the sea god's entire life. If we could consume the sea god's trident, I believe it would absolutely help enhance the energy of the GoldenHorned giant beast. The power of this divine artifact is much greater than that of the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea magic whale king. After thinking for a long time, the GoldenHorned giant beast, which had sunk to the bottom of the sea, still couldn't help itself. So it took the risk and surfaced again. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, even though it knows this weapon is a bit dangerous. High risk also means high reward. From previous observations, as long as it avoids the sharp end and attacks from the other side of the sea god trident, it might not be very dangerous. Therefore, the GoldenHorned giant beast doesn't care at all about the little white creature charging at it. Even if this woman transforms into the crazed form of the magic soul great white shark and bites down on the outer layer of the GoldenHorned giant beast scales, it cannot stop this massive creature from charging towards Tangshan. Zzz. The scales of this GoldenHorned giant beast cannot be bitten through at all, but Xiaobai stubbornly refuses to let go. As a result, he is dragged along the beach by this giant beast. Soon, a faint crimson mark is left on the water surface. Let go of Xiaobai, you despicable creature. I'll fight you too. At this moment, Tang San is also consumed by rage. He directly unleashes the ultimate move taught to him by the sea god. One of my sea god's 13 halberds never return. Goodness. As he shouted this, Tang San gathered all the soul power from his body, along with the mental strength he had accumulated over so many years of training. Even the two outermost red soul rings on his body began to tremble. Previously, even when old Tang used the explosion of the rings, the mental power emitted was not this strong. Buzzing, perhaps sensing the owner's anger and being drawn by the energy of the sea god above. Behind the sea god's trident, a gigantic golden energy body suddenly appeared. It was the phantom of the sea god again. However, it was different from the sea god's light that shone between Tang San and the sea god. This move is somewhat similar to the low-tier version of the transformation of the Heavenly Emperor from Perfect World. Anyway, this strike is definitely earth-shattering and soul-stirring. Even the current GoldenHorned giant beast would be a bit dangerous if it were to face it head-on. Boom! Whoosh! This is the time to see who is faster. When the golden light from the opposite side suddenly flew towards him, the GoldenHorned giant beast also cast a secret technique to achieve incredible speed. However, in order to gain speed, its body had to grow larger, which was somewhat inappropriate at that moment, because after the body enlarged, the target also became larger, making it more difficult to evade. This can be considered a mistake due to inexperience. Anyway, this time Tang San's attack didn't miss entirely. Instead, it grazed the left shoulder of the GoldenHorned giant beast and flew out. Crack! That was a series of black scales, quickly splattered on the ground with dark green, corrosive blood. Is the GoldenHorned giant beast injured? This is still the first time he has been injured since his debut. But soon, the person on the opposite side could no longer be happy, because the wound on this GoldenHorned giant beast seemed to be healing at a visibly rapid pace. This is the essence of the Starry Sky beast. Its defense is solid, and its recovery ability is also incredibly strong. More importantly, as long as it eats something, its wounds can heal rapidly. Although Tang San's move, which is irreversible, is really powerful, the weakness of this move is still quite obvious. That is, the sea god trident must be personally retrieved. At this moment, however, the GoldenHorned beast has taken the lead. It bit down on the handle of the weapon that was shining with golden light. Crunch! It sounded like biting into a nut similar to an almond. Crunchy! Unexpectedly, the seemingly indestructible sea god trident was actually bitten off by this terrifying monster. Chapter 19. The Shrek 7's Collapse, Possession of Oscar. It tastes good. I really didn't expect this thing to melt in my mouth. That is definitely a scene that Tang San would regret. It was his impulsiveness that caused him to throw away the sea god trident in his hand. Knowing that once thrown, he might not be able to retrieve it, he still acted impulsively. So they say, impulsiveness is the devil. If Tang San could have a chance to do it all over again, he truly wishes he could hold on to it at the last moment. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. Watching the GoldenHorned beast enjoying the weapon, Tang San didn't even have the courage to rush over and get back his weapon. He could only watch as this big monster took bite after bite. In fact, it only took 5 bites. That poor sea god trident has become a part of the GoldenHorned beast. Unexpectedly, Tang San's earlier move only exerted less than 10 of the power of this divine weapon. This thing contains a vast amount of divine material, and even the sea god himself might find it difficult to control. If its power is fully unleashed, it could probably shatter the entire sea god island in an instant. Wonderful. The feeling is truly wonderful. And after absorbing the trident of the sea god, the GoldenHorned giant beast's body began to passively flow with the light of the sea god. It was an indescribable sensation, making the GoldenHorned giant beast feel for the first time that it seemed connected to this island. In fact, the connection of this starry sky giant beast should be with the positions through which the light of the sea god flows. After a moment of perception, it even discovered a fixed, powerful soul power output point. It was the soul ring and soul bone of the deep sea demon whale king. They were actually wrapped in the light of the sea god by that woman Poseidon and hidden in a small secret chamber at the bottom of Sea God Island. Only by mastering the power of the sea god could one sense the true location of this secret chamber. No wonder. Previously, the GoldenHorned giant beast had almost explored the entire upper and lower parts of Sea God Island, yet had failed to find this place. Moreover, this secret chamber seems to have another very important function, to gather the light of the sea god from the entire Sea God Island. It feels like a treasure trove. Once it is broken, all the light of the sea god here will scatter. As the entire Sea God Island collapses, the location of this secret chamber gradually becomes exposed. So you are here. After sensing this pure soul power, the GoldenHorned giant beast did not waste any more words with them. It shot a glare at the Shrek's 7 monsters not far away from it with the corner of its eye. Then it slammed its tail down with great force. Whoosh! A wave of air rushed towards the few people. At the same time, a large amount of seawater surged up from below, forming terrifying water whirlpools that swept towards them. Taking advantage of the chaos, the GoldenHorned giant beast quickly dived down, charging towards its target location. As it swam forward, it opened its massive mouth wide. The secret chamber was clearly made of some unknown metal, something similar to mithril. Perhaps because it was shrouded in the light of the sea god, it was able to evade the previous swallowing by the GoldenHorned giant beast. However, it couldn't hide here any longer. It would obediently be swallowed by the GoldenHorned giant beast. As for the Shrek 7 monsters outside, it would depend on their luck. Not good. Everyone quickly dodge and regroup outside. Seeing that defeat was inevitable, Dai Mubai decisively called for a retreat. And no matter how unwilling Tang San was, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Encountering such a terrifying opponent, being able to stay alive was already a good outcome. Ah Xiaoao, save me. Despite everyone's best efforts, an accident still occurred after they scattered. It was Ning Rongrong, the weakest among the Shrek 7 monsters. This support-type soul master, due to a lack of exercise, simply couldn't cope with such an environment. He was quickly sucked into a massive water tornado. Beneath this water tornado was a huge whirlpool, and if a person was drawn in, it would be disastrous. Rongrong, don't be afraid, grab my hand. Of course, Oscar wouldn't let such a thing happen. Relying on his temporary ability to use the Phoenix mirror image, he attempted to grab his beloved's hand in midair. He succeeded, but Oscar didn't notice that his Phoenix wings were already soaked. Although he had the flying mushroom sausage, it was difficult to switch in such a hurry. Humans are truly fragile in the face of nature. However, Oscar was still a man. Knowing full well that he might be sucked in, he still used all his strength to lift Ning Rongrong above the water. Then he tried hard to push her onto a rock. Glug glug. But at that moment, Oscar was being pulled in by the powerful whirlpool. He swallowed several mouthfuls of water and couldn't come up. He could only watch as he and Ning Rongrong got further and further apart. No, Xiaowao. Seeing this scene, Ning Rongrong let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her throat was almost hoarse. But Oscar replied with a pale face, Rongrong, wait for me to come back. I will. At that moment, Oscar really wanted to reach out and grab his beloved's arm. But for some reason, it felt as if there was a strong force pulling him beneath the water. A force that he couldn't resist at all. As soon as his entire body submerged in the water, he saw a huge shadow there. It was the underwater state of the GoldenHorned giant beast. The guy's two huge eyes were staring at Oscar with malicious intent. Your identity is pretty good, and I just happen to need a human avatar, so you'll do. Originally, Oscar might have really had a chance to escape. After all, this kid had already reached the Contra level. He couldn't easily die. But who could have thought that he was targeted by the GoldenHorned giant beast from the very beginning? In the secret method of the starry sky beast, he could inject his soul into the body of an avatar. This way, one can continue to live using the identity of the other party. In the world of swallowing the starry sky, Luo Feng used this method to seize the GoldenHorned beast. The same secret method of seizing has also been passed down within the GoldenHorned beast heritage. After resolving issues on Sea God Island, it's time to strategize for conquering Douluo Continent. If I remember correctly, the coalition of the Xingluo Empire and the Tiando Empire has just finished a major battle with the Wuhuan Empire. The location was at Jialing Pass, which is now strewn with a large number of cold weapons and armor, as well as various siege and defense weapons. These are all rare metal products, including some masterpieces by great masters. To an ordinary person, these things might seem like a pile of wasted scrap metal. However, in the eyes of the GoldenHorned giant beast, they are delicious delicacies that can provide energy. But continuing to appear in the human world in the form of this giant beast seems somewhat out of place. Here comes Mr. Oscar voluntarily. Chapter 20 Writing by Xiao to advance to Jialing Pass. What? How can there be such a straight man in Douluo Continent? He hasn't even successfully gotten close to Ning Rongrong after all this time. After taking over, this GoldenHorned beast naturally saw Oscar's past life. Originally, he thought this guy was really lucky to have such a beauty as Ning Rongrong. But through reading this guy's memories, he found out that this kid hadn't made any real progress. Besides holding hands and hugging, nothing else substantial had happened. My goodness, how can you hold back? Don't think that the GoldenHorned beast is really cold-blooded and heartless. There's a soul of a traveler hidden inside him. While reading Oscar's memories, he had already greeted this kid's family countless times. So pathetic. If it were me, I would have had kids by now. Ning Rongrong has the figure and the looks. Her personality is so gentle, and her family background is so good. You've been with her for so long, and not even a single step further has been taken. You deserve to be taken over by me. Of course, the GoldenHorned beast's mind is still very clear at this moment. He wouldn't be using Oscar's identity for a long time. His main task is still to cultivate his own body, making the GoldenHorned beast body stronger and stronger. Based on the information he had previously gathered, even if he broke through the entire Douluo Continent in the Divine Realm, he could at most reach the Stellar Third Stage. With that level to devour the worlds of the starry sky, he might not even be able to defeat Luo Feng. After all, that kid has Babata helping him. Moreover, I grew up in Douluo Continent, and Luo Feng wouldn't just stand still there. By the time I get there, Luo Feng might have naturally grown to the stellar level or even the cosmic level. No way. I must grow quickly. Metal. I need to devour a large amount of metal, and I need to find a way to integrate this Douluo star into my little universe. Only by being strong enough can I have confidence against my nemesis. The GoldenHorned beast that went to Blue Star back then was foolish, and didn't he know how powerful Luo Feng was? He had the support of the meteorite people behind him. Moreover, later on, there would be the help of the mountain guest. But looking back, the GoldenHorned beast was essentially empty-handed. Unless you cultivate to a certain level and are recognized by the strong ones of the GoldenHorned beast world, otherwise, you have no backing at all. If I recklessly went to Blue Star like this, being taken over would be highly probable. This absolutely cannot happen. Even if I can walk sideways in Douluo Continent, I must find ways to accelerate my cultivation speed. But it's not all bad. Since the entire Douluo Continent is in a time of war, metal smelting here is very developed. For example, in the recently concluded battle at Jialing Pass, the three major empires invested around 2 million troops. It is said that weapons and broken armor are scattered everywhere. There are countless siege weapons and all sorts of metal products. The total tonnage is incalculable. Oscar wasn't even at the forefront. It said that there are even more weapons left inside that pass. What a good thing. If all these things could be devoured by the GoldenHorned beast, it might directly help him advance to the second level of the stellar rank. Moreover, fighting back and forth is so boring. If I help you take off your weapons, wouldn't the world be at peace? So from this perspective, perhaps the entire Douluo Continent should thank the GoldenHorned beast. As for Ning Rongrong, let us wait until we finish enjoying the delicacies before going on a date. And if handled properly, perhaps by using Oscar's identity, I could also snatch Xiao Wu over. Actually, Zhu Zhuqing isn't bad either. And that big-breasted sister, Lu Erlong, I have to admit, at this moment, the GoldenHorned beast is feeling a bit high. But soon, the commotion on the sea attracted his attention. It seemed to be a white shadow rising and falling, looking unlike a human. Instead, it was the sole master great white shark. However, this great white shark felt a bit different from others. It had a noble aura about it. It couldn't transform yet, but it gave a very approachable feeling. What is this? By Xiao? Perhaps there was a fleeting encounter before. This by Xiao came over with Tang San and the others. Moreover, if the GoldenHorned giant beast remembers correctly, Bai Xiao should be one of the female leads in the later Douluo series. She is the princess of the Magic Soul Great White Shark clan. When she transforms into a beautiful woman, even the main characters at that time were amazed by her beauty. Bai Xiao, come here. After confirming, the GoldenHorned giant beast directly issued a command. It was a kind of suppression and summoning from the bloodline, originating from the soul ring and soul bone of the deep sea demon king. Although the GoldenHorned giant beast is an alien species, it devoured the legacy of the deep sea demon whale king, and with a small amount of sea goddess power, it has become the closest existence to the sea god in this sea area. The Magic Soul Great White Shark clan, after all, is a servant of the sea god. Therefore, despite feeling extremely fearful and instinctively resisting, Bai Xiao still couldn't help but slowly swim over here. But this little princess is stubborn. While swimming over reluctantly, she was still mumbling, "You bad guy, you took my mom and our family's uncles and aunts." This little girl sees the GoldenHorned beast as an enemy. However, the GoldenHorned beast is not worried at all about the threat from this little fish. "Stop dawdling, come over quickly, or I'll send you to meet your ancestors directly." This is a threat of death, and it is also a form of intimidation against a minor girl, not yet 10,000 years old. Bai Xiao grew up being protected by her family. When has she ever faced such intimidation, coupled with the terrifying power emanating from the other party and an unresistible command in their tone? Bai Xiao had no choice but to slowly float to the feet of this GoldenHorned giant beast. Her whole body trembled incessantly. "Little girl, from now on, you will be my servant. If you perform well, I will reward you and help you transform." After saying this, the GoldenHorned giant beast quickly shrank in size. Whoosh! It became a fusion of black and purple energy. During this transformation, the GoldenHorned giant beast concealed its main body and switched to the avatar Oscar. Then, regardless of Bai Xiao's willingness, this humanoid giant beast directly mounted her. "Ha ha ha! Your mother served as a mount for the sea god, and today you will serve me well." Oscar laughed maniacally. His ferocious expression and twisted features completely overturned the image of that Uncle Sausage from back then. Although she felt a wave of humiliation, what she felt more was fear. Under the pressure of the other party's aura, Bai Xiao had to lower her head and slowly wave her fish fins, swimming slowly towards the direction of the port of Douluo Continent. Chapter 21. Plundering the Jialing Pass battlefield, the GoldenHorned giant beast appears. It was a foggy morning. The entire battlefield of Jialing Pass was eerily silent. Due to the previous fierce battle, countless souls were left unburied here. The battlefield was filled with crows and vultures. There was simply no time to clear away the bodies of ordinary soldiers. After all, both sides were still in a tense standoff. Only those above the captain level would be prioritized for burial. Perhaps due to some special understanding, both the Tiando Empire and the Wuhuan Empire had special teams come to collect the bodies. Even if they encountered each other, they would just take a few steps back and then go their separate ways. In fact, this so-called conflict was entirely unnecessary. It was merely the hatred between a few powerful figures, such as the personal grudge between the Empress Bibi Dong of the Wuhuan Empire and Tang San. Women are the most vengeful beings. Everyone understood this deep down. Moreover, once a woman's ambition is expanded, it becomes one of the most terrifying things in the world. There are even rumors that Bibi Dong caused so many incidents to win back Yu Xiaojiang's heart. "Captain, it seems a bit quiet on the opposite side today. Those guys from the Tiando Empire's Shrek Academy haven't shown up for several days." There were a dozen soul saints who, taking advantage of the thick fog, were trying to find the body of a cavalry captain today. However, the battle had ended nearly a week ago. In such an environment, it was likely already rotten. It might even be a problem to recognize it. So, after some deliberation, these guys from the Wuhuan Empire came up with a good idea. They could complete the task and still get paid. That was to find a decayed corpse. As long as the size was about right, it would be fine. They could piece together some armor, and it would be hard for his father to see clearly. These crow mouths, be a bit gentler. I don't want to run into those guys from Shrek Academy. In the previous battle, the names of those from Shrek Academy were indeed thunderous, especially Tang San. who almost killed the empress of the Wuhuan Empire. They thought that was the peak. Unexpectedly, later on, Tang San's father, Tang Hao, was even more formidable. With a single hammer, he defeated the second worshipper of the Wuhuan Empire, the 98th level golden crocodile, Duo, into submission. Now, the names of the Shrek 7 monsters had practically become a nightmare for the Wuhuan Empire. Yes, I'm still short a belt. Can anyone give me a reference? These guys are really feeling guilty about their theft. Fortunately, the scene is quite chaotic, so they can just grab a few pieces of equipment casually. But just as they were about to head back, something incredible happened. Suddenly, the various weapons and equipment scattered on the ground started to float up. This is not just one or two pieces of equipment, but everything. In their line of sight, all weapons and equipment, as well as various tools, even shovels, were floating up. Who is releasing such powerful soul skills? What is even more incredible to them is that the swords on the several guards' bodies flew out of their hands uncontrollably. Captain, what is going on? Have we been attacked? I don't know. Quickly take off your gear, cover your head with your hands, and squat down. I hope it's not the Shrek 7 devils. Recently, these guys from the Spirit Empire have become smarter. They know they're no match. So when encountering conflicts in the wild, the best way to survive is to cover their heads and surrender their weapons. Yes, we will do it immediately. The soldiers of the Spirit Empire are quite obedient. Without seeing the enemy, they directly threw all their equipment and weapons aside. Then they watched as so many metal objects flew towards a certain direction in the sky. Boom! Above the thick fog, there seemed to be a black-purple vortex, like the mouth of some super giant monster. But what kind of powerful soul beast exists on this Douluo Continent? The diameter of that mouth alone exceeded 50 meters, resembling a black hole hanging in the air. Moreover, there were two sharp red lights near the black hole, like the monster's eyes. What are you looking at? Want to die? Don't put us in danger. Seeing this reckless soldier, the captain of the Spirit Empire's search team kicked him away. Yes, I was wrong. Please spare me, my lord. The entire process lasted about a minute and a half. With the obedient behavior of these soldiers, the danger quickly passed. When they lifted their heads again, all the metal on their bodies was gone, but it seemed there were no special injuries. However, the corpses around them were quite strange. All the armor and various equipment on them had vanished, leaving behind nothing but non-metal items. Had they been swallowed by that huge monster in the thick fog? What exactly was it? No one had seen clearly what this thing looked like, and no one dared to look up to examine it closely. The same incident, the same eyewitness accounts, were reported from both the Spirit Empire and the Tiando Empire camps. Soon, this drew the attention of high-ranking generals from both sides. It seemed that an incredible and super powerful soul beast had appeared in the center of the battlefield, absorbing the equipment of both sides. What is this? It feels somewhat incredible. Soon, even more unbelievable things happened. It was around evening when the sound of gongs and drums suddenly echoed from the outer city wall of Jialing Pass. What? Has the Heavenly Empire launched a second wave of attacks? Boom! Prepare the catapults. Aim at the 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock positions. Something is about to come out. It turned out that the guards on the wall noticed something was amiss. In the thick fog, it seemed like something was flying. In the faint light, it looked like this creature was eating something. One large siege weapon after another flew into the air. Moreover, that monster was getting closer and closer. It seemed to be approaching soon. From a visual perspective, this creature's size exceeded 800 meters. It was larger than any known soul beast. In such a special time, how could the people of the Wuhuan Empire not be nervous? Quickly inform His Majesty Dong. No, His Majesty and the Second Elder are in confidential discussions. No one could disturb them. It seems we can only rely on ourselves. Call the archers and prepare the crossbows. It's coming out. That thing is coming out. In fact, what terrified the soldiers of the Wuhuan Empire was none other than the GoldenHorned giant beast that was sweeping the battlefield. When it first landed on this battlefield, its size was about 500 meters. After devouring a large amount of metal products, its length had approached 900 meters. If it used secret methods, it could transform into a behemoth over 3,000 meters long. Coupled with the rendering of the thick fog and the gliding of the GoldenHorned giant beast in the air, the scene would truly be terrifying. Chapter 22. The ferocity of the GoldenHorned giant beast. Dong's face turns pale. Indeed, it seems that once my length surpasses 1,000 meters, I will become a second-tier stellar being. Ever since Sea God Island devoured the Sea God Trident, the GoldenHorned behemoth has been moving smoothly, devouring a large amount of metal. First, it consumed all the reserves of Poseidon Island. Now, it has turned to the entire battlefield of Jialing Pass. The armor and weapons of the hundreds of thousands of fallen soldiers, along with various metal products, have significantly boosted its strength. It's not that this creature is targeting the Spirit Empire. Rather, it's because these guys are on the defensive, so they possess a greater quantity of metal products. Even the walls are wrapped with a kind of metallic iron sheet. These cold metals made the GoldenHorned beast feel a pang of desire. As the metal products on the battlefield became fewer and fewer, the greedy giant beast naturally set its sights on the walls of Jialing Pass. However, it did not realize the immense pressure its massive body was causing the other side. The GoldenHorned giant beast had initially only been moving at the edge, not intending to engage with the humans too soon. After all, it was well aware of the current situation. Both sides were on high alert, and a small action could plunge the continent back into war. It wasn't that it feared trouble, but that the back-and-forth fighting would hinder its foraging. Who would want to eat in peace? However, the warriors of the Spirit Empire on the opposite side had long since become neurotic. Once they identified the creature in the clouds as something sent by the enemy, they completely lost their reason. Before Bibi Dong or Hulaina could arrive, the commander on the city wall ordered to fire without authorization. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows and crossbow bolts flew through the air, raining down on the faintly visible giant shadow. Soon, the sound of metal clashing echoed from within the clouds. In fact, these so-called cold weapons could not inflict any damage on the GoldenHorned giant beast. However, they disturbed its meal, which was a provocation. Spirit Empire, you seek death. It let out a deafening roar, like a thunderclap. Even Bibi Dong, at the very center of the city, heard it. What was that? It should be noted that just a moment ago, the Spirit Empire's second offering, Golden Crocodile, Douluo, had declared he would dismiss Bibi Dong because her previous performance had disappointed everyone. The Empress of the Spirit Empire? Don't delude yourselves. The true power of this empire is always held by these offerings, especially the angel Douluo hiding at the back. It was that man who helped Bibi Dong ascend to the position of Pope back in the day. If he could elevate you, he could also kick you down. Moreover, the Spirit Empire had already found a new direction, which was to elevate Qian Rengshu, to allow this long-hidden angel princess to stand at the pinnacle of the world once again. They were already at the point of raising hands to vote. But unexpectedly, the sudden appearance of the GoldenHorned giant beast shattered all tranquility. By the time Bibi Dong and the others arrived, they saw a colossal creature perched on the wall, carrying several of their super-heavy artillery in its mouth. This giant monster is 900 meters long, and with just a casual jump, it can easily clear the city walls. However, what surprises everyone is that this fierce-looking monster seems to have no interest in the soldiers. It is just continuously devouring all sorts of metals, even the equipment worn by them. Just a casual inhale from this horned giant can even take away your personal bronze mirror. How terrifying! Where did this monster come from? How dare you act recklessly in front of me? The demon slayer Douluo? Soon, the demon slayer Douluo and the Thousand Gene Douluo arrived. These two brothers have identical martial souls, both being hundreds of meters long dragon spiral sticks. When combined, they can unleash an incredible earth-shattering power, leaving no grass growing in their wake. However, when these two brothers released their martial souls, the GoldenHorned giant beast, which had been tracking the small soldier on the city wall, suddenly turned around. Its eyes lit up as if it had seen a feast of rare delicacies. Ah, finally it's a main course. Who would have thought? The GoldenHorned giant beast actually spoke human language, and in front of a large crowd no less. However, the two brothers wielding the dragon staff clearly did not understand what the beast meant. They thought the gigantic monster was challenging their authority. You ignorant soul beast. No matter what level you are, you won't leave here alive today. Next, the two brothers adjusted their dragon staffs to the maximum. A series of powerful auras were released from their martial souls. That kind of momentum could only be matched by the peak Tang San at that time, right? Is this preparing to use that brother combination skill? But before these two guys could get ready, the GoldenHorned beast slapped over. No, it wasn't just a slap coming over. This guy has taken a pose to snatch the weapon empty-handed. Before the two brothers could react, it was as if they were ducks caught by the neck, instantly choking and their facial expressions turning extremely painful. What's going on? Seeing his two subordinates suffer a heavy blow, Bibi Dong was immediately at a loss. He had not recovered from his injuries from the battle with Tang San, and the combined power of these two brothers had already surpassed Bibi Dong. If even these two brothers were not opponents, wouldn't Bibi Dong be just sending himself to his death? Damn it! The arriving golden crocodile Douluo and others also wanted to help, but they were quickly shocked. They saw the two dragon-patterned rods being uprooted like two candied hawthorns by the golden-horned giant beast, completely out of their master's control. This strike seemed to drain all the power from the two titled Douluo experts. What happened to Tang Xuan at that time occurred, once again, to these two offerings of the Spirit Empire. The golden-horned giant beast appeared completely unfazed, casually enjoying itself as it began to chew on the two massive dragon-headed sticks in front of everyone. Munch, munch, crunch, crunch. While eating, it maliciously kept glancing at Bibi Dong out of the corner of its eye. This gaze is very familiar to Bibi Dong. Back when she was the saintess of the Spirit Hall, her teacher Qiang Sunji had his eyes fixed on her like this. But why does the gaze of the golden-horned beast reveal the expression of that disgusting man? As if it were instinctive. Bibi Dong suddenly covered her chest with her hands, her face pale as she took several steps back. Her long legs couldn't help but tremble. And the next words from the golden-horned beast completely stunned the empress of the Spirit Empire. Bibi Dong, dare you lift your little short skirt a bit? What? What does the golden-horned behemoth mean? Is it speaking to Bibi Dong? Chapter 23. Is Bibi Dong using a beauty trick on the golden-horned behemoth? What did you say? Bibi Dong was caught off guard by the sudden remark from the golden-horned behemoth. How could this seemingly ferocious monster show such interest in Bibi Dong? Can such feelings arise between humans and monsters? Can aesthetic concepts between two different species transcend? Under what circumstances? I said your appearance has become ugly. I still prefer you from the Soul Master competition across the continent. Looking at Bibi Dong, who is exuding a strange aura, the golden-horned giant beast seems to be reminiscing. This woman's current appearance should be related to inheriting the powers of the Rakshasa god, right? That god who could transform into an ugly spider. The long legs that once excited countless anime enthusiasts have now turned into 8 spider legs. And those distinct curves have also been covered by the grotesque lines of spider. Indeed, Bibi Dong in this form is much stronger than before. However, in terms of male aesthetic standards, it falls short by a lot, which is uninteresting. The little fox next to her, Hulaina, is much more pleasing to the eye. As a transmigrator, Wang Xian is just expressing his preferences. However, the words of this terrifying golden-horned beast brought a strange feeling to Bibi Dong. This big monster. Is it after me? It's all because of this damned charm. My lord, have we met before? What level of soul beast are you? I could tell that the other party seems to know a lot about my past. Bibi Dong's tone suddenly became gentle. This sudden change in style surprised Hulaina, who was beside her. She thought her teacher had a fever. But how could this little girl imagine what Bibi Dong was planning at that moment? In fact, if it weren't for the golden-horned giant beast attack, Bibi Dong might have already been dethroned. The Spirit Empire would fully support Qian Ringsha next, and this failed empress could step down. Did you think the offerings brought by the golden crocodile Douluo were there to help Bibi Dong? Wrong, very wrong. They were there to clear obstacles for that angel princess. At this moment, Bibi Dong had lost the ability to continue fighting and could only lower her head in resignation. But who would have thought that this seemingly invincible monster would actually show great affection for Bibi Dong, regardless of whether its gaze was evil or purposeful? The golden-horned giant beast gave Bibi Dong the feeling of a lifesaver. If she could tame this giant beast, Bibi Dong would definitely be able to keep her throne and even overshadow that angel Douluo. I guess we can consider ourselves acquainted. I've admired you for a long time, but the current you disappoints me greatly. After completely devouring the 2 spiral dragon staffs, the demon suppression Douluo and the 1,000 Jun Douluo beside them blacked out and fainted on the spot. The golden crocodile Douluo and the 2 companions quickly rushed over to help them up and tried their best to take these 2 away from the battlefield. However, what these offerings did not expect was that this crazy woman, Bibi Dong, was actually getting closer and even wanted to reach out her delicate hand to stroke the golden-horned giant beast's horn, continuously babbling as if communicating with the monster. This woman is crazy. She actually wants to use beauty tricks to seduce the golden-horned beast. Isn't she afraid of being swallowed in one bite? After absorbing these 2 dragon staffs, it seems that a series of neutralization reactions occurred within the golden-horned beast's body. Crackling. Its bones made sound like frying beans. Under everyone's watchful eyes, its body actually expanded to about 950 meters. It was just 1 step away from breaking through the 2nd stage of the star. The monstrous aura of this giant beast made Bibi Dong tremble even more. Yet this woman, as if possessed, continued to tremble and approach it. Teacher. The nearby Hulaina wanted to pull Bibi Dong back, but for some reason, as soon as this little girl saw the gigantic body of the golden-horned beast, she was too frightened to move forward. This is a type of aura belonging to the cosmic beast. Bibi Dong, what do you want to say? The Soul Empire Empress. who is bravely getting closer to herself, has also piqued the interest of the GoldenHorned beast. Quite bold. This is interesting. Just thinking about how I now have a human avatar, the soul within that monster's body is starting to stir. I hope you can lend me a hand, and I can make you the guardian beast of the Soul Empire. BB Dawn has placed a big hat on it. A guardian beast? But do you think the GoldenHorned beast would be interested? If you can bring me a lot of metal and conveniently become my woman, I might consider it. Indeed, this GoldenHorned beast has ulterior motives. Is he after a woman? If you think that way, it's too naive. What he wants is the entire Soul Empire. Even a whole Douluo Continent. What is Bibidon's current identity? Whether she is the true empress or a puppet of someone. She represents the most powerful empire on the entire Douluo Continent at this moment. If the GoldenHorned beast joins in, then how far is it from the whole Douluo Continent being ruled by the Soul Empire? But if this empress becomes the woman of the GoldenHorned beast, then who would be the actual ruler of this continent? This is ambition. Only those with absolute power are worthy of such ambition. My lord, your proposal excites me. But can I have some time to consider it? I have to admit, BB Dong really wants to keep her position, especially in the current situation. However, doing so seems very much like making a deal with the devil. It could end up losing both the lady and the soldiers. BB Dong is a smart woman who knows how to weigh her options. You can consider, but I can also choose the little fox on the other side. Or that little angel flying over here. The GoldenHorned giant beast waved its wings and nodded in a direction. There seemed to be a golden light quickly approaching from there. What is this? The brilliance emitted by the angel martial soul when flying? Is Xuan coming soon? Compared to BB Dong, who looks like a spider right now, Xuan has a significant advantage in both age and appearance. So the question arises, is this GoldenHorned giant really just a lecherous person? If BB Dong agrees to everything now, can she really exchange it for the entire continent? It seems like a risky gamble. However, the next sentence from the GoldenHorned beast made BB Dong impulsively want to nod. You can have someone check. Sea God Island has already been destroyed by me. And Tang San's Sea God Trident is here. After saying this, the GoldenHorned beast patted its belly. Had the Sea God Trident been swallowed by it? Upon hearing this news, BB Dong felt like her head was about to explode. Is this guy a divine beast? So awesome? Chapter 24. Angel Princess Xuan versus GoldenHorned Giant Beast. Alright, if what you said is true, I, BB Dong, am willing to represent the Spirit Empire to agree. The GoldenHorned behemoth brought a tremendous shock to BB Dong. Although she didn't know what the future would hold, this empress was already a bit impatient. Once this village is passed, there won't be this shop. Moreover, after tonight, BB Dong's position might be revoked. Since that's the case, why not go all out? Additionally, BB Dong had a feeling that she should be able to handle this GoldenHorned behemoth. While talking to it, countless thoughts had already run through BB Dong's mind. This woman is constantly speculating about the true race of the other party. Looking at this form, it resembles a subspecies of some ancient dragon. Isn't the beast god, according to legend, a giant dragon that has lived for hundreds of thousands of years? Although few have seen that giant dragon, the secret archives of the Spirit Empire clearly record those super soul beasts that are over 10,000 years old. The one before her likely possesses strength surpassing that of the beast god. If an alliance could really be formed with it, what would it matter if she became the bride of the Dragon King? Isn't that how dragon races are? Dragons give birth to 9 offspring, each different. It is said that dragons have a great fondness for all kinds of beauties, especially humans. In some legendary tales, certain dragons even abduct human princesses. Clearly, at this moment, BB Dong sees the GoldenHorned beast in this light. But who could have imagined that the angel princess would directly arrive on the battlefield? According to the time estimate, this young girl should have just finished the 8th trial of the angel god. Is it due to the urgent situation? In fact, the GoldenHorned beast might not have realized yet. Due to its sudden appearance, the entire timeline of the Douluo Continent has undergone a slight adjustment. Some things have become different. For example, tonight's attack directly rendered the 2 tidal Douluo powerhouses of the Spirit Empire incapacitated and paralyzed all 3 outermost defensive lines on the walls of the Spirit Empire. All the metal products here have been consumed by him. If the Heaven-Do Empire launches an attack at this time, it would be completely unstoppable. Of course, that is impossible, because the Shrek 7 monsters have already suffered heavy losses. Tang San has lost the Sea God's Trident. In the end, only 6 people have regrouped, and Oscar is missing. So, is there anything incredible about this angel princess coming out early? I oppose it. The Wuhuan Empire is not something that one woman can decide. Xuan is indeed beautiful, especially under the golden angel wings. That snow-white skin, That curvy figure and that cold face. My goodness, she is even more beautiful than depicted in the anime. After seeing this scene, the GoldenHorned giant beast quickly shifted its gaze away from Bibi Dong. The situation made the queen feel very awkward. Qianren was young and didn't understand the thoughts of these old men. However, Bibi Dong could clearly sense the uncertainty of the GoldenHorned giant in front of her. If she didn't give this guy some substantial benefits, there was no way to keep him tied down. Xiaoxue, what are you talking about? Seeing the angelic princess descending from the sky, Bibi Dong seemed to want to stop her. But unexpectedly, this daughter showed no respect for her mother at all. She directly emitted a golden light, which completely sealed off Bibi Dong's movements. So powerful. Although this little girl has not become a goddess, she is only one step away from achieving that. Qianren current combat power can definitely rival that of Tang Chun from before. She barely reaches the 5th level of planetary combat power. However, if she undergoes one final transformation, her combat power might soar. Angel Princess, you are much more beautiful than your mother. Your family's bloodline is truly remarkable. As a traveler, the GoldenHorned beast certainly knows the relationship between these two mother and daughter. However, the angel princess across from him seemed to turn hostile upon hearing this. I don't care what you are, but please don't speak carelessly. She is just my sister. What kind of meme is this? However, when these two women stand together, they indeed don't look like mother and daughter, but more like sisters. But saying this in front of Bibi Dong seems a bit hurtful, right? Angel Princess, are you here to stop me? Of course, I will stop all enemies that attempt to harm the Spirit Empire. Hee. I hope your angel sword is a bit more palatable than Tang San's Sea God Trident. Speaking of which, what attracts the GoldenHorned giant beast to Qianren is not her stunning face, but her golden angel armor, and that angel holy sword in the girl's hand. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, it is a cold divine artifact, but in front of the GoldenHorned giant beast, it seems like a delicious dish, similar to deep-sea abalone, irresistibly drawing him in. He wants to devour it, wants to absorb it. What did you say? You defeated Tang San? Hearing news about that old rival made Qianren pause for a moment. Tang San is indeed a heart demon for this angel princess. In the 9th test of the angel, this angel princess will have to face all of this, right? However, there's a question now. Does Tang San still have the qualification to duel face-to-face with this angel princess? His strongest sea god trident has already been swallowed by this GoldenHorned giant beast, hasn't it? I didn't defeat Tang San. I merely crippled him. You will understand when you meet him later, as this angel princess gets closer. The attraction of the angel's sword in her hand to the GoldenHorned giant beast grows stronger. The angel god is also a first-level deity in the divine realm, and this angel sword has always had a legacy. After several generations of use, it has been tainted with different auras. For the GoldenHorned giant beast, it's like a plate of delicious seafood, already dipped in wasabi for you. It's just waiting to be delivered straight to your mouth. Can you refuse such a delicious offering? You, this monster, make me feel very uncomfortable. I will represent the angels to judge you, perhaps influenced by the dark side of her heart. The angel princess is a bit too eager for quick results, but it doesn't matter. After all, the two of them will have to fight sooner or later. The GoldenHorned beast doesn't believe that the other side will obediently hand over their weapons. What are we still talking about? Come on, let me see your angel. After saying this, the GoldenHorned beast spread his black wings and slowly flew into the air. In fact, at this moment, the GoldenHorned beast felt a bit conflicted. He wanted to taste the essence of the angels, but was afraid of hurting the beautiful girl in front of him. However, this angel princess seemed to have no such concerns. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. He watched as one holy soul ring after another erupted from this woman's body, accompanied by a stream of golden light descending from the sky. A golden angelic phantom appeared behind Qianren. Accept your judgment, ugly monster. In response, the GoldenHorned beast replied, I may be ugly, but I am gentle. Chapter 25. Oh no. Qianren is crying because of me. You. Hearing the GoldenHorned beast's perfect response, Qianren's expression became quite strange. It could even be said that this sentence hit the funny bone of this ice beauty. But now, clearly, it was a life-and-death moment, which made it quite awkward. However, this angel princess still managed to suppress her urge to laugh. She raised the angelic holy sword high in her hand, and, with a huge light shadow behind her, slashed down fiercely. 8th soul skill, angelic holy sword. All right, it seems that this beautiful angel princess is holding back. Or perhaps this little girl is very confident in her own power. But the GoldenHorned beast on the opposite side was more straightforward. Facing the sword of light descending from the sky. This guy actually showed no resistance at all. He made an astonishing move. I saw this huge monster happily open its mouth wide. It used its giant mouth full of teeth to receive the opponent's 8th soul skill. The foul smell that sprayed out from its mouth immediately made the high and mighty angel beauty furrow her brows. This filthy monster. Watch as I purify you with the light of the angels. In fact, if this angel princess were to change her perspective, she would see things differently. Why not say that this golden-horned giant beast is happily waiting for your offering? Crack. Sizzle. This is the biting force of a star-level cosmic beast. Not to mention that Qianren Shui hasn't become a deity yet. Even if this angel princess truly breaks through to level 100, she still wouldn't be able to withstand the biting force of this cosmic beast. What's going on? The imagined horrific scene did not occur. The beautiful angel princess suddenly realized she was wrong. She greatly underestimated the strength of the monster in front of her. After being caught in the beast's jaws, a golden giant sword constructed from angelic power remained completely motionless. Faintly, there was a sound of grinding teeth that made one feel uneasy. Clank, crack. The sound is strange, but also makes people nervous. If there were a blacksmith present, they would immediately make a judgment upon hearing this sound. It's the sound of metal cracking. Due to the power of the archangel, this angel princess just created a real holy sword. The golden-horned giant beast is quite fond of it. What will happen next? It's simple. First, cracks will appear where the bite occurs, and then it is highly likely to be bitten off. In fact, the golden-horned giant beast has already shown a lot of grace. After all, back when he was watching shows, he was also a fan of this angel princess. But when it comes to the taste of this angel sword, the golden-horned giant beast simply can't resist. If he had to choose between beauty and deliciousness, he could only painfully choose the latter. The sound of leaping snow is what the golden-horned giant beast squeezed out from between his teeth. It doesn't sound very standard, but I think what he wants to express is gratitude. It's probably meant to say, thank you for the hospitality. So far, this holy sword is the most delicious metal that the golden-horned giant beast has tasted throughout the entire Douluo Continent, far more delicious than the previous sea god trident. It's like you're used to eating whole grains, and suddenly a delicious cheesecake is placed in front of you. Do you think the texture can be the same? By the time Qian Rengshu realized what was happening, it was already too late. A noticeable crack appeared on the huge, angelic holy sword. Then, they saw the massive black beast in front of them shake its head. Crack! In front of everyone. The angel princess's enormous angelic holy sword was broken. About a third of the blade was held in the mouth of this golden-horned giant beast. Then, right in front of everyone, it began to chew with great enjoyment, showing no signs of considering itself an outsider. What? At this moment, not only was the angel princess surprised, even the level 98 golden crocodile doll beside her could hardly believe his eyes. How could this happen? This is the legendary angel sword. It is one of the top weapons in the Douluo Continent. How did it end up in the mouth of this golden-horned giant beast? It feels like a piece of sandwich cookie, and this cookie is clearly not enough. That segment is about 200 meters long, in the mouth of the golden-horned giant beast. It would be gone in just a few bites. After finishing it, this guy's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the broken sword in Qian Renshua's hand, even beckoning the little girl with his hand. I wonder what your armor tastes like. How about letting me have a small taste? The star-level golden-horned giant beast already possesses quite strong mental power. It was seen that the giant beast's right claw made a beckoning motion, which caused the angel princess to scream sharply. Oh, what are you doing? It turned out that the golden armor on Qian Renshue had loosened. It wasn't a sensitive spot, just a shoulder pad on her right shoulder that inexplicably flew up. It swayed in midair, about to fly into the golden-horned giant beast's mouth. But isn't it too abrupt to do this without any greeting? The angel princess's snow-white shoulder was completely exposed to the air. Her golden, long hair flowed like a waterfall, gently swaying in the breeze. It was truly enchanting. However, the angel princess didn't know which nerve was stimulated, letting out such a scream. The golden-horned giant beast quickly stopped its actions, then used its mental power to control the piece of armor back to her hand. At this moment, Qian Renshue grabbed the armor and put it back on. During this, she turned her head to leave her beautiful back to the golden-horned giant beast. No, that is not right. Why is this little girl's shoulder twitching? Due to the enormous size of the golden-horned beast, the view is much broader. He clearly saw the angel princess who turned around, as if she was wiping away tears. Oh my goodness, what should we do? You've made the angel princess cry. This is a beauty shedding tears. I can't help but feel pity. Suddenly, a wave of guilt surged in my heart, causing the appetite of a certain greedy GoldenHorned giant beast to plummet to freezing point. Who is Entersthe? Whether in the original work of Douluo Continent or in various time travel dramas and adapted novels, she is undoubtedly the #1 goddess. Her popularity even surpasses Bibi Dong. But you, this dirty and ugly monster, not only devoured her angel's sacred sword but also, without permission, removed her armor? You made such a beautiful princess unable to hold back her tears. What crime should you be punished for? GoldenHorned giant beast, you have caused a great disaster. Well, I didn't mean to, but your angel's sacred sword is indeed more delicious than Tang San's sea god trident. My goodness. The GoldenHorned giant beast initially wanted to say something to comfort her, but instead inappropriately commented on the food. Are you trying to turn the world upside down? Chapter 26. Bibi Dong invited me to accompany her until dawn. Ahem ahem, Mr. GoldenHorned giant beast. Is our previous agreement still valid? This is an awkward moment. Fortunately, Bibi Dong came to the rescue, just in time. The angel princess turned around and shot a fierce glare at a certain monster. Then she spread her wings and flew back. When the angel princess came here, she was filled with ambition and melancholy. However, she didn't expect to be so embarrassed. Even the angel sword almost got completely swallowed by the opponent. Luckily, this angel princess has not yet completely finished the 9 trials of the angel god. The broken sword still has a chance of being repaired. However, the psychological trauma from the battle just now has already deeply etched itself in the princess's heart. So strong. Why does such a monster exist? It seems that she shouldn't have come out today and shouldn't have bothered with this woman at all. She could have handled it by herself. Bibi Dong probably never dreamed that her daughter had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. The reason this angel princess appears here is mainly due to her concern that her mother is not their match. However, she refuses to admit it verbally. Now suddenly, a GoldenHorned giant beast has appeared. But it seems that Bibi Dong is still able to tame it. As for how she tamed it, that remains a mystery. That woman knows the truth in her heart. It has been proven that Bibi Dong's charm is truly unimaginable. The GoldenHorned giant beast didn't chase after Xuan or bother anyone else. It simply landed quietly on the city wall, less than 3 meters away from this woman. This distance ensures that no one can hear their conversation, as no one dares to come close. So tell me, how do you plan to cooperate with me? There are too many people here. It's best if you come to this place to find me at night and become a little smaller. When she said this, the enchanting empress of the spirit empire deliberately walked out in a catwalk, swaying her hips as she approached the GoldenHorned giant beast and softly said, "We can accompany each other until dawn." Did this guy misunderstand something? But can we use the newly obtained human avatar tonight? Maybe he's been stimulated by the words of this beautiful queen. The GoldenHorned giant plans to have his human avatar make an early appearance. I wonder what expression this queen of the martial soul empire will have when she sees Oscar. All right, it's a deal. We won't miss each other tonight. But shouldn't you give me a token? Sure. How about my earrings? This Bibi Dong really dares to give. It seems tonight will be interesting. However, while the Beauty and the Beast is being performed at Xuan, the camp of the Heaven Do Empire on the other side is also becoming lively. After tossing and turning, the members of the Shrek's 7 monsters have finally returned. To be exact, there are 6 of them. Each one is injured. What makes them feel utterly heartbroken is that Oscar is still missing without a trace. This is terrifying. Since the formation of the 7 monsters of Shrek, they have gone through so many life and death experiences. There has never been a reduction in their ranks. But now, what happened to Oscar? Ning Rongrong has been crying the whole way. She has fainted from crying many times. Tang San and Xiao are also seriously injured. Xiao Wu has fractures all over her body and needs a long time to recover. However, the worst off is still Tang San. This kid's trident of the sea god was actually being swallowed by that damn big monster right in front of everyone. This guy is really despicable. How could there be such a person? Has the Douluo Continent really changed? Master, don't worry. Our alliance between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire still holds the advantage. It might be because they saw the Shrek 7 monsters looking dejected this time. Emperor Avalanche quickly encouraged them. After all, from the perspective of both sides' casualties, the alliance of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire still has a significant advantage. There are basically no more people in the Spirit Hall Empire who can confront them head-on. However, Tang San's sea god trident was swallowed by a monster, and this is definitely a huge blow. This also means that Tang San's combat power will significantly decline. If he continues to confront Bibi Dong directly, he is likely to face great danger. What should we do? Your Majesty, we need to rest for a while. If the enemy attacks, the Haotian sect will help. Fortunately, we have the powerful Haotian sect as our backing. In the short term, the other side won't come looking for trouble. So, even if there are 1,000 words to say, let's wait until they recover before discussing it. No problem. I will arrange the rooms right away and wish everyone a speedy recovery. The young emperor of the Heaven Do Empire probably still does not know that the environment of the entire battlefield has undergone tremendous changes. It won't be long before they realize that the situation has changed. Tang San or BB Dong on the opposite side can no longer dominate the fate of this continent. This place will become a paradise of fortune for a giant starry beast. Perhaps one day in the future, this planet might even become someone else's feast. Of course, that's a story for another time. No one knows what direction the entire continent will develop in next. At least from the current situation, the biggest beneficiary of all this is that Mr. GoldenHorned beast. After finishing the agreement with BB Dong, that colossal creature once again dove into the clouds. It quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Although the Spirit Empire has many aerial spirit masters, no one dares to pursue it. Just seeing the appearance of this GoldenHorned beast is enough to make them tremble in fear. Meanwhile, the center of the battlefield has now turned into the temporary nest of the GoldenHorned beast, thanks to its previous absorption of the angelic sacred sword. This guy's body length has reached 995 meters. What a pity. If he could eat the armor of that angel princess, he might be able to directly ascend to the second tier of the star level. But it doesn't matter, because at this moment, the GoldenHorned giant beast has already become the pinnacle of combat power on the entire Douluo Continent. Whether it's defense, attack power, or recovery ability, I'm afraid even the gods descending from the divine realm would have no way to deal with him. Of course, tonight is also a sleepless night for many people. For example, those drifting on Sea God Island. For example, the Shrek's 7 monsters. For example, the Empress BB Dong of the Spirit Empire. This woman doesn't even know what's wrong with her. It's as if she's been enchanted, agreeing to the conditions of that GoldenHorned giant beast. Even more astonishing is that after BB Dong returned, she actually started to carefully dress herself up. She even brought her disciple, Hulaina, into it. Nana, tonight I'm going to meet an important guest, and you need to dress stunningly. Is this woman feeling something? If it's the GoldenHorned beast, what does it remind her of? Master, I heard that the second worship is here this time to try to dismiss you. Is that true? Compared to this impulsive BB Dong, the little fox seems more concerned about the safety of Her Majesty the Empress. After all, the strength of those titled Douluo is evident. Moreover, BB Dong is still seriously injured. If the other party forcibly pushes her off the stage, it could be problematic. Chapter 27. I, Oscar, the first avatar of the GoldenHorned beast. Who dares to trespass on Jialing Pass? Are you looking for death? It was a night so dark that one couldn't see their own hand. Just before midnight, the guard outside the east gate suddenly saw a figure in black walking towards them. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the Tiando Empire. What was going on? Was it an enemy scout? No, this guy was walking over with an air of confidence. However, he didn't exhibit any characteristics of a warrior from the Wuhuan Empire. To be safe, at least 100 archers on the city wall had their sights set on him. I am a guest of your Wuhuan Empire's Empress, and I advise you to open the gate and let me in. After saying this, the man revealed an object in his hand that shimmered brightly. He merely waved it in front of the guards. The ordinary archers obviously didn't know what it was. However, the few leaders who took a glance were instantly terrified and fell to their knees. We have seen the envoy. Please forgive us. It is our fault for not recognizing you. Open the gate. Hurry and open the gate. Find someone clever to quickly inform Her Majesty the Empress. Although they didn't know what the relationship was between BB Dong and this person, it was astonishing that the Empress could entrust her personal item to him. What does this indicate? The identity of the person in front of them is definitely not something these small soldiers can guess. In fact, the ordinary soldiers of the Spirit Hall Empire are also trembling with fear at this moment. Once the big shots of the Spirit Hall Empire change, they will definitely be replaced as well. It is even possible that, for the sake of confidentiality, they might be silenced. So now everyone is united. Previously, the holy maiden Hulaina of the Spirit Hall Empire had already informed the captains at various entrances. Tonight, there will be guests invited by His Majesty BB Dong, so they should keep their eyes wide open. Here he comes. After entering, someone quickly led him onto the right path. Then all the guards discreetly disappeared. Everyone knew that this person was of noble status, someone ordinary people like them could not face. Moreover, tonight's encounter did not exist. It was publicly declared that no one had entered. This is also to keep those few adults who came from the core area of the Spirit Empire in the dark. Now, everyone in this city is a community of shared interests. As long as each person fulfills their own duties, that is enough. Seeing that there was no one around, With only a few everlasting lamps lighting the way ahead, Oscar directly took off his cloak and strolled down this path. Yes, this is the plan of the GoldenHorned giant beast. He appears in the human world in the form of his first avatar, Oscar. Ahead is the small house he agreed upon with Bibi Dong. Standing in front is a little beauty with fiery red lips, a curvy figure, and a graceful demeanor. Dressed in a super short skirt, her two long, snow-white legs shine beautifully under the reflection of the starry sky. This is Ulaina, who is used by Bibi Dong to welcome guests. Before the little fox on the opposite side could react, Oscar walked up with a big smile. Then, in the midst of the other person's shocked expression, he raised his right hand. There was Bibi Dong's earring displayed there. You're not for Shrek Academy, oh. At this moment, the little fox's mouth was so surprised that it could fit a fist inside. I'm Oscar, and I am also the GoldenHorned giant beast. Surprised? Unexpected? At this moment, Ulaina was already at a loss for how to respond. No wonder that the previous GoldenHorned giant beast seemed to be familiar with every move they made. After returning, Bibi Dong analyzed that there must be someone very familiar with them behind the giant beast, but they never expected it to actually be a member of the Shrek 7. This is so shocking. Perhaps in the world of Toronto, there has never been such a thing as possession. They also have no concept of clones. Therefore, they are completely unable to understand the current situation. However, Bibi Dong seems to be quite serious, although there is a large door between them. She is fully aware of what is happening outside. Nana, hurry up and prepare the food and drinks, and invite our guests in. In fact, Bibi Dong's voice is also trembling. The true form of the GoldenHorned beast in front of her is making her increasingly uneasy. Haha, then I won't hold back. Although on the outside he appears as Oscar, this guy's true self is still the GoldenHorned beast. So that bold personality hasn't changed at all. She sees him casually push open the door and swagger in, without a hint of politeness. He walks directly in front of Bibi Dong, looking around. The perspective of the GoldenHorned beast before and the human perspective now are indeed different. Moreover, Bibi Dong tonight is clearly well made up, even highlighting her long legs. However, after inheriting the power of the Rakshasa god, this woman indeed doesn't have the same figure as before. I really don't like the aura of the Rakshasa goddess. What's so good about this spider? This is really not Wang Xian being pretentious. After Bibi Dong inherited the power of the Rakshasa god, her looks and figure declined significantly. Even after the anime version was beautified, it still faced a lot of criticism from netizens. Wang Xian was one of them. Today, seeing Bibi Dong, who no longer has her beauty, Oscar's eyes were also filled with disappointment. However, Bibi Dong smiled faintly. I never expected that the one talking to me today would be you, little rascal. Honestly, when did you start spying on me? I have to admit, Bibi Dong is a very charming woman. Moreover, tonight, this Empress of the Spirit Empire is all in. She is even fully prepared mentally. Even if it means sacrificing everything, she must reach a cooperation agreement with that terrifying GoldenHorned giant beast. Because in Bibi Dong's view, this GoldenHorned giant beast is her talisman. With the GoldenHorned giant beast, no matter who it is, including Qian Daolu, they can't pull Bibi Dong down from this position. Even to achieve victory in the battle against the Tiando Empire, it ultimately relies on this kid. I see you and your daughter are all alone, so pitiful. I wonder if you need a shoulder to lean on? When did this guy Oscar become so slick? If Ning Rongrong were here, she would definitely faint from anger. Bibi Dong also seems a bit unable to tolerate this little man's straightforwardness. The expression on her face is ambiguous. How can I believe you are him? Speaking of Tai Chi, Bibi Dong is not inferior to Oscar. Do you want to see me transform right here? If you can abandon the Rakshasa god and turn back into the form I like, I will agree to you. At the same time she spoke, a force that did not belong to Oscar suddenly appeared around him. It was an energy of extreme darkness, almost enveloping the entire room. Even Bibi Dong could not move at this moment, as if she was being targeted by a top-tier beast. It felt just like that. The GoldenHorned giant beast she encountered in the evening also gave her this sense of oppression. Could it be that this kid named Oscar really is? Chapter 28. I advise Bibi Dong to reform, angering the Rakshasa god. You really are him. As the old saying goes, an expert knows whether it's real or not a glance. How could such a powerful and intelligent woman like Bibi Dong not sense this force? She just never imagined that this Shrek Academy kid was hiding so deep. Why had Bibi Dong never noticed this young man before? It's terrifying. Everything Oscar had shown before had exceeded this woman's imagination. Even the Rakshasa goddess she had encountered before was probably not a match for this beast. So, are you willing to accept my suggestion? To turn back into your beautiful self? To be honest, facing such a Bibi Dong, Oscar really found it hard to take action. He is not the type who can't move when he sees a woman. Moreover, for the golden-horned giant beast now, the metals on this planet have a greater attraction. If there were any women that fit Oscar's current aesthetic, that angel princess would count as one. The little fox outside could barely qualify. Of course, compared to Ning Rongrong. It seems. Anyway, this BB Dong, who accepted the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, is definitely not Oscar's type. The original, unadulterated version was still somewhat appealing. I'm afraid I can't agree to you. After all, I have already accepted the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Despite a strong intuition urging BB Dong to agree to the golden-horned giant beast terms, she did not dare to. The Rakshasa god is not a benevolent deity. It can even be said to be a very terrifying god. This point can be seen from the previous corruption of Tang Chun. When that guy went to the city of slaughter, he originally wanted to inherit the legacy of the Azura god and even passed on to the Azura sword. However, he was invaded by the cunning Rakshasa god and transformed into the appearance of the king of slaughter. If it weren't for Tang San's intervention, Tang Chun would have likely died without knowing he had become a monster. Now, BB Dong has obtained the 9 trials of the Rakshasa god. The uglier her appearance becomes, the stronger the dark power she gains. Moreover, for that Rakshasa god, BB Dong is the most satisfactory successor found in recent years. If she is swayed by the words of the golden-horned beast, do you think this great deity would agree? In fact, just when BB Dong harbored such thoughts, the lofty Rakshasa goddess had already sensed it. Interesting, is someone trying to steal my follower? Although far in the divine realm, the Rakshasa goddess is not to be trifled with. This woman doesn't care about the rules of the divine realm. The goddess had secretly descended to the mortal realm more than once, wreaking havoc at her whim. Oscar's previous persuasion of BB Dong had already angered her. Without any warning, not even BB Dong received any hint. A dark aura slowly enveloped the sky above Jialing Pass. This sudden dark energy was sensed not only by the two present, but also detected by Golden Crocodile, Douluo, and his companions. However, when they intended to come out and see what was happening, they received a warning in their minds. The affairs of the divine clan, all outsiders step back. This is a somewhat charming, yet rather cold female voice. Even the 98th level Golden Crocodile, Douluo, trembled violently after hearing this sentence, his soul almost shattered. It was a warning from a soul power far beyond theirs. Moreover, the well-informed old crocodile instantly realized that this power did not belong to the Douluo Continent. It came from above. He glanced at the sky and waved his hand to a few companions around him. The old crocodile needs to remind them that there's a high probability of a deity descending tonight. Those who don't want to die should definitely not disturb them. Oh, a dimensional strike? Has a planet-level goddess arrived? Although that Rakshasa goddess is indeed a high-level deity in the eyes of the golden-horned giant beast, this goddess seems to be lacking in various aspects. Even though some categorize this Rakshasa goddess as a first-level deity, her power clearly does not meet that standard. Moreover, the Rakshasa goddess doesn't even have a temple on the Douluo Continent, which clearly disqualifies her. She's roughly equivalent to a planetary level 7th rank, and might not even reach that. This is Oscar's assessment of the goddess. Little guy, it seems we are all in trouble. Our previous conversation probably angered the arrival of this power. BB Dong also feels quite speechless. The Empress did not give any warning beforehand. The other party didn't even greet her before suddenly descending. Clearly, the Rakshasa goddess doesn't particularly trust BB Dong. But to sneak down from the divine realm, this guy has quite the audacity, doesn't he? Isn't he afraid of being discovered by the enforcers of the divine realm, the Shura god? It seems some people have strong objections to my suggestions. So let me have a face-to-face conversation. It's clear that today's matter cannot be resolved easily. Oscar smiled as he walked out. The moment he stepped outside, he switched between his human form and the golden-horned giant beast form again. Roar! Soon, a colossal creature nearly 1,000 meters long appeared in the center of the city. But before the surrounding people could see clearly, they saw this gigantic monster spread its wings and quickly fly into the air. There was a patch of light green clouds above, the place where the Rakshasa goddess's aura was the strongest. No need to wait for this great deity to descend to the ground. Let us start the fight in the air. The golden-horned giant beast is not so hesitant in battle. So it's you, little monster. Are you the one constantly urging my followers? The Rakshasa goddess had already sensed the power of the golden-horned giant beast. Through Bibidong's energy transmission, this goddess far away could obtain the initial data of the golden-horned giant beast in real time. So what if it's me? Aren't you just asking knowingly? And your appearance is truly ugly. The Rakshasa god in front of me, to put it bluntly, looks like a supersized spider, holding a scythe of death in hand, clad in green armor all over. Ordinary people who see this would be overwhelmed by this terrifying appearance, even their legs going weak and unable to move. This is purely terrifying. However, in the eyes of the giant beast with golden horns, there sparkled a carefree light. It seemed to see something very ordinary and sparse. Kid, I don't care whether you're a soul beast or a human. Today you're doomed. As a high-ranking first-level deity, being called ugly by a monster I've never even seen before. This is simply a great humiliation. After hearing this, the Rakshasi goddess couldn't help but want to lift the magic sickle in her hand and directly cut the ugly black monster in front of her into many pieces. But why? The golden-horned giant beast saw the high-ranking divine body and was surprisingly not afraid. Its eyes even sparkled with excitement. It was as if a table full of delicacies was laid out before it, waiting for it to taste. Chapter 29. GoldenHorned Giant Beast vs. Douluo Continent's Rakshasa Goddess. With such weak strength, you think you can defeat me? Looking at the roaring Rakshasa goddess before him, the golden-horned giant beast revealed a sinister smile. It was as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. What's going on? Does this guy really not take the Rakshasa goddess seriously at all? Believe it or not, it really is the case. The golden-horned giant beast originally came from the cosmic starry sky. He completely disregarded the laws of the Douluo Continent. The rule that prevents reaching godhood at level 100 is completely ineffective against him. Right now, the only two things about this so-called goddess that can pique the interest of the golden-horned beast are a sharp magical scythe and the full set of dark green armor she wears. Although this Rakshasa goddess is quite weak, her equipment is exceptional, all of it being divine-level gear. Even a small piece of it could definitely elevate the golden-horned beast's strength to the second tier of the stellar realm. Therefore, no matter how angry this guy gets, in the eyes of the golden-horned beast, he is merely food. Moreover, this so-called Rakshasa goddess is simply hideous beyond belief. Even the ugliest state of Bibi Dong during her transformation is better looking than this. You shameless brat, you will pay for what you said. Although he couldn't discern the true nature of this black monster in front of him, he still acted out of respect for the dignity of the divine race. The Rakshasi goddess unleashed an incredible energy. It was a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth, a technique that could rapidly enlarge her true form to an infinite size. It was somewhat similar to the massive angelic phantom that appeared behind Xuan when she launched her angel attack. The difference this time was that what descended was the true form of the Rakshasi goddess, and what was displayed was also a physical energy. In an instant, the thick fog that enveloped the entire battlefield of Jialing Pass was completely dispersed. These thick fogs were driven away by the wrathful aura of this Rakshasa goddess. Moreover, due to the enormous size of these two beings, even from the distant Heaven Do Empire camp, one could vaguely see the scene here through some special telescopes. Third brother, come out and take a look. What is that? Perhaps due to her recovery, Xiao Wu seemed very enthusiastic about this matter. However, the distance was indeed too far. Even a titled Douluo powerhouse like Tang San could only see a blurry image with his spiritual power. It's that guy, why is he here too? Not looking as fine. But once he looked, he was startled. Tang San reacted as if he had seen the most frightening thing in his life. He kept retreating and almost knocked over an observation point. The nearby Shrek members, seeing the situation was not good, hurriedly gathered around. Third brother, what is it? These guys really have limited vision. They can barely see two black dots in the distance, jumping around. Yes, it's that terrifying monster we encountered on Sea God Island. It's chasing us too. Is it the golden-horned beast? But why is it appearing on the side of the Spirit Empire? In contrast, Dai Mubai remains relatively calm, because based on the information we had before, the situation at Jialing Pass these days isn't much better than theirs, especially starting tonight. It seems the place has been brightly lit all along, and the noise is quite loud. Could it be that the golden-horned giant beast has gone over there to hunt for food? This is the first thought of all the members of Shrek's 7 monsters, and it has a practical basis. So what about the other one? I seem to have never seen it. Since Tang San can capture the movements of the golden-horned giant beast, the Rakshasa goddess surely cannot escape his keen eyes. At this moment, with the help of the law of the world, the Rakshasa goddess's body reaches several hundred meters high, able to confront the golden-horned giant beast head-on. Although it looks a bit terrifying and even causes panic, the battle seems to be happening on the side of the martial Soul Empire. This immediately piques Tang San's curiosity. What kind of power can contend with that massive black monster? Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is the goddess who is currently battling the golden-horned giant beast. She soon realizes she is in trouble. It turns out that there's a rule on Douluo Continent. As long as they are members of their power system, Whether they are title Douluo powerhouses or descending divine envoys, they will be subjected to a level 100 restriction. This means they can only exert their power to this limit, at most equating all their power to level 100. In this way, the advantages of the Rakshasa goddess cannot be fully realized. It feels somewhat restricted. However, the golden-horned giant beast on the opposite side is not subject to such limitations. Whether it's his genes or bloodline, they have already far surpassed the power of the laws of this world. On the Douluo Continent, as long as resources and energy are sufficient, this terrifying starry giant beast will, in principle, continue to grow. Rakshasa goddess, I give you two choices. Either obediently lift the Rakshasa 9 trials, or don't go back. How domineering. For the first time on the Douluo Continent, a powerful being dares to threaten a god. And it's a legendary first-level god. Anyway, Bibi Dong is already scared to the point of losing her color. Stupidly frozen in place, completely unsure of what to say. The battle before her is no longer something at Bibidong's level that she can participate in. Just the speed of the two is enough to leave one completely unable to keep up. The sparks generated from their collisions and the intertwining silhouettes feel even more magical than the special effects in a big movie like Ultraman. Ordinary people might just see the golden-horned giant beast casually swiping a claw. But in reality, the two may have already exchanged hundreds or even thousands of blows before this. Weak, so weak. You should be the weakest first-level god I've encountered so far, according to the original plan of the golden-horned giant beast. These so-called first-level gods are likely equivalent to those third-tier, stellar-level experts in the world of devouring the starry sky. However, after continuous battles, this terrifying monster suddenly realized that it might have overestimated these gods in the Douluo world. It's like the Rakshasa goddess in front of me. Even if she unleashes all her firepower, her attacks would only be like scratching an itch on the golden-horned giant beast. They are not even comparable to Tang San's previous move, which was a one-way trip. It feels like fighting on an empty stomach. I originally thought that the sea god was weak enough, but it turns out that this Rakshasa goddess is even weaker. It seems I was truly blind before. I thought I could find a real stellar-level expert here. You actually underestimate me. Witness my death demon scythe. Seeing the golden-horned giant beast standing still, allowing her to attack, she showed an impatient expression on her face. The Rakshasa goddess suddenly felt a deep humiliation. Waves of green and purple energy surged up, making the giant spider look particularly ferocious. Is this going to be amplified? Chapter 30. The first god-slaying of the golden-horned behemoth. Can you put in a bit more effort? I thought this Rakshasa goddess was going to use some big move, but who knew that the other party's scythe was directly bitten by the golden-horned behemoth? Then this massive creature just twisted its neck lightly. The blade of the sickle is already in his mouth. Chaos devours the dates in one go, feeling like taking a bite of knife-cut noodles. After finishing, this diner is still not satisfied, constantly mocking the shopkeeper in front of him. Looking at the half-sickle handle in her hand, this Rakshasa goddess falls into a state of paralysis. It's unbelievable. Her sickle is, to some extent, referred to as the Grim Reaper's sickle, specifically used to harvest lives. There was once a contest between this goddess and the sea god, proving that her sickle strength is not inferior to the sea god's trident. But why is it so pathetic in the mouth of the golden-horned giant beast? It feels like the previous process was akin to feeding. This goddess is completely stunned now. Bibi Dong, do you see? The god you have allied with is so useless. It's better to join me. This is truly a heart-wrenching act. After disabling the weapon of this goddess before me, the golden-horned beast actually dared to undermine someone right in front of them, leaving Bibi Dong feeling quite awkward. However, this golden-horned beast seems too powerful. It feels like the Rakshasa goddess opposite him is just a toy in his hands. This deity, I'm going to fight you. Any woman can be terrifying when she gets angry, and the Rakshasa goddess is no exception. If she had successfully slain the golden-horned beast earlier, perhaps she would still hold a high and mighty position, able to elegantly enlighten the world. But now, she has made such a huge fool of herself in front of her followers. Moreover, the golden-horned beast has entered a merciless mocking mode, instantly driving the Rakshasa goddess into a frenzy. This creature, with a human upper body and a spider-like lower body, is emanating black mist all over. Its hair is standing on end, as if it has been styled into an explosion-like hairstyle, giving off a very arrogant vibe. The only character from the dramas I have seen that might rival it is Mei Chaofeng from the Legend of the Condor Heroes. But do you think just changing forms can defeat this beast in front of you? The sensible move now would be to escape. After the earlier confrontation, can't this goddess see the gap between them? That's why women are impulsive beings. just as this goddess gritted her teeth and charged at the golden-horned beast. The latter silently recited, "This deity is the heavens and the earth." With that, he unleashed a secret technique that allowed him to grow larger and smaller. Suddenly, the golden-horned beast, originally nearly 1,000 meters tall, expanded more than 10 times, transforming into a behemoth over 10,000 meters in height. Even the massive Jiaoling city could only barely accommodate this giant beast. Boom! What? The Rakshasi goddess certainly didn't know that the opponent had such a trick. When she charged forward, it was too late to hit the brakes. The enormous beast, nearly 18,000 meters long, slightly raised its paw and effortlessly stomped the giant spider underfoot. Then, without giving the goddess any face, it directly opened its incredible mouth. In an instant, a powerful suction force came forth, pulling away all metallic items from the Rakshasi goddess, including the remaining half of her scythe, her armor, earrings, jewelry, and even her hairpin was not spared. No, you. Very good. After eating these things, the image of the Rakshasa goddess became even more disheveled. Meanwhile, the giant beast with golden horns smacked its lips, seemingly savoring the taste. It seems like some extra seasoning was added. Is it your unique toxin? All right. The Rakshasa goddess is accustomed to using dark energy and poison. However, this element has no effect on the goldhorn behemoth at all. It's like adding a bit of pepper or hot and sour soup to seafood. At most, it serves as a seasoning, just providing a different taste. Moreover, after absorbing this part of the power, the goldhorn behemoth's body began to erupt with incredible energy. It was a type of energy resembling golden liquid, somewhat akin to the flares on the surface of the sun. It continuously erupted within its body and then flowed back through its limbs. A comfortable sensation radiated throughout its entire being. This is a promotion. At this moment, the golden-horned behemoth has become a starry giant beast of the second tier. However, the Rakshasa goddess being trampled beneath, it is quite unfortunate. Although she is a divine body, she is suppressed to level 100, causing a significant decrease in her resistances in all aspects. Therefore, this incredible flame energy is capable of harming the Rakshasa goddess. After several repetitions, it could even evaporate her. ZZZZ. No, save me, BB Dong. In the final moment of death, this Rakshasa goddess even shamelessly sought help from BB Dong beside her. Isn't this too embarrassing? Just when the Rakshasa goddess's body was about to turn into a pile of ashes, BB Dong suddenly felt that some kind of contract within her body had been. Then those ugly, greenish-black shells slowly faded away from the woman's body, revealing her originally tender and fair skin. This is actually easy to understand, because the Rakshasa goddess has been defeated. Therefore, the connection to the Rakshasa God 9 trials that BB Dong participated in before has been completely severed. As a result, the aura of the Rakshasa god has faded in all aspects. This includes the disappearance of the mark that could threaten this woman's life. This seems to be a routine. It's just like Tang San participating in the Sea God 9 trials. If he fails the assessment, he will be erased. In fact, it's because there is a mark of that sea god within Tang San's body. The situation with Tang Chun is similar. At that time, it was because he exceeded the time limit of the Shura God 9 trials. Even if this ancestor of the Haotian sect hadn't been killed by the golden-horned giant beast, he wouldn't live much longer, because once the time is up, the mark of the Rakshasa god will unhesitatingly self-destruct within his body. No matter what level of powerhouse you are, you cannot escape this calamity. Previously, when the golden-horned giant beast allowed BB Dong to break free from the Rakshasa goddess, the Empress of the Spirit Empire clearly hesitated. This is due to the fact that once one becomes a follower of these deities, the mark within their body cannot be erased. The only path available is to become a puppet of the other party. It can be said that at this moment, the golden-horned beast has, in a sense, become BB Dong's savior, granting this woman true freedom, and today is destined to be written into history. It marks the first true act of god-slaying since the golden-horned beast arrived on the Douluo Continent. Chapter 31. Could BB Dong return to her youth? After feeling the changes in her body, BB Dong experienced a sense of ease she had never felt before. In fact, the erosion of the Rakshasa goddess on this beautiful woman was not a matter of a day or two. From a moment BB Dong decided to kill her husband, Qian Xuanji, the Rakshasa goddess had already begun to subtly control this kind-hearted girl. Looking back at history, BB Dong actually had a period of purity. At that time, she was the saintess of the Spirit Hall. However, everything changed after the Pope of the Spirit Hall forcibly possessed her. Her originally pure heart was eroded by darkness, and the beautiful woman gradually transformed into a puppet of darkness. It all feels like a dream, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 20 years have passed. Initially, Bibi Dong thought this was all her own choice. But at this moment, the Empress of the Spirit Empire realizes that her will has been controlled by others all along. Whenever a hint of truth, goodness, or beauty appears in her mind, it is ruthlessly erased by the Rakshasa goddess. The once kind woman has turned into a vicious shrew. Even Bibi Dong feels that the past decade or so has been like a dream. Teacher, you, Hulaina, have always been by Bibi Dong's side, so you can certainly sense the changes in your relative. This is simply a huge change. Who would have thought? A woman of this age can actually exude a youthful vibe. It's as if she has returned to her youth. It feels like this woman's vitality has come back. What nonsense are you spouting, you little brat? Bibi Dong actually didn't expect to undergo such a transformation herself. It seems that the mark of the Rakshasa goddess previously suppressed her original aura. However, the conversation between these two women is completely unheard by the GoldenHorned beast at this moment, because he has entered a very mysterious state. It is the transition from Stellar Rank 1 to Stellar Rank 2. His entire body feels as if it is wrapped in a golden liquid, resembling a gigantic statue. Thus, he remains fixed within the Jiwan Pass. Even from a distance, one can feel this incredible and powerful aura. Orders are given for everyone to maintain a security line around, prohibiting any disturbance to the GoldenHorned beast. Looking at the GoldenHorned beast whose power is continuously rising, a look of admiration glimmers in Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes, along with a sense of gratitude. At this moment, she feels an immense sense of relief, as if she has been reborn. This feeling is so wonderful. I never expected that this is the self that Bibi Dong truly desires, even though doing so would greatly diminish her strength. For some reason, at this moment, Bibi Dong has a desire to rely on the GoldenHorned beast, although Oscar seems like a mere kid to her. Just thinking about the gigantic monster behind him suddenly gives Bibi Dong a sense of security. It's so nice. Fortunately, the little monster chose Bibi Dong first instead of going back to find Ning Rongrong. Otherwise, Bibi Dong wouldn't know how to face it. Master, what kind of soul beast is this guy? Hulaina is very puzzled about this. The various abilities displayed by this GoldenHorned giant beast have left this little fox in disbelief. He is neither a soul beast nor a divine beast. He is an existence that can overturn this continent. Bibi Dong has a good eye after all. The woman even saw the ambition of the GoldenHorned beast. This guy is not just here to flirt on Douluo Continent. What he wants is probably the entire continent. As the saying goes, you can't hide fire with paper. With such a big commotion happening in Jialing Pass, how could the Tindo Empire on the opposite side not know? Moreover, Tang Sen had previously used his purple extreme demon eye to observe this side. However, no one expected the outcome of that battle. While Bibi Dong was extremely excited, Tang San and the others' emotions had sunk to the lowest point. According to the analysis of the situation they had grasped earlier, the one who fought that monster just now might be a god. Tang Sen was not unfamiliar with the Rakshasa goddess. His great-grandfather, Tang Chun, was harmed by that goddess. The king of Slaughterback then transformed under the influence of this evil goddess. During their brief reunion on Sea God Island, Old Tang passed everything he had on to his great-grandson in front of him, including his Shura sword. Singo, what did you say? That huge thing last night was the Rakshasa god? Xiao Wu, as a 100,000-year-soul beast, had heard about the Rakshasa goddess to some extent. But from the current situation, it seemed that the Rakshasa goddess had been defeated, and at a terrible cost. Previously, the inheritor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Yu Tianheng, had been an undercover agent there, able to clearly report everything happening on the opposite side. This includes the news of the defeat of the Rakshasa goddess. Terrifying. Too terrifying. The strength of that GoldenHorned giant beast was something the Shrek's 7 monsters experienced firsthand. However, they never expected that this terrifying giant monster had already reached the stage of being able to slay gods. Various signs indicate that there is a close relationship between this GoldenHorned giant beast and the Spirit Empire. If the two join forces to attack the Heaven Do Empire, the situation could be worse than imagined. How could this happen? What should we do? Since returning from Sea God Island, the GoldenHorned giant beast has become a nightmare for Tang San and the others. When facing this colossal creature, they finally understood what a desperate struggle means. They even lost a companion. Now all our hopes rest on this Shura sword. I need to study it carefully. Due to the destruction of Sea God Island, the Sea God's trident has been consumed by the enemy. The projection of the Sea God was also eliminated by the GoldenHorned giant beast. It can be said that the entire Douluo Continent has completely lost contact with the Sea God. Furthermore, based on the previous battle between the GoldenHorned giant beast and the Rakshasa goddess, even if the Sea God itself descended, it would likely not be a match for this colossal creature. Now, Their only reliance is on the even more powerful Shura god. The Shura sword inherited from Tang Xuan is the last hope. But changing allegiance is not something that can be easily accomplished. Moreover, Tang San's current maneuver is essentially aiming for dual divine positions. This is clearly against the rules of the divine realm. In the original work, it was this little rabbit in front of them that became the sheath of the Shura sword, successfully using this compromise method. However, now, Tang San is unable to sense the power of the Shura god. Naturally, he has no way to know this method. What should we do? Fortunately, it is said that that big monster seems to have fallen into a state of slumber. At least for a short time, it won't pose a threat to them. I think we should go to the city of slaughter. I always feel that there will be answers there. This is Dai Mubai's thought. It instantly reminded everyone. Chapter 32. The Enforcer of the Divine Realm. The Fury of the Shura God. Boss Dai, what do you mean by this? At this moment, Tang Xin could no longer think normally and was actually unaware of the relationship involved. The reason Tang Chun went to the city of slaughter back in the day was not for leisure. The city of slaughter was precisely the Shura god's place in the human world, just like how Sea God Island holds significance for the Douluo Continent. However, the goddess of Rakshasa does not have her own territory, which is why she went to the Shura god's territory to influence Old Tang, and then turn that place into the current city of slaughter. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it. As Tang Chen's successor, if one wants to connect with the Shura god, it seems one can only start from the city of slaughter. One can only hope that the Shura god can still sense the aura from the Douluo Continent. Third brother, I also think this makes a lot of sense. Xiao reacted quickly as well. Moreover, the city of slaughter is not unfamiliar to Tang San. One could even say it is his territory. If it weren't for Tang San purifying it back then, that place would not have returned to its original state. So, to untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it. Perhaps this time back, there will indeed be different discoveries. Hearing the thoughts of his companions, Tang San's eyes suddenly lit up. This guy's mind is finally cleared up. It might be due to the previous pressure being too great, which led to the current situation. But in reality, this young man knows very well that the power of the Shura god is definitely much stronger than that of the sea god before. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have become the enforcer of the divine realm. Since the GoldenHorned beast can eliminate the Rakshasa goddess, one must possess strength beyond that of a level 1 god to confront it. We will go with you. Seeing Tang San regain his fighting spirit, Zhu Zhuqing and the others also felt very excited. This is the soul of the entire team. However, Ning Rongrong seems a bit restless. Seeing everyone raising their hands to vote, this little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school is the first to disagree. I won't go. I'm afraid Xiao Ao won't be able to find his way back. This has always been Ning Rongrong's heartache. Although everyone feels there is no hope, no one is willing to break this window. After all, there is no sign to indicate that Oscar is really gone. At this time, it will be better to let Ning Rongrong be alone for a while. Perhaps a miracle could happen. Well then, you just rest here for a while, and we'll be back soon. After this sentence, Tang San set off with everyone. The city of slaughter has completely lost the eerie atmosphere it once had. It can be said that it has gradually returned to a normal city. Moreover, many of the original residents of the city of slaughter were wanted criminals from the Douluo Continent. After losing their protection, they had long since fled. Except for a few who remained, it had basically turned into a deserted city. It is uncertain if it was Tang San's good luck, but originally, his Shura sword seemed to have no reaction at all. It was just a cold, lifeless sword. It could be considered a relic left by his ancestors. However, unexpectedly, just as they arrived at the outskirts of the city of slaughter, this sword, however, moved on its own without wind, emitting a buzzing sound. What is going on here? Could it be that this sword sensed something? Could it be? Who are you? Why do you have my legacy sword? That was a voice that suddenly appeared in Tang San's mind. No one else around heard it. The tone of this voice is filled with a sense of lofty dignity, as if it is directly reflecting in his mind from the heavens. I am Tang San. I was once the heir of the sea god. This sword comes from my great-grandfather. Since the other party is projecting their words through spiritual will, then Tang San will respond using his own spiritual will. This guy is at least a descendant of the sea god. This advanced form of communication, he can still grasp a bit. I know that the sea god has been severely injured on the Douluo Continent. Do you know who did it? Clearly, there must be a gap between the divine realm and the Douluo Continent. Without a special means of communication, those high-ranking gods would not know what is happening on the Douluo Continent. However, it is evident that the tone of this Azura god is very angry. Unlike ordinary first-level gods, the Azura god is the enforcer of the divine realm. He can be said to be in charge of the relationship between the Douluo Continent and the divine realm. Recently, this Azura god has undoubtedly been overwhelmed. one bad piece of news after another has been coming in. First, the sea god's avatar was severely injured on the Douluo Continent, and even his temple was destroyed. Encountering such a situation, anyone would complain, right? The sea god directly found the usurped god to convey his anger. But before figuring out what exactly happened to the sea god, just last night, the usurped god received another huge piece of news. A first-level god, the Rakshasa goddess, descended to the mortal realm without permission. Normally, such behavior would be punished by the usurped god. But unexpectedly, this Rakshasa goddess, who descended without permission, was actually killed by a monster from a human world. It was in a form that completely destroyed her from body to soul. In other words, this Rakshasa goddess has no chance of resurrection. What kind of existence is this? How can it repeatedly challenge the dignity of the gods? For those high-ranking beings, this is simply unimaginable. The Douluo Continent is just a low-level plane for the divine realm. The strongest beings there do not exceed level 100. Yet, in this world that seems to pose no threat to them, there have been continuous reports of high-level gods being attacked. Now, there has even been a death. As the enforcer of the divine realm, the usurped god seems to have no grasp of this matter at all. Now that he has finally encountered someone in the know, he certainly wants to ask clearly. After receiving the usurped god's question, Tang San suddenly had a flash of inspiration, feeling that perhaps his opportunity for revenge had come. Great usurped god, I can't say exactly what the other party is, but we believe it is an external monster. Following that, Tang San recounted everything he had experienced and known. Basically, it was all about the GoldenHorned giant beast. Upon hearing this news, the usurped god fell completely silent. Because creatures like the GoldenHorned giant beast not only do not exist on the Douluo Continent, but there has been no mention of such a monster even in the divine realm. Of course, this cannot be blamed on the gods of the Douluo Continent for being ignorant. It should be noted that the former master of the fallen ink star, Xuan, traveled the universe for 60 million years and only encountered a few starry sky giants. Existence like the GoldenHorned giant beast is extremely rare in the vast universe. So, who could have imagined that one would appear on the Douluo Continent? Chapter 33. The GoldenHorned giant beast supports BB Dong. Where's the monster you mentioned? I want to send a team down to investigate. This is definitely an unprecedented first time. In order to find a rare monster on the Douluo Continent, it actually alarmed the enforcers of the divine realm. The legendary Shura god is going to send a divine investigation team down. I wonder if this has happened before. In any case, there has never been such a record in the known history of the Douluo Continent. After hearing this news, Tang San must have been very happy. So he volunteered, "Great Shura god, I am willing to lead your people to find that monster." "Very well, you are a clever human. As a reward, once the task is completed, you can inherit the Shura sword." All right, this seems to be different from the original work. Although Tang San is likely to obtain the inheritance of the Shura sword in the end, the subsequent story and content seem to have already started to diverge from the original. The timeline formally begins to split from this moment. However, after hearing this news, Tang San was extremely excited. Soon, he shared this news with the other members of the Shrek team. There is no need to hide such things, and many upcoming matters will rely on everyone's cooperation. According to the agreement between Tang San and the usurped god, these few will act as guides for the gods on the Douluo Continent. Furthermore, to prevent the tragedy of the Rakshasa god from reoccurring, the few divine beings dispatched this time can ignore the restrictions on Douluo Continent and fully exert their original powers. After previous analysis, even the usurped god believes that the Rakshasa goddess has suffered from the constraints of the laws. If that goddess can unleash her true power as a rank 1 deity, how could she possibly be defeated by a monster from the lower realm? It was careless. Unexpectedly, the laws that were used to restrict all beings on Douluo Continent ended up harming their own kin. There's nothing to be done. Who let the GoldenHorned beast be so powerful? In fact, at this moment, the usurped god is still making a basic mistake. He knows that the beast has the strength to challenge a rank 1 deity, yet he still didn't expect to personally descend. Is this pride and prejudice? Or does he think the problem isn't serious enough? Just sending a few people down to investigate will reveal it? There's nothing to be done. These gods have always considered themselves to be exalted beings, completely disregarding the common people. From the very beginning, they misjudged the hierarchy of Douluo Continent. They also never anticipated how terrifying a starry sky giant beast could be. This might be a kind of ignorance. However, at this moment, the GoldenHorned giant beast can't care about that much. This guy is currently immersed in a very comfortable feeling. He feels the energy within his body continuously expanding. Although he cannot speak, he is able to clearly perceive everything around him. This includes the argument between Bibi Dong and the several offerings from the Spirit Empire. Bibi Dong, what exactly are you doing? Although they had all witnessed the previous scene, those guys led by the golden crocodile remained relentless. Everyone saw Bibidong's previous failure. However, in front of this giant creature, their voices were very calm, seemingly afraid of something. Because up to now, it seems that only this woman can communicate with the GoldenHorned beast. If this giant beast wakes up, even 100 golden crocodile Douluos wouldn't be able to handle it. Second offering, I know my previous mistakes, but don't we have a strong backing now? As she spoke, Bibi Dong pointed to the still motionless GoldenHorned beast. No one dared to approach within 1,000 meters of this giant monster. Once they got too close, their bodies would start to burn unnaturally. Even resisting with soul power wouldn't last long. It's terrifying, but this old crocodile seems to be single-mindedly trying to help the angel princess secure a future. These elders are all old antiques, completely unable to see the situation clearly. Moreover, with a few of their old brothers by their side, they seem to want to forcibly overthrow Bibi Dong's rule. For a moment, both sides feel a bit tense and ready for conflict. At this moment, a low growl reaches everyone's ears. Who is making noise nearby? Do they want to die? It is the GoldenHorned beast. Perhaps worried that Bibi Dong, being alone and vulnerable, is no match for these guys. So, although it cannot move, the GoldenHorned beast still offers support, although it is just a threat without any power behind it. The few powerful titled Douluo experts cannot help but take a few steps back upon hearing it, especially that old crocodile, whose old face has turned pale with fear. They did not expect that Bibi Dong really has a connection with this giant monster. This woman is not to be trifled with. After hearing this, Bibi Dong actually looked quite pleased, even unconsciously puffing out her chest in front of these old men, appearing very confident. Let's go. We won't get involved in this matter. Is the old crocodile planning to retreat with reinforcements? It's not that this guy wants to give up on Jialing Pass, but rather he was scared stiff by the low roar of the GoldenHorned giant beast. That big monster can even take down legendary gods, let alone these few titled Douluos who haven't even reached level 99. Should they stay behind and wait to be killed when it wakes up? Or should they hurry back? Nana, see off the esteemed guest for me. With the crisis resolved, Bibi Dong slowly turned around, gave a smile she thought was charming, and then walked gracefully towards the giant beast, swaying her hips more than Milady could. What is it about this little guy that catches my eye? Don't you mind that I've been married and have children? This has always been a knot in Bibi Dong's heart. However, this woman probably hasn't read the Three Kingdoms and doesn't know that there's a chancellor named Cao Cao in it. As a modern-day traveler, Wang Xian is not so old-fashioned. When young, one doesn't know the charm of mature women, mistaking young girls for treasures. This is a line from the future that has unexpectedly been brought up by this guy. For a woman like Bibi Dong, who still has charm, if she were with the late Prime Minister Cao, it would definitely be a delightful situation. What is good about young girls? They are pretentious, have a bad temper, and need to be taught every little action. But married women are different. You only need a glance or a small gesture, and the other party will immediately understand your intentions and actively cooperate. It even saves you the time of being their teacher. Moreover, in certain aspects, mature women are definitely easier to deal with than young girls. We are all adults here. Some things don't need to be said. In response to the giant beast, Bibi Dong was first stunned in surprise. Then she couldn't help but lower her head, her face turning red. Bad boy, how much longer do you need to finish leveling up? What? Does Your Majesty the Empress want me to experience the pleasures of Cao the traitor? What Cao the traitor? Haha, just a character from my hometown. Nothing important. Chapter 34. It's a big deal now. The Divine Investigation Team descends. Just as this giant beast was chatting about life with Bibi Dong, he was unaware that disaster was about to strike him. Due to his previous actions against the sea god and the Rakshasa goddess, he had aroused the great displeasure of the Shura god. It can be said that this starry sky giant beast that descended onto the Douluo Continent had poked a hole in the sky. This is not a simple matter that can be resolved with just a few stings from a wasp. Under the leadership of the Shura god, the Divine Realm is forming an investigative team. The purpose is to clarify the threat posed by the GoldenHorned giant beast on the Douluo Continent. If necessary, it must be eradicated. Moreover, this investigative team will not be restricted by the levels of the Douluo Continent. Whatever level they are in the Divine Realm, that is the level they will be when they come to the human world. This is not the rookie character that resembled the Rakshasa goddess from earlier. Those who can come down are all renowned deities. Leading the way are the angel god and the fire god. These two are both first-level gods in the Divine Realm. Next are two second-level gods, but both are renowned. One is the Phoenix god, who has always been the sidekick of the fire god and possesses extraordinary combat power. Moreover, he has the skill of rebirth through fire. The other is the war god, who is said to have always been a pursuer of the angel god. This time, it defeated other competitors and earned the qualification to become a flower protector. This is an incredibly powerful lineup. The divine realm sending down these four guys at once fully demonstrates their importance on the GoldenHorned giant beast. Of course, all of this is being done in secret. Aside from Tang San, even the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters do not know the true identities of these four individuals. They only know that these four guys were recruited from the City of Slaughter and are very strong. This time, the Azura god has truly invested heavily. He directly granted these four guys unlimited power, allowing them to use their maximum strength. Such overall combat power could easily turn the entire Douluo Continent upside down. The premise is that they are willing to unite. However, in reality, this Azura god still underestimated the selfishness of these four compatriots. After all, they have come to the human world once, so how could these guys immediately act like robots to carry out tasks? They even showed indifference to all information about the GoldenHorned beast. I need to visit my follower on the Douluo Continent. That little girl is so foolish. This is the first sentence spoken by the angel god after seeing everyone. It is likely that the little girl mentioned by this goddess is the one currently undergoing the 9 trials of the angel god, Xuan. Such things are unavoidable. There is always a communication bridge missing between people. In fact, that angel princess has already done her best. It's just that she hasn't met the goddess's requirements yet. This time, the primary goal of the angelic deity is not to deal with the GoldenHorned beast, as there is no direct conflict between the two. However, the angel goddess is very interested in that angel princess. My esteemed lady, as your suitor, I am willing to escort you. If even the goddess you cherish does not care about the GoldenHorned beast, then how could the god of war be concerned? Of course, wherever this angel goddess goes, the god of war will follow. Coincidentally, we are also here to check an ancient seal to see if it is as we imagined. Unexpectedly, the god of fire also has his own matters to attend to. He mentioned going to the core area of the starry forest, where there is a troublesome individual that has been giving the divine realm a headache. These lofty deities, there's reason to believe that that guy is sleeping among humans. So this time is about getting things sorted out. Yes, esteemed Lord of Fire, I can also sense the presence of that dragon. The enmity between our Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan should come to an end. Great. The Phoenix god is also a guy with a purpose. On the surface, these four individuals are entrusted by the god Ashura to jointly investigate the matter of the GoldenHorned giant beast on Douluo Continent. But in reality, each of these four has their own agenda after arriving. The investigation is actually treated as a side job, merely an excuse to come to Douluo Continent. Don't think that these gods are untouchable. In fact, these individuals are just higher-level humans. They have lived a bit longer and are a bit more handsome and dashing. Everyone, don't you want to know the location of that GoldenHorned giant beast? Now it was Tang San's turn to be dumbfounded. He originally thought that with 4 super experts coming, they could easily take down the GoldenHorned giant beast. However, he didn't expect that these 4 guys were just there to watch the show. It was as if they hadn't come at all. Of course, if they managed to handle their own matters smoothly, they would occasionally make a move, thinking that would be enough to deal with the GoldenHorned giant beast. How arrogant. The 4 gods completely ignored Tang San's kind advice. Before long, they all went their separate ways. At this moment, the GoldenHorned giant beast's upgrade was finally complete. Perhaps in response to Bibidong's waiting, that guy once again used the clone Oscar. With a smile, he appeared before the Empress of the Spirit Empire. However, this time, Oscar came bearing gifts. It was a small cube filled with mysterious energy, not belonging to the Douluo Continent. Hee, you little rascal. You could have just come without bringing a gift. Looking at the cube filled with dark green energy, Bibidong had a sense of DJVU. But she didn't know what it was. It was left behind by the Rakshasa goddess. That woman's body had already turned to ashes, but this thing remained indelible. Interesting. Unexpectedly, the GoldenHorned giant beast could shatter the Rakshasa goddess's spirit and body completely, yet it couldn't destroy this strange energy-filled cube. This thing fell from that Rakshasa goddess. It must be a remarkable treasure. I understand now. This should be the secret to becoming a god at level 100. This is the divine personality of the Rakshasa goddess. After taking the treasure from Oscar's hands, Bibidong played with it for a while before suddenly thinking of something. This is also a process of revelation. Why is it that no one on Douluo Continent and those high-level soul beasts can break through level 100? Some have questioned what the difference is between human soul masters and those gods. The answer is only one, and that is the divine status. This is something full of concepts. I didn't expect BB Dong to actually see it in person today, and she couldn't stop playing with it in her hands. Am I satisfied with this gift? As long as it's from you, I like it. Looking at the little man in front of her, BB Dong's eyes revealed a captivating color. What happened next was only natural and indescribable. BB Dong indeed exuded the charm of a mature woman, and the two didn't reappear hand in hand until the next noon. The GoldenHorned beast wants to become the ruler of the entire continent. First, it must become the emperor of the Spirit Empire. And BB Dong, the empress, is clearly the best stepping stone. Chapter 35. Oscar's Return. Ning Rongrong in tears. Mr. Oscar, does it feel good to be a man? Looking at the face in the mirror, someone muttered to themselves. I didn't expect BB Dong to really be so skillful in manipulating things, sticking to others like an octopus. It would be great if I could have a cigarette at this moment. The feeling of puffing out smoke must be wonderful. What's wrong? Do you have any regrets? I see Oscar looking in the mirror. BB Dong's gentle voice comes from behind. Who would have thought? The seemingly aloof empress of the Wuhuan Empire actually has this side in her private space. It feels quite nice. Why don't you go and sleep a bit more? I'm curious and want to know how your fellow townsman, Prime Minister Chow, ended up dying in the end. I didn't expect BB Dong to care so much about Chow Chow's matters. Curiosity really killed the cat. Someone was just expressing a feeling at the time. Little did they know that this woman would remember it. Are you talking about that Chow thief? Guess what? I guess Chow should have died at the hands of a woman. Just the opposite. He died a natural death. After last night, Oscar realized that he seemed to understand that Chow thief from the late Eastern Han Dynasty. The taste of this is something you can only know through experience. Flying. Not a single word from you men can be trusted. After putting on her clothes, BB Dong regained her image as the empress. Cold and noble. Her eyes carried a hint of cunning. Now, let's talk about our contract. You want me to hand over the entire armory of the Spirit Empire to you. I'm afraid BB Dong didn't expect that the GoldenHorned giant beast before her would open its mouth so wide. Right off the bat, it demands all the weapons and equipment of the Spirit Empire. As long as it's made of metal, the GoldenHorned giant beast will accept it all. However, this raises a problem. Without weapons and equipment, ISNT the Spirit Empire, just like a tiger that has had its teeth pulled, it wouldn't even be able to defend itself, let alone defeat the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. After all, they have only a handful of high-level soul masters. The vast majority of soldiers depend on weapons for their equipment. Don't worry. I will help you deal with the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire before that. In fact, the GoldenHorned giant beast has no major conflict with these ordinary humans. It just needs them to continuously mine metals and refine various delicious metal products. But to achieve this, it can only cooperate with the Spirit Empire, as the other two empires are not easy to control. There is no need to mention the Heaven Do Empire. That emperor is Tang San's disciple. According to their logic, the Spirit Hall hunting soul beasts is evil, while the Shrek 7 Devils hunting soul beasts is just the soul beasts getting what they deserve. Thus they are righteous. It would be impossible to collaborate with such logical people. As for the Star Luo Empire, even though Dai Mubai has given up his claim to the throne, the White Tiger clan would definitely not be easy to negotiate with. After thinking it over, to make this continent more efficient in producing metals for the GoldenHorned giant beast, the only reliance is the Spirit Empire, because the core of the Spirit Empire is two women. Now, BB Dong is clearly willing to rely on this powerful beast. Next, all that is left is to conquer Qianren Shua. Moreover, in the previous confrontation, that little girl's mindset has already been disturbed. I believe there will definitely be a breakthrough next. So, let us go according to the original plan. Help the Spirit Empire eliminate those two empires, and then unify the entire Douluo Continent, building more blacksmith shops. Then the GoldenHorned giant beast can treat itself as a rear base, living off its resources. This is the beautiful blueprint he has outlined for himself. From now on, he will take Douluo Continent as a stronghold. He can conquer the next planet. Nice. However, ideals are beautiful. Can reality achieve them? There's a big question mark in here. I'm going back for a bit to see what those guys at Shrek Academy are up to. If you need me, just send a signal. I made a fireworks signal agreement with BB Dong. Oscar quietly left. However, the avatar of the GoldenHorned beast did not know that BB Dong's gaze towards him was very complicated. Moreover, when Oscar left, BB Dong stood on the city wall and watched for a long time. This is a woman lacking love. Everyone thinks BB Dong is a young married woman, but in reality, she is a lonely woman. The first man BB Dong loved was Yu Xiaojiang, but this guy abandoned her. BB Dong's second man was Qin Xuanji, who turned out to be a jerk and ultimately died at BB Dong's hands. So, can this young man named Oscar win the heart of this empress? To be continued. It was less than half an hour, passing through the neutral zone of the battlefield between both sides. Oscar from the Shrek 7 monsters reappeared outside the military camp of the Heaven-Do Empire. Who goes there? What is the password? The soldiers responsible for guarding were very diligent. Upon seeing a stranger approaching from the opposite side, they immediately surrounded him. What is the password? You don't even recognize me? As he lifted his black cloak, Oscar revealed a smile he thought was charming. Soon, the leading soldier recognized this missing adult from the Shrek 7 monsters. You are that sausage. You are Lord Oscar. Well, it would be best if you have warm water over there. I'm exhausted from the journey. At this moment, Oscar seemed to be in a very weak state. This is not a demand caused by the fatigue of travel. It's likely due to kidney deficiency. It's the type of person who has a pale face, constantly sweating, and feels unsteady while walking. However, outsiders are unaware of this and mistakenly believe that this person has endured life and death trials before finally returning. Soon, the news of Oscar's return spread throughout the military camp, and many people cheered. This news also reached Ning Rongrong's ears in no time. What did you say? Xiao Ao is back alive? These days, Ning Rongrong has been praying every day. Anyway, all the gods in heaven have been treated as objects to confide in, and she has prayed to them all. Unexpectedly, it finally came true. Xiao Ao. When Oscar's face reappeared, Ning Rongrong could no longer suppress her impulse and rushed over like a joyful little bird. Is she really this proactive? This little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school has such a cute side. Previously, this young lady was so reserved, but now she directly hugs in front of everyone. With tears in her eyes, she wears a look of pure happiness. But at this moment, Oscar's hands and feet seem a bit restless. Isn't he placing them in the wrong spot? However, that's a minor detail. After all, they are an engaged couple. Rongrong, do you miss me? Yes, Xiao Ao. Please don't leave me, okay? Otherwise, let's be together. It's that kind of close proximity. You bad guy, saying such things in front of so many people. Chapter 36. You are not Oscar, soared Douluo's suspicion. What's wrong? I finally came back. Rongrong. Wasn't it agreed that we would only do this on the day we get married? Aren't we still husband and wife now? After returning, Oscar gives off a strange feeling. It seems like he has a very strong need in some aspect. Although Ning Rongrong feels a bit shy, this little girl has almost gone crazy these days. Faced with her husband's fervent gaze, Ning Rongrong ultimately nodded in agreement. My goodness, can Oscar's body handle it? Fortunately, this guy can use his soul skills to create recovery sausages. Otherwise, he might have been drained dry. Although it looks a bit strange, those who know Oscar's situation also feel it's acceptable. After all, anyone's feelings would change after gaining a new lease on life in such a life and death situation. Everyone fears loss, especially Ning Rongrong now. So, even if it is somewhat different from her family's regulations, this young lady still accepted Oscar's thoughts. However, this scene was witnessed by Sword Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Our little princess has grown up, and she now has her own ideas. Although the elders were somewhat unaccustomed to Oscar's actions, after all, a girl shouldn't be kept at home forever. Seeing such a scene, Douluo felt relieved. While drinking tea outside, he kept teasing his old friend, Sword Douluo. However, the 97th level Sword Douluo's gaze was quite erratic. Don't you think there's something a bit strange about this Oscar? This kid could never force Rongrong before. Sword Douluo truly lives up to his name as a swordsman, possessing a sharpness that ordinary people cannot perceive, just like his sword. Are you old man jealous? Are you upset seeing your little granddaughter being taken away? Douluo doesn't seem that sensitive. Moreover, this old fellow seems to have a clear understanding of matters between men and women, unlike the nearby Sword Douluo, who has been obsessed with sword training his whole life and hasn't even married. You two brothers are in such good spirits. Is there any good tea here? Let me have a taste. Just as these 2 elders of the 7 treasure glazed tile school were exchanging opinions, Poison Bo walked over. Don't be fooled by this old poison master being very reclusive. His family has long since branched out. Old Poison even has a granddaughter, so he must be more open-minded than these 2 old guys. After learning about Sword Douluo's concerns, the old poison master didn't take it to heart. Young people are impulsive, which is quite normal, and who knows, you might become great-grandparents soon. Then the old poison master showed a knowing look and started toasting with the Douluo beside him. Well, matters of the heart can only be understood by those who have experienced them. I believe that when Douluo was young, he wasn't any better than this Oscar kid. I'm too lazy to deal with you two. I'm going to cultivate. Don't be fooled by the Sword Douluo's extraordinary strength. He hasn't even touched a woman's hand until now. So it's normal for him to have such a mindset. Ning rong rong. The commotion in the tent lasted a good 4 or 5 hours before it ended. Then that Oscar guy sneaked out of the tent. He looked a bit pale. But after using his martial soul to produce and eat 3 sausages in a row, he gradually regained some energy. He then walked to a small river, splashed cold water on his face, and murmured to his reflection in the cold river water. Oscar, I've been a man twice today, and I've gained the woman I love the most. I suppose I've done right by you. You golden-horned beast. Are you doing this to repay Oscar? How hypocritical. While this guy was muttering to himself, he didn't realize that someone was watching him. At this moment, the sword Douluo was flying at an altitude of 1,500 meters, keeping a close eye on this kid on the ground. The more he looked, the more something fell off, but he couldn't pinpoint what the problem was. This is probably a kind of intuition for high-ranking title Douluo. The strength of this sword Douluo is definitely qualification for a planet level. His move, all swords return to the origin, showcases a lethality that absolutely exceeds 5 million kilograms. He is also one of the few title Douluo powerhouses on this continent without any exaggeration. You're not Oscar. Who are you? A cold voice rang out from behind Oscar, seemingly tinged with a hint of probing. It indicated that the sword Douluo was not entirely certain at this moment, feeling that this guy's mumbling just now was a bit strange. After hearing this voice, Oscar slowly turned around, smiling as he looked up. Oh, how'd I not see you just now? You flew quite high. Indeed, after doing such a thing, the sensory perception of this human avatar significantly declines. If he doesn't train properly, this body is indeed not as smooth as the golden-horned giant beast. In fact, if this guy had managed to disguise himself, well, just now, showing Oscar's honest demeanor, perhaps the other party would have put away their suspicions. But who could blame him for being the golden-horned giant beast? No one can speak to the golden-horned giant beast in this tone. You have already provoked the other party's bottom line, as this starry sky giant beast is inherently proud and overbearing. What kind of monster are you? Why can you use Oscar's image? Upon hearing the other party's admission, the sword Douluo immediately entered a combat state. In an instant, countless bright swords appeared around his body, making this sword Douluo look like a deity under the pure light of the moon. However, after seeing these flying swords, Oscar's face showed no signs of fear. Instead, he revealed a kind of greed. I think metal suits me better. Thank you for restoring my energy. Compared to human food and Oscar's original martial spirit, the golden-horned giant beast prefers to devour metal. And this sword Douluo's martial spirit can create a large amount of metal. It feels like a delivery service, a timely rain. In fact, what the golden-horned giant beast lacks is exactly such a person who can provide him with energy replenishment at any time. This is the servant he really wants to recruit. So this guy doesn't mind showing his true self in front of the sword Douluo. However, they're too close to the camp of the Tiando Empire, so some concealment is still necessary. As they spoke, the space around them suddenly began to spin. Without the sword Douluo being aware, he was dragged into a mysterious space. This is another secret technique of the golden-horned behemoth's inheritance. Absolute space. In this space, the golden-horned behemoth is the god who creates everything. People outside cannot find the space at all. However, this space can extend infinitely. What did you do? How could there be such a soul skill? The sword Douluo has truly seen the world. He immediately realized that he had been pulled into someone else's independent space. But this old man is still too naive. What he sees from the golden-horned behemoth is not a soul skill. This is the secret method of inheritance of the starry sky behemoth. Don't be nervous. Don't you want to see my true form? A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the figure of Oscar before me slowly faded. Then, a huge shadow emerged from behind him. It was over 3,000 meters tall. So enormous. Is this the 2-stage golden-horned giant beast? Chapter 37. Which is better, the 7 killing sword or the Haotian hammer? What kind of monster are you? Seeing this enormous and boundless monster in front of him, even a master like the sword Douluo felt a surge of fear. The opponent hadn't even made a move yet, and just the sheer size was enough to leave one in shock. No wonder he felt a strange sensation when he saw Oscar earlier. Indeed, could this guy be the golden-horned giant beast that Tang Sen once mentioned? However, this gigantic creature in front of him was clearly much more terrifying than Tang Sen had described. Just looking at this size made one feel a sense of intimidation. I have already tasted the Haotian hammer's flavor. I wonder if your 7 killing sword will suit my taste even more. For the golden-horned giant beast, the more formidable the weapon spirit, the greater its attraction. Upon hearing this, the sword Douluo on the opposite side couldn't help but shiver all over. The old predecessor couldn't express what kind of feelings he had. Was it fear or excitement? Or perhaps he felt insulted, although you surprised me a bit. I'm not that easy to deal with. After saying this, the sword Douluo's clothes moved without wind. Countless swords gathered around him. With the power of his martial soul and the results of years of hard training, Sword Douluo was very confident. Facing such a massive creature, he had to strike with all his strength. Sixth soul skill, all swords returned to the sect. A giant sword descended from the sky, merging with Sword Douluo's body. Then it quickly decomposed into countless small swords, striking towards the opponent's forehead like a storm. According to common sense in Douluo Continent, the head of any creature is a weak point. However, Sword Douluo didn't know that the GoldenHorned giant beast was waiting for this move. Ha ha ha, thank you for the treat. Devour. Facing such a delicious opportunity, the GoldenHorned giant beast was not polite. The tiger and rabbit also had to use all their strength. Unexpectedly, this guy directly used the devouring skill. Then, the next scene became amusing. Countless light swords seemed to receive some command. They lined up in the air, about 100 of them in a row, gathering together. Then they slowly moved toward the mouth of the GoldenHorned giant beast. Crunch, smack. The taste is somewhat similar to chips or fun snacks. It's crunchy and sweet. In any case, it's sharp and has a great chewiness. It feels like an automatic delivery box. Convenient and quick, and the taste is good. But seeing his signature move being toyed with like this made the Sword Douluo feel quite uncomfortable. His move, the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, had previously been awe-inspiring in front of BB Dong and the others. Even several big shots from the Spirit Empire had fled desperately upon seeing this move. It was truly impressive. Yet now, it felt completely different. It was like feeding this giant beast. Quite submissive. You despicable one. Perhaps now, anger was no longer enough to describe the Sword Douluo's feelings. Look at my 7th soul skill, true body of 7 kills. The enraged Sword Douluo trembled all over. His 9 soul rings emitted an incredible and powerful energy. Waves of soul power continuously condensed. Based on the Sword Douluo's body, it transformed into a gigantic 7 kills sword out of thin air. Its length exceeded 1,000 meters. With an unmatched aura, it slashed toward the opponent's head. From this stance, the Sword Douluo intended to cleave his enemy in two. Even a titled Douluo of the same level would not dare to take such a lethal move head-on. Unfortunately, the opponent was the GoldenHorned beast. It didn't even look at the massive sword descending from the sky. It casually raised its left paw and extended 2 fingers. Like catching a blade with bare hands, it steadily caught the 7 kills sword that was falling from the air. The texture of your 7 kill sword is comparable to their Haotian hammer. I find it quite irresistible. While speaking, it also disregarded the opponent's force pulling. The giant creature used its brute force to stuff the 7 kills sword into its mouth. Crack! There was no suspense. The 7 kills sword broke, just like the angel holy sword that Qian Renshu a bit off at that time. The position of about 23 was directly delivered to the mouth of this GoldenHorned giant beast. The position of the hilt was the main body of the Sword Douluo. The incident that happened to Tang Chen reappeared on this guy. However, the Sword Douluo was slightly better off. He did not lose his martial soul's main body, but rather the soul skills he had condensed. It was just that the sound emitted by the GoldenHorned giant beast made this old guy unable to hold back. The other party commented on this dish like a gourmet. This tastes like mango ice. I like it. What? Is it only equivalent to mango ice? If it weren't for a lingering obsession in his heart, hearing his soul skill being commented on like this, the Sword Douluo almost fainted. How despicable. This little brat. I'm so furious. I'll fight you to the end. 9th soul skill, divine and demon dual slash. This is already the limit for Jian Douluo. Continuously unleashing high-level soul skills has nearly exhausted his soul power. Now, he has one final killing blow left. This 9th soul skill can be considered a rare gem among its peers. Among the 97th level title Douluos, perhaps only the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao can surpass him. Wow, Zizizi. This is the final strike of Sword Douluo. At this moment, the old man's silver hair is flowing, and his face is turned as pale as paper. This strike drained all his strength, even gaining an additive effect under the influence of anger. This move can definitely be described as earth-shattering. The originally nonchalant gaze of the GoldenHorned beast has now turned fervent. However, he merely views the opponent's desperate output of the 9th soul skill as a more delicious snack. Is this a cream-filled chocolate? I hope it doesn't disappoint me too much. There's no way around it. The gap in strength cannot be bridged just by gritting your teeth or shouting slogans. The GoldenHorned beast is that overbearing. Even if the opponent stands still and lets your ninth soul skill come at him, do you really think Sword Douluo can hurt him in the slightest? According to the power rankings of Douluo Continent, the current strength of the GoldenHorned beast is likely even greater than the combined might of the 5 great kings of the divine realm. This is reality. You have to admit your reality. After unleashing the 9th spirit skill, the Sword Douluo's stamina could no longer support his body. One could see the old man slowly drifting down from the air like a kite with a broken string. His silver hair and flowing long robe gave a very beautiful yet tragic feeling. The Sword Douluo really tried his best. However, Chapter 38, Sword Douluo, if you want to become a god, be my servant. Slap. Just as the Sword Douluo continued his free fall, a giant hand suddenly caught him in midair. It was the work of the GoldenHorned beast. This guy doesn't know what he's thinking. On one hand, he's stuffing his mouth with the 2 sword lights created by someone else's 9th soul skill. On the other hand, he doesn't want to see this Sword Douluo fall just like that. Could it be that he's developed a fondness for talent? Your level of creating delicious food makes me feel very ideal. It would be a pity for you to die like this. The Sword Douluo is very close to Ning Rongrong. If he were to mysteriously disappear without a trace, it would definitely cause great chaos. The GoldenHorned beast is not eager to turn against that woman just yet. At the very least, it should show some kindness to the original owner of this body. Oscar. Of course, the most crucial point is that this time in the camp of the Heaven Do Empire, Tang San was nowhere to be seen. This made the GoldenHorned beast feel very strange. At such a tense moment, did that kid really slip away? When I returned earlier, I was so busy dealing with Ning Rongrong that I forgot to ask about the whereabouts of those guys. It seems very suspicious now. I don't need your pity. Monster, it's just that I'm outmatched, and I've accepted my fate. Although this statement sounded a bit insincere, it was clear that the old man was stubborn. The GoldenHorned beast before him gave the Sword Douluo an impression of being invincible. These 2 guys are on completely different levels. How could an ordinary human possibly defeat a monster like a god? However, what the GoldenHorned giant beast said next gave the old man the courage to continue living. Would you like to be my servant? I'll give you the chance to break through to level 100. This definitely strikes a chord with everyone on the entire Douluo Continent. How many years has it been? The predecessors have spent countless efforts and still couldn't break through that level. That 100 level barrier is like a copper wall and iron bastion, making it impossible to jump over. Even the top-tier powerhouses in this world ultimately face downfall, although one can inherit power through other means and become a god. Up until now, it seems that no one on Douluo Continent has managed to break through that barrier. Currently, Tang San and Bibidon across from him might be trying, but so far, neither of them has succeeded. Therefore, even the Sword Douluo feels that this sounds a bit absurd. However, after witnessing the strength of the GoldenHorned giant beast before him, he couldn't help but fall into confusion and even began to hesitate. The power displayed by the GoldenHorned giant beast is clearly beyond human imagination. To possess such power apart from racial advantages, it is very likely that this beast has broken through the level restrictions of Douluo Continent. Perhaps following it could really lead to that step. Is everything you said true? What kind of price do I need to pay? I have to admit, under the temptation of becoming a god, even someone as principled as the Sword Douluo would waver. I need your absolute obedience of 100, especially when I want to feast. I am very satisfied with your soul skills. This is the cunning plan of the GoldenHorned beast. He is very selective when choosing people. He only wants those who are useful to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't want them to become gods. Take Bibidon, for example. If it weren't for the position and the vast empire behind that woman being useful to the GoldenHorned beast, do you think this lord would have given away the divine position of the Rakshasa goddess he had obtained before? And this Sword Douluo in front of him is like an automatic snack machine for the GoldenHorned beast. If he can obtain a new divine position in the future, the GoldenHorned beast will definitely prioritize giving it to him. I absolutely will not help you do those things that betray humanity. Although the conditions proposed by the other party are very tempting, this Sword Douluo still has his bottom line. After becoming the servant of the GoldenHorned beast, there will definitely be many things beyond his control. If it means turning against his friends and family, the Sword Douluo would rather give up such an opportunity. No problem. I will plant a mark on you, but I won't force you to do anything you are unwilling to do. Don't worry. After saying this, the GoldenHorned beast opened this private domain space. When the two returned to the real world, that terrifying starry sky beast had disappeared, replaced by the smiling Oscar. The first question is, tell me where Tang San and the others went? This is the topic that the GoldenHorned beast is most interested in so far. As the protagonist of this world, Tang San definitely won't hide away. There must be some conspiracy behind it. However, the sword Douluo is solely focused on cultivating and doesn't care much about such matters. So I can only speak the truth. I only know that they went to the city of slaughter, but what exactly they went to do can only be asked from Rongrong. Well then, what should we do next? Let me remind you, if you handle it well, I won't consider controlling your mind. For the sword Douluo, the GoldenHorned beast requirements are relatively lenient. After all, a long-term benefactor like this should be well protected. Seeing the two return to the camp at the same time, Ning Rongrong looked a bit unhappy. Grandpa Jian, why did you call out our Oscar? Is there something that can't be asked in front of me? It turns out this young lady knew that her husband was called out. However, the sword Douluo holds a special position in the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Even if she saw it, no one would stop it. It's nothing, I just went out to discuss our lifelong matters with this kid. The sword Douluo clearly wouldn't lie. His eyes were sparkling. But since the other party mentioned lifelong matters, Ning Rongrong's face quickly turned red. Oscar also took the opportunity to hold his woman's hand. Rongrong, why didn't I see Dai Mubai and Tang San when I came back this time? Even Ma Hongjun is missing? Oh, they went to the city of slaughter, saying they want to find a way to help brother San inherit the Shura sword. So that's what happened. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Oscar revealed a thoughtful smile. The Shura sword? I didn't expect Tang San to really be an indestructible little cockroach. They just lost the sea god trident and are already thinking about the Azura god? However, this seems to connect back to the original plot. After all, the Azura god ultimately passed his power to Tang San. And it was precisely with the power of the Azura sword that this so-called chosen one managed to handle everything. It's quite interesting. I wonder what the taste of the Azura sword will be like. This thing is definitely the weapon of the God King. It must be more delicious than the previous sea god trident. Chapter 39. Living long enough to see, the angel god is about to darken Qianren. Let's wait for them to come back to discuss the specifics. Tell me what Grandpa Jian said to you just now. Ning Rongrong didn't notice anything wrong at all. Even when this sword Douluo faced Oscar, his attitude was a bit humble. This seems quite unusual. However, at this moment, Ning Rongrong is completely immersed in the longing of being a wife. What was that saying? Women in the era of love are the most foolish. Just as Oscar was inquiring, he suddenly sensed something. It was a perception that only a second-level stellar powerhouse would possess. It felt like four powerful energies had arrived in the starry sky, where he was. Based on his previous experience fighting the Rakshasa girl, these four individuals were definitely gods. Gods whose abilities were not restricted. What were they here for? However, they were not coming in his direction. It seemed they had other matters to attend to. Two of them were heading towards the interior of the Wuhuan Empire, the direction where the angel princess Qianren was before. The other two seemed to be aiming for the distant star forest. The attributes of these two guys are consistent, possessing a powerful fire energy. It feels like two massive meteors crashing to the ground. When the golden-horned giant beast first sensed these four strong auras, it almost entered a state of battle. However, the current situation is somewhat unexpected. Are these guys' brains rusty? They can't possibly have come to the Douluo Continent just for sightseeing, can they? Vaguely, this guy feels that Tang San's departure might be somewhat related to the arrival of these four. But let's not think about that for now. That kid will return sooner or later. By then, we'll know what they're really up to. Moreover, with the sword Douluo as a servant now, it's not necessary for Oscar to take action to monitor Tang San and the others. Instead, it's those four who descended from the sky that make people feel very unsettled. Of course, these four haven't noticed the golden-eyed giant beast. After all, this guy is now using a human avatar, and if they're not face-to-face, they can't detect his presence at all. Furthermore, these so-called gods don't seem to take this matter seriously. The first to arrive at the destination is the angel god. This is an extremely beautiful woman. She looks even more delicate than Qianren. A dazzling golden light descends from the sky. It directly falls in the very center of the angel temple. Normally, if a stranger suddenly intrudes like this, the surrounding angelic legions would definitely not let it go. But for some reason today, this guy knelt down on one knee like he knew this angelic deity, his face showing great reverence. Even the usually proud Qianren displayed an expression of fear and trepidation. Respected angel deity, I didn't expect you to personally descend. I am preparing to accept your 9th assessment. So you're that little girl. Not much to write home about. Why do you hold on to so many things in your heart? It was clear that this angelic deity was visibly impatient. When Qianren was undergoing her assessment before, she had been hesitating on whether to stop her grandfather's sacrifice. This made the angelic deity very displeased. What she needed was a Cold War machine, demanding unconditional obedience from her successor. Clearly, Qianren's fiery personality was not suitable. So since she had personally descended today, she might as well train this little girl well. Forcefully transform her a bit. Qian Ruxue was terrified. Please don't waste words. Just go dark. Just like I told you before, trust your deeper desires. What's going on? The angel princess could hardly believe her ears. The angel deity, who was so sacred and exalted in her mind, actually wanted her to turn to darkness? Was the angel deity merely looking for an obedient servant, rather than an heir? How could this be? The divine legacy, in the eyes of ordinary humans, seemed so sacred. But now, after knowing the truth, it felt so cruel. Upon hearing this command, all of Qian Ruxue's faith collapsed. It turned out she was the pitiful one. The angel deity had never considered them, the heirs, as one of their own. These high and mighty figures need obedient servants, just like the attitude of that Rakshasi goddess towards Bipedon. Such a beautiful woman was turned into a terrifying monster resembling a spider. Yet that Rakshasi goddess showed no remorse at all. The same thing, of course, happened to this angelic deity. Around this angel city, there were countless naive girls who thought they had joined a holy paradise. In reality, no, I disagree. If I darken my grandfather's previous sacrifice, you have no say in this. I will personally preside over the upcoming ritual. After saying this, a massive war god descended from the heavens, releasing a powerful aura that enveloped the entire temple. Outsiders had no way of knowing what was happening inside. Even if someone broke in, they would be slain by that war god in an instant. Despicable and tyrannical. At this moment, the angel princess truly felt helpless, calling out to the heavens with no response and to the earth with no answer. In the last moment before consciousness faded, in the mind of the angel princess, that strange gaze from the monster suddenly resurfaced. How could this be? Why did she think of that annoying monster at the last moment of her transformation? Could it be, on the other side, the two massive meteorites successfully landed in the core area of the starry forest? Boom! In an instant, raging flames consumed all the vegetation within a radius of several dozen square kilometers. When everything quieted down, two men appeared in the vast clearing, dressed in fiery red robes. These two seemed like little sons. In fact, the powerful soul beasts around them were so frightened by this force that they couldn't lift their heads. Lord Fire God, are you really sure? Was the Silver Dragon King, Guyu Nar, really sealed in this forest? The question came from the Phoenix God. In the original story, this character's power was inherited by Ma Hongjun. But judging from the current plot development, that little guy has no hope. Little Phoenix, do you doubt my information? Rest assured, I guarantee that the grievances between your Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan will soon come to an end. This fire god clearly isn't a normal human. His hair, eyebrows, and beard are all red. He looks like a red-haired monster that has run into the wrong scene from a perfect world. Listening to the conversation between these two guys, it seems they came to this forest in search of an ancient being called Silver Dragon King Guyuna. Wait a minute, isn't this a plot point from the legend of the Dragon King? Do these two guys want to resurrect the Silver Dragon King ahead of time? This is really insane, isn't it? Chapter 40 of the Legend of the Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, is sealed. That dragon god almost destroyed the entire divine realm back in the day. His descendants must be exterminated. Upon hearing the fire god say this, the Phoenix god beside him also gritted his teeth. After saying this, the Phoenix god raised his right hand. It seemed that a few fiery red butterflies flew out from a ball of flames, spreading out in all directions. This is a method used to investigate a certain type of seal. This forest is said to be home to powerful soul beasts, with even the lowest level being at least 100,000 years old. There have even been reports of a nearly 700,000-year-old black dragon here, known as the beast god Emperor Tian. Originally, this place was a forbidden zone for humans. Even the two kings of the Star-Do forest back in the day, Deming and Ming, did not dare to approach easily. However, today, these powerful soul beasts are feeling an incredible pressure, and they're all hiding like turtles, not daring to show themselves. They can only allow these two guys to run rampant over this land. God, this is the power of God, enough to make any strong person bow down. Soon, these two gods found the place they were looking for. It was a vast underground space. Above it seemed to be a lake, well disguised, but if you could come to the space beneath the lake, you would find that there seems to be an indescribable force here. This is a sealing ability. It can make the outside feel no fluctuations at all, completely unaware that a terrifying powerhouse is hidden here. Even if someone accidentally stumbles in, they will be blocked by the various runes distributed here. Those are ancient Dragon Clan characters, capable of creating illusions for ordinary people and even forcibly erasing your memories. That's why this guy has been sealed here for so many years without any news coming out. Rather than saying it's a seal, it's more accurate to say this guy is resting and recuperating here. The fire god murmured, touching the center of the barrier with his hand. Buzz. It seemed that a key node had been touched. The space-time, which originally appeared stable, suddenly became chaotic. Faintly, it seemed that lightning and thunder appeared before him, along with the sounds of tigers roaring and dragons chanting. It was as if this seal was alive and sensed the intruder's strength. Interesting. The dragons love this kind of mysterious runes. Initially, the Phoenix god was not very sure what was beneath, but after seeing the scene here, he was already 100% certain. Now we can confirm a location, but if we force it open, should we report it to the Shura god? Seeing the scene before him, the fire god hesitated, because their main purpose for coming to this Douluo Continent was still to find the GoldenHorned beast. What they're doing now seems to be crossing the line a bit. If the Shura god finds out, they will most likely be punished. Why don't we prepare a fire seal outside? Even if this guy breaks out, we can still keep track of its movements. The Phoenix god suggested. This seems like a foolproof plan. Great, we should get down to business now. You set up the barrier, and I'll go check on that woman. It's evident that the fire god and the Phoenix god are quite cautious in their actions. These two guys seem to be afraid of something. No problem, if I overstep my bounds, the mistakes those two made should be bigger than ours, right? I knew that the angel was so eager to descend. There must be something going on. I heard that a believer has been darkened. And I really don't understand what these angels are thinking. Just do their own thing, and this time we won't lose out. On the other side, Qian Rushue's darkening process is almost complete. I don't know why, but this angel princess, after being darkened, is even more beautiful than before. Moreover, her eyes carry a strange allure. It feels a bit like a smoky makeup look. Very modern. This image of the GoldenHorned giant beast might be very appealing. Dear angel god, I've already felt the endless power within my body. How can I serve you? The demon in Qian Rengshu's heart has been completely unleashed. It is a desire for power, for authority. Didn't you say you had seen that little monster? Take us to find him. The angel god said casually, as if discussing something unrelated to herself. Meanwhile, the war god, who had been following beside her, suddenly straightened his chest. Isn't it just a soul beast with a higher level? Does it really need a beautiful angel to intervene? As a pursuer of the angel god, this war god finally got his chance to show off. Although he is a second-level god, his combat power is definitely not inferior to that of the sea god. This is a widely accepted fact throughout the divine realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the god of war. I think it's better for us to go and take a look together. After all, this is the task of the god of Azura. The angel god is well aware of the god of war's little thoughts. Beauty is a rare resource, whether in the mortal world or the divine realm. It adds a great aura to a person. Just around the time these two were about to set off, the fire god and the phoenix god had also prepared everything. As long as there is any movement from the one in the starry forest, they will be able to sense it immediately. Then they can come over to slay the dragon with justification. But what about the GoldenHorned beast? Is this guy really that easy to deal with? From the very beginning, the aura of these four deities has already been sensed by the GoldenHorned beast. Do you think they would just wait for you to come and kill them? That's ridiculous. You're underestimating the strength of the stellar beasts, aren't you? However, dealing with four high-level divine beings at the same time does seem a bit troublesome. They must be defeated separately. Of course, Oscar can also sense that these guys have started to gather. It's just that these so-called gods are quite foolish. Their approach to things is rather like trying to find a sword in a boat. Perhaps it's because the GoldenHorned beast appeared at Jiaoling Pass before. These four guys actually gathered all in that direction. Even though the figures of the fire god and the phoenix god had once passed over the camp of the Heaven Do Empire, they didn't pause at all. It turned out that these two guys completely failed to notice the GoldenHorned giant beast that had already used a human avatar. Weak. Still too weak. Watching the two massive fireballs streaking across the sky, Oscar revealed a trace of disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. Just then, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice rang out behind him. Oscar, you're back? Why didn't you go check on your teacher? He.S. injured. This is a woman's voice. It belongs to Lu Erlong, the big-breasted sister, and also the wife of Yu Xiaojing. However, this Oscar is not the original Oscar. He returned to this camp with the purpose of finding the weapons cashier and then feasting on the metal products inside. As for Oscar's original interpersonal relationships, he only wants to maintain the kind with Ning Rongrong and has no intention of visiting his former teacher. Chapter 41. Yu Xiaojing, you know too much. Teacher Erlong. Oscar just came back, and we plan to rest for a night before paying our respects to the teacher. Just at this awkward moment, Ning Rongrong appeared in time. Now this woman has completely belonged to Oscar. Therefore, Even though she noticed that her husband was somewhat rude, Ning Rongrong still cleverly helped him cover up the lie. You look quite pale. You should take a good rest. It's not easy to come back alive from Sea God Island. Lu Erlong actually knows about Oscar's situation. That was just a casual question. Now, under Ning Rongrong's reminder, it seems that she also noticed something was off with Oscar. The kid looks like he just finished some intense exercise. His face is pale, his forehead is dripping with cold sweat, and his legs are wobbling as he walks. This feeling seems a bit familiar, somewhat. Just as Lu Erlong's thoughts flew away, Oscar spoke up. I really should go visit the teacher, so I will. Although Yu Xiaojing doesn't have much to do with the current GoldenHorned giant beast, this guy is also an important supporting character in the Douluo Continent. He is the kind of supporting character that is very annoying. Out of curiosity, Oscar decided to go see the real person. It is said that this guy was seriously injured by the light feather Duo while covering for the emperor of the Tiando Empire's retreat, but fortunately, he survived. He is currently recuperating. Since Oscar was previously a disciple of this master, it is only right to go visit him. After all, he still intends to continue playing this human role. Upon hearing Oscar say this, the two women in front of him showed a look of relief. Well, I'll go over and tell him. Your teacher will definitely be very happy. At this moment, Lu Erlong seemed to not notice that Oscar's gaze was a bit off. That gaze seemed to be focused on this big-breasted sister. This is irresistible. Okay. Among all the people in the Douluo Continent, Lu Erlong's development is undoubtedly the most astonishing. It is believed that she attracted a lot of readers and viewers right from the start. Now, that Oscar has seen her in person, he can hardly take his eyes off her. The reason he agreed to meet Yu Xiaojing is largely because of this big-breasted sister, right? Of course, he can't let Ning Rongrong follow. Just when the little girl was excitedly running over, she was stopped by Jianduo. Rongrong, I need to talk to you, come here. As the servant of the golden-horned beast, Jianduo is quite principled. As soon as someone has a thought, this old guy knows what to do. Moreover, knowing Oscar's true identity, Jianduo is very protective. It is best to keep his little princess away from this monster. So, Oscar swaggered towards Yu Xiaojing's residence. Fortunately, on the way, Oscar discovered that the armory of the Tiando Empire's army was right next to the tent. These guys are hiding really well. No wonder I couldn't find them after searching for so long. So, the real purpose of the GoldenHorned giant beast coming to this camp is this. Meeting Ning Rongrong is just a side of it. At this moment, Oscar can't help but want to transform. But right in front is the tent where Yu Xiaojing is recuperating. It seems inappropriate not to go in and say hello. Moreover, Lu Erlong seems to be inside as well. Master, how are you? Is your injury serious? This is my recovery sausage. You should try it. According to Oscar's previous memories, the GoldenHorned giant beast is disguised very well. But perhaps because Lu Erlong is nearby, this guy's gaze always seems distracted. Although Yu Xiaojing looks weak and on the verge of death on the sickbed, his gaze is sharp enough to see Oscar's sneaky eyes. Erlong, I want to change the medicine. Can you help me get it? I want to chat with Xiao Ao. After making up his mind, Yu Xiaojing sends Lu Erlong away. Oscar doesn't shy away and watches the departure of this master ant with greedy eyes. If it weren't for Yu Xiaojing's angry questioning, this guy might not even want to turn back. Speak. Who exactly are you? Seeing Lu Erlong has left, Yu Xiaojing's gaze turns cold. From the moment he entered, this guy is already determined that the person in front of him is not his disciple. Although this guy is indeed the real Oscar. How could that be? I've known him since he was a child. Speak. Who are you? How can you control my disciple? Although the master is not very strong, he is the most knowledgeable man in the entire Douluo Continent. Moreover, he has seen many strange secrets. Perhaps he can understand what possession means. Seeing this scene, Oscar's smile slowly fades. How did you find out? Oscar used to respect his elders very much, but your eyes are full of greed. All right, so it started with the eyes. It seems that the GoldenHorned giant beast's acting skills are lacking. At that time, the sword Douluo saw through it at a glance. Now Yu Xiaojing, someone so familiar, also sees through it at a glance. Ning Rongrong, did you notice anything? But that girl must have felt something was off. However, due to her deep longing for Oscar and her inexperience in the world, the young lady simply didn't think in that direction. But if it were companions and friends who were very familiar with Oscar, it would be easy to see through it. Thinking of this, Oscar began to shake his head desperately. It seems that it really won't work. I still have to keep practicing. You don't have a chance anymore. I already sent Lu Erlong out to notify the guards. Yu Xiaojing is really clever. He calmly asked his wife to go out to change the dressing, but in reality, he was signaling Lu Erlong to call for help. Ha ha! What a brilliant Yu Xiaojing, truly worthy of being the strategist of the Tiando Empire. Upon witnessing this scene, The sound of footsteps outside the tent grew louder. Oscar was not afraid at all. Instead, he burst into laughter. You might as well surrender, perhaps after revealing your identity. You might still have a chance to live. Yu Xiaojiang managed to get up from the bed. This guy always likes to strike a victorious pose. But little does he know, he has already caused a great disaster. The disguise has been revealed, so there's no need to continue the act, right? Yu Xiaojiang. I admit you are very smart, but you know too much. Oscar chuckled softly, and then his body slowly twisted and swayed. Crackle. It seemed like a burst of thunder and lightning. No one knew what was happening. They just suddenly felt a gigantic figure appearing before their eyes. What is that? The warriors of the Dou Empire are seeing the GoldenHorned beast for the first time these days. This guy, that enormous body, makes them feel a chill down their spine just by looking at it. As for Yu Xiaojiang and his tent, where is it? It must have turned to dust long ago, right? Chapter 42. The GoldenHorned giant beast rampages in the Heaven Dou Empire. What is that thing? Xiaojiang. That is a woman's scream. It's Luo Erlong. Earlier, Yu Xiaojiang didn't know if he had lost his mind. He kept hinting for Luo Erlong to find someone to capture Oscar. Could it be that he suspected this kid was bought off by the Spear Hall Empire? But when Luo Erlong had just brought the guards over, she found that the entire camp had been completely transformed. An unknown giant beast was attacking the armory. The area of 5,000 square meters had been completely flattened. Countless soldiers were wailing and screaming, fleeing from this area. What is that thing? How can it be so huge? Could it be a sneak attack from the Spear Hall Empire? The GoldenHorned giant beast completely ignored the cries of these humans. Yu Xiaojiang's tent had long been crushed under its foot during its transformation. Right next to it was the Heaven Dou Empire's armory. Inside were weapons and armor sufficient for 5 million people. The equipment needed by the Heaven Dou Empire's army and reserves was all here. The vast majority were metal armors. Although the quality couldn't compare to those divine artifacts, the quantity was quite substantial. Devour. Then they saw the GoldenHorned giant beast open its massive mouth and quickly suck in all these weapons and equipment. Then it swallowed them down with satisfaction. Now, it had reached the second stage of the stellar rank, and even if it swallowed the equipment of 100,000 people, the energy within its body would only increase by less than 1. If it were to devour the entire armory, it would at most increase its strength by 8 to 9%. It feels so difficult to level up later. Has it already reached its peak? Teacher Erlong, where's my little Oscar? The clueless Ning Rongrong was also frightened by this giant beast. But upon recalling that Oscar had gone to visit Yu Xiaojiang earlier, despite the immense fear, this woman quickly rushed over. But at this moment, Luo Erlong was already in tears. Several soldiers who had miraculously escaped had declared the tragedy of Yu Xiaojiang. Don't go over there. The most critical area has already been flattened, with no bones left. This is someone else's original words. This also means Oscar. No, I don't believe it. I have to go save Xiao Ao. Perhaps hearing Ning Rongrong's cries. The GoldenHorned beast, which had almost exhausted the equipment storage, suddenly turned around. In its huge pupils, it directly saw these two crying women. Of course, this was just a brief moment of distraction. What followed was even more terrifying. Devour. The reserve of metals is simply not enough. The GoldenHorned behemoth then set its sights on the armored soldiers wielding weapons. A devouring sound was emitted. Suddenly, the camp was in chaos. My weapon flew away. Oh no, my shield, how could this happen? Quickly throw off all your gear unless you want to become a snack for the giant beast. Some clever people quickly realized what was happening. They understood that the GoldenHorned behemoth was absorbing metals. If anyone at this moment stubbornly clung to their armor, they would likely end up as the giant monster's meal. With a body of this size, it could almost be considered invincible. At this moment, the Heaven Dou Empire was completely panicked, including the emperor known as Avalanche. All the armor and equipment of the entire army of 1 million had been absorbed. Even the golden ring, symbolizing the imperial power of the Heaven Dou Empire, was ruthlessly taken by the beast, leaving the emperor with only a pair of underwear. What kind of terrifying soul beast is this? Emperor Avalanche was dumbfounded. In less than an hour, the entire army of the Heaven Dou Empire had turned into unarmed civilians. Not to mention the visible metals. Even a few nobles' gold dentures had been absorbed. Moreover, after absorbing these metals, the GoldenHorned behemoth appeared even larger. Estimated to be at least 500 to 800 meters tall. Such a big guy only needs to walk a few circles horizontally to destroy the entire camp. If it weren't for the concern of hurting Ning Rongrong and Luo Erlong, this fellow would have done it long ago. And over here, at the Tindo Empire camp, such a huge commotion has erupted. On the other side, at Jialing Pass, cheers are already ringing out. Although they don't know the specific reason. The soldiers of the Spirit Hall Empire understand in their hearts. Their empress seems to have reached some kind of agreement with the GoldenHorned beast. Ha! Let's see how these guys from the Tiando Empire turn the tables now. Their weapons and equipment have been taken away. So won't they be at our mercy next? Hee. Don't get too proud. You few guys, without the Empress's orders, you are not allowed to act on your own. This is the feast of the GoldenHorned beast. Do not disturb that great one. There have been many rumors before. It is said that the GoldenHorned beast is about to become the guardian beast of the Spirit Hall Empire. It seems this is not just baseless gossip. Now, it is using its actions to undermine the Tiando Empire. Master, this is great. Oh no, mister. GoldenHorned beast has already helped us break through the Tiando Empire's defense line. Soon, the overjoyed Hulaina reported this good news to Bibi Dong. The latter was sitting on the throne, smiling and sipping tea, feeling everything was so comfortable. Bibi Dong only paid a small price, but unexpectedly gained such results. It seems all the previous efforts were worth it. Nana, when the GoldenHorned beast leaves that camp, let our subordinates go and clean up the aftermath. Understood, Your Majesty. Even if there are powerful soul masters on the opposite side, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced without equipment. Especially those ordinary people who are unarmed. How can they possibly withstand the Soul Master Legion of the Spirit Hall Empire? What's even more frightening is that after the GoldenHorned beast finishes consuming all the metal in the camp, it slowly spreads its huge black-scaled wings and flies toward the border of the Tiando Empire. There are human cities there, along with a large amount of metal. If it sweeps through like this, visiting the entire Tiando Empire and the neighboring star Luo Empire, it might gather enough energy for the GoldenHorned beast to break through again. But would the gods allow it to do so? The answer is no. Although the current actions of the GoldenHorned beast leave these few gods feeling very confused. Just take the angel god, for example. The woman has just returned from Qianrenxue. From a standpoint, the angel god should represent the interests of the Spirit Empire. However, this GoldenHorned beast is currently fighting for the Spirit Empire. It feels like they're on the same side. What should we do? Should we stop that crazy little guy? Seeing this scene, the war god, who has always pursued the angel god, was also bewildered. Before coming to this Douluo Continent, it seems they hadn't considered this aspect. That is the factions. If the GoldenHorned beast is on their side, it seems. Chapter 43. Divine Realm Phoenix God versus GoldenHorned Beast. What's going on with you two? Perhaps sensing the hesitation of the angel god and the war god, the somewhat late fire god and phoenix god were a bit dissatisfied. These two do not have any sex or inheritances in Douluo Continent, so there are no concerns in that regard. Moreover, the destructive power of the GoldenHorned beast has also caused them a great headache. These ancient gods have all experienced the dragon god era. Back then, that giant dragon rampaged through the divine realm and almost completely destroyed their homeland. Of course, the current GoldenHorned beast has not yet caused the same level of destruction as that dragon god did back then. However, this scene made these gods feel very disgusted. Lord Fire God, don't forget that our purpose for coming down here is just to investigate, not to fight. Seeing his beloved goddess being questioned by the opponent, the god of war quickly stepped in front. The mighty god of war, who is held in high esteem by people, unexpectedly turns out to be a sycophant. However, the god of fire on the opposing side has a bad temper. Hearing such negativity from the other side, his expression immediately changed. If you're cowards, just admit it. Why are you still here, making sarcastic remarks? The god of fire, perhaps to demonstrate his authority, gave a signal to his follower, the Phoenix god. Instantly, flames erupted from the latter, transforming him into a colossal, blazing fire phoenix. Although not as large as the GoldenHorned giant beast, it was still quite impressive. This guy is the pinnacle existence of a secondary god. Moreover, with the permission of the Shura god, he can showcase his strongest form on the Douluo Continent. There is no such good combat experience in the divine realm. Today, he can fight with all his might, and all the wildness of the Phoenix god has been unleashed. My lord, you all rest here for a moment. Let me go and slay that monster. After saying this, the legendary divine bird suddenly flew out. Instantly, the sky above the heads of the gods turned a large area red, like a burning cloud. Zizizizi, wherever this fire phoenix passed, the earth ignited. Why does it feel like this guy's destructive power is even greater than that of the GoldenHorned giant beast? What is that? Sensing the heat source emanating from behind, the GoldenHorned giant beast stopped midair. At this moment, its massive body had arrived above the outermost fortress of the Heaven Do Empire. It had just used its devouring skill to render the defenses here completely ineffective. Just as it was about to loot the pots and pans from the homes of the people here, it was interrupted while eating. Whoosh! Boom, boom, boom. That phoenix god is even more terrifying than the golden-horned giant beast. His arrival directly ignited a circle of houses next to the fortress. Countless people and livestock on the streets below were screaming and running around, like little rolling fireballs. Are you some kind of evil god? Why make such a big commotion? The golden-horned giant beast, having read novels, certainly knows what it is facing. This guy can be said to be the ancestor of all phoenix-type martial souls. He is the true god of the phoenix. As long as I take you down, these humble humans will spread the glorious name of my phoenix god. And you are the demon in the story. So dominating. So shameless. However, this Douluo Continent is no different from other places. All history is written by the victors. What the phoenix god said is not wrong. As long as we take down the golden-horned giant beast today, we can control those historians to glorify today's battle. The humans who were burned to death by the phoenix's flames will be described as having been defeated by the golden-horned giant beast. Such an evil black monster, with black flames erupting from its body. Like hellfire, it erodes the human heart and incinerates the earth. Aren't these so-called gods the ones who twisted history like this before? You really are shameless. Regarding the phoenix god's nonchalance, the golden-horned beast is truly at a loss for words. So, you want to be a saint and save these humans? You've misunderstood. I'm the starry sky beast, and my existence is to devour this planet, including your divine realm. It was as if the golden-horned beast had heard the most wonderful joke in the world, displaying a proud and untamed expression. But this infuriated the phoenix god on the opposite side. It felt like it had encountered a second dragon god. That dragon god back in the day also claimed it would transform the entire divine realm, creating its own territory. You nameless monster, seeking death. Since we can't find common ground in conversation, let us just start fighting. The phoenix also doesn't like to waste words. It just saw this guy's wings flapping vigorously. Whoosh! One fire tornado after another appeared out of nowhere, sweeping towards the golden-horned giant beast in front of it. The humans on the ground were not having it easy either. The powerful hurricane uprooted ordinary houses, tearing them apart in a whirlwind. Since the metal had basically been absorbed by the golden-horned giant beast, these houses disintegrated easily. Along with the cries of children, cows and sheep turned to ashes in the fire tornadoes. However, such power was utterly insignificant in front of the golden-horned giant beast. It didn't seem to do anything. It was just a process of inhaling and exhaling. Whoosh! It was as if a strong wind blew, and those once mighty fire tornadoes instantly dissipated. To humans, this might seem like a terrifying disaster, completely unstoppable. But for the golden-horned giant beast, extinguishing these flames was as simple as blowing out birthday candles. That series of fire tornadoes just now must have been some kind of ultimate move from this phoenix deity. But unexpectedly, it was resolved by the opponent in such a nonchalant manner. At this moment, the phoenix deity was dumbfounded. It should be said that it was both shocked and angry. The opponent truly looked down on it. But before this fire phoenix could react, a flash of dark light appeared before it. What? This? The speed is astonishing. It's the assault of the golden-horned beast. In a daze, the phoenix god only saw a golden light rushing towards its abdomen. Then came a piercing pain. Bang! Logically speaking, this phoenix god is also a divine beast. It carries the attribute of flames. It shouldn't be so easily recreated. But this is reality. The golden horn of the golden-horned beast is currently thrust firmly into its belly. It was just a little short of piercing through the entire phoenix. You talk too much. Just a mere second-level god dares to act recklessly in front of me? After saying this, disregarding the fiery gaze of the opponent, the other two claws of the golden-horned beast quickly followed. They clasped the phoenix's two claws like a tiger's claw. Then, with a powerful twist, crack! It sounded like bones breaking. The immense pain nearly caused the phoenix god to faint. You damned. After suffering heavy injuries consecutively, the phoenix god no longer cared. It quickly folded its wings and wrapped the body of the golden-horned beast, its entire being transformed into a huge fireball. Was it trying to melt this monster with high temperatures and flames? Chapter 44. The golden-horned beast unearthed the phoenix god's divine position. Whoosh! Legend has it that the phoenix can be reborn through nirvana when facing a life-and-death crisis. At this moment, the phoenix god seemed to have been pushed to this point. After its massive wings enveloped most of the golden-horned beast's body, the two gigantic figures formed a huge fireball in midair, resembling a small sun. The fortress of the Tiando Empire beneath this fireball was in trouble. The immense heat gradually melted all the buildings on the surface, and various creatures were completely vaporized. Sizzle. The entire city transformed into a giant ice cream, visibly turning into liquid. It was terrifying. These so-called gods have no mercy at all. Their destruction of this city is something even the GoldenHorned giant beast cannot achieve. I never expected these guys to be so frenzied to achieve their goals. They can resort to all sorts of means. Are they really not afraid of divine retribution? At this moment, those gods, still lingering on the territory of the Spirit Empire, seem to have a hint of mockery in their tone. Hee, Lord Fire God. It seems your little brother is in trouble, starting to undergo rebirth in flames. Seeing the Phoenix God forced to use this move, the angel god displayed a disdainful smile on her beautiful face, as if mocking the fire god opposite her. With such a fragile subordinate, the battle had barely lasted half an hour, and the Phoenix God had already been pushed to the brink. Meanwhile, the Fire God's expression was also unpredictable, wanting to help but feeling constrained by pride. It's okay. I think my little brother just wants to teach that beast a lesson. All right. But this hesitation caused the Fire God to miss the best opportunity to rescue the Phoenix God. The GoldenHorned giant beast, wrapped in the fireball, was also having a hard time. Due to the continuous high temperature, its originally dark scales had turned slightly fiery red. One could even smell a hint of burning. Indeed, everything has its nemesis. The GoldenHorned giant beast can withstand tremendous external force attacks, but it cannot survive for long in extreme temperatures or cold. Every object has a melting point. At least the outer layer of scales of the GoldenHorned giant beast was nearing its limit. If the temperature was not lowered at this moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even some weak points in its peripheral nerves had already begun to ignite. Upon witnessing this scene, the Phoenix God immediately revealed a triumphant smile. So, you have your weaknesses too. But just this one remark fundamentally enraged the GoldenHorned giant beast. I originally didn't intend to kill you, but this is your own doing. The true body of heaven and earth, although somewhat hindered by the flames, was already close to the two beasts. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered on the GoldenHorned giant beast, and its body rapidly shrank, from over 3,000 meters down to less than 200 meters. This figure seems to be far from the giant phoenix in front of it. However, little did they know, when the GoldenHorned beast condensed its body, its combat power would increase exponentially. Before the Phoenix City could react, the new body it had just obtained through rebirth in flames experienced a tearing pain. It was truly being torn apart. At the location of the Phoenix God's chest, a large hole was directly opened by the two claws of the GoldenHorned beast, and this oblivious cosmic beast actually burrowed right through that hole. What does it want to do? Not good, you. By the time the Phoenix God reacted, it was already too late. Its source power had been severely damaged. It turned out that this location was the most core energy gathering point of the Phoenix God. It was the position of its divine core. The GoldenHorned beast sensed this power immediately. So it condensed its strength and, using a surprise attack method, drilled into the opponent's body. It bit down on the red energy block shaped like a sugar cube. It yanked hard. Whoosh! It felt like the play button had been suddenly pressed to pause. The blazing fireball in the sky rapidly cooled down, and the surrounding flames gradually extinguished. The scorching temperature around continued to drop. Soon, it returned to around 100 degrees Celsius. Meanwhile, the flames on the GoldenHorned beast's body slowly calmed down. Did it win? What have you done to me? Seeing the red divine core in the mouth of the GoldenHorned beast, the Phoenix God's eyes widened, and the fiery red feathers gradually cooled. Its massive body stiffened and fell from the sky. When it had defeated the Rakshasa goddess earlier, the GoldenHorned beast had already noticed this characteristic. The biggest difference between these so-called gods and ordinary humans is that they have this thing added to their bodies. It's like the engine in a car. If you remove this core component, it becomes a pile of scrap metal. The situation the once proud Phoenix God is facing is similar. Originally a secondary deity, after having this core taken away, its strength rapidly declined. It quickly fell to around level 100. I see. Seeing this opponent's aura rapidly weaken, the GoldenHorned beast's eyes revealed a look of sudden realization. It seems that in the future, the best way to deal with these so-called divine beings is to take away their divine essence. It seems like a poor boy has suddenly found the key to wealth. The surprise and comfort in this are something only one can feel. What? The Phoenix. The moment the Phoenix God encountered his fate, his elder brother, the Fire God, sensed it immediately. At this moment, he could no longer care about face or dignity. He saw this guy suddenly turn into a massive fireball, rushing toward him at an unbelievable speed. The Phoenix God, feeling the change, curled his wings and claws once again. But this was not a rebirth through fire. He no longer had that opportunity. Instead, in front of the golden-horned beast, he transformed into a fiery red egg, returning to a very primitive state. Hee, are you planning to treat me to lunch? Watching this sudden change, the golden-horned beast licked his lips. However, just as he was about to taste the phoenix egg, a portal made of firelight suddenly appeared in the distance. The phoenix egg seemed to sense something and, with its last bit of strength, shot into the portal like a cannonball. Escaped? An interesting method. Just as the golden-horned beast rushed over with a slap to try to break the portal, the space before him turned into nothingness. This seems to be some kind of great teleportation spell, and the caster is the fire god. Looking at the phoenix egg in his hand, the temperature around the fire god rapidly rises. Then, a new type of energy ring erupts, spreading out in all directions. Wow! It was a lake, quickly surrounded by flames, and in the blink of an eye, it evaporated completely, leaving only the red-hot stones at the bottom of the lake. Chapter 45. The Haotian Sect Strikes. Will you bring me some snacks? Fire god, please remain calm. This guy's strength exceeds our imagination. Just as the fire god was about to explode with rage, the war god suddenly appeared before him. Although this guy has always been a sycophant to the angel god, he is not irrational. Based on the previous encounters with the phoenix god, the war god has drawn a terrifying conclusion. The strength of the golden-horned beast they are facing might have exceeded their imagination. Not only can the secondary gods on Douluo Continent not defeat it, but even a primary god like the fire god would struggle. Even if a god king like Xuan came over, victory would not be guaranteed. This is a very rational judgment, serving as a wake-up call to the currently confused fire god. The fire god still acknowledges the war god's analysis. After all, this guy is quite professional, especially in assessing the strength of enemies. So what should we do? Shouldn't we take revenge for my brother? Of course we should take revenge, but we need to clearly understand how much power this guy has. As expected of the war god, this is the moment he can maintain his rationality, right? The most correct course of action now should be to report their situation to the Xuan god. They should let that lord make the decision. After all, eliminating the golden-horned beast is not their task for descending this time. I also think the war god is right. Fire god, please calm down. The angel god added without missing a beat. In fact, this woman didn't dare to touch the golden-horned beast at all because it was too terrifying. Just the way it directly pulled the divine personality out of the phoenix god's body sent chills down the spine of Angel City. Such an elegant goddess. If she encountered the same situation, might as well die by crashing into something. Now they finally understand that the downfall of the Rakshasa goddess was not a coincidence. It was because the golden-horned beast already possessed the ability to devour gods. This is too frightening. Why has such a terrifying entity appeared in this world while the divine realm remains unaware? What are those who supervise every star domain and every small world doing? Are they just idling around? There's nothing they could do now but wait. The war god has compiled the information about what just happened and sent it to the Xuan god. At present, aside from quietly waiting for news, they cannot take any rash actions. Otherwise, next time they might not be so lucky to escape. In short, the golden-horned beast now absolutely possesses the ability to kill gods. If you're not afraid of death, feel free to try. All right, let this damn thing live for a while longer. The fire god glared fiercely in the direction of the golden-horned beast, slowly retracting his aura. However, at this moment, the golden-horned beast in the distance was somewhat displeased. Compared to the three gods opposite, the golden-horned beast could sense the aura of strong beings on this planet even more acutely. It had originally prepared to take on 3 opponents, but to its surprise, the 3 suddenly became still. Don't they want to avenge their companion? If it had known this would happen, the golden-horned beast wouldn't have left its aura behind. This way, it will be easier for others to think of you. There are no pills for regret in this world. Once something is done, it has to be done. Moreover, these 3 guys should have already planned to report to the higher-level God King, right? After all, the appearance of such an uncontrollable creature on Douluo Continent would attract extreme attention from the higher-ups in the divine realm. Additionally, for such high-level ferocious beasts, the divine realm has always prioritized extermination. This is a shadow left by the Dragon King back in the day. However, even though these divine beings have retreated, it doesn't mean that other forces won't seek trouble with the golden-horned giant beast. Perhaps it's a misunderstanding of the situation, knowing that an incredible event has occurred here. Not far away, there are still dozens of figures moving swiftly towards this ruin. These people are dressed in uniform, and their martial souls are all the Haotian hammer. They appear well-trained, and their movements are coordinated in uniform. These are the people of the Haotian sect. Previously, they received reliable news that Haotian's ancestor, Tang Chun, had already fallen. The culprit is that legendary golden-horned giant beast. Since they do not know the depth of the opponent's strength, these foolish members of the Haoyan sect think they're only facing a giant soul beast, driven by the desire to avenge their ancestors. Over 80 members of the Haoyan sect, led by several elders, charged forward one after another. The golden-horned behemoth had sensed this group of people from the very beginning. It didn't intend to leave. Instead, it waited on the spot with a smile, trying to condense its body to the smallest possible state, fearing that its massive size would scare the opponents away. However, even so, the body length of this golden-horned giant beast is nearly 300 meters, making it larger than any known super soul beast. Fortunately, the members of the Haoyan sect are filled with hatred. Even when faced with this monster that stands as tall as a small mountain, they will not show the slightest sign of retreat. They have spotted the target right ahead. Form up. They see the golden-horned giant beast. These guys from the Haoyan sect certainly do not dare to underestimate the situation. They immediately formed a huge formation, gathering all their strength for those few elders. Back then, on the battlefield, with this move, Tang Xiao single-handedly overwhelmed the 3 titled Luo powerhouses of the Spirit Empire and emerged victorious. This shows that the power of numbers is indeed great. The saying, human determination can conquer nature, has been well validated by the Haoyan sect. However, this golden-horned giant beast is not an ordinary opponent. Seeing these interesting humans before it, the beast couldn't help but mock them. Hee, are you bringing me some snacks? Just in time, I'm hungry. And the taste of the Haoyan hammer is not bad. Having previously tasted Tang Chen's purest Haoyan hammer, the golden-horned giant beast has developed a picky palate. The Haoyan hammers in the hands of these little guys are clearly inferior to those of their ancestor. But there are many of them. Just now, during the battle with the Phoenix God, it indeed consumed some of its stamina. Now it just happens to take these little guys Haoyan hammers to replenish itself. Just playing with them. You boastful fellow, today is your day of doom. We will avenge our old sect master. Humans are such foolish creatures. Sometimes they are overly confident in their own strength, completely unaware of who the true master of the entire Douluo Continent is. Roar. Don't bother shouting. No matter how much you roar today, you won't escape. The few elders of the Haoyan sect are all title Douluo level. So when all that energy converged into their bodies, their spirit rings all opened. But these elders did not realize that their actions only added to the fragrance of the Haoyan hammer for the golden-horned giant beast, only accelerating their destruction. Chapter 46. The Haoyan sect is ruined. Tang Xin breaks down in tears. What did you say? The Haoyan sect has suffered a heavy blow? That golden-horned giant beast, for some reason, did not go for the kill. However, the backbone of the Haoyan sect has now lost their martial souls and has basically turned into a group of useless people. In this way, the overall combat power of the Haoyan sect has decreased by more than half, especially for those elders. Without the support of their martial souls, they can no longer maintain their current lives. They have almost reached the end of their years. If the Haoyan sect were to lose more than 5 titled Douluo powerhouses at once, their ranking on the entire Douluo continent would plummet. How could this happen? It's terrifying, isn't it? Rather than allowing so many powerful individuals to suffer through the rest of their lives, it would be better to eliminate them all at that time. After receiving this news, Tang San, who had returned from the city of slaughter, was left speechless. Unless he could inherit the power of the Azura god, he would have no way to counter this. On the contrary, that golden-horned beast is becoming increasingly powerful. It seems that even those big shots from the divine realm might not be able to deal with it easily. Seeing the old, weak, sick, and disabled return to the sect, Tang San was on the verge of tears. Originally, he had planned to use the strength of his sect to build his own credentials and become a notable figure on the Douluo Continent in the future. But now, with so many powerful combat forces suddenly diminished, the Haoyan sect is likely to shift from a first-rate sect to a second-rate or even third-rate one. Coupled with Tang San's recent setbacks, he feels that the chances of turning things around in the future are becoming slimmer. What should we do? Maybe she sensed the frustration of her beloved. Xiao Wu quickly ran over to encourage him. Third brother, there's no need to be disheartened. In fact, our Douluo Continent still has a lot of depth, and that monster won't be able to act so arrogantly for much longer. This little rabbit seems to know something. It is a message being transmitted among their high-level soul beasts, using a secret method that humans cannot comprehend. It is said that the strongest soul beast on this Douluo Continent is about to awaken. Legend has it that this great being once created the glory of soul beasts across the entire Douluo Continent. If revived, it would surely be able to slay the destructive golden-horned giant beast. Xiao Wu, Are you talking about those few deities? But I feel like they don't intend to confront it head-on. No, Sangge, I'm talking about another greater existence, the Silver Dragon King Guyuna. In fact, this little rabbit does not know. The great being they speak of should not awaken at this time. The Silver Dragon King should still be in slumber. An incredible external force has disrupted the slumber of the Silver Dragon King. In reality, this is a very bad thing. Silver Dragon King Guyuna? Why have I never heard of this name? She is the goddess of our soul beast world and was supposed to become a god of the Douluo Continent as well. When mentioning the Silver Dragon King, there seem to be many little stars in Xiao Wu's eyes. It appears she is the idol of all soul beasts. After hearing this news, there seemed to be a hint of comfort in Tang San's eyes. If such a great being truly appears, I believe our Douluo Continent will soon return to its original state. Recently, Tang San has really been having a tough time. This guy was originally on a fast track to success, almost standing at the peak of the world. But ever since the appearance of the GoldenHorned beast, all the halos related to him have completely disappeared. It even made Tang San have suicidal impulses at one point. When this young couple talked about the legendary Silver Dragon King, an incredible energy fluctuation actually occurred in the Starry Forest. In a place originally sealed by the Fire God and the Phoenix God, it seemed that something was about to break ground. Originally, these two fire-type deities could jointly suppress and seal each other. But who knew that the Phoenix would suddenly be taken down? Moreover, in the past couple of days, the Fire God has been troubled and has no interest in managing that seal. Soon, a silver light breaking through the sky appeared. Although it was fleeting, it caused a collective celebration among the high-level soul beasts across the Douluo Continent, as if a certain bloodline within them had been ignited. According to legend, this Silver Dragon King is the ancestor of many soul beasts, and the ancestor of the Silver Dragon King is said to be the legendary dragon god, the terrifying existence that almost completely destroyed the entire divine realm. It is said that the strength of that dragon god is not inferior to the current GoldenHorned beast. Various signs indicate that the dragon god they speak of may also be a starry sky giant beast. Third brother, I sensed the summoning of Lord Silver Dragon King. Regarding that silver light, the little rabbit sensed it too, instantly becoming very active and excited. Of course, the three gods still on the Douluo Continent also sensed it. It seems that the seal is about to lose its effect, right? Fire God, is this the good thing you did? It turns out that you came to the Douluo Continent with a purpose. The angel god seemed to see through the other party's thoughts in an instant. However, this woman only spoke without taking any specific action. Meanwhile, the war god seemed to be deep in thought. If only we could get the Silver Dragon King and that guy to fight, it would at least help us wear them down. It turns out that the thoughts of these three gods were the same. They wanted the prematurely resurrected Silver Dragon King to battle the GoldenHorned beast. After all, that is said to be a descendant of the dragon god. Perhaps they could fight to the death. This way, the three of them won't have to take action. In fact, their calculations are quite good. The GoldenHorned beast has indeed sensed that incredible energy fluctuation just now. It was a sacred aura, one that even made the GoldenHorned beast feel a hint of familiarity. That dragon god from back in the day, even if not a starry sky beast, must have been an impressive being. The Silver Dragon King inherited part of the dragon god's power, naturally able to attract this creature's attention. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be such a level of existence on this continent. Although the Silver Dragon King hasn't fully appeared, this aura has already revealed its position. Not only have the three great celestial gods firmly locked onto the soon-to-be-revived Silver Dragon King, but even the GoldenHorned beast has pinpointed the other's exact location. Quite interesting. Unknowingly, perhaps drawn in by the other's aura. The GoldenHorned behemoth is actually moving step by step towards the Starry Forest where the Silver Dragon King resides. Perhaps there is some kind of aura on the other party that truly fascinates him. Let me see what kind of existence you really are. Chapter 47. Journey to the Starry Forest, encountering Guyuna. Great, this kid has moved. Shall we place a bet? Let us see who is stronger, the GoldenHorned behemoth or the Silver Dragon King. After sensing the direction of the GoldenHorned behemoth's movement, the several celestials were exceptionally happy. In their view, two tigers can't coexist on the same mountain. When the GoldenHorned behemoth and the Silver Dragon King meet, a fierce battle is bound to occur. But is that really the case? This is just a wishful thinking of certain individuals. Not to mention whether those two guys can actually fight. Just the fact that they could meet in such a vast Starry Forest is already a matter of fate, since the three gods are completely neglecting this side. No one knows whether the Silver Dragon King has awakened or where he has gone after waking up. Looking at the vast mountains and the dense forest in front of him, the GoldenHorned beast suddenly found himself in a dilemma. It wouldn't be a problem for him to destroy everything here with his enormous body. In front of him, this forest seemed like a thicket. Trying to find a tiny person in the thicket felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. So after thinking for a moment, he transformed back into Oscar's appearance. As a transmigrator, he roughly knew the location of Guyuna. That should be the core area of the Starry forest, where there should be a huge magic circle. He just didn't know if it still existed. When he arrived in this forest, the GoldenHorned beast had already sensed that the residual power over there was very weak. It seemed that the Silver Dragon King had awakened earlier than everyone expected. The journey was eerily quiet, with not a single insect soul beast in sight. It was as if all the creatures here had been drawn away by some kind of power. What do those gods really mean? Did they come to this world for the Silver Dragon King? Along the way, Oscar muttered to himself. In fact, he also felt very confused, because as soon as those four guys arrived in this land, they were already sensed. It seemed that their first destination was not the GoldenHorned beast, but rather to attend to their own private matters. The goals of the Phoenix God and the Fire God should be the seals here. It felt like a sense of being overlooked. It was quite uncomfortable. Moreover, now these three guys were gathered together, looking at everything happening here with a scrutinizing gaze. They thought the GoldenHorned beast was unaware. How naive. Just as this kid was pondering with his head down, a sound of flowing water suddenly appeared ahead. It seemed there was a small waterfall, and beside the waterfall was a large rock. Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is that a silver-haired girl was sitting barefoot by the water, playing happily. Upon seeing Oscar approaching, the girl's eyes showed no sign of shyness or fear at all. Instead, she revealed a very charming smile towards him. This is obviously not a human girl. That beautiful figure, along with the silver hair like a waterfall, and the wisdom reflected in her eyes that seems to have experienced the passage of time. Good morning, you must be that terrifying monster they talked about. I can't tell what your true form is. Could this be Guyuna? She actually saw at a glance that Oscar is not human. Silver Dragon King Guyuna? Oscar asked tentatively. In fact, he couldn't discern the true form of the other party either. This Silver Dragon King looks much smarter than the previous gods. At least it gives off a down-to-earth vibe. Shouldn't we transform and have a fight now? Otherwise, those three might get a bit unhappy, right? I didn't expect this Silver Dragon King to be waiting here for the GoldenHorned beast early in the morning. However, from the relaxed tone of the other party, it seems they are not planning to fight. Instead, they're sitting here teasing the GoldenHorned beast on purpose. Aren't you afraid I'll pin you down and rub you into ground? You know, I just took down a phoenix not long ago. Are you sure you can handle him? Seeing this unreserved Silver Dragon King, Oscar's eyes were filled with curiosity. This woman is quite bold, isn't she? At least she's more impressive than the girls he has encountered before. This kind of courage is not something every girl can possess. You're talking about that little bird. Back in the days of the miracle, that guy almost got torn apart by my brother. I didn't expect it to hold a grudge until now. It turns out the Silver Dragon King already knew what was going on. This woman is very aware that those gods will not let her go. Aren't you even a little bit afraid? I was quite worried at first because my power is restricted by the laws of this world. In front of the GoldenHorned beast, the Silver Dragon King does not shy away from expressing his thoughts at all. Due to being resurrected in advance and being suppressed by the laws of the Douluo Continent, even at his peak back then, this guy's strength was roughly equivalent to a level 1 god. But now, at most, he is just a title Douluo at level 90. If a real fight were to break out, he might be taken down in an instant. So, you specifically waited here for me. Is there something you want to say to me? He shifted his gaze away from Guyuna's fair ankle. It seems this woman deliberately arranged the entire Starry forest like this just to wait for him. Ha ha ha, interesting. It seems you're not what the rumors outside say. I thought you were just a mindless beast. It appears Guyuna must have thoroughly investigated the GoldenHorned beast. After all, the Douluo Continent is not just a world for humans. It is filled with soul beasts everywhere. Some soul beasts are merely tamed by humans, but they can also help relay messages to their kind. So, the past actions of the GoldenHorned beast must have led to significant misunderstandings. However, his swift demeanor does make one think in a different direction. Go ahead. How do you want to cooperate with me? And what benefits can I gain from you? Oscar is a smart person. How can he not see this woman's true intentions? It is clear that this is the Silver Dragon King's lowest posture. Is this woman named Guyuna asking for cooperation? One could even say she is asking for protection. You are really direct. I've heard that you need a lot of metal, and humans are not as skilled at mining as I am. So that's what it means. Indeed, compared to these soul beasts living in the wild, humans are indeed lacking in many aspects. Moreover, these soul beasts must know the locations of the mines on this planet much better than humans do. I have to admit, Guyuna's condition seems very tempting. But why does Oscar still appear indifferent? Does he think it's not enough? Chapter 48. What? The Silver Dragon King, Gu Yu, now wants to marry me indeed. I need a lot of metal, but I can also find these mineral deposits with some effort. The Silver Dragon King has a great advantage in this regard. This woman can control all the soul beasts on the entire Douluo Continent. Theoretically, she can find all kinds of mines. However, Oscar doesn't need such help. With his own sensing ability, he can also search for mines everywhere. Moreover, he finds a sense of exploration when searching by himself, which is a very interesting game. But if you find all these locations in advance, wouldn't that take away the challenge? Moreover, once the GoldenHorned giant beast grows to a certain extent, it can even swallow the entire planet. No matter how deeply those secret metals are hidden, they will eventually become the GoldenHorned giant beast's meal. So from this perspective, the GoldenHorned giant beast really doesn't need the help of the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna. Oh dear, you see, I told you. Such a small price really can't move him. The Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna seemed to show a naturally confident expression on her face. Then, a man dressed in a tailcoat appeared behind her. It was the legendary beast god Emperor Tian, a super black dragon with a lifespan approaching 700,000 years, and also the leader of the Black Dragon clan. Respected Silver Dragon King, if my lord the GoldenHorned giant beast wishes to go to war with us, we are willing to stand behind you forever. What a loyal servant. But why do these high-level soul beasts love to fight so much? Just like that deep-sea demon whale king we encountered back then, that guy also had a violent temper. Emperor Tian, after all these years, why haven't you made any progress? Fighting and killing every day is so meaningless. Gu Yuna seemed completely unfazed by the collapse of the negotiations with the other party. She still wore a smile on her face, and it was a very radiant one. This gave Oscar a very strange feeling. But adult, I can't think of anything that could make the GoldenHorned beast cooperate with us. As for the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna's thoughts, Tian expressed his inability to understand. But what can be done about it? There are 3 celestial gods outside watching closely, and the divine realm must have already learned about what is happening here. If a powerful backing cannot be found, the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna will surely be doomed. Back then, this woman managed to hide and fell into a deep sleep in the Starry forest. But who would have thought that after so many years, she would still be discovered? Perhaps this is fate. Ever since the dragon god caused a commotion in the Douluo Continent's divine realm that day, the fate of their clan has been sealed. The dragon god was destroyed. The Golden Dragon King was sealed, and now only the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna remains. The divine realm will not let this woman go. They can only feel at ease by eliminating her completely. But I'm still here, right? I wonder what the GoldenHorned beast thinks of me. At the same time, Gu Yuna floated down from the waterfall like a fairy, landing gracefully in front of Oscar. Her smile turned into a playful expression, suggesting that something was about to happen. What do you mean by that? I think someone as wise and powerful as you should have a suitable partner by your side. What? What does this woman mean by suddenly asking like this? What do you think of me, an adult? I, Gu Yuna, the Silver Dragon King, can be both dignified and sweet, the last heir of the Divine Dragon clan. Do I deserve you? What's going on? Is the price that the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna mentioned actually herself? Are you saying you want to marry me? Oscar understood. This was clearly a gesture of affection. Could it be that the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna intends to use herself as a bargaining chip to gain the protection of the GoldenHorned giant beast? What's wrong? Am I not worthy? A noble starry sky beast like you can only be matched by someone like me, right? This is not simple. I never expected that the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna would know that the GoldenHorned giant beast is a starry sky beast. There are probably not many who can see this across the entire Douluo Continent. Could it be that the dragon god from back then really? Don't look at me with such surprised eyes. I also obtained this knowledge from my ancestors' legacy. Great, Gu Yuna is definitely an iconic female lead in the Douluo series. She is a goddess in the hearts of many readers. But who would have thought that in order to ally with the GoldenHorned giant beast, she would propose to marry him at first sight? Haha, it feels so sudden. Oscar seems a bit taken aback by Gu Yuna's initiative. He didn't expect this woman. Silver Dragon King, are you joking? You are the queen of all soul beasts on our Douluo Continent, and seeing your recklessness makes the beast god beside you very anxious. They are afraid that the future path of all soul beasts on the continent will be jeopardized. Moreover, the higher-ups among these soul beasts do not consider themselves inferior beings. They even believe that soul beasts should be the masters of this Douluo Continent, and that they should have a place in the divine realm as well. And the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna is the key to their return to supremacy. But if this lady directly becomes the wife of the GoldenHorned giant beast, wouldn't that all be wasted? Emperor Tian, Are you questioning my decision? Can our soul beasts resist those guys in the divine realm with our own strength? Hearing the beast god Emperor Tion's objection, Guyuna unexpectedly reacted with disgust. It seems this woman's thoughts are not so simple. Guyuna is not just looking for a backer. She likely wants to join forces with the GoldenHorned giant beast in front of her. Interesting, you want to use my hand to help you take revenge, right? Oscar instantly understood the other party's intentions. At this moment, he also had to admire Guyuna's intelligence. Based on the Silver Dragon King's own strength, even if she were to cultivate for another 10,000 years, she would still not be a match for the divine realm. The dragon god back then was so powerful. Yet in the end, he was still taken down, right? If this GoldenHorned giant beast continues to grow, it might not just be the three gods in front of them. Even a true god king like the Shura god could possibly be easily defeated by this guy. But any cooperative relationship will have gaps. The only way to make this GoldenHorned giant beast a non-betraying partner is to become family with each other. And just as the Silver Dragon King Guyuna herself said, the GoldenHorned giant beast comes from an ultra-strong bloodline of the starry sky beasts. Perhaps only the descendants of the dragon god can barely match it. Those so-called human beauties, even a fierce existence like Bibi Dong, probably wouldn't be worthy of this lady. Chapter 49 Guyuna, let us go hunt the gods. I have to admit, Miss Guyuna, your proposal is very tempting, but I already have a woman. Originally, if Guyuna were to show such affection, no one would refuse, right? But Oscar had already been with Bibi Dong before. If he didn't inform her and ended up with this legendary Silver Dragon King, wouldn't that be a bit scummy? Oh dear, you really are troublesome. Have you been with humans for too long? The views on love held by these soul beasts seem to be quite different from those of humans. As long as they find someone they like, that's enough. There's no need for so many twists and turns. It can be straightforward. However, this Silver Dragon King does not know that within the body of this GoldenHorned giant beast, there is still a human soul. Therefore, some moral boundaries related to humans cannot be crossed. Even if he wants to take a second wife, he still needs to discuss it with Bibi Dong. Although it is likely that the Empress of the Wuhuan Empire is also interested in the strength of the GoldenHorned giant beast. However, you can first stay by my side, and we can formulate a god hunting plan. This is important for the GoldenHorned giant beast. The soul beasts in this world are not his opponents. Even standing at the peak of this world, there is nothing to be happy about. Instead, it is these lofty gods who will undoubtedly become a problem in the future, as the GoldenHorned giant beast aims to dominate this universe. If the gods on Douluo Continent were to learn about the next target of the GoldenHorned giant beast, they would surely try to stop it at all costs. In fact, the GoldenHorned giant beast's ambitions for this planet far exceed everyone's imagination. It not only wants to hand over the rule of the entire continent to Bibi Dong, but it also wants to take control of the entire divine realm here. It aims to allow humans and soul beasts to share a planet, and then treat this place as its own lair, a stronghold, before going on to conquer other planets. This is the legacy and fate of the starry sky behemoth. Of course, the ultimate destination is still that world that devours the cosmos. There lies the archenemy of the GoldenHorned behemoth, Luo Feng. I really wonder how much Luo Feng has grown by now. Could it be that because of the GoldenHorned behemoth's delay, this guy has lost his motivation to move forward? You have to know that if there were purely no external influences, Luo Feng would not have broken through so quickly. Moreover, this kid only gradually grew into a super cosmic overlord after obtaining the avatar of the GoldenHorned behemoth. However, no matter what, this fated battle is inevitable. It is also something deeply etched in the memory of the GoldenHorned beast, something that cannot be erased or forgotten. The only way to change everything and in the timeline of fate is through one's own hands. Hee, let me guess who your beloved is? I heard that you were once very close to that woman from the Spirit Empire. Guyuna is truly a very intelligent woman. She was able to directly guess the feelings of the GoldenHorned beast at this moment. According to Guyuna's own judgment, as a beauty, she is definitely not inferior to any human woman on the Douluo Continent, whether in terms of bloodline or other conditions. What might bind the GoldenHorned beast is perhaps the human-like thought in his heart. This is an interesting starry sky giant beast. Wasn't it always said that such terrifying monsters are emotionless? Aside from being relatively concerned about its own kind, the GoldenHorned giant beast shouldn't be so cold-blooded, right? It seems that this GoldenHorned giant beast is quite different from the legends. It seems your information is quite well informed. It seems that your soul beasts have a significant influence on this continent. Regarding Guyuna's probing, the GoldenHorned giant beast not only feels no aversion, but actually believes even more that its judgment is correct. This planet is not just a home for humanity. It is also a shared home for countless beings. When that golden-horned giant came to the Blue Star, it might have wanted to turn this place into its base. Who knew it would encounter a killing god like Luo Feng? In the end, it could only result in that outcome. Hee, you are truly an interesting fellow, but our goals should be aligned. Although the Silver Dragon King currently lacks power, this woman has never forgotten the dragon god's wish from back in the day. Even though she has no strength to resist now, the Silver Dragon King will seek revenge against the divine clan when the opportunity arises. Very well. Then let's begin the hunt for the gods. Despite her confession being rejected by the man before her, Xuan seemed to quickly adjust her mindset. This woman is really scary. Her psychological resilience might be the strongest among all the women on the continent. Haha, I really like your personality. If you want to be my woman, you must be clear about love and hate. Generally speaking, if an ordinary woman is rejected by a man after making advances, she would definitely turn hostile very quickly. But I didn't expect this woman to adjust her mindset so quickly. It's truly unexpected. Lord Silver Dragon King, has our revenge already begun? Hearing Xuan's words, the beast god Emperor Tian beside her seemed very excited. Over the years, these high-level soul beasts have been hiding everywhere. On one hand, they have to deal with the tribulation, and on the other hand, they must avoid the prying eyes of these divine clans. Because once they are locked onto by these guys, they might be mysteriously assassinated. Just like that angel god. Over the years, they have been secretly manipulating the experts of the Spirit Empire to hunt soul beasts that are over 100,000 years old. They did the same when they still had control over the Shura god in the City of Slaughter. There is also Sea God Island. They did not directly participate in such massacres, but they did imprison high-level sea soul beasts like the deep-sea demon whale king and the evil demon tiger whale king. The effect is actually quite similar. However, now, with the golden-horned giant beast, it's different. This guy has succeeded in killing gods more than once. Collaborating with a man like this, whether or not we can completely eradicate the divine realm, is another matter. At least, the few guys left on Douluo Continent will definitely not be able to return alive. Emperor Tian, starting today, it is time for us to take revenge on these divine clans. Understood, I will immediately get the brothers ready. Seeing the Silver Dragon King's affirmative response, the beast god Emperor Tian seemed like a completely different person. Then, this guy transformed into a huge black dragon and flew towards another direction of the Starry Forest. There, a group of high-level soul beasts over 10,000 years old has been lurking until now. Today is finally the time to collect interest from these divine clans. The ridiculous thing is that the three guys watching from a distance are completely unaware of the situation here. Especially that angel god, who is still eagerly waiting for the outcome of the battle between the golden-horned giant beast and the Silver Dragon King. Is this arrogance? Or is it foolishness? Chapter 50. The Fallen Angel Princess, Qian Ringshu. Why is there still no movement in that direction? It's driving me crazy. Let Xiaoxua go take a look. Perhaps it's because there have been no powerful energy fluctuations from the direction of the Starry Forest. The angel god can't hold back any longer. However, this woman is too cautious, so she sent her subordinates to investigate. After the angel god personally took action, Qian Ringshu has now transformed into a level 100 fallen angel. Her strength has increased, and her appearance has become even more stunning. No one expected that the angel princess, who seemed unapproachable, would radiate an incredible charm when she became a fallen black angel. This charm is like an invisible poison that can drive men crazy. If we must explain it from a scientific perspective, we can only say that this woman is currently emitting an incredible pheromone. It can greatly stimulate men's pineal glands, thereby triggering a surge of hormones. Even standing still, this woman herself is a weapon. This situation is vividly portrayed in the anime of the same name, Douluo. However, at that time, the angel princess had not completely turned dark and still retained some light. But this time, the angel god personally intervened, transforming this girl into a perfect dark angel, one that fully unleashes her distorted psyche. Various desires intertwine, and her mentality twists sharply. However, this transformation also allows her combat power to surge dramatically. The current angel princess has already become a master with planetary level 5 strength. But compared to the stellar level 2 of the golden-horned giant beast, it still falls short. Although surprised, Oscar quickly sensed this dark power. Even in human form, this individual possesses peak planetary level 9 strength. It feels somewhat regrettable. How did this seemingly pure girl turn dark? However, considering the misfortunes this angel princess has faced during her growth, it seems understandable. Of course, this woman now bears a very obvious mark of the angel god. It is evident that someone has been manipulating things behind the scenes. It seems those guys have sent an impressive envoy. Do you know her? The Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, also noticed the uninvited guest. But looking at the man beside her, the Silver Dragon King seemed to see through his thoughts at a glance. Women, especially beautiful ones, often attract attention. If this beauty happened to be someone the man knew, the sparkle in his eyes would be different. Gu Yuna was truly observant. At this moment, the sparkle in Oscar's eyes was one of appreciation, with a hint of surprise. He didn't see her as an enemy at all. This was the princess of the Spirit Empire. But he never expected her to have turned dark. Sensing Gu Yuna's inquiring tone beside him, Oscar explained directly. At the same time, his body slowly floated up. He greeted the angelic princess before him with a smile. "Oh my, I didn't expect to see you again. This time, Your Highness, you look much more radiant than last time." The last time he faced this angelic princess, the golden-horned giant beast had appeared in its true form. This time, a human form has been adopted, and it's someone that the angel princess has encountered before. However, after becoming a deity, this beautiful fallen angel's abilities in all aspects have also increased. She immediately recognized the true identity of the guy in front of her. "It turns out to be you. This detestable monster. My corruption has a part of your contribution. It seems that the angel princess is true, has been resisting this dark energy invasion all along. But on the other hand, this girl also enjoys the power that this darkness brings. This is a very contradictory mentality, perhaps the true nature of most fallen angels. Moving forward in hesitation, darkening in confusion. The previous image consumed too much, so I transformed into a human form, self-sufficient." While speaking, this kid even activated Oscar's original soul skill and conjured up 2 sausages. He ate one himself and pretended to offer the other to the angel princess in front of him. However, the look in her eyes showed clear disgust. "Cut out. I'm here representing the angel goddess." Before this fallen angel princess could finish her sentence, her little cherry lips closed. Then Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna floated over slowly, unafraid, and took the other sausage. She stuffed it into her mouth. "It's a bit salty. Next time, put less salt." The woman's gaze was as if the Oscar beside her was her husband, completely unreserved. The angel goddess's main purpose for bringing the fallen angel princess over was to understand the state of the Silver Dragon King. Surprisingly, it was the first time these 2 women had met. Yet, Gu Yuna's image had long been etched in the little princess's mind by the angel god. The imagined brutal battle did not occur. It seems that a certain tacit understanding has formed between these 2 giant monsters. "You're the Silver Dragon King?" "Of course. It's me. Go back and tell that old woman that if she wants trouble, she can come here personally." "Old woman?" Hearing Gu Yuna call the angel god that, Oscar almost sprayed his soda out. The angel god is a symbol of beauty and holiness in the entire divine realm. How could you call her an old woman? Meanwhile, the angel princess across from them was even more furious upon hearing this title. Black flames erupted all over her body. Then, a massive 6-winged angelic figure appeared behind the little beauty. Unlike the dazzling golden archangel from before, this angelic figure was entirely pitch black. Its exposed eyes were a deep red, giving off a very eerie feeling. However, compared to before, the angel princess's aura had increased more than 5-fold. Indeed, the darkened state was powerful. If one had to say who on this planet truly had planetary-level strength, this angel princess would absolutely be one of them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that in this current state, Gu Yuna was not a match for this angel princess. However, the Silver Dragon King did not seem to want to personally intervene. After all, there was a powerful combat force available for free nearby. Suddenly, this woman changed her expression, nervously grasping Oscar's arm with both hands, revealing a cute little girl image. She acted spoiled and said to him, "I'm so scared. Dear, please protect me. I'm your woman." This is awkward. Who would have thought? The famous Silver Dragon King actually has this side to him? Seeing this performance from the Silver Dragon King, the aura of the darkened angel princess opposite him became even more arrogant. Could it be because this little girl has lacked love since childhood? Chapter 51. The GoldenHorned Beast battles Qian Rengshu again. It doesn't matter who goes first. It's all the same. I have already become a god. It seems this angel princess still hasn't grasped the situation. She is still viewing the GoldenHorned Beast with the perspective of Douluo Continent. She's going to suffer. Little princess, you are very confident in your own power. If you lose this time, I won't let you go easily. While speaking, Oscar lewdly licked his lips. Then, with a shake of his body, a violent aura surged forth. In the next moment, this guy transformed back into his original massive form. In front of the enormous body of the GoldenHorned Beast, humans appear so insignificant. Even if the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna transformed, she probably wouldn't be this huge. If I lose to you again this time, you could do whatever you want. This is really a case of a young calf, not fearing a tiger. If this angel princess still has a bit of reason right now, she should be able to tell who is stronger just by sensing the aura. The gap between stellar and planetary levels is not just a little bit. It's hundreds or even thousands of times greater. Unless you possess the power of the Chosen One, attempting to leap over so many levels to defeat the GoldenHorned behemoth, that is akin to dreaming in vain. Perhaps it's the madness from having the Dark Angel's influence. At this moment, Qian Ruxue is completely unable to discern friend from foe. She even raises her fully darkened angel, sword high, and charges at the enormous beast before her. Seeing this, the GoldenHorned behemoth can't help but show a cruel smile. Then it gently extends its right claw. Facing the charging angel princess, the giant beast makes a snapping gesture, using one of its claws to flick towards the angel woman's sword. Even such a small attack descends upon her like a massive pillar. The flickering dark light on its claws instantly cleaves the dark angel's phantom in two. What? Although Qian Ruxue is crazy, she lacks the capital to be reckless. She was completely caught off guard. The angel's phantom was severed, directly cutting off the energy source for the angel princess. Next, the angel holy sword in her hand crumbled like a cookie in the face of the tremendous impact. Even the dark golden armor she wore was stripped away by this force, transforming into swirling metal fragments in the air. This is the purpose of the GoldenHorned beast. Last time it didn't get a taste, so today it must try the flavor of the armor on this angel princess. It saw the shattered sword and broken armor condensing into a metallic vortex in midair. In a moment, it was swallowed by the GoldenHorned beast. The taste was good, and it seemed to be mixed with dark power, so I will call this dark cuisine, savoring the flavor in its mouth. The GoldenHorned beast didn't even glance at the thinly clad angel princess, although this little girl had a curvaceous figure now, with some parts even barely visible. For the GoldenHorned beast at this moment, the flavor contained in the armor of this level 100 angel princess was its true enjoyment. It was like eating a big white rabbit milk candy. It was indeed a rare flavor, but unfortunately, there was too little of it. That angel deity must have put in some effort to upgrade the armor and sword of this angel princess. The taste was really great. The angel princess, coming to her senses, was dumbfounded. What was going on with this monster in front of her? Just now, she clearly felt this creature's hormones rising sharply. Yet, it showed no interest in her beautiful body at all. It didn't even cast a proper glance. Could it be that this GoldenHorned beast's hormonal surge was due to the imminent tasting of the angel's armor? What freak? What on earth is it? Before coming here, this angel princess had learned that Bibi Dong spent a night with Oscar without leaving the room. It's something everyone knows, right? But facing this angel princess, who was even more beautiful than that empress of the Wuhuan Empire and had smoother skin, why did this GoldenHorned beast only think about tasting delicacies? This is a very disappointing feeling, making this little princess feel belittled by others. But she does not know that at this moment. The GoldenHorned giant beast is feeling quite conflicted. Despite being a terrifying cosmic beast, there's a human soul inside its body. The relationship between Bibi Dong and this angelic princess is clearly that of mother and daughter. You just had a relationship with her mother that goes beyond friendship. How can you harbor bad thoughts when facing her daughter? Moreover, there's an even more beautiful Guyu Na beside you. You can't let this silver dragon king get jealous too. So at this time, rather than getting involved in such complicated relationships, it's better to savor this delicious dish. The reason for keeping this angelic princess here before was not that the GoldenHorned giant beast wanted to do anything inappropriate to her, but rather it didn't want that angelic goddess to continue controlling this princess. This can be considered as fulfilling the responsibilities of a stepfather. Although Bibi Dong did not announce her marriage to Oscar, he believes it to be so. Damn, this sense of responsibility. It really shackles a person's soul. What would a toothless tiger look like? Let me see. I wonder when Guyu Na made her move. Just as this angel princess was about to explode, she suddenly felt something cold pressing against her neck. It looked very sharp. That was the silver dragon spear, the exclusive weapon of Lady Guyu Na, the silver dragon king. Originally, this girl wanted to resist a little, but unexpectedly, the GoldenHorned giant beast was very cooperative at this moment. It simply glared at the woman. For some reason, when this angel princess saw the glare, she suddenly found her body unable to move. It was as if a powerful aura had sealed all her movements. How could this happen? Is this the power of a stellar-level expert? With just a glance, they can seal the movements of a level 100 junior god from the Douluo Continent. If it weren't for her connection to her mother, it would probably be more than just a simple glance, right? Little girl, Stay here obediently. It's definitely safer by my side than with that woman." As he spoke, the golden-horned giant beast slowly raised its head to look at the location of the three gods. This clearly tells the other party that I have already discovered your location and movements. If you want to cause trouble, come personally. Otherwise, keep your mouth shut. Chapter 52, City of Slaughter. Tang San released the evil soul master. You all. Under the gap in strength, the proud angel princess ultimately lowered her head. There was no way. This man was too powerful. And beside her, the silver dragon king Guyu Na, although not at a high enough level, exuded an aura that was impossible to see through. Perhaps being with this golden-horned giant beast lord is indeed better than being next to that terrifying goddess. In fact, the angel princess understood very well in her heart. That angel goddess never regarded her as a human, at most considering her the most humble servant. And this golden-horned giant beast before her didn't seem to be as terrifying as described outside. Moreover, it seemed that this guy's avatar had some kind of relationship with her mother. Could it be? Such things really shouldn't be thought about too deeply, as it would make this angelic princess feel embarrassed. That woman is so shameless. Clearly, she is the widow of the Wuhuan Empire. Why is she with another man at this time? I don't know why. When the angel princess thought of this, she couldn't help but want to take a glance at the golden-horned beast. It seemed that this colossal creature was very appealing to her. Was it jealousy? After all, the power of the golden-horned beast is the strongest in this world. And this angel princess, who has been stubborn since childhood, was born to admire strength. This personality is indeed very similar to Bibi Dong's. If the golden-horned giant beast and Guyu Na's god-hunting action were successful, perhaps there would be no need to be enslaved by that angel goddess, right? In any case, in an instant, countless thoughts appeared in this angel princess's mind. It's so chaotic. However, just as the entire Douluo Continent was engulfed in a state of panic, an unexpected person appeared in a corner that was easily overlooked. This person is Tang San. He has once again returned to the City of Slaughter. It seems he has gained some information from the Shura sword in his hand. It is also possible that he was inspired during a previous visit to the City of Slaughter. This time, Tang San surprisingly took the initiative to retrieve the immortal herbs he had left behind. Moreover, he mixed another mind-bending drug into the waters of the City of Slaughter. What is he trying to do? Is he planning to plunge the entire City of Slaughter into chaos? No, the situation is far more complex than that. Although he did not obtain the inheritance of the Shura god, he has something from the Slaughter sword left by his great-grandfather. In the past few days, Tang San has realized something. It is a terrifying existence known in later generations as a soul master of evil. It is a dreadful product created based on the Slaughter King of that time. They are a group of soul masters who cannot be considered human at all. They can absorb the soul power of others, even draining their physical strength and life, to achieve their own enhancement. The inheritance of this evil soul master is actually sealed within this Shura divine sword. Although his rationality tells him that doing so could very likely release a large number of demons, Tang San doesn't care. In order to avenge the people around him, to eliminate that golden-horned giant beast, and to defeat the Spirit Empire once again, Tang San must make a change now. However, this guy might be mistaken. The Shura sword might be able to suppress these people's greed to some extent, but it will definitely not become a tool to control these evil soul masters. It's like Pandora's box. Once you open it, the consequences are often beyond your control. I have no way out, teacher, everyone. I will definitely take revenge for you. Who could have imagined it? The once heir of the sea god has now become so insane. After completing the transformation of the water source, Tang San silently walked to the center of the City of Slaughter. It was here that his grandfather, Tang Chun, became the king of slaughter. Although Tang San would not repeat the same mistakes, this kid found the core of the city. As long as he stabbed the sword of Shura into it, the situation would change completely. Coupled with the polluted water source, it wouldn't be long before the people here would return to the peak period of the City of Slaughter. Let the future of this world be replaced by slaughter. At this moment, Tang San only wanted to create chaos in the Douluo Continent. However, he did not realize the immense suffering he was bringing to this world. This is definitely quite a terrifying thing. How could this happen? Why does my head hurt so much? Why has this water turned the color of the yellow springs? Are you kidding me? Has the King of Slaughter returned? I really don't want to go back to those muddled days. Those who are still in the City of Slaughter probably never imagined in their dreams that they have now become the experimental subjects of some blue-haired handsome guy. The legendary Evil Soul Master turned out to be created by Tang San, and it appeared years earlier than recorded in the continent's history. How could this happen? Even the Spirit Empire might not have noticed this sudden change. Soon, plunder, slaughter, and a dark aura once again filled this city. It's like refining a poison insect. You have to put various poisonous insects and snakes in one basket. Once they have all killed each other, the one that remains is the strongest existence. Now, the city of slaughter has been deliberately divided into several areas by Tang San. In each area, there are people constantly fighting. Once these people stand out, they will become the most terrifying legends of this continent. Evil soul masters. As for Tang San, strictly speaking, he can also be considered an evil soul master, because his external spirit bone can absorb others' life force and soul power. Moreover, the mental techniques Tang San learned before seem to have a power similar to the star absorption technique. So, if we have to say something, this guy might actually be the first generation of evil soul masters on the entire continent. However, there is nothing to be done. Many people regard Tang San as the chosen one of this world, but they didn't expect that after he turned dark, he would bring so much trouble to the entire world. Of course, when these evil soul masters just emerged, they could not possibly confront the GoldenHorned giant beast. But for ordinary people living on Douluo Continent, as well as those living system soul masters, this is definitely a terrifying nightmare. It will plunge the entire Douluo Continent into an unbelievable panic. Tang San, do you really know what you are doing? Are you not afraid of divine retribution for these actions? Shifting her gaze to the other side, the beautiful and stunning angel god couldn't hold back any longer and actually proposed to escape. We don't need to waste our divine power on this land. Let's return to the divine realm. In fact, this woman never intended to confront the GoldenHorned giant beast from the very beginning, especially after learning how the phoenix was defeated. She probably didn't want to stay any longer either, right? Chapter 53. The angel god wants to slip away, but is caught up with me. Do you want to leave? Have you asked me? Just as these three guys hesitated and were about to take off, they suddenly noticed a dark spot in the distance rapidly approaching. That was the GoldenHorned giant beast using a secret technique. Its current flying speed had exceeded 5 times the speed of sound. One could simply describe it as lightning fast. Even though these guys could quickly leave the area now, they would soon be caught up. They didn't expect the GoldenHorned giant beast to be this fast, far beyond their imagination. Moreover, it seemed that its perception had also surpassed that of these few gods. This is also the most surprising part. Perhaps the previous aura of the GoldenHorned beast was relatively restrained. The three of them didn't feel it was that strong. But now, as it is chasing them with all its might, that terrifying aura can be considered a monstrous wave. It feels as if the entire world is enveloped by a massive energy. It's like a giant nuclear weapon is rushing towards them. Once it collides, there will be no turning back. Damn it, they really underestimate our divine realm, don't they? You two go ahead. I'll hold it off. Perhaps stirred by the ferocity of the GoldenHorned beast, the war god immediately gave up on fleeing. This guy has never done anything for this long. He immediately said he would give the other two a chance to escape. Of course, it can't be ruled out that this god of war wants to put on a show in front of his beloved woman. You, be careful, come back alive. How could the angel not understand the other person's feelings? The more critical the moment, the easier it is to be moved. That's how women are. However, the GoldenHorned beast will not become the cornerstone of your romance. You will become the nightmare of your day. Seeing that god of war whose body keeps growing larger in the sky, the GoldenHorned beast did not slow down, but merely narrowed its eyes into a slit. This guy looks a bit like a warrior from ancient Rome. He is holding a large shield in one hand and a divine spear in the other, posing as if he is ready to face the GoldenHorned beast head-on. All right, bring it on. In order to continue pursuing the two gods behind, the GoldenHorned beast lowers its head and charges forward with its golden horn aimed at the opponent's shield. The upcoming collision can only result in two outcomes. Either the GoldenHorned beast breaks through the warrior's defense like a hot knife through butter and directly attacks the two fleeing first-tier gods, or it gets blocked by the warrior's shield, giving the opponent the chance to stab it with a spear. Then it will come down to whose strength is greater. In such a battle, especially against a ferocious beast, the war god seems to be very experienced. His stance is the most standard. However, this war god may not have realized that he is facing a second-tier GoldenHorned beast. This is already an existence that surpasses most of the powers of the gods. Moreover, that golden horn is the hardest part of the GoldenHorned beast. It can be said that piercing a planet with this golden horn is not a problem at all, let alone you, a mere second-level god. Boom. What are you doing? This is a secondary god from the divine realm, the legendary god of war from the Douluo Continent's divine realm. However, no one expected him to be so vulnerable. All that could be heard was this god of war shouting a few words, and then the shield in his hand shattered into pieces, followed by his body being pierced. No matter if it was a divine body or any other form, under such a powerful impact, it instantly turned into a bloody mess. The immense force from the golden-horned beast, accompanied by shockwaves in the air, directly reduced the god of war's body to nothingness, transforming it into something akin to microscopic particles, only visible under a super microscope, completely undetectable by the naked eye. It could be said that there was nothing left of him. The only thing remaining in the world was the god of war's spear, which had not yet managed to escape. It fell to the ground like a free fall. Perhaps this thing could bring immense power to some lucky individual in the future, or even be the opportunity to become a god. But that is definitely a story for later. After breaking through this obstacle, the golden-horned beast was only delayed for less than 0.5 seconds. Soon, its body continued to accelerate, charging towards the two who were fleeing into the sky like an anti-aircraft gun. What? You have already killed the god of war? You are truly a despicable monster. I will destroy you. The second to react was the god of fire. This guy is not the type to sit and wait for things to happen. He suddenly produced a fiery red phoenix egg in his hand. This is his good brother, the last incarnation left by the phoenix god. However, at this moment, it is being used by the fire god as a catalyst for a powerful move. It could be that the golden-horned behemoth is too formidable, or perhaps the fire god never regarded the phoenix as a friend at all. In any case, regardless of whether this move succeeds or fails, that phoenix god probably won't be able to return. Reality is just this helpless and cruel. The one you think you can trust may only see you as a tool. Whoosh! The fire god's full force strike, combined with the effect of the phoenix egg, is bound to be extraordinary. In the flight of the golden-horned beast, a fiery red scene appeared before him. The scorching sensation returned to its scales once again. However, since the golden-horned beast was constantly soaring upwards, it was surrounded by an airflow. The wind could fuel the flames, but a hurricane could also extinguish the fire in an instant. The strong winds around the golden-horned beast belonged to that level. Whoosh! What? How did you do that? Even a fire god didn't expect it. The golden-horned giant not only broke through the god of war's defenses, but also completely disregarded the firewall created by the god of fire. It charged straight forward with the opponent's strongest force without any flashy moves, continuing to use its horn to ram fiercely at the god of fire's body. Unless you can find a way to break the golden horn on the opponent's head, you might as well prepare for a chilling defeat. No. Whoosh! However, the god of fire is a level 1 divine body, so he naturally has his own methods to save his life. Although he was still pierced through by the golden-horned giant, the god of fire then adopted a method of breaking into pieces. He actively transformed his body into numerous fireballs of varying sizes, exploding in all directions. After getting far enough away from the golden-horned giant, he slowly reassembled himself. Although the reformed god of fire was significantly smaller than before, at least he had preserved his life. It was also evident that the golden-horned giant's target was not the god of fire, but rather the angel god that was approaching the portal to the heavenly realm. Where are you going? You can't escape until you turn Qianrushua back for me. What's happening? Is this golden-horned giant beast standing up for that angel princess? Chapter 54. Is capturing the angel god for the sake of Qianrushua? What? What did you say? You actually attacked me for a humble human woman? Hearing the roar of the golden-horned giant beast behind me, this angel seems quite shocked. This is a way of thinking that this lofty goddess cannot comprehend. The strength of this golden-horned giant beast is among the top in the divine realm. How could it possibly stand up for an ordinary human girl? This is not scientific, but the fact is that it is indeed the case. The reason for stopping this angel god today is entirely to support that little girl. If you are sensible, you should lift the dark state from the little girl. Although Oscar really likes the image of the fallen angel, it completely obscures the inner world of the little angel princess. If this continues, it will definitely be detrimental to the physical and mental development of this little girl. In the future, Oscar and Bibi Dong are likely to become family. Therefore, the attitude towards this little princess should definitely be more positive. As for the angel god, this woman is of no concern to the golden-horned beast. Moreover, it was clearly they who came to provoke me, so there is no need to be polite to them at all. Previously, the golden-horned beast had already formed an alliance with the Silver Dragon King, agreeing to hunt gods together in the future. We can't just go back on our word, and we can't let them leave either. Otherwise, these guys will only bring more high-level gods to the divine realm. If the battlefield is set in the divine realm, the golden-horned beast wouldn't mind at all. But if the flames of war spread to the Douluo Continent, that would be a big problem. The golden-horned beast certainly doesn't want its home to turn into a wasteland. Therefore, from any perspective, the angel god and her companions are highly unlikely to return. Just as the golden-horned beast blocked the angel god's path, the Silver Dragon King. Guyana also appeared before the heavily injured fire god. This guy was just knocked out by the GoldenHorned beast, creating a big hole. He barely survived using secret methods. However, his level has probably dropped to around the equivalent of a title Douluo at level 95 on Douluo Continent. At this moment, Guyana can easily handle a fire god of this level. Moreover, Guyana is not fighting alone. The beast god Emperor Tian, along with other high-level soul beasts, quickly appeared around this fire god. What are you doing? Do you even know what you are doing? You filthy soul beasts actually want to collectively hunt a god. Looking at the soul beast team he had always looked down upon, the fire goddess eyes were still filled with arrogance. But this arrogance seemed somewhat lacking in confidence. Now, this guy was speaking while retreating. Back in the day, our dragon god clan was well taken care of by you. And today we are here to settle the score. Guyana wore a smile. However, to the fire god, this smile was truly quite terrifying. It really is a case of the tiger falling into the plains being bullied by dogs. Not to mention this large group of soul beasts. Even the Guyana in front of him, he probably couldn't defeat. You're the Silver Dragon King. You should thank me. It was we who broke the seal and released you. The fire god really leaves me speechless. You actually expect the other party to thank you? Are you dreaming? Yes, we really should thank you for your generosity back then. As he spoke, the Silver Dragon King transformed into a massive silver dragon. Meanwhile, the beast god also transformed into a black dragon. Surrounding them were the dark gold Terrorclaw bear, Hell Dragon, and Emerald Xuan, each possessing hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation as high-level soul beasts. It seems these few are planning to gang up and kill the fire god. Seeing the scene beneath him, the angel couldn't help but tremble all over. Do you guys know what you're doing? I'm a noble goddess of the divine realm. If I fall here, many will seek revenge for me. Perhaps what this angel said is very true. But if those seeking revenge knew the true power of the GoldenHorned behemoth, would they still be willing to step in? All right, I really want to know who would come to save you. Let me see your strength. As he spoke, the body of the GoldenHorned behemoth slowly shrank. This is to concentrate combat power at the highest realm. But even if it is reduced in size, this guy's physique is stronger than what the angel god can achieve at its maximum. Just the golden horn on its head is longer than the body of the angel god. Damn it. Today, I will judge you in the name of the forces of justice in this world. I have been pushed to my limits. The angel god disregarded everything and actually condensed all its power into the angelic holy sword in its hand. It swung towards the opponent's golden horn. Is this woman too naive? Does she really think her critical hit can take down the GoldenHorned beast? Slap. That was a ruthless slap in the face. The GoldenHorned beast simply swung its tail like a dragon. It didn't even confront this angel god head on, but rather whipped its tail over. As a result, the angel god's sword shattered into pieces before the metal could even hit the ground. In the next moment, this unfortunate angel god, the so-called #1 beauty of the divine realm, was humiliated as she was pinned down by one of the GoldenHorned beast's claws. She plummeted from tens of thousands of meters high, ultimately crashing into the earth and creating a massive pit over 500 meters deep. The two figures barely came to a halt. Cough, cough, cough. If it weren't for defending the angel princess just now, the GoldenHorned giant beast could have directly crushed the beautiful angel goddess's head. But at this moment, it only pinned her down, rendering her unable to move and causing her to lose all resistance. Little girl, you can come over now. After finishing all this, the GoldenHorned giant beast called out to the side. Then they saw the angel princess timidly walking over, staring at the disheveled angel goddess in the deep pit with an incredulous gaze. How could this happen? The highest deity who once dominated the entire Douluo Continent. The angel goddess who was once regarded as the embodiment of beauty and power. At this moment, she lay in the enormous pit like a dead dog, helpless, her face covered in scars and dirt, showing no trace of her former divinity. Will you lift the curse on this girl yourself? Or should I tear you into pieces and search for the method in your mind? The GoldenHorned giant beast showed no mercy, especially since the angel goddess had already assumed a posture of total surrender. The giant beast of the starry sky didn't even glance at me. It continued to threaten fiercely. I am willing to help this child return to normal. Please, let me go. Is this a plea from an angel? I really have never seen such a thing in my life. Chapter 55. To purify Qian Rushua, she actually confessed to me. Why didn't she say this sooner? Hearing that the angel had softened, the figure of the GoldenHorned giant beast slowly faded away, transforming back into the human form of Oscar. However, this human man showed no tenderness or pity. He directly grabbed the beautiful hair of the angel and yanked her out of the pit. Then he dragged this goddess across the ground until he got her up on the surface. But due to the rupture of all her meridians and the loss of her strength, she was completely powerless. Although this angelic god's eyes are filled with anger, there is nothing he can do. To be dragged around like garbage by a man who shows no mercy at all is a terrible fate. Seeing the god he once believed in become such a tragic sight is heartbreaking. This little girl doesn't know whether she should feel fortunate or sorrowful. In fact, although she has turned dark, there is still a glimmer of light in the heart of this angelic princess. The angelic deity before her is merely amplifying the desires hidden within the angelic princess's heart. This is a psychological intervention. Mortals cannot resist the will of the gods. What Oscar is doing now is forcibly compelling this angel to lift this intervention. For her, it was actually just a matter of a glance, not even requiring a movement of hands or feet. Perhaps it was under the threat of death. Originally, this angel had planned to argue a bit, but thinking of the physical suffering she had endured before, along with the fury of that golden-horned giant beast, she refrained. The goddess hesitated for a moment. Just then, dozens of chaotic fireballs were thrown over. One of them seemed to be shaped like someone's pupil. It was that fire god who had already lost a level. That silver dragon king Guyuna and the high-level soul beast beside her could easily take him down in an instant. But in order to vent their anger, these high-level soul beasts did not destroy the fire god immediately. Instead, they tormented him to this extent, even tearing his body apart piece by piece. Some were sealed. Some of his primal powers were devoured, and even the divine personality of the fire god was being toyed with in the hands of Guyuna. It was a fiery red crystal, looking like a beautiful crystal apple. However, at this moment, the fire god appeared very sorrowful. That fiery eye seemed to still be spinning, pleading for help from the angelic god in front of him with an indescribable sadness. At that moment, Oscar silently bent down, trying to get his face as close as possible to the angelic goddess's ear. He gently whispered a terrifying phrase. "If you dare to play tricks with me, I will tear you apart like this." Is this guy a demon? Faced with such a beautiful angel goddess, he remains unmoved. Are you even a man? He says he wants to take apart the parts of the angel goddess one by one. What kind of person could possibly lay a hand on such a beautiful goddess? I can do it. Let her come to me. The angel goddess's expression is like a wisp of smoke. Half of it is fear, and the other half is due to the fact that he really has no power. And Oscar is not holding back either. He directly grabs the beautiful angel's hair again, roughly pressing it in front of the angel princess, so much so that the latter feels a bit reluctant. Be gentle. After all, she is also an angel goddess. At this moment, the angel goddess has completely lost the ability to control Qian Ruxue. Next, it's time to purify this angel princess. It should be time to restore her original appearance. It's just a simple gaze. The angel god felt somewhat unwilling, but still dared not leave any trace of energy on the other party. Because if there were any side effects on this angel princess, the avatar of the golden-horned giant beast in front of her would definitely twist the angel god's head off mercilessly. Consider yourself sensible. Bang. After saying this, Oscar viciously threw the angel city onto a large rock, feeling as if he were tossing a bag of dry garbage. Then, when this man came before the angel princess Qian Ruxue, his expression changed. His gentle gaze resembled that of a loving father. Xiaoxue, how do you feel? Has that violent power within you been purified? Don't be fooled by the fact that this angel princess usually looks fierce. It was her first time being so close to a man in her life. The little princess could even feel the warm breath coming from Oscar's mouth. She didn't know what was happening. In an instant, the girl felt a surge of blood rushing to her face, turning it completely red. Was it gratitude? Or was she a bit shy? The man in front of her was switching back and forth between the golden-horned giant beast and Oscar. It seemed to have given this angelic princess a certain level of psychological acceptance. This guy looks pretty good without turning into a big monster. However, the angel princess feels that what she senses from the other party is not the so-called familial affection, but rather something akin to love. I feel better now. The violent feeling in my heart is slowly dissipating, and I sense that my soul power has calmed down a bit. In fact, if one were to maintain that fallen angel state for too long, it would be very detrimental. It would accelerate blood flow and metabolism. When using immense power, it would hasten the aging of this angel princess's body. Therefore, even in desperate times, this angel goddess herself is unwilling to use that move. This shows how great the harm to the human body is here. As long as you're fine. I was worried about how to explain to your mother when I see her. Just thinking about the happiness of being with Bibi Dong that night. There seems to be a longing in Oscar's eyes. However, he does not realize that the angel princess beside him is showing a deep jealousy. Mr. Oscar, may I ask you, do you have someone you love? What is this question? Suddenly, this line popped out of the mouth of the angel princess, which really startled Oscar. Then he instinctively responded, I and BB Dong, that is your. Don't mention my sister. Don't you think I look younger than her? Whether it's my figure or my skin. While speaking, this angel princess let her long golden hair, which flowed like a waterfall, down. It was unclear whether it was blown by the wind or if the girl did it on purpose. Just like that, it cascaded down onto Oscar's face. What is going on? Is this girl confessing her feelings to me? There are no outsiders here, so why does this angel princess still refer to BB Dong as sister? However, if one didn't know the true relationship between these two, they would indeed look like sisters at first glance. Moreover, after BB Dong shed the evil aura that originally belonged to the Rakshasa goddess, her delicate appearance resembles that of an 18-year-old girl. Chapter 56. Return to the Spirit Empire. The spoils are the angel god. Xiaoxiu, what is this? Oscar was truly caught off guard by the enthusiasm of this angel princess. However, what this girl said was not wrong. Compared to BB Dong, the angel princess indeed has better conditions in all aspects. Whether it is her temperament, appearance, or inner cultivation, she truly surpasses BB Dong. But after all, the soul of the golden-horned beast still carries a traditional male from Blue Star. This complex relationship in front of him made even this top expert feel somewhat at a loss. What does it feel like? How should I explain it? Especially in front of BB Dong. If that Empress of the Spirit Empire knows about the friendship between this little princess and Oscar, my goodness, what an awkward situation that would be. But this angelic princess doesn't seem to intend to let him off the hook. Seeing Oscar hesitating, Qianrixue actually decided to go all out. The angelic princess blushed and said in a nervous tone, even though I might not be as good as her in some aspects, I could do everything that this woman can do. Well, hearing this, Oscar almost spat out his soda. This angelic princess is really too bold, isn't she? She appears so pure on the outside, yet her heart is so wild. That night, Oscar and BB Dong turned the world upside down, dominating the scene for several hours. This angel princess probably doesn't have such abilities. It's too scary. Women's obsession is terrifying. I'm going to take a look at that angel god. Please don't die. Finding a really bad excuse, Oscar stumbled out. However, he didn't notice that at this moment, a pair of beautiful eyes was watching him from behind, muttering in dissatisfaction. I'll prove to you that I'm better than that woman in every way. Great. Has someone taken an interest in me? At this moment, there was something even more troublesome for Oscar. In addition to the mother and daughter from the Martial Soul Empire, there was also the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, who returned with them this time. What was that saying? 3 women make a play, and with Oscar, they could probably gather a table for mahjong during the new year. Hee, I didn't expect you, Starry Sky Behemoth, to be so flirtatious. Gu Yuna wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. It was just that the Silver Dragon King's hearing was incredibly good. Even from a distance, she could hear the soft murmurs of that angel princess. After dealing with the fire god, Gu Yuna seemed to have her eyes set on the angel god who still had a breath left. Gu Yuna was also an exceptionally beautiful woman. The focus of beautiful women when they admire other beauties is different from that of men. It seems that this Lord Silver Dragon is interested in the divine status of this angel god. You can take this. As for the previous god of war and the Phoenix god, I've already sent Emperor Tian to retrieve them. I really didn't expect that Gu Yuna actually didn't keep the fire god status she just obtained herself. Instead, she generously handed it over to the man in front of her, acting as if she were very virtuous. Even Oscar felt a bit embarrassed about it. So he quickly changed the topic. Was that your true form during the battle? The magnificent silver giant dragon? Why else? You should know why they call me the Silver Dragon King, right? Indeed, as the great beauty Gu Yuna, even when transformed into the Silver Dragon King, she is still a very elegant giant dragon. You can even see the charm that belongs to Gu Yuna in the gaze of that giant dragon. What kind of divine being is this? What kind of miraculous past did the dragon clan bring to the divine realm of Douluo Continent? At this moment, it is no longer possible to investigate, but it must have been an epic myth. Thank you very much. I will distribute these divine positions fairly, including this angel god in front of us, who has not yet extracted a personality. So far, they have already obtained 5 divine positions. The personality of the first Rakshasa goddess was voluntarily handed over to BB Dong. However, that Empress of the Soul Empire seems unsure how to deal with it. Having left it untouched, perhaps she shares the same thoughts as Gu Yuna, since she treats the golden-horned beast as her other half. It is better to let these men decide the major affairs at home. No, I'm the noble angel god. The spirit hall has my statue, and you cannot seize my divine position. Although her hands and feet can no longer move at all, it seems this angel goddess still wants to struggle a bit. However, besides the angel princess, the others present probably wouldn't be her followers. Don't worry, we will safely take you to the Spirit Empire, where you will slowly face your fate. In fact, if the angel princess and T confessed to Oscar just now, the angel god from the god realm of Douluo Continent will probably be disemboweled and have her true divine personality forcibly taken. But for now, this woman is a great excuse. One could even say she is a trophy from the GoldenHorned giant beast, enough to make him look down on others with pride. Moreover, capturing the angel god allows for a detailed inquiry about the arrangements in the god realm. Not to mention, a significant portion of the followers of the angel god still exists in the Spirit Empire. However, recklessly killing the goose that lays the golden eggs might provoke the world's anger. Oscar doesn't want to be entangled in such matters. So for now, let this beautiful angel goddess live a little longer. When Xian Rinxue calms down and acknowledges Bibi Dong as her mother, perhaps someone will forcibly transfer the divine personality of the angel god to this little princess. But for now, it seems such actions cannot be taken. Otherwise, it might provoke the angel princess. Alright then, a woman's heart is as deep as the sea. It's really hard to understand. Bibi Dong had actually known about the news regarding the GoldenHorned giant beast battle long ago, including the information that Xiao Xue was with them. The Empress of the Spirit Empire was well aware. Even when this man's figure appeared outside the capital of the Spirit Empire, Bibi Dong was already a bit impatient. Standing on the city wall, the look of anticipation in her eyes was like that of a wife waiting for her husband to return. Even Bibi Dong herself didn't know why she felt such excitement. Is it love? You finally decided to come back? Looking at the massive procession before her, Bibi Dong was emotionally stirred. However, Hulaina quietly stepped forward and whispered, "Teacher, according to the information we received, the one bound in that golden carriage is indeed the angel god, and the woman riding behind is..." What? Nana, is your information accurate? Is she the legendary Silver Dragon King? Chapter 57. Are you happy? Yes, according to the information we obtained, that woman is indeed the legendary Silver Dragon King. Looking at the slowly entering procession, a complex expression appeared in Bibi Dong's eyes. The Silver Dragon King, Guyu Nana, is a legend on the Douluo Continent. It is said that this woman is related to the origin of soul beasts. This may involve past events of the divine realm. Even the Spirit Hall back then didn't have much information about it. I didn't expect there really was such a person. What exactly is this GoldenHorned monster? It hasn't been around for long, yet it has uncovered the entire history of the continent. This guy must clarify things when alone at night. Bibi Dong doesn't even know what's wrong with her. She actually thought about the night. The word itself carries a hint of scandal. It's fortunate that it wasn't spoken out loud. Otherwise, it would have surely startled the disciples nearby. Don't think that Bibi Dong is a woman like Wu Zetian. In reality, the two are completely different. One could say that Bibi Dong has always been very picky about her partner. Up until now, she has only been with her ex, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qin Xuanji. Over the years, Bibi Dong has been alone. She thought her heart was locked away and that no man would ever unlock it. But unexpectedly, the avatar of the GoldenHorned beast, Oscar, actually, just thinking about that brat makes one feel shameless. Bibi Dong is already a middle-aged woman. Yet this kid has awakened memories of her youth. What a torment. Master, should we? Seeing Bibi Dong remain silent, the little fox didn't know what her master was thinking. She thought this queen of the Spirit Empire was worried about it. There was no need. Let me meet this legendary king of soul beasts. If possible, I would accept her. It is generally very difficult for a woman like Bibi Dong, who is so high up, to share something with others, especially when it comes to men and love. But Guyana is completely different. If I could become friends or have a closer relationship with this woman, it would definitely benefit the Spirit Empire's domination of the entire Douluo Continent. Because this woman represents all the high-level soul beasts on this Douluo Continent. Right now, the Spirit Empire is still struggling to dominate the entire Douluo Continent. But if they had the help of these high-level soul beasts, many things would become easier. Suddenly, Bibi Dong felt a bit dizzy. It was a woman's intuition. It felt a bit bad. If it were just the Silver Dragon King Guyuna, Bibi Dong could still barely accept it. This. As soon as she thought of this, Bibi Dong could no longer hold back. Hualiana beside her only felt a breeze passing by. The teacher had already disappeared. It felt like Bibi Dong wouldn't have acted so impulsively before. Is this the way to welcome everyone? It seems a bit inappropriate. Even the few attendants from the Spirit Empire who came to greet Oscar didn't notice. Their queen has unknowingly come to the front. You all may leave. I will personally welcome this esteemed guest. Don't be fooled by Bibi Dong's smile. There is a hidden dagger behind it. Anyone with a bit of insight can sense the malice in the queen's tone. Of course, Oscar didn't pick up on it. Seeing Bibi Dong come to greet him personally, this guy took the initiative to walk to the front of the line. My beautiful Queen Bibi Dong, are you here to welcome me personally? I'm truly flattered. Although he felt that Bibi Dong's smile today was a bit strange, Oscar shamelessly opened his arms. Wanted to give the queen a hug in public, right? And then boldly admit their relationship? However, Bibi Dong did not embrace him. What's going on? Is she jealous? I said earlier that the little angel princess shouldn't be allowed too close. Oscar has already pushed that little princess's horse several times. It seems it still displeases someone. This is an awkward reunion, a bit uncomfortable. But even more awkward things are yet to come. Who would have thought? That angel princess actually took the opportunity to step forward. In front of Bibi Dong, she grabbed Oscar's right hand and sweetly turned back. Oscar, you probably haven't visited our angel temple yet. It's right ahead. Let me take you to see it. I can't believe it. The person in front of me is actually the empress of the Wuhuan Empire. Is she really this bold? Not even a greeting? Xiao Xue, you can try to intervene. But Oscar still couldn't help being pulled over by this angel princess. This girl has such great strength. Pure-hearted, perhaps. However, before Bibi Dong could get angry, another woman walked up with a cheerful smile. She friendly extended her delicate hand to the human empress. You must be your majesty, Empress Bibi Dong. I am Guyuna, the Silver Dragon King. It's a pleasure to meet you. When Guyuna smiled, she truly resembled a blooming flower. Although this Silver Dragon King was much older than Bibi Dong, why did she exude such a pure, youthful aura? Looking at the Silver Dragon King before her, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel a sense of the passage of time. She instinctively raised her hand to touch her somewhat pale face. But this small action was quickly corrected by Bibi Dong herself. The Empress straightened her chest, regained her composure, and confidently extended her other hand. I've long admired you. So you're the legendary Silver Dragon King. Welcome as a guest. However, while shaking hands, Bibi Dong's gaze fell on the luxurious carriage in the procession. With a woman's intuition, Bibi Dong felt that there seemed to be a peerless beauty inside. My goodness, what does that wretched golden-horned giant beast take my palace for? Little brat, tonight, perhaps sensing Bibi Dong's look of confusion, Guyuna stepped forward with a smile, leaning her cherry lips close to the Empress's ear, whispering softly, You should be careful with the one inside. It's the true form of the angel god. Chapter 58, Destructive Hands, Seizing the Angel God's Divinity. Angel God? The one from our angel temple? What kind of day is it today? Surprising events keep happening one after another. If the earlier jealousy was only from Bibi Dong, then the news brought by Guyuna is truly shocking. The martial soul empire's reputation in the divine realm is not good at all. There has already been a god fallen on their side. The divinity of that Rakshasa goddess is currently in Bibi Dong's hands. And now, that lofty angel city has also been captured over here. Based on the personality of that golden-horned giant beast, it probably can't escape death. Moreover, the Silver Dragon King Guyuna was once the #1 target in the divine realm. Goodness, are you trying to go against the heavens? But don't worry, all those guys sent down from the divine realm have been cleared out by us. Seeing the shock in Bibi Dong's eyes, Guyuna's next words, though casually spoken, were even more shocking. Bibi Dong had heard that the divine realm had indeed sent formidable figures this time. But how many gods there were and their levels? No one knew. However, from the situation at hand, it seemed that these gods had all been taken down by Guyuna and that golden-horned giant beast. This is a god-slaying operation. Are the people outside my followers? Can you help me with something? There might be an altar to the angel god in the palace of the Soul Empire. When this beautiful goddess returned here, she immediately felt a sense of homecoming. At this moment, all of the angel god's powers were sealed. She was even weaker than an ordinary woman. So upon arriving here, this former goddess naturally called out to her followers. The members of the Angel Legion standing next to Bibi Dong were clearly affected by this call of power. However, in front of the Empress, they dared not make any reckless moves, only casting questioning glances at Bibi Dong. After all, whether it was the previous Spirit Hall or the current Spirit Empire, they had openly declared themselves as followers of the Angel. Although Bibi Dong did not believe in the Angel from the beginning, this tradition was deeply ingrained. What should she do? Just as Bibi Dong was feeling conflicted, Oscar returned, holding hands with the little angel princess. Of course, when he reached Bibi Dong, they let go of each other's hands. However, Oscar appeared very indifferent. You're discussing that angel goddess, right? I want to ask for your opinions. Seeing that Bibi Dong and Guyuna were already engaged in conversation, Oscar, as the representative of the golden-horned beast, certainly did not shy away from this topic. While speaking, 3 divine ranks appeared in his hand, 2 secondary gods and 1 primary god, coming from the fire god, the war god, and the phoenix god, respectively. This also explains what Gyuna said earlier, including the angel god in front of her and the Rakshasa goddess who had already been taken down. In less than a month, 5 major figures have fallen in the divine realm. It's truly an earth-shattering event. Bye-bye Dong suddenly felt as if she had been pulled onto a pirate ship. What should I do? What decisions can I make? You all brought people here. Can I stop it? After driving everyone on the left, and right away, BB Dong threw a tantrum like a little girl. The way her small mouth pouted was no less than that of an angel princess. Are these 2 people really mother and daughter? Aren't they just like sisters? All right, didn't you use the divine personality I gave you last time? In front of BB Dong, Oscar showed no hesitation. And at this moment, BB Dong slowly took out that thing that looked like a crystal cube. It's not that this woman doesn't want to merge with this divine personality, nor is it that she lacks the ability. It's just that BB Dong is currently indecisive. After merging with the divine personality, BB Dong's strength would definitely break through level 100. But what if it brings actual punishment? However, Oscar doesn't care about any of that. He continued to return the 3 divine personalities to the Silver Dragon King beside him. This is what you deserve. Distribute it yourselves. As for this angelic divine personality, I plan to give it to Qian Renxue. This sentence is equivalent to declaring the fate of the angel goddess. It's really ironic. The Spirit Empire is the place of faith for the angel god. But who would have thought she would be silenced here? And even her divinity would belong to that once darkened little princess. I agree. I'm not as timid as some people. I'm willing to accept the angel's divinity. I didn't expect this angel princess to express her intentions so directly. It might be related to her having been darkened once before. For that angel goddess, Qian Renxue no longer harbors any awe in her heart. It is what it is. Moreover, being able to show off in front of BB Dong fully unleashed this little girl's rebellious spirit. Anyway, I'm going to go against you. Do as you see fit. Xiaoxue. You. BB Dong originally wanted to scold her, but she couldn't stop this angel princess at all. She saw the little girl voluntarily approach the golden carriage and lift the curtain. Inside, there was a cage, and the angel goddess was weakly locked inside. Then let's do it this way. You have no objections, right? She looked at BB Dong and then at Gyuna beside her. The former said nothing, while the latter smiled and nodded. So, Oscar reached out from a distance. Like a martial arts master, he opened the iron cage. Then, they saw the angel goddess drooping her wings, like a powerless Xianyuan parrot. She was easily grabbed by the neck by this man. No, don't do this. I can do anything for you. I really can. Then, this once beautiful angel, who was already weak, began to twist her body toward the man in front of her. What are you trying to do? Don't you know that the GoldenHorned beast excels at ruthless destruction? Don't struggle in vain. If I were you, I'd just transform and surrender your divinity to avoid more suffering. As he spoke, a black energy emerged from Oscar's body. This energy seemed to vaguely take the form of a small GoldenHorned beast, as if it had become this man's martial soul. The GoldenHorned beast completely ignored the angel goddess's pleas for mercy. Its sharp claws quickly cut through the beautiful goddess's pure and white skin. Isn't this too unkind to women? How could you bring yourself to harm such a beautiful goddess? About 15 minutes later, apart from the scattered holy feathers, that angelic figure had long been extinguished. At this moment, the angel princess was holding a burning golden gemstone in her hands, which seemed to emit a silvery light from within. This is the divinity of the angel god. How beautiful. Chapter 59. Bibidon asked me, who exactly is Chow Chow? It seems that our spirit empire is about to have 2 more goddesses. Looking at the divine rank of the Rakshasa goddess in Bibidon's hand, as well as that thing in the angel princess's hand, Oscar slowly retracted the halo around him. Then he smiled happily at the 2 beauties. What is the most important thing in the Douluo Continent? Is it power and status? No, that is just the surface. In this world, the most important resource is, of course, strength. It doesn't matter if you're male or female, or whether you are righteous or evil. Whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. This point was already very clear during the Battle of Jialing Pass, right? Tang San, in terms of seniority, is merely the youngest among the younger generation. Yet after inheriting the power of the sea god, he was able to pin down the empress of the spirit empire and nearly took BB Dong's life. He even publicly called her an old hag. Anyway, it is wrong for the people of the spirit empire to kill soul beasts and sea soul rings. Only the soul beasts hunted by Tang San are considered evil and represent justice. Why is there such a conclusion? Is Tang San a representative of justice? No, It is because this kid was indeed invincible during that period. Even Bibi Dong had to bow her head when she saw Tang San, almost losing her throne. But who is the dominant force in this era? Is it still Tang San? Wrong. The overlord of this world has changed. Far away, yet right before our eyes. It is this Oscar's main body, Mr. GoldenHorned Giant Beast. This monster, although only a second-tier stellar level, would barely scrape by in the vast world of the devouring starry sky. But who would have thought it ended up in this Douluo Continent? The sewer of the entire fantasy world? Here, the power levels are just like that. The so-called planet-level beings are often not as strong as the ultimate warriors from the devouring starry sky. Moreover, the divine realm is mostly filled with mediocre figures. Just like the previous fire god and angel god, these two can be considered star-level figures based on their rank. However, their strength doesn't even reach the 5th level of planetary power. Otherwise, how could they be so easily dealt with by the GoldenHorned Giant Beast? Weak too weak. And do you think the divine realm is unaware of the loss of 5 generals? Why haven't they been enraged? It's simple. They are afraid of those high-ranking gods. Afraid of becoming the next prey of the GoldenHorned Giant Beast. Even that arrogant Azura god seems to have gone mute in an instant. There is completely no movement at all. So what should happen next? Of course, it's to let Bibi Dong and the others quickly merge their divine powers, allowing these women to rapidly break through to level 100. In this way, she at least has the power to protect herself. If the Silver Dragon King Guyu Na successfully merges with the divine power of the Fire God, then in the future, she will have the foundation to find her brother, the Golden Dragon King's seal in the divine realm, and even seek revenge for the Dragon God from back then. Additionally, with the divine powers of the Phoenix God and the War God, she can help those around Guyu Na grow stronger. The choice is left to this Silver Dragon King to decide for himself. Can I really become a god? Hearing Oscar's affirmative answer, Bibidong's face showed an excited expression. This is something that the Empress has longed for. It is also the collective dream of these powerful beings in the Douluo Continent, who practices cultivation not to reach the highest level, who doesn't want to obtain endless life, who doesn't want to earn the respect of the world. Do you think Tang San is working so hard just to uphold justice? Our divine abilities are freshly forged. Perhaps we can refine them together. I wonder if the little princess is willing? Compared to the hesitating Bibi Dong, that Silver Dragon King Guyu Na is much more straightforward. While refining her own, this Silver Dragon King can also assist the Angel Princess. It seems that this is also about finding allies for oneself. The divine fragment in Bibi Dong's hands has been around for a while. It is no longer fresh. Therefore, merging it might not be as easy as when it was just taken off. It's fine. I will help the lady protect tonight, Oscar said with a serious expression. However, his hands were not serious at all, as he directly wrapped his arm around the waist of the Empress in front of him, in front of the other 2 women. Bibi Dong initially wanted to resist, but for some reason, she couldn't muster any strength. Feeling the warmth radiating from this man's body gave Bibi Dong a tingling sensation. If it weren't for the need to show adult dignity in front of the little princess, Bibi Dong might have collapsed directly into this guy's arms. You little rascal, what do you want to do tonight? Explain to me clearly, who is Chow Chow? This is really a meme. Bibi Dong actually did something very boring during this time. She searched through all the character biographies on Douluo Continent, but still didn't find that guy named Chow Chow. What a lovely woman she is. How could the information about Chow Mingda from the 3 Kingdoms period of Blue Star possibly appear on Douluo Continent? Unless this Prime Minister Chow also traversed to Douluo Continent back in the day. Are you kidding? It's simply absurd. However, if Chow Mingda encountered such a scene, he would definitely feel as gratified as the current Oscar. Other people's wives, especially charming women like Bibi Dong, would be more delectable than angels in Chow Chow's eyes. Although that era has long passed, the ambitions of Prime Minister Chow are still inherited by many. If you're not there in person, you wouldn't know the goodness of it. Hee, Oscar, just wait for me. This princess will reappear beside you in the form of an angel. Seeing that Oscar ultimately left with Bibi Dong, Qian Ringshu felt a bit disappointed. But soon, this angel princess regained her spirits. Because next, this princess would undergo a transformation of body and soul. That is, from angel Douluo to a true angel. Although Bibi Dong could also become a deity. In terms of beauty and purity, the temperament of the Rakshasa goddess is absolutely worlds apart from a true angel. Perhaps this little princess didn't quite understand who Chow Chow was. However, Qian Ringshu completely believes she will become better. Men, after all, definitely like beautiful things. As for the Silver Dragon King Guyu Na, this wise woman certainly saw the gap between Bibi Dong and the angel princess. Otherwise, why do you think Guyu Na will be so kind as to help Xiao Shui improve? There's logic in all of this. Let's go. Princess Qian Rinshu, I believe you will soon become the type that Xiao Qiao likes. Speaking of confidence, this silver dragon king, Guyuna's confidence is not lacking at all. In this world, where there are a few who are happy, there are also a few who are sad, just as they estimated. When the god realm learned of the fall of the angel god and the fire god, it was truly a scene of wailing. But strangely, when all the gods found out that it was the GoldenHorned giant beast who acted, not a single person suggested going to take revenge. How strange. Chapter 60. Bibi Dong and Qian Rinshu, a mother and daughter, both become gods. My dear, let's not get tangled up in Chao's matters anymore, okay? Your becoming a god is more important. After a surge of waves, Oscar's expression became serious. Although at this moment, Bibi Dong was still entangled with him like an octopus. The woman in her boudoir is completely different from the one outside. The high and mighty queen transforms into a gentle little kitten here. Moreover, due to Bibi Dong's physical structure and various aspects of flexibility, she can perform many high-difficulty movements similar to those of gymnasts, which even Oscar can't help but marvel at. No matter how beautiful that angel princess is, such movements will be difficult for her to replicate. It's truly exhilarating. But now it's already late at night. The best time to merge with the power of the Rakshasa goddess. Because this Rakshasa goddess is of the dark attribute, combined with Bibi Dong's two dark-type martial souls. The optimal time for Bibi Dong to merge with the divine power is between 2:30 and 3 o'clock a.m. After all, there will be plenty of time to stick together later. So let's get down to business first. Madam, be good, sit cross-legged, and gather all your soul power. You little brat, if you can't give me a satisfactory answer later, watch me bite you to death. Looking at Oscar's bitter smile, Bibi Dong felt very pleased. Thus, she began to channel her soul power as requested. Meanwhile, on the other side of the martial soul Empire Palace, two purer powers had already begun to be slowly released 2 hours earlier. One is the aura of the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, and the other is the power of the Angel Princess. These two forces, like two soaring pillars of light, connect the Luo Continent in a certain place in the divine realm. At the moment, Bibi Dong just started to fuse. The fusion of those two had already reached its final stages. At this moment, both the Shura god and his friend, the kindness god, were trembling all over. However, they had no way to intervene with the two types of inheriting energy before them. Because if they intervened now, it would lead to a very serious consequence, allowing the GoldenHorned giant beast to successfully locate the position of the heavenly gate, which is the only passage between the Douluo Continent and the divine realm. Although there is a huge seal here that can prevent people from the Douluo Continent from entering through normal means, that is the GoldenHorned giant beast, a peak stellar second stage cosmic beast. It shouldn't take long for it to tear apart this seal. Why provoke it? But as two gods of the divine realm, watching the divine positions of their subordinates being stripped away right under their noses, the sadness and helplessness they felt was overwhelming. Besides trembling and anger, what else could they do? Sure, God, I heard that you have a seed on the Douluo Continent, right? Can you make use of it? Watching as the light of the angel god and the fire god grew dimmer, the kindness god, one of the giants of the divine realm, turned back with a gloomy expression, looking at the equally troubled Shura god. There was no way to follow the rules anymore. The GoldenHorned giant beast was being too overbearing. Even if it advanced rapidly, it actually led 3 women on the Douluo Continent to simultaneously break through to level 100. This completely disregards the rules of the divine realm. It must be known that on Douluo Continent, no one has been able to directly break through level 100 for thousands of years, unless one accepts the trials of the gods. However, the actions of the GoldenHorned beast have opened up a brand new path for human cultivation, hunting gods. But doesn't this behavior cause these high and mighty divine beings to fall from grace? This is intolerable. I return to the kind-hearted god. My inheritor is named Tang San, who was previously the brother of the sea god. Speaking of the sea god, he is actually another victim, due to abnormalities in his body. The sea god was the first to seek an heir on this continent. Although his divine status was not forcibly stripped away, his avatar in the lower realm was devoured by the GoldenHorned beast like a small cookie. Moreover, the sea god's trident, which represents his power, was also eaten by the opponent as if it were a spicy snack. It can be said that the sea god is basically incapacitated at this moment. He locks himself in the temple every day, and it is said that he is already on the verge of collapse, just one step away from falling. How infuriating! This damned GoldenHorned giant beast. All right, we will work together to help Tang San improve, and we absolutely cannot let them continue to be arrogant. In fact, what Tang San is doing at this moment, in a strict sense, has already gone against the will of the Azure God. Does this kid think that no one knows about the tricks he played in the City of Slaughter? It's just that the divine sword needs Tang San as a pawn right now. Similarly, the evil soul masters created by this kid have also been tacitly accepted by the higher-ups. The several gods in the divine realm have long reached a consensus. Only Douluo Continent is plunged into chaos. That GoldenHorned beast won't cause them any trouble. If Douluo Continent is really swallowed by the Spirit Empire, then these guys will most likely turn their attention to the divine realm next. And that Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, is also a direct beneficiary this time. The blood flowing through this woman is that of the dragon god from back in the day. She is inherently filled with rage and unease. It's truly frightening. What kind of opportunity brought this group of people together? I understand now. I will secretly order my pawns in the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire to cooperate with Tang San's actions. Although the Heaven Do Empire has suffered heavy losses before, its foundation is still strong. The losses in weapons and equipment can be replenished in no time. Thus, the evil soul master profession, which should have gradually grown stronger over the course of thousands or even tens of thousands of years, has surprisingly begun to thrive so early under the authorization of those few divine kings. Of course, that's beside the point. At this moment, Oscar's attention is entirely focused on the three women beside him. The first person to become a god is actually Qianrenxue. This girl was originally the most compatible with the divinity of the angel god. Moreover, she had been darkened by that girl before, with her level approaching 100. Now, after transferring the energy of her true self, Qianrenxue rightfully became the only angel on the Douluo Continent. This little girl can even draw power from the faith of her followers and continue to level up. As for Bibi Dong, with the help of the GoldenHorned giant beast, she surprisingly became the second one to grow. This is somewhat unexpected. It's not that the GoldenHorned giant beast doubts its own strength. It's just that it didn't anticipate that the one who ultimately falters would be the Silver Dragon King. Guyuna. This might be the difference between the bodies of spirit beasts and human bodies. As we all know, since the primordial era, the body most suitable for cultivation has been the human body. This point is undeniable. Exotic beasts or other existences always have to put in much greater effort to succeed. It can be seen how difficult it has been for the Silver Dragon King to cultivate to this point. Chapter 61, Shock. Tang San created the Evil Soul Master Legion. Tang San, where are you? Just when Bibi Dong and the others were focused on Guyu's promotion, Tang San also reached another small peak in his life. Originally thinking he had lost the chance for the Sea God 9 trials, he basically considered himself done for. Even the previous incident in the City of Slaughter involving those evil soul masters was something he tried to cover up. However, Tang San never expected that all his little actions were actually being watched by the Shura God. The Shura God was originally very averse to such things. After all, he was not an evil god, but times have changed, and now he couldn't be picky anymore. The GoldenHorned giant beast was simply too terrifying. Even if these so-called god kings went to the Douluo Continent, they would likely go and not return. And in the divine realm, there were only 5 god kings. Losing even one would be a huge flaw and could even cause chaos in the laws of heaven and earth. The most prudent method now was to find a spokesperson to handle these matters. Tang San was undoubtedly the best candidate. First of all, this kid had already passed the first 7 trials of the Sea God, indicating that his physical quality and various responses were top-notch. At least he could withstand the pressure of a level 1 god. Secondly, Tang San's great-grandfather was Tang Chun, who was also a tester of the Shura God. If it weren't for that Rakshasa goddess causing trouble, after obtaining the Shura sword, old Tang would definitely have had enough time for the next step. And now, this sword had passed into Tang San's hands. This is fate. So, in the face of fate, is it worth quibbling over these things? No matter how much harm these evil spirit masters cause to humanity or the entire Douluo Continent, at least they represent a rare living force. Why did the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire not dare to launch a second attack? Is it because they have fewer people than the Spirit Hall Empire? Absolutely not. The main reason is that they lack the main force. The opponent not only has a powerful spirit master army, but also has the GoldenHorned giant beast assisting them. If the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire cannot muster corresponding capabilities, how can they dare to continue opposing the Spirit Hall Empire? Thus, the entire situation on the Douluo Continent is essentially in a stalemate. However, what will happen if the GoldenHorned giant beast finishes its business and calms down? Bibi Dong knows what method was used to win over that terrifying cosmic beast. This news has basically spread throughout the God realm. Next, it is highly likely that the GoldenHorned beast will collaborate with the Spirit Empire to turn the entire Douluo Continent into the territory of the Spirit Empire. If that day really comes, it is estimated that the god realm of Douluo Continent will be nearly finished. Back then, they barely escaped a disaster when they were not destroyed by the dragon god. The GoldenHorned beast is even more formidable than the dragon god of that time. If this continues, what is the difference from boiling a frog in warm water? Therefore, Tang San's spring has come. Originally, he thought that the Shura god would take back all his powers. But unexpectedly, the other party actually encouraged Tang San to vigorously develop the Evil Soul Master Army. This kind of thing really is something I've never seen before. The Evil Soul Master system, which was originally supposed to take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to take shape, is actually going to be born ahead of schedule due to this kind of power. It's terrifying. It turns out that those so-called gods don't care about the lives of ordinary humans at all. What they pay attention to is their own status and interests. So, may I ask how I should control these evil soul masters? I now realize that they have some methods for gaining benefits. However, from now on, developing evil soul masters doesn't need to be done secretly. It can be done openly and confidently. Moreover, from the perspective of soul skills and soul bones, Tang San and Bibi Dong are somewhat similar. Both can be considered among the earliest evil soul masters on the Douluo Continent, right? Because they both share the same characteristics. They can use soul skills or soul bones to absorb the soul power or life force of their enemies. Bibi Dong uses terrifying soul skills, while Tang San's most obvious feature is his 8 spider lances. This thing can not only absorb the opponent's life force and soul power, but it can also gradually level up. This is a very strange thing. It should be strictly prohibited by the divine realm. But who cares? This thing is now a lifeline for the god of miracles. They have a way to instigate another war among the followers of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. But without the involvement of these evil soul masters, it would inevitably be a disastrous defeat. For Tang San, who is openly seeking benefits, the Shura god cannot avoid this. After all, he can't just work for nothing. I can promise you that as long as the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, along with your evil soul master legion, go to war against the Spirit Empire again, you will be my heir. Wow, do you really need to make it so obvious? It's like telling Tang San that it doesn't matter whether he passes the Shura God assessment or not. The Shura God can designate you as his heir. Are you happy? Surprised? After receiving the answer he most desired in his heart, Tang San's expression was as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Thank you for the Shura God's cultivation. You will soon realize that your judgment is absolutely right. In fact, even without the Shura God as support, Tang San could control these evil soul masters with his own strength. Don't forget that back in the City of Slaughter, this kid who called himself Tang Een had the infamous reputation of the Shura King, and his number is 9,528. This is an Arabic numeral that no one has been able to surpass throughout the years, neither in the past nor in the future. However, starting today, Tang San can officially become the ruler of this City of Slaughter. From this, it can be seen that this kid's cunning is indeed not something ordinary people can compare to. Originally, Tang San's plan was to use the power of the Shura God to properly cultivate the Haotian sect. After all, that place is Tang San's root and has a very good foundation. But who would have thought that the people in the Haotian sect would foolishly challenge the GoldenHorned giant beast? As a result, nearly 80 people at the front were all incapacitated. This essentially means crippling the core strength of the Haotian sect. It is precisely because there is no hope that this kid would set his sights on the City of Slaughter. One must admit, Tang San has succeeded once again. At least on the surface, it appears to be the case. The people left in the City of Slaughter are all desperate individuals. As long as Tang San gives them a slight push, regardless of gender, there can be at least an 80 conversion rate. This would turn these individuals from soul masters with evil intentions into true evil soul masters. Now, the soul masters remaining in the vicinity, even if there are not 10,000, there are at least 8,000. With an 80 conversion rate, just think about it. What a terrifying power this will be. As for how the Shura God will incite the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire to direct their swords at the Spirit Empire, that's something for these gods to worry about, right? Tang San, what you need to do is to develop the evil soul master cause as much as possible. Chapter 62, sending the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna back to the Stardo Forest. Third brother, what have you been doing these days? So mysterious. Perhaps it's because of his pride. In the end, Tang San's secret was discovered by Xiao Wu and the others. Although they had experienced a significant failure before, the Shrek's 7 monsters became dispirited. However, it is unclear what has happened recently, as the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire have become close again. It seems there is an undercurrent surging constantly trying to unite these two great empires, encouraging them to bravely come together once more. They say they need to fight one last time and absolutely cannot compromise with the evil spirit empire. Therefore, the Shrek 7 monsters, who had originally gone their separate ways, gathered again. Only, the keen Xiao Wu suddenly noticed that the man beside her seemed to be doing something significant. Originally, Tang San was still being secretive, but now that he has received the Shura God's affirmation, there is no need for that anymore. Xiao Wu, go gather everyone. I have an important matter to announce. The emergence of the evil soul masters was something Tang San had never anticipated. However, this greatly boosted his confidence. Ever since the sea god's trident was destroyed and news of several other gods falling arrived one after another, Tang San had become dispirited. But now it seems that the real big shots have not yet made their move. Moreover, the Shura God represents almost the highest will of the divine realm. Even without the sea god's blessing, Tang San could still hold on to a greater backing. As long as he successfully gains the Shura God's favor, the situation will be completely different. Soon, except for Oscar, who had disappeared again, the others all gathered together. Little San, what new discoveries do you have this time? Dai Mubai seemed to bring good news as well. He held a marshal's token in his hand. Although he had given up the throne, Dai Mubai could still mobilize all the military forces of the Star Luo Empire. This is supreme power. That's hundreds of thousands of iron cavalry. Of course, it's good news, but you might find it a bit hard to accept at first. You'll need to get used to it. As he spoke, several soul master-level figures walked out behind Tang San. For some reason, these soul masters gave off a strange feeling. Their eyes were sunken, their faces pale, and they were not holding any weapons with very long nails. It felt like they were humanoid soul beasts, especially since these figures seemed particularly interested in the three girls from the Shrek 7 monsters. In front of Tang San, their master, they were staring directly at Xiao Wu and the others. This frightened Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who held hands and huddled together. Zhu Zhuqing was also trembling all over, hiding behind Dai Mubai. Third brother, are these guys? Ma Hongjun also couldn't understand, but halfway through his words, he swallowed them back. He could only gesture to Tang San, pointing at his own head. These strangely shaped soul masters, although they are quite powerful, seem to really have a hard time thinking. Xiao Wu is the boss's woman. Is it polite for you to stare at her like that with drool? Fatty, don't interrupt. What I want to introduce to you are these evil soul masters. To highlight the differences of these guys, Tang San deliberately emphasized the last three words. Dai Mubai seemed to realize something as well. I heard that evil soul masters seem to be those who are at high level in the empire. Dai Mubai probably recalled something. His eyes immediately showed shock. To be honest, this is my trump card against the Wuhuan Empire. We need to know what Tang San is really thinking. The Shrek 7 monsters are unclear, and the GoldenHorned giant beast doesn't have the time to care. Right now, there is something very important in front of him. That is to escort the Silver Dragon King Guyu Na all the way back to the Stardo Forest. Perhaps due to her own constitution, Bibi Dong absorbs the divinity of the Rakshasa goddess, which is already connected in some way. Therefore, it is not too difficult to absorb. Moreover, there is the full support of a certain starry sky giant beast nearby. Princess Angel Qianrenxue is originally the successor cultivated by the angel god, so there is no conflict with the angel divinity, and she succeeded quickly as well. However, there was a problem with Guyu Na. After all, the cultivation laws of the dragon race and the human race are different. Furthermore, certain auras between the fire god and the dragon race are in conflict. Therefore, in order to completely integrate the divinity of the fire god into her own body, Guyu Na needs to cultivate for a period of time in the environment she is most familiar and comfortable with. She needs to close herself off for this. Fortunately, Guyu Na did not let the other subordinates nearby attempt to absorb the Phoenix god and the god of war's divinity. Otherwise, the problems encountered could be even more complicated. These subordinates might even explode directly. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Spirit Soul Empire, thank you for allowing us to send the Silver Dragon Emperor back to the Great Forest. The beast god Emperor Tian was originally supposed to be arranged as a general of the Spirit Soul Empire. This was also something that the Silver Dragon King had initially discussed with the Empress Bibi Dong of the Spirit Empire, in order to show that everyone was united. These soul beasts at the top of the food chain in the Douluo Continent will join the Wuhuan Empire's camp. However, this plan may have to be postponed now, as all high-level soul beasts must return to guard the Silver Dragon King. They will wait until the offspring of this dragon god is safely promoted. This point is also permitted by the GoldenHorned beast. Don't worry, I will escort you all the way back to the Stardo Forest. And I guarantee nothing will happen. In the eyes of the GoldenHorned beast, although the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire have been making small moves during this period, to him, a two-tiered stellar powerhouse, those are nothing but ants. There's no need to take them seriously. Similarly, Bibi Dong sees it the same way. This woman does not see those guys as a threat at all. Bad boy, just go along. Even if there are any movements on the other side, Xiao Xuan, I've already broken through level 100. In fact, the news about Bibi Dong and that angel princess breaking through has not yet reached the outside world. Although this mother and daughter have always been at odds, they share a consistent view in front of others. At this time, it's best to keep a low profile. After all, they haven't taken down Douluo Continent yet. Tang San is still a potential threat. So let's save the most exciting part for last. It is said that the two empires have been restless lately. When the time comes, let's give them a surprise. Then I'll go and come back quickly. You two behave and don't fight in my home. I don't know why, but the current Bibi Dong is completely different from before. After being with Oscar, this woman is still a queen outside. But once she gets home and closes the door, she turns into a mischievous little girl. It feels like a second spring. Moreover, due to the GoldenHorned beast, the goddess and her daughter have had several interactions unintentionally. Could it be that this mother and daughter plan to surprise Oscar as well? Chapter 63. Are you crazy? Tang San attacks the Spirit Empire. Third brother. We've received news from the front line that the GoldenHorned beast seems to have left. The news about the GoldenHorned beast is with Oscar. The Tiando Empire is still unaware. This guy only shows his Oscar-like appearance in front of familiar people. When he appears to the outside world, he takes on the terrifying image of a cosmic beast. Great. I knew that kind of monster wouldn't stay in one place for long. This is our best opportunity to attack the Spirit Empire. Upon hearing this news, Tang San's eyes immediately lit up. Beside him, Dai Mubai also straightened his chest and lifted his head. Well, according to our observations, this guy takes a long time to return every time he leaves the Spirit Empire. That's enough. Although he was a bit uneasy about the evil soul masters around Tang San, overall, this seemed to be the best moment. Even though their Shrek 7 monsters had suffered heavy losses last time, several major sects also faced significant casualties. The main forces of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire are still present. If we launch a surprise attack swiftly, the first target of the assault will still be Jialing Pass. Does this mean to get back up from where you fell? This kid is surprisingly persistent. The Spirit Empire naturally reacted immediately. However, unlike the previous time, a very strange Soul Master Legion appeared on the opposite side. It felt like a group of living dead. No matter if it was arrows or crossbows, they would not retreat upon being hit, nor would their speed diminish. As long as their heads were still attached, these guys would charge forward without hesitation. This truly frightened the warriors of the Spirit Empire on the other side. Even more terrifying was that it seemed everyone among them possessed a soul skill similar to the star absorption technique. Once they grabbed hold of an opponent's body, they would suck in fiercely. Whether it was soul rings, soul bones, or life force, they consumed whatever they could find. Even more astonishing was that these beings could use the life force of others to heal themselves, and they did so indiscriminately. The soldiers of the Spirit Empire on the battlefield would become their food. They would not spare even their fallen comrades or injured allies. It was as if they were piranhas, flocking to the scent of blood. This indeed put a lot of pressure on the Spirit Empire. Even the few titled Douluo powerhouses felt a headache upon seeing these reckless creatures. What on earth is this? An evil spirit master? Soon, someone thought of this name. However, in history, the Spirit Hall has also captured many evil spirit masters. It doesn't seem that crazy. The news was immediately relayed to Bibi Dong. What did you say? This is something Tang San created? Upon seeing the report coming in, Bibi Dong's brows furrowed. She originally thought that this blue-haired youth had already been disabled. But who would have thought? Tang San now has a new identity. Actually the supreme commander of the two major empires? With the combined forces of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, he can mobilize over 2 million troops at will. Moreover, his other identity is the leader of the Evil Spirit Legion. Those evil spirit masters seem to follow Tang San's orders, launching desperate attacks on the positions of the Spirit Empire again and again. When did this kid master such power? Leave this matter to me. I have a score to settle with Tang San. Just when the generals of the Wuhuan Empire were feeling extremely troubled, that angelic princess, Qian Renxue, unexpectedly stepped forward at this moment. Although this princess has always disagreed with her mother and often contradicted her, the survival of the entire Wuhuan Empire is at stake now. Even the Jialing Pass is on the verge of collapse. Dealing with 100,000 human troops is one thing, But this evil soul master army is truly difficult to handle. If we can't find a way to counter these guys, the Wuhuan Empire will become increasingly passive. Moreover, from the information coming in, those high-level evil soul masters are actually evolving during battle. Some of them have even reached the edge of title de law. It's terrifying. There must be someone even more powerful behind Tang San. Who could it be? Just at that moment, the golden-horned beast, that brat, is not around. Otherwise, with this starry sky beast in action, what level of monster wouldn't be brought down with a single slap? But right now, the golden-horned beast is on its honeymoon with the Silver Dragon King. Heaven knows what these two colossal beings are doing. They say they're helping the Silver Dragon King overcome tribulation. But in reality, Bibi Dong doesn't believe that the golden-horned beast is that pure. Xiaoxue, take the Angel Legion over. Don't underestimate this Tang San. I'm worried he has a powerful backing. Bibi Dong was both surprised and grateful for her daughter's sudden stand. According to the principle of elemental restraint, the holy light of angels can indeed counter such dark entities. However, judging from the soul power and soul rings of these evil soul masters, it seems they are not simply dark creatures. Bibi Dong had captured many evil soul masters during her time in the Spirit Hall, but she had never seen such a large-scale and massive outbreak. One Tang San simply cannot reach this level of power. Therefore, there must be an even more powerful presence behind this kid. Considering the previous incidents with the gods descending upon Douluo Continent, this time, it seems that a bigger challenge has come. I don't need help. I can handle these nuisances by myself. Qian Renqiue's personality is inherently very proud. Especially after becoming a deity, this young girl is even more confident in her power. The Angelic Legion is generally at the Soul Sage level, which may not necessarily be able to counter those evil soul masters. Moreover, it could easily turn into a situation where they are just giving away their heads. Because everything before has proven that these evil soul masters can even convert your attack power into their own soul power. Apart from using overwhelming force to turn them all to ashes, it would be really hard to deal with them. And among the entire Spirit Empire, it seems that only this mother and daughter in front of us possess such power. Bibi Dong is currently the Empress of the Spirit Empire. With her own strength, she has already made those offerings bow down. However, this woman cannot easily show herself. Otherwise, she could easily become the primary target for the enemy. The previous battle at Jiaoling Pass has already proven this well. Until we understand Tang San's true trump card, we must remain calm. Therefore, from this perspective, the actions of this angel princess are completely correct. But after all, this is her daughter, not a stranger. Hearts are connected by 10 fingers. On the surface, Bibi Dong seems very indifferent to this young girl. But in reality, both mother and daughter are the type to be tough on the outside, waiting until life and death situations to express their true feelings. Is it worth it, like in the original work? Chapter 64, The Fated Battle, Qian Renqiue versus Tang San. So be careful in everything and don't push yourself too hard. Seeing her daughter's stubborn gaze, Bibi Dong knows that no matter how much she advises, it would be in vain. This little girl wants to prove everything with her actions next. This is the rebellious period of the girl, and she can only be allowed to do as she pleases. If she is forced to be restrained, it will only intensify the conflict between mother and daughter. It's all that Oscar's fault. What was he thinking running out at a time like this? However, complaints aside, the battle continues. When that angel princess appeared on the city wall, the positions of the Wuhuan Empire have completely fallen. There isn't a single complete corpse on the ground, only a pile of skeletons. It's terrifying. These evil spirit masters are like a pack of wild dogs, still searching for the few remaining survivors. Faced with such terrifying creatures, even a war god would feel fearful. Warriors of the Wuhuan Empire, you have done very well. Now I command you to leave the positions and prioritize your lives. That was a voice, both majestic and gentle, ringing out above everyone's heads. Then, a golden light slowly descended from the sky, revealing the image of a massive, six-winged angel. That gentle light could soothe the sorrow in people's hearts and even bring back severed limbs. However, it could not revive the fallen warriors. Roar! Howl! As for the evil spirit masters from the Tiando Empire, they were filled with dread. Their bodies, upon encountering this golden light, reacted as if they were vampires touched by sunlight, emitting white smoke. Those who ran slowly even collapsed to the ground, rolling back and forth, with dark energy continuously surging from their bodies. Retreat. It's an angel, full retreat. A few leaders of the evil spirit masters, sensing the situation was dire, quickly ordered their subordinates to fall back. Just as the angel's radiance was about to envelop the entire area, A very evil and dark aura emanated from the Tiando Empire's camp, faintly accompanied by deep red glow. This is killing intent. The manifestation of killing intent condensed into a tangible form. What is going on? Tang Sen seems to have noticed the angel descending from the sky. This is his old rival, Qianrenxue, but her strength has made a remarkable leap. Tang Sen even feels that this girl in front of him is like a deity. Everyone retreat. This woman is for me to deal with. Although he only has a Shura sword in hand, and his soul power level has not yet broken 100. Tang San is incredibly confident in his own strength, especially the Shura sword in his hand, which seems to absorb all the hostility from the battlefield, as well as the power of death. This is the blessing of the Azura god. As long as he holds this Azura sword, Tang San can unleash strength above level 100 in a short period of time. This is the battle of fate. Tang San and Qianrenxue had such a confrontation in the original work. Their story began back in the imperial palace of the Heaven Do Empire. At that time, the angel princess disguised herself as the heir of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe, and was on the verge of obtaining the imperial rule without bloodshed. However, it was thwarted by Tang San and the Shrek 7 monsters. Now they meet again, old grievances and new hatreds. Tang San, it really is you. Where did you get this evil power? Facing Tang San, Qianrenxue still maintains her lofty demeanor. But the black and red energy sword in Tang San's hand makes the angel princess feel terrified. Although she has inherited the angel goddess status and successfully broken through to level 100, she is still too weak at this moment, far from reaching the level of a first-level god. On the other hand, Tang San can unleash powers far beyond that of a first-level god with a weapon in his hand, and he can summon the power of the Shura god at any time. Qianrenxue, stop pretending to be the good person here. Your spirit empire is the true cancer of the Douluo Continent, and I represent justice. Tang San is truly shameless to the extreme, stepping on so many corpses and leading a massive army of evil soul masters. This guy shamelessly considers himself a righteous man. Of course, the history of any world is written by the victors. As long as he can eradicate the spirit empire, this brat can fabricate his own glory at will. He could even claim that this angel princess before him is a demon from hell. Let's see the truth revealed in action. Shameless scoundrel, I will judge you on behalf of the angels. Stupid woman, the one who should be judged is you. The Shura sword in my hand is the judge bestowed upon me by the divine realm. Relying on his strong backing, Tang San no longer hides his ambition. From the moment he stepped forward, this brat has actually been accumulating power. At this moment, his Shura sword can unleash its strongest force. Meanwhile, the angel princess across from him remains completely unaware, still wanting to deal with this brat using her angelic judgment. The little princess is still too inexperienced. Tang San has rich combat experience. Boom! In a battle between experts, there is no need for a lengthy fight of 300 rounds. One person, one sword is enough. Although the angelic holy sword looks so sacred, when faced with the Shura sword, even if the wielder is immortal, it cannot be resisted. We can see the golden light of this angel princess quickly suppressed by a power intertwined with red and black. Meanwhile, in the distance, Bibi Dong realizes the situation is dire, but it's too late to rush over for support now. Tang San intends to deliver a lethal blow. Using the most ruthless move to eliminate one of the opponent's gods will definitely destroy the confidence of the entire spirit empire. How vicious, but also very correct. This is the effect needed on the battlefield. Qianrenxue, farewell. The angel god will forever disappear from this world. In fact, the biggest winner is still the Shura god. This big shot has not shown up in person until now, but he can fundamentally influence the situation across the entire continent. Boom. No. The angelic shadow of his daughter is completely suppressed by that Shura's aura. Bibi Dong has also gone mad. This woman is also unleashing her twin martial souls, erupting with power close to that of a level 110 god. She attempts to block the opponent's sword light with her own body. But at this moment, Tang San is laughing heartily. Bibi Dong, do you also want to seek death? Great, today I will send you and your daughter down to reunite. This is really the best opportunity. Originally, Tang San planned to take a break after defeating the angel princess before going to find Bibi Dong. After all, using the full power of the Shura god takes a huge toll on him. But he didn't expect this woman to actively charge under the sword's light as well. Very well, then let's eliminate them together. After getting rid of these two big figures, wouldn't the entire spirit empire be within reach? But did this guy overlook something? Perhaps before, the spirit empire was truly under the control of Bibi Dong and Qianrenxue, and it seemed that way in front of everyone. But ever since that golden-horned giant beast established a super friendship with his queen of the spirit empire, the laws of this world have undergone tremendous changes. It's just that Tang San and the others are too ignorant to know. Kid, you have some guts to hit my woman. That was a low growl coming from the void. Before Tang San could react, a gigantic claw covered in scales emerged from the void, effortlessly blocking the sword light of the Azura god. Chapter 65. The golden-horned giant beast crushes Tang San like an ant. What? That voice is. Tang San had already shown a victorious smile. His charged attack could actually take away both the empress and the princess of the Wuhuan Empire at the same time. This is simply the most glorious victory. But just at the decisive moment, that golden-horned giant appeared out of nowhere. With a single slap, it effortlessly intercepted the opponent's attack and effortlessly turned the countless sword lights around. In front of everyone, it snapped them with a crisp sound. This is truly a dramatic scene, turning all of Tang San's previous preparations into smoke. Since this guy is still in a human body, he simply cannot harness the full power of the Shura sword. At this moment, more than half of the sword light emitted by the Shura sword is already in the hands of that golden-horned giant beast. This is an entity formed by condensed energy. To ordinary people, it appears to be a rather terrifying weapon. However, in the eyes of this golden-horned giant beast, it is a rare delicacy. The creature disregarded Tang San and instead brought the sword light closer to its nose, sniffing it intently. Then, just like a child who sees chocolate, the enormous golden-horned giant beast eagerly stuffed the sword light into its mouth. Smack, smack. This sword light is a full 500 meters long, which is why it can cover Bibi Dong and her daughter. However, this length seems like a lollipop in the mouth of the golden-horned giant beast. Seeing how this guy is enjoying it, one can tell that the energy contained within is very rich. But for Tang San, this scene is definitely terrifying. Perhaps it's due to a conditioned reflex. This guy is actually frozen in place, not moving at all. Scenes from before keep flashing his mind, one after another. Just over 10 days ago, Tang San was still the heir of a sea god, wielding the majestic sea god trident. However, after performing a move called One Way to Never Return, that treasure turned into a spicy strip by the mouth of the golden-horned giant beast. But unexpectedly, just a short time later, the most terrifying thing happened again. This guy actually consumed the Azura goddess sword. Although it was just a sword light, it was already the maximum power Tang San could unleash. Whoosh swoosh. Although Tang San was stunned, the sword in his hand sensed something. To be precise, it should be that the Azura god from the divine realm felt this incredible energy. Right in front of Tang San, he ruthlessly retrieved the Azura sword, because this god king knew very well that if he slowed down even a moment, he would never get his Azura sword back. The teeth of this golden-horned giant beast are really impressive. Any metal that enters its mouth will be crushed. This. The sudden pain from the sword being yanked away made Tang San wake up immediately. However, the beast's scream also caught the attention of the golden-horned giant. After it put the last bit of sword light into its mouth, it focused its enormous head on the small human on the ground. Tang San, we meet again. Every time you bring me something delicious, I almost don't want to crush you. The sound of this giant was like thunder, causing Tang San's eardrums to swell. Moreover, this sound formed a shockwave that firmly pinned Tang San in place, leaving him no chance to escape. Sengano, seeing Tang San like this, Xiao Wu, not far away, was taken aback. Without a second thought, she rushed over and directly used teleportation in midair. What is this little rabbit going crazy about again? Does it want to rescue Tang San from this huge creature in front of it? But before the little rabbit could change its form, the golden-horned beast stretched out a claw and made a sudden sound in the air. Bang! It seemed to be a sonic boom. Then, a golden figure appeared in midair. It was Xiao Wu. The little rabbit's teleportation was directly shattered. Surrounding its body were the remnants of the broken energy from its golden form. Without even a scream, its entire body was sent flying by the shockwave created by the golden-horned giant beast. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing quickly moved to fill the gap. With her unpredictable steps, she shifted and changed positions. Just before the little rabbit hit the ground, she managed to catch her. But at that moment, Xiao Wu had already fainted. Her clothes were tattered, and there was a hint of crimson at the corner of her mouth. In just that brief moment, it had nearly cost the little rabbit its life. Fortunately, at the instant of impact, the little rabbit reflexively used its golden body. Otherwise, at this moment, Tang San still couldn't move. It felt as if an invisible force had choked his throat, and he couldn't utter a word, his eyes wide open. Although you have given me many good things to eat, this time you actually dare to lay hands on my woman. So you cannot be spared. During the speech, the other claw, the golden-horned giant beast, descended from the sky. Like a pillar supporting the heavens, it struck down on the area where Tang San was located. Boom! Dust and stones flew, the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. The area suddenly sank hundreds of meters, as if it had been struck by a meteor, turning everything within a radius of about 1,500 meters into flat ground. However, Bei Dong and Qian Renxue were completely unscathed because the body of the golden-horned giant beast blocked the shockwave. Unexpectedly, this huge creature was both coarse and delicate. But the poor Tang San was truly reduced to ashes at this moment. No, Xiao San. After witnessing this scene, Dai Mubai nearby cried out in despair. His good brother was right in front of him, easily crushed by the golden-horned giant beast. Before they could even begin to mourn, a massive object resembling a giant steel whip appeared in midair, sweeping across. Crack! Bang! Bang! The goal this time is to target those evil soul masters around Tang San. Regardless of their levels or whether they can dodge this attack, under the seemingly light strike of the golden-horned giant beast, a single move, the dragon tail sweep, causes hundreds and thousands of evil soul masters to explode in midair. It truly looks like the fireworks set off during the new year. Similarly, this large group of evil soul masters that were instantly killed made no sound at all, just like silent lambs. Originally, this guy also wanted to use his tail to take out the Shrek 7 monsters as well, but then he saw the pale-faced Ning Rongrong. For some reason, the huge tail of the golden-horned beast suddenly turned in midair, sweeping directly past Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's heads, temporarily sparing them from the fate of turning to ashes. At this moment, the coalition forces from the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire on the outskirts also witnessed this legendary giant creature. It was so powerful and terrifying. Perhaps the will of the warriors kept them from collapsing immediately, but the war horses beneath the cavalry could no longer hold back. Those that could run quickly turned and fled, completely disregarding their riders. The ones that got closer all had their legs go soft and knelt down in unison, trembling uncontrollably. No matter how their masters scolded or struck them, they could no longer be commanded. This is the gap in strength, unimaginable. Chapter 66. Is little Ao the golden-horned beast? Ning Rongrong is devastated. How are you two? After crushing the opposing Soul Master Legion with the strongest means, the golden-horned beast didn't even glance at the more than 1 million coalition forces outside. Instead, it turned around and looked at the mother and daughter who were helping each other to get up with a gentle gaze. Then, they saw the enormous creature's body slowly shrink. In front of these survivors, Oscar's figure appeared. Little Ao, seeing this miraculous transformation, Dai Mubai's eyes almost dropped to the ground. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, trembled all over, with beads of sweat the size of mung beans constantly appearing on her forehead. Why is this happening? Is Xiao Ao really the golden-horned beast? What kind of nonsense is this? Just thinking about how Ning Rongrong had already given herself to this man in the camp fills the little princess of the 7 treasure, glazed tile, with a sense of darkness in her mind. Could it be that the one who had been flipping the clouds and overturning the rain before was? This isn't real. It's a dream. Little Ao. I don't know what power is driving her, but this little princess from the 7 treasures glazed tile school is actually swaying and moving forward. Even though soldiers from the Spirit Empire are raising their swords towards this woman, the girl was completely unaware. Her eyes became very hollow. Her hands kept grasping at the air, but she couldn't catch anything except for the emptiness. From a distance, this woman looked like a marionette. What a pitiful sight. You all step back and let her come over. Seeing this scene, BB Dawn gently ordered. As a woman, BB Dawn found this scene familiar. Back in the day, when Yu Xiaojiang abandoned BB Dawn, this woman also went through a period of being lost and forlorn. However, those past events had long been sealed in her memory. Now, BB Dawn had found her true love. No matter if this person in front of her was Oscar or the golden-horned beast, Bibidon's eyes were glued to him. Similarly, after the golden-horned beast saved her once again, Qian Renxue's gaze became even more determined. No matter where we go, I will follow you. As for Ning Rongrong, she stopped about 5 meters away from the 3 of them. Her eyes were already red from crying. Although she understood in her heart that Oscar had likely been harmed by the golden-horned beast, the man in front of her was just a shell. Yet, Ning Rongrong couldn't control her hands and feet. Whether it was longing or foolishness, it didn't matter. Anyway, little girl, since you've discovered it, I'll say it directly. Your Oscar has already merged with me. To this, the golden-horned beast felt no burden. Although Oscar died from drowning in the sea at that time, it was indirectly at the hands of the golden-horned beast. But if the Shrek 7 monsters had not opposed the golden-horned beast back then, this tragedy wouldn't have happened, right? According to Tang San's logic, what the Shrek 7 monsters did was all righteous. Defeating them was a manifestation of justice, while being defeated was the embodiment of evil. If viewed from this perspective, the GoldenHorned beast was utterly heinous. But from a normal theoretical standpoint, if you go to attack someone and get counterattacked, who is to blame? Xiao Ao, Xiao Ao. At this moment, Ning Rongrong seemed unable to say a second word. This woman's spirit has nearly completely collapsed, and even if she can wake up, her strength will likely be greatly diminished. Moreover, as the heir of Poseidon on Sea God Island, Ning Rongrong has not completed her assessment. As the final time approaches, the life of this little girl will also vanish into thin air. Similarly, another member of the Shrek 7 monsters is also participating in the Sea God 9 trials, including Xiao Wu. Their lives are hanging by a thread. Even if the GoldenHorned giant beast doesn't take action right now, in a few years, there will be no name like the Shrek 7 monsters left in this world. Ning Rongrong, if you are willing to join our spirit empire, you can be with this kid. At that moment, Bibi Dong suddenly spoke up. It's hard to tell whether this woman is cherishing talent or feels a sense of sympathy for Ning Rongrong, who is in a similar predicament as she was back in the day. Does she really think Bibi Dong is that kind of cold-blooded creature? Wrong. This woman is actually as passionate as fire and was once incredibly kind. It's all reality. That undeniable reality has pushed this woman step by step to this point. First Yu Xiaojiang, then his disciple Tang San. Is Bibi Dong inherently evil? Can I be with Xiao Ao forever? Maybe I've lost my mind. But Ning Rongrong unexpectedly nodded as if compelled by some unseen force. Even she herself didn't know why she did that. Seeing this, her other companions quickly shouted, Rongrong, wake up. Don't be misled by the people from the Spirit Empire. Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun wanted to rush over and take Ning Rongrong away. But before they could get close, a golden light descended from the sky. It was a restored angel princess, holding an angel sacred sword, looking coldly at the two of them as if looking at ants. You should first take a look at yourselves. The sea god's mark will soon turn into a curse. As a successor of the angel god above level 100, Qianren Xue could clearly see a scar within the bodies of these people. This was originally the mark of the sea god, which would transform into energy after they completed the 9 trials of the sea god. But now, even the sea god is in a difficult position and has even failed to appear, regardless of whether they have completed the contents of the 9 trials. The mark of the sea god will not dissipate until they receive the sea god's final approval. These marks will instead become deadly blades that threaten their lives. There is no turning back. This means that even if Tang San had not been crushed to death by the GoldenHorned giant beast just now, this kid will most likely suffer from the backlash of the sea god mark. Perhaps the Shura god sword in his hand can save his life. But the lives of the remaining members of the Shrek 7 monsters cannot be protected. Ning Rongrong has joined the Spirit Empire, and I believe the GoldenHorned beast will not sit idly by. The bloodline power of this starry giant beast can erase any pseudo-god's mark. Moreover, didn't Ning Rongrong already give herself to the transformed Oscar? So the mark within Ning Rongrong's body has already faded significantly. After rolling in the sheets with someone a few times, she would be completely unaffected. Therefore, from a pragmatic point of view, Ning Rongrong's current actions are actually the most correct. Ahem, san, sengu san. Just when the scene was at a stalemate, the originally unconscious Xiao Wu suddenly murmured. The little rabbit's eyes couldn't open, but part of her consciousness had recovered, perhaps due to the pain of losing Tang San. This little rabbit kept calling out that man's name even in her unconscious state. How tragic. How lamentable. GoldenHorned giant beast, you are too ruthless. Chapter 67. Let's put an end to this, Shrek 7 monsters. Xiao Wu. Seeing this little rabbit coughing up blood, the confused Ning Rongrong finally began to regain some awareness. However, at this moment, she was already weak and wobbly. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Her beautiful legs bent in a frog-like position, which was somewhat alluring. There was a kind of morbid beauty similar to Lin Daiyu. But it seemed that now was not the time to bring up such things. The atmosphere was off. After learning about their impending doom, the remaining members of the Shrek 7 monsters, including Dai Mubai, all had grim expressions. They had originally come here with a vengeance, vowing to wash away the previous humiliation with the blood of the Spirit Empire. But in reality, they hadn't even started and were already facing death. Tang San was crushed like a little bug. Xiao Wu was knocked out from a distance and remained unconscious. And Ning Rongrong had completely lost her ability to make judgments, easily manipulated by others. As for Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing, they were still conscious. However, Oscar on the opposite side could snap their necks in an instant if he wanted to. What do you think should be done? This situation was caused by you. Bibi Dong was the first to break the silence. She elegantly walked up, exuding an aura of grace. She approached Oscar like a well-behaved little wife. But this was also quite normal. Is there still a need to talk about the relationship between these two people? Ever since the GoldenHorned beast publicly transformed into Oscar's form, everything is already clear, right? What else can be done? Kill all the men. And if the women are willing to submit, they can stay. With a finger lifting Bibidong's chin, a trace of cruel smile appeared on Oscar's face. Although this guy has already become a human avatar, he is essentially still the GoldenHorned beast. However, Bibidong generally pushed this guy's hand away and shot him a glance. Dai Mubai cannot kill him. After all, he is the former king of the Star Luo Empire, and that territory will still need them to govern in the future. Bibidong's intentions are very clear. As long as Dai Mubai bows his head and acknowledges that the Star Luo Empire will be under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Empire from now on, then today, this former king will be able to return alive. He can also have the sea god mark on him removed. However, Zhu Zhuqing will probably have to stay behind as a hostage, along with Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. None of them can escape. As for Ma Hongjun, this guy no longer has any value. He can either be kept as a coachman or simply eliminated. But this is just Bibidong's intention. Do the people on the opposite side agree? Except for the distracted Ning Rongrong and the unconscious Xiao Wu, there are still 3 members of the Shrek 7 monsters who are fully aware. Alright, then let's settle this today, Shrek 7 monsters. Oscar showed a hint of impatience on his face, then slowly walked towards Ning Rongrong and extended a right hand. The intention is clear. Ning Rongrong is currently the only one confirmed to be safe. After all, what's that saying? A day as husband and wife means 100 days of affection. The little princess of the 7 treasure glaze tile is giving you her most precious everything. You can't just turn your back on her like that. Xiao boohoo. It might be a conditioned reflex. The little girl was just about to reach out her fair hand to hold Oscar. But when she turned around, she saw Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing shaking their heads. Rongrong, don't go over. He is no longer Oscar. Fine then. Stubborn, huh? Not knowing how to appreciate kindness. Oscar had no extra words. He directly and domineeringly picked Ning Rongrong up in a princess carry and forcefully yanked her off the ground. Then he tossed her aside, throwing Ning Rongrong towards Qianren Xue. He didn't forget to remind her, Xue, take her away. Why had Ning Rongrong ever been treated so roughly? As the little girl was thrown, even her skirt fluttered. Fortunately, the one catching her was also a beauty, so it wasn't too abrupt for the lovely girl. After doing all this, the angelic princess didn't say a word either. She simply spread her angelic wings and forcibly flew away with Ning Rongrong, leaving the battlefield. It seemed that this little girl was now obedient to the GoldenHorned giant beast. This is the kind of woman I like, be obedient. And in the next moment, the massive body of the GoldenHorned behemoth appeared again. It stepped out of the city wall of Jialing Pass with 1 foot. The millions of troops outside the gate were now foolishly staring at this giant creature. Everyone was at a loss, not knowing what would happen next. I am the ruler of the current Wuhuan Empire. People of the Tiando Empire and the Shiluo Empire, listen. Those who submit may survive, but those who resist will be killed without mercy. That was a very powerful voice, with an unmatched shockwave. It made the over 100,000 troops in front of it completely unsteady. After a massive roar, a large number of them were already lying or kneeling on the ground. At most, there were fewer than 100,000 who could barely manage to stand. These are the elite soldiers of 2 nations, the last strength of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. As for the remaining people, even if they don't say it out loud, they have already submitted in their hearts. Faced with such a terrifying starry sky beast, it is absolutely beyond the capability of these humble humans to resist. Looking at that massive body evokes a sense of awe. Kneeling down and bowing is the wisest choice now. I, Marshal Galong, will never submit. The one speaking is the Marshal of the Heaven Do Empire. He was also the one leading the attack on the Spirit Empire before. However, this guy seems a bit reckless. The Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, Xuan, has already knelt down. Why should he, the general, show off? Yes, the Heaven Do Empire will never submit. The Heaven Do Empire will not yield. Alongside this general of the empire, a large group of heavily armored knights gathered around. They formed a powerful battle formation, condensing a massive amount of soul power. In the air, they formed a gigantic shield shape. Such an attack might not be easily penetrated even by Bibi Dong. This is the combined strength of tens of thousands. It seems that these guys from the Tiando Empire are indeed steadfast and unyielding. However, They're using their strength in the wrong place and against the wrong opponent. Boom! Without any unnecessary words, the left paw of the golden-horned beast came crashing down. Moreover, during its descent, the paw suddenly grew infinitely large. It was as if the true essence of the golden-horned beast's secret technique instantly enveloped tens of thousands of square meters centered around this location. The enormous shadow fell like a meteor from the sky, making it impossible for anyone to evade. Filled with dread, many warhorses even urinated in fear. Boom! After a tremendous roar, a supersized crater appeared on the ground, filled with various colored liquids of red, yellow, and green. However, including General Gelong and the tens of thousands of elite troops around him, they had long since vanished without a trace. After doing all this, the golden-horned beast didn't even glance back. It then turned its fierce face back to the three individuals. What do you have to say now? Chapter 68. Did you not expect this? Dai Mu Bai was the first to lower his head. Tick-tick, hearing the golden-horned beast's final ultimatum. The scene was as quiet as if only the sound of sweat dripping remained. It might be a bit exaggerated, but it was the truth. At first, these guys were young and full of vigor, stubbornly refusing to yield. But facing death directly, witnessing tens of thousands of soldiers disintegrate before the golden-horned beast, even a formidable General Gelong had no power to resist. This was enough to shake their hearts. It was only because of Oscar and Ning Rongrong that they were still alive. Otherwise, those guys would have been wiped out, just like the rebels outside. Just as the golden-horned beast turned around, the million-strong army outside, including the kings of both nations, all dismounted and bowed desperately, using their most humble attitude to submit to the golden-horned beast. Up to this point, they finally realized the gap between themselves and the Spirit Hall Empire. The other side didn't even need to take the initiative. Just the appearance of the golden-horned beast was enough to annihilate the entire continent. What million-strong army? What Shrek's 7 monsters? In front of the golden-horned beast, they were all mere clouds. Do you dare to disagree? Then there's only one word. Kill. Brother, don't be stubborn. Our Xing Luo Empire is willing to submit to the Spirit Hall Empire. To everyone's surprise, the first to break the silence was actually the current emperor of the Xing Luo Empire, Dai Mu Bai's brother, Davis. This man is quite smart. Perhaps to protect his younger brother, he actually shouted loudly under all the pressure. This is to remind Dai Mu Bai not to be foolish. Although the loyalty of the Shrek 7 monsters is important, if you die, you lose everything. Originally, Dai Mu Bai forcibly activated his white tiger martial soul and entered the true martial soul state, seemingly trying to withstand the pressure emitted by the golden-horned giant beast. After all, this guy is the captain of the Shrek 7 monsters. But upon hearing his brother's roar, Dai Mu Bai instantly lost heart. The effect of the true martial soul dissipated immediately, and he slumped down, his hands hanging by his sides, and with a thud, he knelt down on the ground. Mu Bai! Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, thinking her man was injured. She wanted to go over and support Dai Mu Bai, but he gently waved his hand to signal her. We have lost. The Shrek 7 monsters have completely failed. As the saying goes, a man's knees are worth gold. Kneeling to heaven and earth, kneeling to parents. No matter how he faced death in the past, Dai Mu Bai had never knelt to the enemy like this. But Dai Mu Bai's identity today is different from before. If he doesn't kneel, it might be the royal family members of the Star Luo Empire who would be unfortunate. Not only would he and Zhu Zhuqing meet their demise, but even the ordinary citizens of the Star Luo Empire would probably not have a good life. Once this golden-horned behemoth goes mad, do you know what will happen? Boss Dai, I surrender too. Originally, Ma Hongjun wanted to act tough, but seeing Dai Mu Bai looking like a defeated rooster, he felt dejected. The red-haired kid instantly deflated like a deflated balloon, almost bowing down to the golden-horned giant beast. Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat at a loss, but under the influence of her companions around her, her whole body also slumped down weakly. No thoughts, no options, no desires. This is not just the sorrow of their group, but the sorrow of the entire Douluo Continent. It turns out that this million-strong army intended to fight the Spirit Empire to the death. However, they did not expect it to turn into a ridiculous surrender ceremony. How could this happen? It's so tragic, right? But what can be done? A million troops kneel in despair, and the 2 great monarchs beg for mercy. Legend has it that the soul of the Shrek 7 monsters is unconscious, while 3 others kneel. They originally thought that conquering the entire continent would be a difficult task, requiring a lot of effort. But unexpectedly, today it turned out to be like this. Facing such a scene, as the Empress of the Spirit Empire, Bibi Dong was absolutely speechless. Meanwhile, the titled Douluo powerhouses beside her wore satisfied smiles. Whether it was the spirit hall of the past or the spirit empire of the present, they had been looking forward to this day for who knows how long. Who would have thought it would depend on a boyfriend found by this empress to realize it? But it's fine, since the matter has become a reality. Even if they put that kid named Oscar on the throne, I believe no one in the entire empire would oppose it. After doing all this, the GoldenHorned giant beast glanced disdainfully at the few insignificant humans on the ground and uttered a statement that made Oscar even more desperate. The previous statement was slightly modified. The men can go back, but all the women must stay. Oh my, how domineering can you be? Are you really going to break up the perfect pair of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing? Besides, you, this starry beast, already have so many beautiful girls around you. Aren't you satisfied yet? What do you want? Please consider the feelings of Bibi Dong and that angel princess. What are you thinking? And Ma Hongjun, who has finally won over that girl named Xiang. Do you really want to cut in? Upon hearing this arrangement, both Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai showed deep despair in their eyes. Although they couldn't resist, both big men inadvertently shed tears, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The two girls beside them were crying like weeping willows. If they had known, they would not have attacked the Spirit Empire. This wrong decision will cost them their entire lives. Sangu may have been stimulated by the noise just now. At that moment, the little rabbit Xiao Wu, who was originally in a coma, unexpectedly opened her eyes. However, the name of the man that this little girl was murmuring about provoked the annoyance of the GoldenHorned beast. Forget it. As for you, soft-boned rabbit, I'll be a good person and send you down to reunite. After saying this, the GoldenHorned beast slowly lifted the little rabbit's body from the sky with its own will. Then it slowly opened its foul-mouthed giant mouth. What are you doing? Aren't you going to take advantage of such a beautiful little dance? Is his cute little sister also going to be devoured? What a beast! Although unable to resist, the few people present are now staring at the floating Xiao Wu in midair with eyes full of grief and indignation, as if bidding a silent farewell to their companion. Tang San was crushed by the GoldenHorned giant beast, and Xiao Wu is about to be taken by this terrifying celestial beast. It's so tragic. Just as the little rabbit's body is falling toward that big pit like free fall, a loud roar suddenly comes from the sky. GoldenHorned giant beast, you have gone too far. What? Who is this? Before the GoldenHorned beast could react, a powerful will descended from the sky, transforming into a swirling light of red and black. It quickly enveloped Xiao Wu's body, lifting her up towards the clouds. Moreover, there seemed to be a transparent shadow, slowly floating beneath the feet of the GoldenHorned beast, resembling a blue silver grass in an energy state. What's going on? Who did this? Is there trouble brewing? Chapter 69, Azura God, are you seeking death? It's the Azura God. Bibi Dong's reaction was very sharp. As the inheritor of everything from the Rakshasa goddess, Bibi Dong could certainly sense this power that was very similar to her own. The Azura God and the Rakshasa God are essentially two sides of the same system. In that inheritance system of the Azura God, Tang San inherited the Rakshasa sword, while Xiao Wu became the sword chief. Judging from this series of actions just now, the Shura God must have rescued Xiao Wu. At the same time, this guy also took away a trace of Tang San's soul. Although that guy's human body and most of his soul power have completely dissipated. Let's not forget that Tang San also has twin martial souls. Although the blue silver grass is the most unremarkable existence, its vitality is quite tenacious. However, the Shura God does not know this. His forceful action this time is tantamount to humiliating the GoldenHorned giant beast, and it has brought endless repercussions upon himself. The Shura God? I want to go looking for you, but if you provoke me, just wait. In a direct one-on-one fight at this moment, the GoldenHorned giant beast has a 99 chance of defeating the Shura God. But there is a huge problem here. That is the difference between the heavenly and the mortal. Even Bibi Dong, after becoming a god, cannot enter the god realm. It's like a closed space. Permission from above is required for mortals below to be allowed entry. So, theoretically speaking, unless the GoldenHorned giant beast can break the passage between the two worlds, no matter how much he stirs up trouble, he will not be able to enter the god realm. This is the confidence that the Azura God had to act just now. They are so domineering, snatching food right from your mouth, but calculating that you have no way to retaliate. Unfortunately, the Azura God still underestimated one person, or rather, one dragon. That is the legendary Silver Dragon King. Guyana, the descendant of the dragon god, once escaped from the divine realm to the Douluo Continent. Guyana must know how to open the passage between the two worlds. Moreover, before her seclusion, Guyana had vowed to return to the divine realm with great determination. Initially, the GoldenHorned beast wasn't too interested in that world. However, this time, the cosmic beast was completely infuriated by the other party's unreasonable actions. This is not a matter of a blue silvergrass and a little rabbit. This is dignity. This is a slap in the face. The dignity of the starry sky giant beast cannot be offended, whether you are in a mortal realm or the divine realm, or even in a higher level dimension. To dare to treat the GoldenHorned giant beast this way, you will inevitably pay a heavier price. It's just a matter of time. The Shura god has made an unforgivable mistake, purely self-destructive. As the saying goes, if you don't act, you won't die. But from this moment on, the gaze of the GoldenHorned giant beast has begun to shift away from the Douluo Continent. The divine realm, a topic that can never be avoided. The Douluo Continent is easy to conquer. The GoldenHorned giant beast can even have all the humans here help him mine and smelt metals. But if these guys from the divine realm are not subdued, these guys will definitely become your stumbling blocks forever. Just like how they forcibly took away the remnants of Xiao, Wu, and Tang San just now. Damn it. The divine realm, huh? Just you wait. I'm going back to sleep first. After transforming back into Oscar's avatar, the guy shot a fierce glare at the sky. Then, disregarding the thoughts of those around him, he directly grabbed Bibi Dong's hand and started to leave. This made the Empress of the Wuhuan Empire feel quite embarrassed. Bibi Dong then pinched someone's lower back like a little girl and said, "You naughty boy, what are you talking about? There's so many people here." All right then. The GoldenHorned beast really speaks its mind. It has grown used to being big and bold, but it has forgotten that this was originally a world for humans. However, the relationship between Bibi Dong and Oscar, even if they don't say it, I'm afraid everyone around can see it, right? They're not fools. How could such a powerful GoldenHorned beast be completely devoted to serving the Spirit Empire without giving it a little incentive? Seeing the scene before him, the Spirit Empire's offerings showed strange expressions in their eyes. So that's how it is. No wonder the GoldenHorned beast stands on our side. Impressive. I really underestimated this woman Bibi Dong before. It seems that making her the ruler of the Spirit Empire was indeed the right choice. Otherwise, let the people present here try to control the GoldenHorned beast for me. Although a bit shy, Bibi Dong has really put herself out there today. After all, this battle today has laid the foundation for the Spirit Empire's eternal dominance. The entire Douluo Continent is now under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Empire. Next will be some negotiations and handover matters. Bibi Dong, I don't like these troublesome dealings with people, so you can handle the remaining details. He glanced at the submissive Spirit Empire offerings beside him. Oscar completely disregarded these guys. This is a kind of dominance, the dominance of a king. Next, do you want all the blacksmith shops on the Douluo Continent to open for you? Bibi Dong is also a smart woman. She knows very well that the GoldenHorned beast is not left for her alone. The GoldenHorned beast needs a large amount of metal to continue growing. The quality can be lower, but the quantity must be massive. Only the Spirit Empire can gather all the metal products from the entire continent together and mobilize all the blacksmiths on the Douluo Continent to provide 3 meals a day for the GoldenHorned beast. I just love how clever you are. After saying this, Oscar gave Bibi Dong a princess carry. He majestically took her up into the sky, just as the two of them were landing in the palace. A golden light flashed before them. It was the angel princess of the Spirit Empire. Ning Rongrong has been settled. So Xuan, we talk about our matters next? What does this little girl mean? Does she want to intercept them? Knowing full well what Oscar and Bibi Dong are planning to do, Qian Rushue has blocked their path. Xiaoxue, do you see your daughter's determined gaze? Bibi Dong couldn't help but let out a sigh. The most feared situation has indeed occurred. It seems this little angel's gratitude towards the GoldenHorned giant beast is not just appreciation. She seems to plan to elevate the level of her repayment. Is that really okay? How about we go inside and talk? I don't know where this courage came from. Oscar suddenly blurted out this line unexpectedly. The boundary he had in his heart seemed to be instantly broken by himself. Men are indeed creatures of conflicting words and feelings. He originally thought this angel princess would be very displeased. But unexpectedly, Qian Rushue actually puffed out her chest in front of Bibi Dong and shot a provocative look. If you want to go, then go. I've said it before, I can do what certain people can do, and even do it better than her. All right then, what will happen next? This time it got a bit out of hand. Chapter 70, The Reward from Guyuna. Oscar, I have something to ask you. It seems that some things are already inevitable. Before Bibi Dong closed the door, she walked seriously towards Oscar. Then she whispered something in the man's ear. The latter hesitated for a moment, then nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I will take responsibility for both of you. The following events are indescribable. It was just that night. The crescent moon hung in the sky, and the clouds were quite mischievous. The moon would hide behind the clouds for a while, then pop out again. With its glow, with its impulse, this must be the legendary colorful clouds chasing the moon. It wasn't until the next morning, when the sun rose, that the moon reluctantly retreated. Only those who have experienced this process can truly understand it. Although Oscar's true form is the GoldenHorned beast, his human body is still somewhat fragile. So when he stepped out of the door the next day, he felt a bit unsteady on his feet, and his waist was sore. The human body really can't take it. Although he was feeling pleased with himself, Oscar also realized a rather unfortunate truth, that love between different species is very difficult to achieve. This result refers not to emotions, but to inheritance. This is also the reason why the reproduction rate of the starry giant beasts is very low. They can only reproduce if they find another starry giant beast that is similar. It's a pity, but if it weren't for this trait, the entire universe would probably be filled with the offspring of the GoldenHorned beasts. After all, theoretically, this type of creature can live indefinitely. If they leave one or several offspring each time they conquer a planet, their family would soon become overcrowded. Just as he was about to return to his room, a sudden sensation came to his mind. Hey, have you forgotten about me? I've reached the critical point of the challenge. Hurry and come to the starry great forest to lend me a hand. Is this a message from Xuan? It seems to be some kind of communication method. Could it be that the Silver Dragon King left a mark on him without the GoldenHorned giant beast knowing? Otherwise, how could there be such a way of conveying sound? Indeed, the women on Douluo Continent are all extraordinary. Bad boy, where are you planning to go again? Perhaps he noticed Oscar was about to leave. Bibi Dong dragged her weary body out of the room. She originally wanted to have a private chat with this kid, to discuss the next steps of the Spirit Empire's plan. But unexpectedly, Oscar was already prepared with his flying mushroom sausage. He needs to go to the Starry Forest. Xuan encountered some problems when breaking through to level 100. Alright, you go quickly and come back quickly. If you return in time, you might even get to enjoy the feast I've prepared for you. After saying this, Oscar swallowed a mushroom sausage, and a pair of energy wings appeared behind him as he flew swiftly into the distant sky. This guy really overexerted himself last night. He even found it a bit strenuous to transform into the GoldenHorned beast. After all, Bibi Dong and Xuan now have the bodies of goddesses, and their physical strength is definitely much stronger than that of a human. It was only about 10 minutes after Oscar flew away that Xuan slowly began to recover. However, her expression was different from the indifference she had before. This little girl actually took the initiative to greet Bibi Dong. The relationship between the mother and daughter gradually eased through this incident. Xiaoxue, you are quite familiar with the Tiando Empire. So the renovation work of the blacksmith shop there will be entrusted to you. The only thing Bibi Dong and Xuan need to do next is one thing. That is to gather all the metals on the continent in the shortest time possible. They will refine them through the blacksmith shops of various empires and then create a large block of mixed material, waiting for the return of the GoldenHorned giant beast. Although that guy can also eat human food, it seems that metal is the most helpful for enhancing his strength. Of course, when they're almost flying over the Starry Forest, the GoldenHorned giant beast also resumes its original form as the Starry Sky giant beast. A captivating scent permeated the forest, likely a special aura emitted by the dragon race. Some refer to it as dragon energy or dragon might. Certain ancient human emperors highly revered this. In any case, ordinary humans or soul beasts would tremble in fear upon encountering such power. However, for high-tier starry sky beasts like the GoldenHorned giant, it seemed more like a hormone, exciting them instead. The Silver Dragon King, being a descendant of divine dragons, although still at a distance from the level of starry sky beasts, would be somewhat compatible with the GoldenHorned giant if Xuan could upgrade to the level of the dragon god from back then. There was even a slight chance they could produce offspring. In this sense, Xuan's status in someone's heart appeared to be higher than those two. I'm here. Come quickly. After sensing the presence of the GoldenHorned giant, Xuan's tone became somewhat anxious. It seemed like it didn't take much time for Bibi Dong and the others to break through level 100 before. However, the physical constitution of soul beasts is different from that of humans. Moreover, the essence of the Silver Dragon King and the Fire God's essence are entirely different. It felt like something was stuck, needing someone to clear the way. Don't worry, my dear. You will definitely get through this. Using an inappropriate analogy, Xuan was like a woman in labor, having to exert tremendous effort and endure great pain to pass that threshold. Thus, when a massive body of the GoldenHorned giant descended to protect her, the enormous Silver Dragon giant did not hold back and bit down on the leg of the GoldenHorned giant. Even if it couldn't penetrate the scales, it shook its head vigorously. The dust it stirred up was hazy, leading one to mistakenly think these two super beasts were engaged in something in the Starry forest. This commotion lasted a full 3 days and nights. Finally, after a roar from the Silver Dragon King, a towering silver light erupted from the Starry forest, resembling a volcanic eruption, its power shooting straight into the sky. The originally observing deities scattered in fear, terrified. If anyone were to be hit directly by that shockwave, they would likely be seriously injured or worse. This is no longer the kind of power that an ordinary dragon clan can unleash. This is the dragon's breath, infused with the essence of the divine. The Silver Dragon King has finally broken through. He returns to the Dragon series once again. Meanwhile, in the rolling red dust, there seems to be a very enchanting female voice. Did I bite you too hard before? What method should I use to make amends? It's okay. You didn't even break my scales. How annoying, lacking in romance. Then I should give you a reward, okay? Chapter 71. The Return of the Silver Dragon King. Terrifying as such. What is this? That GoldenHorned beast actually teamed up with the Silver Dragon King. Not good. After sensing that overwhelming aura, the 5 great divine kings of the divine realm gathered once again. One GoldenHorned beast has already made them feel quite troubled. However, the aura of the Silver Dragon King feels even more terrifying. The GoldenHorned beast does not know where the passage between the Douluo Continent and the divine realm is. Even with brute strength, it may not be able to break through this barrier. Even if this starry giant can roam the universe without an entrance, it is equivalent to nothing. Even if this fellow breaks into the atmosphere, it still won't find the location of the divine realm. The existence of such places is like a copy of a game. If you can't find the entry point, everything is pointless. However, Silver Dragon King Xuan is different. Back then, their father, the dragon god, almost destroyed the entire divine realm. Many laws and so-called boundaries in this world are intricately connected to that divine dragon. The former Xuan escaped from the divine realm to the human world. Therefore, this woman not only knows the coordinates of the passage, but also the method to open it. Moreover, judging from the silver aura that just emanated, Xuan is not simply aiming for level 100. This woman originally possessed peak-level energy when she was in the divine realm. Otherwise, how do you think Xuan managed to escape to the human world under such heavy encirclement? And now, Xuan has a terrifying enforcer by her side. It's that starry giant beast. If these two terrifying entities join forces, let alone a small spatial passage, even the combined might of the 5 great gods of the divine realm might not stand a chance against them. Just look at the cruel methods of that GoldenHorned giant beast before. A goddess with proportions like that of an angel and a face perfect to the extreme. This monster tore apart without hesitation. Do you think this guy would show mercy because of your pleas for mercy? Wrong. Big mistake. If the GoldenHorned giant beast comes to the divine realm, not only will the 5 great divine kings be torn to pieces, but the entire divine realm will likely become its prey. What to do? How about running away? This might be the best way. However, as guardians of the divine realm, these 5 great divine kings would definitely not choose this path. How about we create a spatial gate? Throw the GoldenHorned giant beast out? After pondering for a long time, the evil god suddenly spoke. From the name of this old thing, it's clear he is not a good guy. If it weren't for the constraints of the other divine kings, this evil god would definitely be a troublesome character. Of course, he is also a guy who comes up with bad ideas. To eliminate the trouble of the GoldenHorned giant beast, it doesn't necessarily have to be a head-on confrontation. We can completely use a compromise method. For example, divert the disaster elsewhere. As long as we can drive the GoldenHorned giant beast to the other edge of the universe. It doesn't matter who it harms. As long as it can't come back, then the Douluo Continent will be fine, right? My goodness, how did he come up with such a clever idea? Although this approach seems a bit irresponsible and purely self-serving. The 4 divine kings beside him nodded in agreement after hearing this. This method sounds a bit inappropriate, but it seems we have no choice now. The Shura god has faced the GoldenHorned giant beast before. He should be able to sense that terrifying aura charging towards them. Otherwise, when rescuing Xiao Wu and Tang San's residual soul, that guy Wu and Ti have escaped so quickly. After all, this is the king of the divine realm. Back then, the dragon god was also cut in half by it. However, when facing the GoldenHorned giant beast, a deep sense of powerlessness struck the soul. I agree, the god of destruction, support the evil god's idea. Let us do it. Although I want to reserve my opinion. Now, this is probably the best method. The kind god beside them also nodded. Although he knows that this action might lead to the destruction of another civilization, who isn't selfish. If this method can protect the Douluo divine realm, they would proceed without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the Starry Forest, the atmosphere was quite different. Due to the increasing power of the Silver Dragon King, the soul beasts around her, especially the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Clan's bloodline powers, were also activated. The once stagnant Tion, who could not progress beyond 700,000 years in the original work, surprisingly felt a sense of loosening in his strength. Soon, he would be able to rise to a higher level. The coming heavenly tribulation was also puzzling. The dark clouds in the sky had not yet gathered into a group, but were surprisingly swallowed by the GoldenHorned giant beast on the ground in one bite. What the hell is this? Don't bother us. It turns out that in the very center of the Starry Forest, the Silver Dragon King, transformed into dragon form, was currently exchanging glances with a smaller version of the GoldenHorned giant beast. This was a way of communication between giant beasts. Compared to the intimate exchanges between human men and women, it seemed to carry a more violent power. But this primal communication made the GoldenHorned giant beast feel endlessly delighted. On the entire Douluo star, perhaps only the Silver Dragon King could interact with the GoldenHorned giant beast in this way. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, it was definitely a terrifying scene. The surrounding sky was dark red, and there was a restless energy flashing between heaven and earth. Sand and stones flew. Waterfalls ceased to flow, and the two monstrous beings, one black and one white, continuously roared and entangled with each other. Well, what a spectacular and imposing sight. Guyuna, your level seems to be continuously rising. She was originally at the level of a first-level god, not someone who was hiding from the pursuit of those divine clans back then. It's okay, once you fully recover, it will be our turn to counterattack them. In fact, there was no right or wrong in this matter. Everyone was just trying to live their own lives. The 5 divine kings wanted to preserve their positions, so they schemed to send the GoldenHorned giant beast away. Meanwhile, the GoldenHorned giant beast didn't want anyone pointing fingers at it above its head. Unless all the kings of the divine realm knelt before it, this battle was inevitable. On the other side, all the blacksmith shops across the Douluo Continent were mobilized. What everyone had to do was one thing: to smelt all the collected metals into metal blocks without needing to categorize them, just needing to be fast. The metal armor and various weapons transported from the army, whether new or old, were all to be melted down. The ores mined, except for a few noble items, were all to be melted into blocks. Next, even many ordinary households' iron pots and various spoons were targeted. The Empress of the Wuhuan Empire issued an order that every household must contribute more than 3 gene of metal products within a week. Otherwise, the men would be taken away as laborers and the women. Chapter 72. The Douluo Continent becomes my private blacksmith shop. What is this all about? I'm also a soul master selector, and I am actually asked to boil iron pots. The complaining temporary blacksmith is named Xuan Tao. In the original work, he can be considered a benefactor of Tang-san. Many villages' awakening ceremonies for young martial souls are hosted by this guy. Originally, he could be considered a celebrity. However, according to the orders of the Spirit Empire, all the stewards of the Spirit Hall must put down their work for the next month and go to various places to oversee the blacksmithing and refining work. This is the first order issued by the Spirit Hall Empire after gaining control over the entire Douluo Continent. Initially, it was thought that the purpose was to eliminate the potential threats posed by those belligerent individuals, which is why all their armor and weapons were confiscated and melted down. However, it soon became clear that something was amiss. After the iron was melted down, many pots and pans appeared again in their blacksmith shops, all made of metal. Subsequently, they also received a lot of unprocessed iron ore. However, there was no requirement for them to turn these ores into various iron tools. They were only asked to remove impurities as much as possible and turn the iron ore into iron blocks. What is going on? Lord Xuan Tao, you may not know yet, but we are preparing snacks for the guardian beast of the nation. An old man with some information quietly approached. He was originally the village chief of Holy Soul Village and had now been captured to become a blacksmith. What? The legendary GoldenHorned giant beast? Isn't that guy carnivore? Perhaps due to years of being out in the field, Xuan Tao was not clear on what the GoldenHorned giant beast was. He only knew that this monster had single-handedly defeated the allied forces of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. In less than a week, the entire Douluo Continent had become the territory of the Spirit Hall Empire. And that GoldenHorned giant beast was also conferred the title of Guardian Beast of the Nation by the Empress of the Spirit Hall Empire. My lord, I think we should just focus on working hard. It would be great if our village's blacksmith were still around. The village chief of Saint Soul Village might not know that the blacksmith in their village is actually Haoyan Douluo. Originally, Haoyan sect was supposed to take on a large part of the forging tasks. However, ever since the last battle against the GoldenHorned giant beast, Nearly 100 excellent blacksmiths here have been rendered useless. Fortunately, there are other skilled blacksmiths across the entire Douluo Continent, not just from Haoyan sect. After a period of selection, it turned out that those quality blacksmiths were given new opportunities, while the ordinary ones could only become charcoal burners on the streets. But it's better than everyone being caught in the depths of war. However, with so many metal products on the continent, can the GoldenHorned giant beast really consume them all? Of course, the GoldenHorned giant beast, upon receiving this news, was both amused and exasperated. Its original plan was to search for mines in various corners of the Douluo Continent and forage for food itself. This can still bring some fun, but I didn't expect that Bibi Dong would actually operate like this and change it to feeding. Is Her Majesty really treating the GoldenHorned beast as their national guardian deity? Oh dear, it seems that the human empress loves you even more. I can't do that. Guyuna, in her human form, is not inferior to Bibi Dong in terms of figure or temperament. She even has an aura that captivates Oscar. Don't mock me, but if I could upgrade to a 3-star star-hunting monster, I'd be more confident in battling in the divine realm. To be honest, although I'm a bit speechless about Bibi Dong's brazen steel-making methods, the GoldenHorned beast can still sense that woman's sincerity, and he indeed needs an upgrade now. After all, that is the divine realm of Douluo Continent, and it's always better to be prepared. The dragon god back then was quite powerful, right? In the end, he still died under the joint attack of those several divine kings, didn't he? Haha, I'm not jealous. I support you, esteemed national guardian beast. Guyuna is indeed charming. Even when she's jealous, her smile is incredibly enchanting. Women are just like that. To this, Oscar could only shake his head. Let's go to the Spirit Empire first. Let's see what kind of grand feast that Empress has prepared for me. Setting aside the male chauvinism, the GoldenHorned beast is actually looking forward to the delicacies prepared by Bibi Dong. After all, the 3 major empires on the continent, along with the metals gathered from those affiliated city-states, amount to a terrifying total. Only Bibi Dong and her Spirit Empire can concentrate them in the shortest time. It is said that this woman almost dismantled the palace of the Heaven Do Empire just to gather numbers. All right, is this love? Perhaps, even though I was mentally prepared. Seeing the terrifying amount of metal piled up like mountains outside the Spirit Empire's palace still left Oscar astonished, mouth agape. At this moment, Bibi Dong and that angel princess were personally on the scene, continuously stabilizing one metal mountain after another. They didn't even notice Oscar's return. I should help him a bit. So these two sisters say I'm inconsiderate, seeing the enormous metal mountains almost obscuring the sky before her. Guyuna smiled gently, and then she saw a silver light radiating from her body, instantly stabilizing a metal holy mountain that was about to collapse. It's you, Guyuna. Upon seeing Guyuna again, Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. She must have come with this woman. Wow, what a lavish welcome feast. Sure enough, on the ground, Oscar was waving his hand in greeting. Soon, the 3 goddesses all descended from the sky, each wearing a charming smile. This is absolutely a rare sight. The 3 most beautiful women in the entire Douluo Continent are currently smiling at the same man. The preparation was a bit rushed, and I hope you like it. Qian Renshue speaks very humbly, but there is a hint of pride in her words, as if she is showing off to the man in front of her. Look, this is the kingdom I have built for you. Ha, then I won't be polite. Please. 3 ladies, hop onto my back, and let's go. Whoosh. Suddenly, the world around them began to spin, before the 3 women could react. Their bodies were already carried on the back of the GoldenHorned beast. Then, this massive creature wasted no time and started to devour the metals scattered all around, right in front of everyone. Crunch, crunch. Whether it was ordinary scrap, iron, or super hard alloys, the GoldenHorned beast's chewing produced a crisp cracking sound. It felt like a bowl of mixed rice, with various metals and flavors. As it continued to chew and swallow, the 3 women on its back could clearly feel the body of the beast growing larger beneath their feet. It was obvious. What is the limit of this GoldenHorned giant beast? Can it really devour a planet, or even a whole universe? This appetite is too terrifying. Chapter 73, Devouring the Metal of Douluo Continent, Upgrading Again. Can I ask for your thoughts? Sitting on the back of the GoldenHorned giant beast, Bibi Dong suddenly became serious. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition, or maybe something was mentioned during her previous conversation with Oscar. Bibi Dong seemed a bit worried, because what the GoldenHorned giant beast was about to do was very likely to be against the heavens. It was something that everyone on the Douluo Continent wouldn't even dare to think about. And Guyuna seemed to have already guessed what the other party wanted to ask. A charming smile quickly appeared on her face. Do you think that even if we don't seek out these gods, they would let you and me go? Guyuna's words were not baseless. whether it was Guyana or Bibi Dong and Qianrenxue. The reason they could become gods was mainly due to seizing the divine powers from those celestial beings in the divine realm. Moreover, at this very moment, the beast god Emperor Tian and the emerald Xuan were also merging the divine powers of the war god and the phoenix god. This is a rhythm that leads to darkness. Having taken so many personalities from the other side, this is undoubtedly a slap in the face of the divine realm. Don't be fooled by the current calm. It's clearly just the quiet before the storm. Do you think these guys won't retaliate? Instead of waiting for them to come up with new tricks, it's better to level up quickly and strike first. The Silver Dragon King and the GoldenHorned Beast have similar understandings. The so-called divine realm is merely composed of some mortals who achieved breakthroughs first. To occupy this unique cultivation environment, they have to separate their world from the human realm. In a broader sense, the so-called gods on Douluo Continent are actually false gods, distinct from the true divine civilizations in the universe, such as those in Perfect World or Zhiqian. Only the gods in the vast universe can truly be called real gods. Initially, the GoldenHorned Beast linked the gods here to the levels in the devouring the starry sky world, but after actual combat, it realized that there was a lot of discrepancy. Those who were initially regarded as planetary-level experts were actually at most equivalent to high-level battle gods in the devouring the starry sky. Pathetic. If these mediocre beings can pin him down, it would be quite embarrassing. The GoldenHorned Beast hails from the most noble family of starry beasts. Could it be restrained by such false gods? The so-called 5 great divine kings in the divine realm are, at best, just on the edge of stellar level. But there are many of them. If he were to confront them head-on at the current second-tier stellar level, it would be impossible to come out unscathed. So the safest bet is to have the GoldenHorned Beast level up one more time before fighting. Moreover, the Silver Dragon King Guyu Na can assist with her knowledge, ensuring a foolproof plan. Additionally, they have a significant advantage. Up until now, the 5 divine kings on Douluo Continent have not taken things seriously. The Shura god has been busy managing everything from start to finish. Perhaps living in such a high position for too long has caused these beings to lose their sense of crisis. Ladies, you need not worry. Dealing with those gods is like chopping vegetables for me. While chewing on a large amount of metal, the GoldenHorned Beast listened to the conversation among the women. It understood their concerns. Although Bibi Dong was a fierce character on Douluo Continent, she would still have reservations about truly turning the tables. After all, legends about the divine realm have existed for thousands of years, and some old beliefs are deeply rooted. Excuse me? May I join your operation? Just as the GoldenHorned Beast was discussing matters with the women nearby, a timid voice suddenly sounded in its ear. It was somewhat familiar. It was Ning Rongrong. The little princess from Qibao Glazed Tile School had been placed in the royal palace due to her previous coma, accompanying the angel princess. Originally, they were enemies. However, after that complete integration, the entire Douluo Continent submitted to the Spirit Empire. This naturally includes the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Although it is already known that Oscar is not the original him anymore, after several days of internal struggle, Ning Rongrong still cannot change her thoughts. Like a moth to a flame, this woman stood in front of the GoldenHorned giant beast. Rongrong, stop messing around. We're going to slay gods. You, a little girl, should just stay out of it. Seeing Ning Rongrong like this, the GoldenHorned giant beast suddenly felt a stirring in its heart for some reason. An image of Oscar seemed to appear in its mind. This seems to be a kind of obsession of his doppelganger. It might also be some kind of bond. However, Ning Rongrong seems very stubborn. I know you're going to face a powerful enemy. My 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda might be of help to you. You can't deny that. This little girl is absolutely right. As the #1 supporting martial soul in Douluo Continent, she has already demonstrated her value in battle. If the GoldenHorned giant beast can be upgraded to stellar rank 3, combined with the assistance of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, it might be able to approach the stellar rank 4 level of the starry sky giant beast. Even if the 5 big shots from the divine realm teamed up, they might be taken out with just one slap. That's great news. My mother and I can protect her, so let's bring Ning Rongrong along. Surprisingly, at this moment, Qianrenxue actually stood up to speak for Ning Rongrong. Is it a surge of maternal heart? Or is it because this little girl has already fused with the will of the angels? In fact, among these women, Qianrenxue has the most successful divine integration, because angels are supposed to be pure and kind. However, due to a long time of being driven by selfish desires, she was distorted by the original angel god. This angel princess is not inherently bad, and having experienced a time of darkness and corruption, she now has a sense of returning to her true self. Alright, the situation above is a bit complex. If we really encounter danger, you might have to rely on yourselves. This is the dilemma the GoldenHorned Beast was entangled in before. However, It seems that these women are much stronger than he imagined. That's a good thing. More people, more strength. Roar. Just while chatting, BB Dong's generous feeding finally took effect. Just when the metal on the ground was about to run out, the golden-horned beast's pupils suddenly dilated. A pure golden yellow energy erupted from within his body. Clearly, he is about to level up again. I seem to have reached that point. You guys leave for a bit. I might need to sleep for a few days. In fact, the golden-horned beast's leveling speed is already quite fast. If it were an ordinary human attempting to break through to the stellar level, it would be normal to faint for decades. After all, the golden-horned beast possesses the excellent bloodline of the starry sky beasts. It feels like he is a volcano about to erupt, not to mention those on the Douluo Continent. Even the big shots in the divine realm can now sense that overwhelming power. What? That guy is going to level up again? My goodness, is our Stargate project ready? We still need a few more days. We will try to randomly teleport this guy to another universe. In fact, the golden-horned beast is overestimating these so-called divine kings. In recent days, several beings from the divine realm have been racing against time. It is no exaggeration to say that these 5 great divine kings are already scared out of their wits. They have given up on the idea of confronting the golden-horned beast head-on. All they think about is diverting the disaster, hoping to casually throw it into a parallel universe. The further away from the Douluo Continent, the better. Chapter 74. Beast God Emperor Tian and Emerald Xuan BG ascend to godhood Lord Silver Dragon King. BG and I have successfully broken through to above level 100, and this power of the war God suits me perfectly. Just as the golden-horned beast fell into slumber once again, the best news came from Beast God Emperor Tian and Emerald Xuan BG. The divine essences of 3 first-level gods have been taken by the 3 women and upgraded. The effects are very obvious. The remaining 2 second-level divine essences are reserved for Beast God Emperor Tian and Emerald Xuan. The former is naturally suited for killing, possessing an aura similar to that of the war god. Although the Xuan isn't ranked as the second ferocious beast on the Douluo Continent, its power is somewhat akin to that of the Phoenix's original power. Therefore, it should be the most suitable for upgrading. Moreover, for the entire team moving forward, the Emerald Xuan is indispensable. This woman possesses strong healing abilities, effectively acting as the team's healer, which is just right for protecting BB Dong and the others. Going to the divine realm next is not a vacation. Even if the golden-horned beast can hold its own, it is still the territory of the divine race. No one knows what will happen next. What if there are ambushes or powerful attacks? Therefore, having a healer in the team is very important. Additionally, there's Ning Rongrong, who needs special protection. After all, this little girl is currently the only one in the team who hasn't ascended to godhood. However, it is not certain. Since Ning Rongrong aimed to replace Poseidon during the Sea God S9 trials, her body contains the strongest sea god power apart from Tang San. According to Silver Dragon King Guyuna, while Poseidon is still in the divine realm, his body has encountered significant problems. It seems we can use some method of energy plunder to infuse a large amount of sea god power into Ning Rongrong's body. This can be achieved by utilizing the original sea god mark within her. In this way, it is very likely that Ning Rongrong will also be sent to above level 100. However, the overall level will not be too high. Nevertheless, compared to humans below level 100, after possessing the body of a god, at least the abilities and conditions in all aspects will improve. After obtaining the body of the war god, Emperor Tian can stand shoulder to shoulder with the golden-horned giant beast. This also fits his personality. Silver Dragon King Guyuna is actually at the peak of a level 1 god, but in the team, she is only suitable as a mage. Although it seems like they're lacking a jungler and a shooter, the golden-horned beast can basically replace 5, unless the divine realm sends out all its forces. Preparing hundreds of various gods for a team battle, the golden-horned beast can theoretically crush its way through. Moreover, there is a certain limitation to the ancient path that Silver Dragon King Guyuna knows. They will appear directly in the heart of the divine race. That place, like Douluo Continent, has many level restrictions. It is not something that ordinary level 3 or level 2 gods can easily break into. At this moment, the few famous level 1 gods in the divine realm have basically been dealt with. Therefore, from all aspects, the probability of success for their next action will be above 90, as long as they eliminate those 5 giants of the divine realm. The Douluo world can basically undergo a transformation. It may even develop in a positive direction. The golden-horned beast can redefine the rules and hierarchy of this divine realm, replacing those 5 god kings in the Douluo divine realm status. There's no need to worry about those heavenly gods being dissatisfied. Who would dare to stand up and oppose? They could be eliminated directly. After all, that place also follows the principle that whoever has the strongest fist is the boss. Everything goes smoothly from then on. This time, the GoldenHorned beast woke up in less than 5 days. I feel like I can't hold back the power within me anymore. I have to have a good fight, even in its laziest state. The GoldenHorned beast exceeds 8,000 meters in length. Golden brilliance appears in waves on its black scales. From being eerie in the past to now being sacred. It's quite ironic. Clearly filled with a murderous intent, it still inspires a sense of reverence. You're awake? Our team is almost ready. But it's best to help Ning Rongrong level up. Looking at this giant creature before her, Silver Dragon King Guyuna smiled. She didn't expect the effect after the GoldenHorned beast leveled up to be even better than she imagined. If the Shura god from back then were to battle the current GoldenHorned beast, he might not withstand a single slap. Even if the longest living evil god and good god in the divine realm teamed up, they probably wouldn't last long. If the dragon god had this kind of power back in the day, the Douluo divine realm would have undergone a change in dynasty long ago. This truly is a time that creates heroes. Hearing Guyuna's thoughts, the GoldenHorned giant beast's eyes immediately lit up. Although he was incredibly confident in his own strength, Ning Rongrong in the team was always an unavoidable topic. If this little girl could also exceed a strength of 100, at least she would have the ability to protect herself and wouldn't hold everyone back. What should I do? In an instant, the GoldenHorned giant beast switched to Oscar mode. Gone was the previous sluggishness. All the changes were completed in a flash. It seems that after his strength was enhanced, many aspects also made significant progress. Some things are subtly influenced. It's simple. It's like a tug of war. Using your willpower to help Ning Rongrong compete for the sea god's light. For the sea god of the Douluo divine realm, today was definitely the saddest day. Previously, after suffering a series of heavy blows, he was even swallowed by the GoldenHorned giant beast along with the sea god's trident. This sea god is nominally still a first-level deity, but in reality, his aura has already weakened. Ever since his last avatar was destroyed, this sea god has entered seclusion. Of course, this is just a facade. In fact, this guy is hiding in his sea god palace, struggling to survive. He's trying to gather more sea god light to repair his body. But for some reason, the sea god mark, which should have already faded, planted on the Shrek 7 monsters at that time, has inexplicably begun to shine. It is a powerful attraction emanating from the Douluo Continent. It actually started to compete with the sea god's true body for the scarce sea god light. Who exactly is it? Through the confused divine sense. Through the connection between himself and the sea god mark. The unfortunate first-level deity projected his will onto the Douluo Continent through a thick barrier. Then he saw an R-rated scene. The GoldenHorned giant beast transformed into a human form, seemingly with the help of the also transformed Guyuna. They appear to be using some primitive method to feed the sea goddess light, which they had taken to Ning Rongrong. Chapter 75. Guyuna leads the way, attacking the Douluo god realm. Is this really my power? Looking at the sea goddess light continuously appearing on the surface of her body, Ning Rongrong felt a mix of familiarity and strangeness. Previously, during the sea goddess 9 trials, each time she completed a test, there would be an increase in the sea goddess light. This would enhance their affinity for the sea god. But ever since the sea god's trident was eaten like a spicy strip by the GoldenHorned beast and Sea God Island was destroyed, the Shrek 7 monsters could no longer feel any trace of the sea god's light on them. At this moment, the sea god's true form is also in its weakest state. To put it bluntly, that legendary sea god is now barely hanging on, with just a breath left. However, unexpectedly, at this moment, someone dealt him a critical blow. Upon seeing this scene, the sea god rolled his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Although he hasn't fallen, this legendary first-level deity is basically incapacitated. Of course, the few big shots in the divine realm can't worry about that much right now. The once ordinary divine clan used to see these big shots occasionally, but in recent days, they have seemingly vanished. No one knows what these 5 divine kings are up to, and in order to prevent chaos in the entire divine realm, these 5 even kept the situation on Douluo Continent tightly under wraps. Anyone who knew about the whereabouts of the angel god and others was required to keep silent. Otherwise, they could deal with the consequences themselves. This is a scandal that absolutely cannot be mentioned again. The divine realm sent so many experts down, thinking it was a sure thing. Unexpectedly, they all ended up being sent to their deaths. Moreover, they handed out such precious divine ranks, one by one. What was going on? Even during the great battle against the dragon god back then, they were never this helpless. This shows that the GoldenHorned beast from the Starry Sky beast family is definitely a terrifying threat. Of course, the 5 god kings, forced by circumstances, have concealed everything that has happened on the Douluo Continent. But that does not mean that the group, led by the GoldenHorned beast, isn't causing trouble. After helping Ning Rongrong successfully break through to level 100, the entire Douluo Continent now has 3 human gods, 3 spirit beast gods, and 1 starry sky beast that far exceeds god level. The camp of this 7-person group is absolutely massive. Their combat power can be said to be unprecedentedly strong. Guyana, the passage you mentioned earlier, does it have any special conditions for opening? Finally, the moment has come. The GoldenHorned beast seems a bit impatient. He wishes he could rush in now and tear apart those 5 gods, thereby rewriting the rules of the entire continent. There are no special requirements, but it needs to be forcefully broken open. Back then, I used all of my peak first-level divine power to dig the hole. For the Silver Dragon King, Guyana, that seems to be a painful past. Back then, when the Dragon God was exterminated, his power was split between the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. Originally, if the brother and sister had joined forces, they could have had a chance to protect themselves. However, unexpectedly, the Golden Dragon King was so stubborn. He actually wanted to continue resisting the divine realm with his strong physique. As a result, he was forcibly sealed away. The divine realm also did not let the Silver Dragon King go. This woman was subjected to a frenzied pursuit. But a spatial rift left by the Dragon God back then gave the Silver Dragon King a chance to escape, almost sacrificing all of her peak first-level divine cultivation. Guyana finally opened a passage. She escaped from the divine realm in a sorry state to the human world. Then she became the ancestor of all high-level soul beasts on the Douluo Continent and turned the Starry Forest into the most active area for soul beast power on the entire continent. Of course, all of this was to conceal the power of the Silver Dragon King, making it impossible for the people of the divine realm to capture Guyana's divine factor. After doing all this, the Dragon King, Guyana, fell into a permanent slumber. According to the original timeline, the awakening time of the Silver Dragon King is at least 10,000 years later. However, the GoldenHorned beast is indeed powerful. It not only rewrote the entire history of the Douluo Continent, but also changed the history of soul beasts. But this time, with the GoldenHorned beast, there is no need for Guyana to dig tunnels so laboriously. Moreover, from the current situation, the passage that Guyana escaped through has still not been discovered by the divine realm. It is a very strange energy substance, as if it possesses some kind of strong self-repair function. Shortly after the Silver Dragon King opened that passage, the area repaired itself. So this time, even with the formidable GoldenHorned beast paving the way, that passage cannot last long. I understand. I will support the passage. Once the road is opened, you all go in first and keep close to Guyana. This time, the companions of the GoldenHorned giant beast are all out in full force. Let the other offerings of the Spirit Empire handle the Douluo Continent. After all, the weapons and armor on the entire continent have basically been swallowed up by the GoldenHorned giant beast. Even if the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire have ideas, they won't be able to produce a large number of weapons in a short time. Meanwhile, the Spirit Empire has retained about 13 of its equipment, which is enough to keep an eye on them. Don't worry. There is a buffer zone around that area, and I will ensure the safety of these few. After nodding to the beast god Emperor Tian and the Emerald Xuan Biji beside him, the two immediately understood. Please rest assured, Lord Silver Dragon King, that we will protect everyone once we go up. These have become the soul beasts of the gods, possessing not only powerful attack, but, more importantly, a robust physique. The defense of the beast god Emperor Tian is not as strong as that of the GoldenHorned army, but he can easily withstand the attacks of ordinary first-level and second-level gods. Even if the 5 great god kings came, with the powerful recovery ability of the Emerald Swan, they could definitely hold out until the return of the GoldenHorned beast. Boom! It was a most violent tearing of energy. The GoldenHorned giant beast arrived at the location designated by the Silver Dragon King, Guyana. It then transformed into a raging pangolin. With its 2 front claws, infused with stellar-level willpower, it repeatedly struck the clouds before it, stripping away all the ions and air molecules. Just like in a fantasy novel, the space in front of it began to distort, forming something akin to a time-space passage seen in science fiction. Speed is of the essence. One must admit that. In the face of the laws of the universe, the stellar-level GoldenHorned giant beast still found it somewhat challenging. Even with its current mental abilities, it could only barely maintain this passage for a few minutes. However, those few minutes should be enough for its companions on Douluo Continent to pass through successfully. To save time, the GoldenHorned giant beast did not use its massive body to traverse the passage. After its companions successfully entered, it instantly transformed back into Oscar's form and crossed over at the fastest speed. Chapter 76, Shock. The Azura god instructs Tang San on matters behind him. What kind of place is this? After successfully exiting the passage, Oscar arrived in an area rich in spiritual energy. There were vast, tall trees and a pure blue sky with white clouds. In the distance, buildings floated in the sky, seemingly constructed by some kind of power. According to the earlier description by the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, this must be the divine realm. However, due to the late arrival of the GoldenHorned beast and the instability of the portal, it was randomly teleported in a different direction, separating it from the main force. Although Guyuna had mentioned such a situation before, he didn't expect to encounter it himself. But it didn't matter. After all, Douluo stars round. He would surely run into them while crushing his way through. Moreover, as long as he created some commotion here, he believed it would soon attract Guyuna and the others' attention. Just as Oscar was about to transform into the GoldenHorned beast, he unexpectedly heard an urgent bell ringing from a nearby peak. Ding ding ding. What's going on? Is it a warning? Or is it time for a meal? He then saw many small black dots gathering from all directions. Even in the sky not far from Oscar, it seemed like a carriage was passing by. It appeared to have two young goddesses seated inside, whispering to each other. Shura God King, what's happening? I'm not sure. It said that the Shura God is looking for a successor. We need to hurry over and see if the next Shura God is a handsome guy. Ha ha, look at you. How could we third-level gods possibly catch the eye of the God King's successor? What is going on? Is that the Shura.Thus dojo? Interesting. That's exactly who we're looking for. Upon hearing this news, Oscar immediately felt a sense of curiosity. He promptly abandoned his transformation and followed that carriage from a distance, heading towards the territory of the Shura god. From afar, it looked like a small floating island. But as he got closer, he realized that it seemed to be under some kind of law power. The actual area of the island was vast, stretching out beyond sight. In the center of the island stood a tall tower, completely unguarded. By the time Oscar blended in, a large number of handsome men and beautiful women had already gathered there. The biggest characteristic of these divine beings is their long lifespan. Moreover, they can maintain their peak appearance. So, even if some people look like young girls, they could very well be old hags. But that's not the main point. The main point is that Oscar saw someone he originally thought had been eliminated, Tang San. This kid seems to have been reshaped into a golden body. This is no longer an ordinary human body. It seems to be a divine body. The recovered Xiao Wu is still by this guy's side. What happened? Looking at these two holding hands, their expressions are indeed quite serious. Surrounded by everyone in the center, in front of them stands the Azura divine sword, which Oscar is very familiar with. What's going on? What does the Shura god want to do? Is he planning to take Tang San as his godson? As everyone waited, they could only see the endless light radiating from the tower, but the Shura god did not appear. Soon, a shadow of red and black intersecting light was projected down from the top of the tower, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. That was the phantom of the Shura god. This guy is acting all mysterious but doesn't show up. Could it be that he already knows the GoldenHorned giant beast and the others are coming? So he's hiding in fear? I am the Azura god, the enforcer of the divine realm. Today, I am here to settle my affairs, so please bear witness. What the hell? Settling affairs? Is the Azura god about to die? This scene has completely confused Oscar. It seems he hasn't done anything too excessive to the Azura god, right? Let us continue listening. Our divine realm is about to face the most terrifying situation since the dragon goddess destruction. So, I must choose a successor here. Huh. As he spoke, the Azura sword trembled incessantly in place, as if calling for Tang San to draw it. It seems to be a mere formality. Perhaps these ordinary deities are still unaware. Back on Douluo Continent, Tang San had already acted as the Azura goddess representative. It turns out, the Azura god is worried about being eliminated. So he is looking for a successor here, just like the sea goddess model. Most of the Azura goddess power is also infused into this Azura sword. As long as this sword is preserved and not destroyed, the Azura goddess overall can endure. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, on the surface, one inherits the Azura sword while the other inherits the Azura sword sheath. But in reality, these two are merely tools. The true power of this sword as killing intent ultimately lies in the Azura god's own will. Clever, but also foolish. At this point, the Azura god actually thinks he can deceive others with such a ridiculous method. What? Is he afraid that if a fight breaks out, his true body will be obliterated? It seems that the king of the divine realm is not without some preparation. Look, even the Shura god has started to arrange his affairs. But will Oscar let them have their way? Dream on. As the saying goes, it's better to arrive at the right moment than to arrive early Just when Tang San was happily pulling Xiao Wu towards the Shura God sword in front of them, an unpleasant voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. Wait a minute, I object. I want to compete for the Shura God sword. It was Oscar causing trouble. Is this guy doing it on purpose? Although he is at the back, his voice is quite strong. Moreover, this challenge has instantly become the focus of attention. The crowd in front can't help but turn around. All eyes are on this unfamiliar kid. Excuse me, I want to challenge Tang San. He is not qualified to inherit the Shura sword. And I also want to catch that little rabbit next to him. Oscar grinned as he pushed through the crowd. He then slowly walked up to Tang San and Xiao Wu. However, upon seeing this familiar face, Xiao Wu felt a sense of crisis. Especially Xiao Wu, who at this moment looked even more like a startled rabbit. She suddenly jumped up from her spot and, with a yelp, hid behind Tang San. She didn't even dare to meet Oscar's gaze. Tang San, we meet again. Surprised? Unexpected? At this moment, Oscar spread his arms, looking as if he was about to embrace a friend. In fact, Tang San only knew that he was supposed to go through the motions today and become the legitimate heir of the Shura god. However, the God King did not mention that the GoldenHorned giant beast also came to the divine realm. Tang San is a smart person. He instantly understood why the Shura god wanted to do this. It turns out that the real terror has already descended upon the divine realm of Douluo Continent. However, the vast majority of people are still completely unaware. Chapter 77. Don't struggle, Tang San. I am your nemesis' third brother. I'm scared. Seeing the scene before her, Xiao was trembling all over. In front of the GoldenHorned giant beast, this little rabbit even forgot to run away. Tang San appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was equally panicked. It was really too strong. He couldn't fight back or escape. However, in front of so many people, the GoldenHorned giant beast did not transform. So it still gave people a glimmer of hope. Oscar, what exactly do you want? The feigned calm Tang San finally squeezed out a sentence between his teeth. However, Oscar didn't even glance at him. He walked over to the Shura sword beside him. Before the sword could fly away again, he directly grabbed it with his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Shura god might have already seen the situation here. So, like last time, he wanted to retrieve his Shura sword as quickly as possible. However, the upgraded GoldenHorned giant beast had already reached the stellar level 3rd stage. Similarly, its clone had also been enhanced. At this moment, Oscar's strength had reached the edge of a stellar level. So this time, he wouldn't let the Shura sword slip away right under his nose. Tang San, don't try to struggle. I am your nemesis, haven't you realized that? Oscar said with a grin as he turned around. Then he beckoned to Xiao Wu beside him. She looked at Tang San, then at Oscar, and reluctantly walked over to him. This little rabbit is quite clever. If it doesn't behave right now, it will likely have to face the wrath of others soon. You too, tell me where the Azura god is. Or you can tell me the location of any other god king. Oscar was straightforward. But would Tang San betray his own master? It's hard. However, the little rabbit next to him might not be so loyal. While speaking, Oscar leaned in and whispered directly into Xiao Wu's ear. The hot breath made the little rabbit's ears feel itchy, but deep down, it was filled with immense fear. Little rabbit, I'll give you a chance too. Tell me the location of any one of them, and I might let both of you go. This is really a psychological tactic. Can they survive? Everything is in Xiao Wu's hands. But when has this little girl ever endured such psychological pressure? She suddenly becomes a loss. She looks at Oscar in front of her with a fearful gaze, then glances at Tang San behind her. Her cherry lips slightly part, showing an expression of deep conflict. It seems that Xiao Wu instinctively wants to betray those gods in exchange for her own peace. To this little rabbit, whether she becomes a god or not doesn't matter. What matters is that the family can live together. Xiao Wu, don't tell him. All right, Tang San is being foolish again. What difference does it make to say it? Isn't Xiao Wu doing it for you? Why does he enjoy digging his own grave so much? Slap. That was a loud slap. It directly knocked Tang San, who had already become a god, flying away. A trace of golden blood painted a beautiful arc in the air before he fell freely hundreds of meters away. The next moment, before the onlookers could understand what was happening, whereas Oscar, what appeared was a terrifying GoldenHorned giant beast. This guy's body length is nearly 10,000 meters. When it transformed, the powerful shockwave directly crushed all the weaker gods nearby. Bang, bang, bang. Crack, crack, crack. Like balloons, these unfortunate onlookers were basically turned to ashes. Except for a few stronger individuals who managed to escape by chance, almost half of them were destroyed. Help! What kind of monster is this? Stop shouting, run. Our divine realm is about to be destroyed. Hurry and get out of here. The farther away from the divine realm, the better. The golden-horned giant beast paid no attention to these little insects. Instead, it lowered its head to look at Tang San, who was already trampled underfoot. If it weren't for deliberately separating its toes, this kid would have been crushed to death just now. What first-level god? What inheritor of the Shura god? All trash. A bunch of lies. The Shura sword, I already tasted its flavor last time. It ignored the wailing Tang San and the sobbing and pleading Xiao Wu beside him. At this moment, the golden-horned giant beast was holding the Shura sword, which didn't look very large in its mouth. The material used for this sword is the best in the entire Douluo divine realm. It even carries a hint of the power of loss. Just this Shura sword alone is equivalent to 3 times the energy of all the metals that Bibi Dong previously gathered from the entire Douluo Continent. If the golden-horned beast had the fortune to consume this divine sword back on the Douluo Continent, it could directly leap to the 3rd level of the stellar rank without any hassle. However now, to advance from the 3rd level of the stellar rank to the 4th level, it would require at least 5 Shura divine swords worth of energy. What a pity. But still, let us savor this beautiful flavor in our mouths. No matter how the Shura god feels at this moment, the golden-horned beast is currently enjoying itself immensely. How to describe it? It's like tasting the most authentic Wellington steak, experiencing the blend of meat juices and seasonings in the mouth. The various beautiful flavors and the satisfying fullness make the golden-horned beast fall in love with this taste. It even considers sparing the Shura goddess life, as long as the old fellow tells him where this metal was found. It's so delicious, you know. When it comes to tasting metals, the golden-horned beast is definitely an expert, not only in this Douluo Continent, but also among the inheritances he possesses. The taste of this Shura sword can rank among the top 5. Even things from the vast worlds may not taste as good as this sword. It's amazing. Unfortunately, it's too scarce, not enough to satisfy. But he has already fallen deeply in love with this flavor. What to do? Brother Oscar, I beg you. My clan is willing to do anything for you. Just as the golden-horned beast closed its eyes, savoring this delicacy, the sound of Xiao Wu's sobbing came to its ears. The little rabbit desperately shook a scale under the foot of the golden-horned giant beast, seemingly trying to pull out Tang San, who was being suppressed. The boy's 2 legs have completely rotted away. Half of his body is exposed. Even a divine body can't withstand such torment and suffering. The little rabbit even naively hoped to awaken the thoughts that originally resided in Oscar's heart. How adorable and naive. Xiao Wu, do you remember the spicy rabbit heads I mentioned before? Finally, the fragments of the Shura sword have been fully digested. We see the giant monster silently lower its head, looking at the 2 people beneath it with a cruel expression. That was clearly not the gaze of someone looking at living beings. Chapter 78. Bibi Dong and Guyana arrive upon hearing the news. Alright, I said before. For third brother, Xiao Wu can do anything. I originally wanted to scare this little rabbit, but I didn't expect this little girl to take it seriously. I saw Xiao Wu slowly close her eyes and stand up, spreading her arms as if to say, do whatever you want. Tang San originally wanted to stop her, but the intense pain had already rendered him voiceless. If it weren't for wanting to torment this boy a bit, the golden-horned giant beast would have shifted its claws aside, and that would have been the end of it. However, just as the golden-horned giant beast was about to try something new, familiar sounds of breaking air came from above the back of its head. It was Bibidong's aura, as well as Guyuna and the others. It seems that the commotion caused by the golden-horned giant beast has directly attracted the attention of those around. The golden-horned giant beast is the core of this operation. Without it, a full attack cannot be launched. Looking up, it was indeed these 2. Stop playing around. Everyone is waiting for you to come over. These 2 are also very cautious. To avoid attracting too many targets, the remaining people stayed in place. Only the 2 stronger ones, Bibi Dong and Guyuna, went out to look for people. However, this may have been an overreaction. After sensing the enormous aura of the golden-horned beast, not to mention the Azura god, even all 5 divine kings trembled in fear, especially since they saw, through some means, the golden-horned beast swallowing the Azura sword. The only woman among the 5 divine kings turned pale with fright. The Azura god may not be the strongest among them, but that sword is definitely the hardest of all weapons. This golden-horned behemoth can actually eat the Azura divine sword like it's a cotton candy, which is enough to prove the ferocity of this cosmic giant. At this time, who would dare to touch the woman of the golden-horned giant beast? That's asking for death. It is said that this monstrous creature from the universe is the most protective of its own. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on something it has taken a liking to generally ends up dying a terrible death. Are you all ready? Our teleportation array must control the golden-horned giant beast at the first opportunity. The god of kindness is the focal point of this teleportation array. This old guy is quite insecure at the moment. But how should we deal with the Silver Dragon King? We need to successfully send away the GoldenHorned beast, but our strength will definitely be exhausted. There's no need to worry about that. Isn't there, Tang-san? Azura God, it's time for you to talk about your arrangements, right? It turns out that these god kings have a backup plan. The key point lies with Tang-san. Or rather, this kid has unknowingly been turned into a time bomb by Azura God. As long as Tang-san's life comes to an end, a cosmic vortex will appear around his body. Although this vortex does not have powerful lethality, it can forcibly teleport people from the divine realm. The target is set on Douluo Continent. Of course, this kind of power cannot suppress the starry sky beast at all. The goal is to drive all the helpers around him back to Douluo Continent. In fact, everyone understands in their hearts that without the GoldenHorned beast, they would never be able to conquer the divine realm relying solely on the Silver Dragon King Guyuna. Moreover, after such a huge commotion earlier, these days, the gods have already discovered the location of the secret passage between Douluo Continent and the divine realm. As long as everything goes according to plan, and this passage is strictly guarded, it can ensure absolute safety. Therefore, the focus of the upcoming battle lies in the formation that the 5 great god kings have painstakingly arranged. Can it really transport the GoldenHorned giant beast from Douluo Continent to the cosmic space? This may be a coincidence. If the GoldenHorned giant beast had been a little more ruthless and directly eliminated Tang-san, then the cosmic vortex would have appeared ahead of time and become meaningless. However, if it had killed Tang-san while all of its companions were nearby, the effect would have been obvious. Sometimes being too soft-hearted can lead to suffering. Lord Silver Dragon King, I am Xiao Wu from the Softbone Rabbit Clan. I beg you to save my husband. Upon seeing the Silver Dragon King Guyuna floating in midair, Xiao Wu rushed up as if she had grasped a lifeline, revealing her identity in hopes of receiving Guyuna's protection. To her surprise, this tactic was indeed effective. The Silver Dragon King is quite protective and cannot stand to see these high-level soul beasts being harmed. I know you. Your parents were both 100,000-year-old softbone rabbits. But unfortunately, they left early. Poor child. Xiao Wu's sudden appearance unexpectedly triggered Guyuna's maternal instincts. At her behest, the GoldenHorned giant beast reluctantly moved its foot away. Nah, don't you think this Tang-san is as annoying as chewing gum? At this moment, the GoldenHorned giant beast regretted not stepping down harder earlier. It really didn't expect that little rabbit to be so good at building relationships. It had truly underestimated her. Perhaps it was genuinely to save her husband's life. This little rabbit is also quite bold. Just now, this GoldenHorned beast said he would turn me into spicy rabbit head. Please, great one, save me. Is this just complaining under the light? This little girl is quite the sharp-tongued one. But that's not all. Xiao Wu's eloquence will definitely impress the GoldenHorned beast. Third brother's mother is also a 10,000-year-old beast, the Blue Silver Emperor. I believe you know that as well. What does that mean? Is this little rabbit trying to say that Tang-san is also a relative of soul beasts? Then why is this guy going around hunting soul beasts? Isn't the evil demon tiger whale king also killed by him? If you have the ability to obtain the soul rings and soul bones of Deming and Air Ming, why don't you want them? However, after listening to the little rabbit's argument, Guyuna slowly floated in front of the GoldenHorned giant beast. Dear, this little girl makes a point. Can you consider it for my sake? All right then. This emotional card is really hard to handle. The GoldenHorned beast is hesitating like this. It actually gave Xiao Wu the chance to counterattack. The spicy rabbit head was just meant to scare her. The little rabbit took it seriously. Doesn't he, the GoldenHorned beast, dislike spicy food? It might be because it sees its man hesitating a bit. At this moment, BB Dong also comes in for the kill. A little rabbit and a cripple are nothing to worry about. Don't forget our purpose for this trip. Although BB Dong also hates Tang-san very much, what this woman said make a lot of sense. We came here to destroy the divine realm, and our target is the 5 great divine kings. We really don't have time to deal with these things. That said, we have already found the seal of my brother, the Golden Dragon King, so save your energy. Seeing the hesitation in the GoldenHorned beast's eyes, the Silver Dragon King seized the opportunity. Then this woman kept exchanging glances with the little Wu at her feet. This clever little rabbit immediately understood. Right in front of the GoldenHorned beast, she went to help that Tang-san, who was like a lump of mud, up. It seems she wanted to leave this area as quickly as possible. Chapter 79. Rescuing the Golden Dragon King. The reunion of Guyu and Na. What? You found the seal of the Golden Dragon King? This is truly a case of coincidence. The GoldenHorned beast was transported to a place far from the main force, while those few were directly sent to the vicinity of the sealed Golden Dragon King. as the Silver Dragon King Guyuna, who is connected by blood, sensed her brother's aura immediately. However, even with the power of a level 1 god at its peak, she still couldn't break the seal. Just at that moment, energy fluctuations from the GoldenHorned beast were sensed from afar. Without a doubt, who else could they rely on to release the Golden Dragon King besides the power of the GoldenHorned beast? Alright, I'll leave these two little guys to you to handle. I'm not getting involved. Although I find Tang San a bit annoying, the GoldenHorned beast still knows the priorities. This kid is nothing more than an ant to him. As long as he can destroy the entire divine realm next, does it matter if Tang San lives or dies? After saying this, the GoldenHorned giant beast flapped its wings and flew off with BB Dong into the distance. Guyuna took a step back and said to Xiao Wu and Tang San, Did you hear that? You two little ones, come with me. In fact, if these two little ones walked away on their own now, they might get killed by someone. Only by staying close to Guyuna could they have a chance of survival. Thank you, Lord Silver Dragon King. Although still a bit scared, Xiao Wu felt grateful. The Silver Dragon King Guyuna is the sovereign of all high-level soul beasts in the Stardew Forest. Being beside this woman gave a sense of security. Moreover, Tang San also needed to recover gradually. As a divine body, even if his kid's legs were broken, they could slowly grow back over time. As long as he wasn't completely crushed, there was hope. Thank you very much, my lord. Knowing that if it weren't for the Silver Dragon King's words, he would definitely be done for. Tang San sincerely expressed his gratitude. Once this matter is settled, I will find a way to persuade that guy to let you go. The Silver Dragon King was very pleased with the attitude of these two young people. Anyone and anything related to high-level soul beasts would receive the protection of the Silver Dragon King. This was something decided from the very beginning. It was also the promise of the Silver Dragon King to all soul beasts. Under the guidance of the Silver Dragon King and BB Dong, the GoldenHorned giant beast arrived at a very magical area. On the surface, it seemed like a valley, but in reality, everything around appeared to be arranged by energy. The mountains here and the arrangement of the vegetation seemed quite ordinary, but faintly, there seems to be a kind of network. If viewed from a divine perspective, this is a huge seal, sealing a massive energy. Brother, hold on a little longer. We will soon be able to release you. A murmur to the forest in front of me. The Silver Dragon King transformed back into its true form. While flying forward, it issued commands to the GoldenHorned giant beast behind. Release your power of the place where I stopped, using your kind of mental energy. This seal was set up by several great gods back in the day. Even after so many years, there hasn't been any sign of loosening. The entire formation flows like water, continuously cycling, ever living. Quite interesting. However, this structure has long been seen through by Guyuna. As long as the key points are pulled out, it's like removing the nails from a crucial part. Everything before us will become an illusion and be unraveled. To be honest, if the GoldenHorned beast had just reached the stellar level, it might not have succeeded. But at the third stage of the stellar level, he can easily turn his thoughts into reality. It's like a giant pair of pliers, effortlessly breaking all those key points. Boom! Roar! That was a standard dragon's roar. It felt as if it had been suppressed for thousands of years, and after being released, there was an indescribable exhilaration. The golden energy that soared into the sky shattered all the murky air outside this great formation. Don't waste it, big brother-in-law. Seeing the scene, the GoldenHorned beast was also decisive. It suddenly inhaled forward with its mouth, gathering all this murky energy into a beam of light, in a state resembling sesame paste. Without caring about the details, it gulped it all down. Meanwhile, the few gods who were unaware of the great formation in the distance knelt down in unison. The continuous expenditure of divine power had already drained them. They didn't expect that the seal of the Golden Dragon King was also connected to the will of certain gods. This is a double blow. Has that guy been released? The one speaking is the god of destruction. He saw that this guy's face was as pale as paper, and his body started to shake. Back when the Golden Dragon King was sealed, this guy was a pillar of strength. At the same time, he also seized the dragon energy of that Dragon King, causing his own power to surge. However, just in that moment, the god of destruction felt as if his body had been emptied. If it weren't for his lover, the goddess of life, who quickly released a tremendous life force, sending waves of green energy into this guy's body, I'm afraid one of the 5 great divine kings would have fallen prematurely. It seems this is another masterpiece of the GoldenHorned giant beast. We need to hurry, as we only have one chance. Exhaling a breath of foul air, the god of destruction looked towards the east with a face full of fear. This guy seems to sense that the GoldenHorned giant beast is about to arrive. Due to the long period of sealing, the energy of the Golden Dragon King is no longer comparable to what it was back in the day. Moreover, After being repeatedly tormented by those divine kings, the once proud and massive body of the Golden Dragon King has been worn down. Now, he is merely an energy entity. At most, he can only match the power of a level 3 god. It is already fortunate that he can maintain his form without dissipating. Brother, how can I help you recover? This rare reunion of siblings is also filled with sorrow. Embracing his sister, the Golden Dragon King nodded friendly towards the nearby GoldenHorned giant beast. If you can help me capture a divine king, allowing me to take over his body. It seems that the GoldenHorned giant beast must hold back and not shatter all the divine kings completely. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to find a suitable body for this Golden Dragon King uncle. The technique of body takeover? Perhaps we could discuss it. Upon hearing the Golden Dragon King's words, the GoldenHorned giant beast became interested. The reason he could transform into Oscar was precisely due to the body takeover from the secret technique. He wonders how the secret technique mastered by the Golden Dragon King differs from his own cosmic secret technique. It seems that after the battle ends, everyone will have some common ground. Chapter 80. The 5 Great Divine Kings of Douluo? Not worth a hit. I prefer the body of the god of destruction and despise that of the god of Azura. The Golden Dragon King is indeed picky. Perhaps it's because he was previously defeated by the Azura god, and he still harbors resentment. Moreover, it was also the Azura god who dealt the final blow to the dragon god back then. Therefore, among the 5 great divine kings, the Azura god must die. As for the others, the body of the god of destruction has already caught the attention of the Golden Dragon King. The others don't matter. In the eyes of the GoldenHorned giant beast, these guys are no match at all. As a famous cosmic giant beast, although this guy has not seen the other party in person, when his body arrived in the divine realm, he already had a certain level of perception. It was like the full map of an online game. In the mind of the GoldenHorned beast, there was also such a pheromone. The largest moving black dot on the map represented the GoldenHorned beast himself. The small red dots on the map represented his opponents, with larger energy resulting in larger red dots. Among them, 5 red dots had the strongest energy. However, the combined size of these 5 red dots was still less than half of the GoldenHorned beast size. This indicates that the death of the 5 great gods has come. However, it is a bit strange. These 5 guys are not arranged haphazardly together. Instead, they are positioned in these 5 directions, and if you connect their positions, it feels a bit like the pentagram in Western magic. Could be that these 5 guys are on 5 different mountain peaks? Interesting. Although he felt a bit curious, the GoldenHorned giant did not pay much attention to it, because he understood one thing very clearly in his heart. These 5 guys actually joined forces. I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to withstand even his full power strike. So there's nothing to worry about. As long as we pay attention and keep the body of the god of destruction intact, everything will be fine. Although the Golden Dragon King is meeting the GoldenHorned giant beast for the first time, this guy is said to be quite formidable. After we take down the divine realm, it should be fine to leave it in his hands. Besides, isn't that the wish of the Dragon Clan? Don't think that the GoldenHorned giant beast will be attached to this planet. He's a cosmic beast, aiming for the stars and the sea. Moreover, he doesn't originally belong to this Douluo Continent. His true paradise should be a world that devours the cosmos. And over there, a nemesis is waiting for him. Looking up at the starry sky, it seems that a handsome man in full armor has appeared. Luo Feng, get ready for me. With this thought, the GoldenHorned giant beast turned to look at BB Dong behind him. You guys go ahead and meet up with everyone. I'm going to give those guys a surprise. After saying this, the figure of the GoldenHorned giant beast disappeared before everyone's eyes. This is what it looks like when a cosmic beast takes things seriously. Even the Silver Dragon King couldn't see how the opponent left. This speed is like a flash of light. Similarly, the 5 great divine kings in the distance are also nervously preparing for something. At the same time, they're watching that powerful aura. Not good, that guy has disappeared. Everyone be careful. The Azura god has dealt with the GoldenHorned beast the most. So this guy is also the most neurotic. He deeply knows the heavy debts he carries. This is not just a conflict between the GoldenHorned behemoths, but also with the Dragon Clan. It was originally thought that the Golden Dragon King could very well be their trump card. However, it turned out that the GoldenHorned behemoths didn't care about that at all. Nevertheless, the Azura god was still overly anxious. This situation greatly affected his judgment. Boom! The GoldenHorned beast indeed came to attack. However, its first target was not the Azura god, but the peak where the god of destruction resided. The powerful god of destruction didn't even react in time. He only saw a huge shadow descending from the sky, directly crushing his temple into fragments. Fortunately, the beam of light at the top of the peak was unaffected. It seemed to emit a refracted light, and the golden-horned beast didn't sense anything wrong, because its goal was to deliver the body of the god of destruction to the Golden Dragon King. Originally, such a sudden attack could have directly annihilated the god of destruction. However, at this moment, the golden-horned beast used its tail to wrap around the god of destruction like a giant python. Then it gently brought this prey closer to its eyes. Cough, cough, cough. You despicable creature, let go of me. Do you know that I am one of the 5 great kings of the divine realm? The behavior of the golden-horned beast was truly too reckless. It completely disregarded the rules of the divine realm. It feels like a cat catching a mouse, clearly able to easily take the opponent's life. This guy keeps mocking his opponent. Do you think I don't want to destroy you directly? Who told you that your body is being eyed by my big brother? While speaking, the golden-horned beast cast a malicious glance at another mountain radiating with life. There was an anxious woman there, looking this way with tearful eyes. It was the goddess of life. However, this woman, for some unknown reason, remained steadfast on her mountain peak, helplessly watching her lover being tormented without coming to the rescue. How strange. What are you all playing at? Are there any little secrets you're hiding from me? The golden-horned beast then turned its head towards the side of the Azura god. Upon seeing him, the latter quickly hid behind a large rock, not daring to meet the gaze of the golden-horned beast. Although the god of destruction had been captured, their teleportation array was already set up. They just needed to wait for the right moment to use it against the golden-horned beast. But now that the god of destruction was in someone else's grasp, it made the surrounding companions a bit hesitant. It seems they weren't ready for sacrifice yet. Without such awareness, how can one achieve true victory? Ha ha, isn't this the god of destruction? Do you still remember your true self? After waiting for a while, the main force arrived. Originally, those few ladies planned to wait in place. But seeing how fierce the golden-horned beast was, everyone rushed over. Even Ning Rongrong, who had just become a deity, stubbornly insisted on coming along. However, among everyone, the one who felt the most surprise was the Golden Dragon King. He didn't expect the golden-horned beast to be so powerful. The Golden Dragon King had only mentioned wanting the body of the god of destruction. Yet this kid acted so quickly, so decisively, and effortlessly captured the god of destruction. Is this gift to your liking? With a gentle flick of its tail, the golden-horned beast directly tossed the god of destruction at the feet of the Golden Dragon King. After being tossed around by the golden-horned beast, this guy was already completely drained of strength, unable to resist as he was stepped on by the Golden Dragon King. Brother Destruction, from now on, let me take your place and live on. Chapter 81. The tragic Tang San turned into a bomb by the Azura god. What do you want to do to me? Seeing this scene before him, the god of destruction wanted to resist, but for some reason, he couldn't muster any strength at all. It turned out that when the golden-horned beast bound his body, it used a secret method to almost completely drain the power from this god king. So now he could only watch helplessly as the Golden Dragon King approached. One must say the soul-seizing technique on the Douluo Continent is really lacking in creativity. The entire process was like a forced demolition. The Golden Dragon King used his powerful soul force to drive the original owner out of the body. It took a lot of effort to become the new master. These two guys are both enduring immense pain. It feels like it took an enormous effort to achieve this. This was still after the golden-horned behemoth had helped suppress the power of the god of destruction in advance. It seems that the things inherited from these primitive planets and the cosmic beasts are completely incomparable. I originally wanted to have a good communication with the Golden Dragon King about this understanding, but now it seems better to forget it. However, for the goddess of life not far away, watching her lover being forcefully possessed feels utterly heartbreaking. I don't want to live anymore. Let me use my life as a guide to launch the final strike against the golden-horned behemoth. At this moment, the goddess of life was on the verge of collapse. If it were her husband who was severely injured, perhaps she could still rescue him through the power of life. But she never expected that the opponent would actually forcefully possess him. The 5 great divine kings had already prepared for the worst, but they did not expect to sacrifice a companion. This can only indicate that their preparations are not yet thorough, and their awareness is insufficient. However, the other gods do not wish to support the impulse of the goddess of life. Wait a moment. Even if we activate the teleportation array now and send the golden-horned beast away, the situation with the other gods is quite unexpected. Originally, with 5 people, they could barely manage to transfer the golden-horned beast and still retain a bit of self-protection. But now, with 1 person missing, even if they successfully drive away the golden-horned beast, how will they deal with the remaining ones? Moreover, the Golden Dragon King has already obtained the body of the god of destruction and will soon be able to match the power of the god kings. At this moment, If they all expend their entire energy to activate the Great Formation, then they might as well wait for death. Those few crazy women will definitely beat these god kings into a state of no return. So at this moment, it is crucial to remain calm. What should I do? Should I just let my loved one be endlessly tormented by them? Goddess of life, stay calm. You can transfer some of your power to me, and I will take revenge for you. This is a transmission from the Shura god. Originally, this guy was scared out of his wits, but soon, he saw two familiar figures in the opposing camp, Tang San and Xiao Wu. He never expected that these two useless ones would actually be brought over by the enemy. Originally, Tang San had become a discarded pawn of Shura god, but now it seems that this kid still has some use. What do you want to do? The evil god seems to have realized something. It seems that this Azura god had made preparations in advance. Moreover, he had informed everyone about it. I'll take care of the troubles around the GoldenHorned giant beast. You all activate the teleportation. As he spoke, the Azura god silently raised his right hand. A faint glow of intertwined black and red light emanated from it. At the same time, Tang San's body in the distance inexplicably emitted the same brilliance. The abnormal surge of energy was immediately noticed by Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue. What are you trying to do? Stop it now. Although they didn't know what Tang San was doing, Bibi Dong instinctively felt that this force was quite violent and extremely unstable. At that moment, the Silver Dragon King Guyuna, who was chatting with her newly transformed brother, also turned around. She looked at the two little ones she had saved with a surprised expression. Xiao Wu seemed fine, but there was a chaotic energy constantly surging from Tang San. Moreover, this power seemed to be influenced by some external force. What was going on? The Silver Dragon King, looking back, seemed to notice the same energy fluctuations coming from the direction of the Shura god. However, Tang San was in immense pain, continuously pushing Xiao Wu away. Xiao Wu, quickly, get away from me. It's the Shura god. He has tampered with me. As he spoke, Tang San's body uncontrollably floated into the air. Like a balloon, his limbs and belly swelled up desperately. That violent energy had reached its peak, seemingly on the verge of exploding. What? Tang San has been turned into a bomb by the Shura god? Come on my side quickly, get away from this guy. Although the energy from Tang San posed no threat to the GoldenHorned giant beast, it still made him feel alarmed. This close-range explosion is definitely something Bibi Dong and the others cannot withstand. Unexpectedly, boom. Although the GoldenHorned beast timely spread its wings to protect everyone, the subsequent explosion still caught it off guard. This was not a conventional form of lethality. One could even say it had no lethal power at all. When Tang San's body completely exploded, it seemed to create a downward pressure that instantly formed a large hole in the ground beneath their feet. The divine realm of Douluo Continent is originally a virtual space, similar to a game instance. The ground beneath their feet is not solid, but a combination of various energies and gases, giving it a soft and fluffy feeling when stepped on. The shockwave generated by Tang San's explosion directly opened up a certain space beneath them, accompanied by a downward pressure that suddenly pulled the weakest Ning Rongrong down. Xiao Ao, save me, Ning Rongrong shouted out loud in surprise. However, the GoldenHorned beast had no time to react, and one by one, the companions around them fell in. Emerald Xuan, Guyuna, Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong. What is this magical power? It is not an endless black hole. Instead, it is as if the heavens and the earth collapsed, causing these women to fall back into the Douluo Continent. It's like playing a game and being forcefully kicked out of a dungeon by some kind of power. However, the massive body of the GoldenHorned beast remains unscathed. Yet, it cannot pull those companions back up. What is happening? What are these 5 great gods doing? GoldenHorned giant beast, you should care about yourself. That was the voice of the evil god. I saw this guy opening a black canopy. Previously, the 5 great gods had set up a pentagram formation, which activated in an instant. A massive energy enveloped the GoldenHorned giant beast head. It was incomprehensible runes, converging into a gigantic circular formation with a radius of over 20,000 meters. Above the GoldenHorned giant beast, at an altitude of about 5,000 meters, it kept swirling. Spinning and spinning, it continuously released a very light force onto him. What do you want to do? Chapter 82. The GoldenHorned giant beast is expelled from Douluo Continent. Is everyone okay? When the GoldenHorned giant was enveloped by the light of the pentagram, the women above the continent seemed to enter a peaceful state. It turned out that they were merely kicked out of the instance, forcibly separated from the divine realm. During the descent, even Ning Rongrong could stabilize herself in midair. After all, they were all over level 100 characters. Even that little rabbit, Xiao Wu, was caught by the Silver Dragon King Guyuna. But this little rabbit's nerves were fragile. After witnessing the explosion of Tang San, Xiao Wu unexpectedly reverted to her previous silly state. The scene just now was too much of a shock for her. What is going on? Is that it? After stabilizing herself, Qian Rinxue wanted to continue rushing up, to return to the divine realm and fight alongside the golden-horned giant beast. But Di Tian shook his head beside her. It's useless. We can't go back. The last passage between Douluo Continent and the divine realm has been closed. It seems that the energy from Tang San's explosion was meant to blow up the passage for them to ascend. Meanwhile, the shockwave forced all of them back to Douluo Continent, just to prevent these people from continuing to cause trouble. The intentions of these few great kings are very clear. They want to forcibly concentrate their forces to deal with the golden-horned giant beast. But what about him? Will he be? Hearing her brother, the Golden Dragon King's description, the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, also looked very anxious. It seems that this woman is truly worried about the golden-horned giant beast. After all, a night as a husband and wife is worth 100 days of affection. The Silver Dragon King had already planned to leave Douluo Continent with the golden-horned giant beast for adventures in the universe. But unexpectedly, human plans cannot keep up with the changes of heaven. The kings of the divine realm actually used such methods to forcibly separate them. Don't worry, sister. Even if there are 100 more of these divine kings, they still can't defeat my brother-in-law. They just want to drive away the golden-horned beast. Since the Dragon King occupies the body of the god of destruction, he can certainly read these divine kings' plans. It's quite laughable, to say the least. These gods exerted all their power, even risking their own lives. What they aimed to achieve was not to harm the golden-horned giant beast, but to open a portal to transport this colossal creature randomly to another universe. Just as these gods were forcefully kicked out of the divine realm, the portal had already been opened. How tragic! Due to the absence of the power of the god of destruction, in order to maintain the normal opening of that portal, one of the gods would sacrifice their own life. It was the life goddess who had lost all hope. This goddess was once a pair with the god of destruction. Now that her husband has been taken away, this goddess of life has sacrificed her own vitality. In this way, it can be ensured that the golden-horned giant beast is kicked out of the Douluo Continent dimension. As for where this guy will be sent, that probably only heaven knows. Looking at the brilliant light in the sky rushing towards the universe, the Silver Dragon King instantly transformed and then let out a powerful roar towards the direction of that light. Ow! The Golden Dragon King next to him also understood and commanded everyone around, gather your strength. We need to launch our power as well, so that the golden-horned giant beast can remember our position. It's like the coordinates of a planet. The golden-horned beast will be randomly teleported out, but as long as it can remember the coordinates of Douluo Continent, it can return anytime and anywhere. The golden-horned beast is originally a cosmic giant beast, so there's no need to worry about it not being able to survive in the universe. As a level 3 star, the golden-horned beast can breathe freely in the cosmic space, as long as it has a fixed direction and fixed coordinates. It can find its way home no matter how far away it is. All right, look at my 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. I didn't expect Ning Rongrong to be the first one to react. The woman immediately unleashed her strongest martial soul in midair and infused all her soul power into the body of the Silver Dragon King. Whoosh! Next, a 6-winged archangel martial soul appeared beside the Silver Dragon King. Then came Bibi Dong's 2 giant spiders. Following, that was the black dragon phantom of the beast god emperor. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. What is that? At this moment, the golden-horned giant beast was a bit dizzy. Originally, seeing these guys cast a formation towards it, the golden-horned giant beast immediately spat out a beam of golden light, trying to push back their energy. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the sky above its head transformed into a cosmic starry sky. It was as if it had been struck by the great shift of the universe. The originally immensely powerful golden-horned giant beast suddenly found itself on its back with its 4 feet in the air. It inexplicably shifted from a grounded feeling to standing on the void of the universe, as if it had been forcibly teleported. However, the location of the teleportation was not Douluo Continent, but the vast starry sky. A Douluo star flashed beneath its feet and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This force is somewhat similar to the power of space, the shifting of stars. But just as the Douluo star was about to disappear from the sight of the golden-horned giant beast at the last moment, it seemed to catch a glimpse of light from the corner of its eye. The energy of that light felt familiar. It seemed to see Bibi Dong's worried expression, the tearful angel princess, and Ning Rongrong's infatuated gaze. It was the coordinate mark that everyone had exerted their utmost effort to emit telling the distant GoldenHorned giant beast where Douluo Star was located. The damned 5 god kings actually used such a method to teleport the GoldenHorned giant beast away, and it was a random teleportation. If it weren't for several beautiful confidants engraving the coordinates of Douluo Star in the mind of the GoldenHorned giant beast, it probably would never find its way back in this lifetime. After all, in the vast universe, trying to find such a star is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, there are no other GoldenHorned giant beasts that have been to Douluo Continent. If it were to find it alone, who knows how long it would take. As the saying goes, beauty fades easily. Even though Bibi Dong and the others have become gods and can maintain their appearance for hundreds of years, they cannot escape the ravages of time. The current GoldenHorned giant beast is at the stellar level, with an infinitely long lifespan. But how long can those women wait? Do you know the story of Meng Jiang crying at the Great Wall? That feeling of longing for a husband to return can only be truly understood through personal experience. It's so helpless. And what about the Emperor of the Wild's confidant, Huolinger, who was trapped in a dark cage for 1,000,000 years? By the time they reunited, the world had long since changed. The Emperor of the Wild even had children by then. So, will the GoldenHorned giant beast repeat yesterday's story with these girls on Douluo Continent? Can the GoldenHorned giant beast really return to Douluo Continent? Chapter 83. Goodness. Back to the devouring starry sky world? Damn sure God, don't let me catch you, or I'll stuff your head down below. In this unknown sky, the roar of a starry sky giant beast resounded, shaking the heavens and even pushing aside the nearby meteors. This seems to be a small galaxy. It has its own independent operating system. In the distance, there is a stellar fireball that looks somewhat familiar. From afar, there are 9 gigantic planets revolving around it. According to classical physics, this is the interaction of planetary gravity. Some of these planets are red, and some are made entirely of gas. It feels a bit familiar. However, at this moment, the GoldenHorned giant beast is not deliberately thinking about these things. He is now focused on finding a direction and then returning to the Douluo Continent. If he had known he would wander the universe, he should have spent more time with Bibi Dong and the others. In that magical world, as the GoldenHorned giant beast, he had finally managed to live an extraordinary life. Food was served to him, and clothes were brought to him. He was surrounded by several beautiful girls with enchanting figures, long legs and hourglass waists. How did it turn into the cold universe as his only companion in the blink of an eye? Fate really is full of twists. However, as a cosmic giant beast, breathing in the universe is completely fine. Occasionally, drifting meteors contain a large amount of unknown metallic elements. Eating is also not a concern. It feels more like a wild adventure in the cosmic starry sky. He even got to eat many metals similar to gold and silver. But these things definitely do not belong to the periodic table he once knew. Perhaps he misses Douluo Star too much. So the GoldenHorned giant beast has no intention of stopping on any planet until a hint of blue appears before him. So beautiful. That is a blue planet. It seems there is also a companion satellite nearby. He remembers that before he transformed into the GoldenHorned giant beast, he seemed to have lived on such a blue planet. Wait a minute. Something seems off? Even though he has already flown past it, the GoldenHorned giant beast suddenly feels a strong sense of familiarity. After all, his origin is human. The soul of a blue star person is hidden within the body of this GoldenHorned giant beast. Thinking of this, the giant beast turned its head. Its 2 enormous eyes stared fixedly at that blue planet. It really looks like it. When getting closer, it seems that one can even see a section of the Great Wall stretching for thousands of miles. It looks like a man-made structure, but very worn out. What? Is this Blue Star? Am I in the solar system? I turn my head to take a glance at that huge fireball. Isn't that the sun? Well, I've never seen my hometown from outer space before. I passed by and actually missed it. So, does this mean you've traveled back? With a surge of excitement, the GoldenHorned giant temporarily forgot the sadness of leaving Bibi Dong and the others behind. Thus, this starry giant folded its wings and dove towards the atmosphere of this planet as fast as it could. But did it forget something? There are many satellites outside the planet. A gigantic creature nearly 10,000 meters long suddenly charged into the planet's orbit. Surely only a blind person wouldn't see it. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, countless bases on the ground received alarms. It was detected that an unidentified monster had entered the atmosphere, but it couldn't be ruled out as a native monster, at least at the Beast King level. No way. With that size, it might be a Beast Emperor. Could it be the Thunder Dragon Emperor from the ocean? I think it could be the Octopus Beast Emperor. They have been very active lately. Has the War God Palace been notified? Han's personal guard, Yao Lao, is nearby and has already been contacted. If the GoldenHorned giant beast heard this series of human conversations, it would surely be even more excited. It didn't expect that a time-space gate above Douluo Continent would mistakenly send it back to the world of devouring the starry sky. Of course, at this moment, the GoldenHorned giant beast was completely unaware. It wasn't until it broke through the atmosphere that it realized something was off about the atmosphere here. It chose to land over an ocean. However, what was strange was that there seemed to be no signs of human activity around. Moreover, the fish in the sea looked quite different from its impressions. Each one was fiercer than the last, and there were many monsters with deformities. They were somewhat similar to the mutated creatures described in Devouring the Starry Sky. Upon seeing this GoldenHorned giant beast descending from the sky, the native monsters seemed very dissatisfied. They appeared to possess strong intelligence and a significant sense of territory. Even some high-level monsters seemed to generate some kind of energy fluctuation. They could influence each other through their energy waves and engage in some form of dialogue. "Kid, you're crossing the line. This is my territory. Get lost." That was a gigantic sea turtle. Its body was quite enormous, with a total length exceeding 1,000 meters. Surrounding the sea turtle were many sharks several dozen meters long. There were even mutated humpback whales over 200 meters in length. Looking at the GoldenHorned giant beast hovering in midair, these guys let out a huge roar towards the sky along with their leader, a king-level monster and a high-ranking lord. After a brief moment of astonishment, information about the opponent quickly appeared in the mind of the GoldenHorned giant beast. A king-level monster has appeared here, along with these chaotic little monsters. Could it be that this is not the blue star he is familiar with, but rather the world of swallowing the starry sky? Then, is Luo Feng here? Haha, what a twist of fate. I didn't expect to be transported to the world of swallowing the starry sky. Just right, I can find that Luo Feng. Snap this guy's neck, and everything will be fine. In the entire universe, the GoldenHorned beast fears nothing. The only thing it worries about is fate. Luo Feng is the most important part of its destiny. According to the logic from the previous anime, the GoldenHorned beast, just arriving in the world of swallowing the starry sky, is at the planetary level. After more than a year of upgrades, it reaches the stellar level before encountering Luo Feng. At that time, this guy was at most a first-tier stellar. So, based on the fierce battles of many strong fighters on this planet with Luo Feng, the GoldenHorned beast successfully took over that guy. That should be the logic. In other words, the current Luo Feng is at most a planetary level expert. However, the GoldenHorned beast at this moment is no longer the rookie it once was. When it arrived in the world of swallowing the starry sky, it was already at the third tier of the stellar level. Since it remembers the fate of its past life, its present life has undergone a fundamental change. So, let the hunt for Luo Feng begin today. Looking at the clumsy, big turtle on the water surface, a hint of disdain appeared in the GoldenHorned beast's eyes. It waved its wings. An invisible aura suddenly surged out. Crack! Before the king-level monster could react, its massive turtle head crashed down. Splash! A large wave was stirred up, accompanied by a black and foul-smelling liquid, as the big turtle met its end. Everything happening before him was captured by a pair of beautiful eyes not far away. This is Yao Lao, the personal guard of Hong, the strongest on Blue Star. Chapter 84. You are Yao Lao? Tell me where Luo Feng is. Report, this is Yao Lao. I have found that monster. It's very strong. Just killed a king-level monster in seconds. It's a very small island in the sea, about 3 square kilometers. Even on such a small territory, there are many amphibious monsters. However, for Hong's personal guard, this is not a problem. It took less than 2 minutes to clear the area. But in that short time, the sea area in front has already become a mess. That GoldenHorned monster actually killed all the monsters in this sea area. Not a single one left. But it's very strange. This guy doesn't seem to be hunting. He's just having fun. Especially that giant turtle shell, which he played with in his claws for quite a while. He kept turning his head to look at the enchanting island. Just as this beautiful woman was reporting to the base, suddenly the GoldenHorned giant beast disappeared. What happened? According to common sense, it's difficult for a large ship to turn around. The bigger the monster, the slower it should be. But why? The GoldenHorned giant beast is as fast as lightning? Yao Lao only briefly reported and completely lost track of the opponent. Where did this guy go? Suddenly, a chilling feeling surged in my heart. The enchanting one instinctively sensed that she seemed to be targeted by some terrifying monster. A large shadow also fell above her head, and a foul-smelling black liquid kept dripping down. What is this? Yao Rao slowly raised her head and saw a huge turtle shell hovering about 500 meters above her forehead. It was the king-level monster that had been defeated earlier. At this moment, the golden-horned giant beast was holding the turtle shell, staring at the humans on the ground with a very bizarre expression. It was indeed Yao Rao. This curve is comparable to BB Dong's. However, it seems that her strength is much greater than BB Dong's. She exudes a kind of allure all over her. But is it really okay to stare at a girl like that? From a perspective of the enchanting one, she feels that she has already been locked onto by this terrifying monster. A slight careless move could very likely bring about a fatal disaster. Respected monarch, do you have something to say? I heard it from home before. This high-level monster has human-like thinking. It can even communicate with you through brain waves. However, Yao Lao has never had such an experience. So at this moment, this woman is trembling with fear, her face pale. This is a world overrun by monsters. After years of effort, humanity has finally managed to survive. However, the vast majority of this world has become a forbidden zone for humans. Take the sea area, for example. Unless on a mission, no human would come here to seek death. Hearing the alluring inquiry and feeling the magnetic pull of this woman's voice, a certain large monster's bones were almost crumbling. If one could hold such a woman in their arms, it would definitely feel wonderful. Perhaps it was because they were accustomed to the gentle embrace in the Douluo Continent. The gaze of the golden-horned giant became somewhat ambiguous. But in the eyes of the other party, what did this terrifying and hideous monster want? Wait a moment. I truly did not mean to offend your territory. I was just passing by. Yao Lao almost shouted this with all her strength. However, the golden-horned giant felt an immense satisfaction. How nice. I didn't expect that this world of devouring the stars would have such wonderful women. Previously, he had been taken over by that Luo Feng too quickly. He completely missed out on the beauty of the human world. In fact, there are quite a few super beauties in devouring the stars as well. Since heaven has given me a chance to live again, I cannot miss out on the beauties of this world while hunting down Luo Feng. With this thought in mind, the golden-horned giant finally spoke. Little girl, don't be afraid. I came here just to find a human named Luo Feng. In the golden-horned giant's impression, Luo Feng should be quite familiar with this enchanting figure, right? After all, this guy should be quite famous in this world. Although he hasn't reached the level of the future city lord, he should at least be planet level. But it's unclear whether this enchanting figure is just a great actor or truly unaware. The woman slowly lowered her mask, looking at the golden-horned giant beast with a bewildered expression. I'm sorry, Your Excellency, but I don't recall this person. If we humans have done anything to offend you, I apologize. In fact, it's really not the seductive one's fault, because the golden-horned giant beast arrived at the wrong time. At this time, Luo Feng had not yet grown up. He had not even had the opportunity to enter the global elite training camp. At most, he had only shown his talents in some small survivor bases. He hadn't even managed to take down that Hydra dragon. The golden-horned beast is currently logging into the original version of the Swallowing the Stars world. That Luo Feng probably isn't even a war god right now. Came too early. You know, little girl, isn't it pointless to say that? Do you want me to personally go look for him? Glancing at the enchanting woman, mainly admiring her beautiful silhouette, the golden-horned beast really can't bring himself to act. However, he also understands the mutual tolerance among humans. If Luo Feng is indeed a promising talent, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall will definitely protect him. Moreover, the golden-horned beast doesn't need to worry, because even if Luo Feng obtained the inheritance of the meteorite star in the Earth arc, he would only be at the planetary level. Right now, he is at the third stage of stellar level and can easily crush him. Why not transform into an Oscar-like figure and travel through the human world for a while? Taste some delicacies and get to know some beauties. As a fan of Chow Mingda, the golden-horned beast finds himself quite fond of that kind of married woman. Previously, in the Douluo Continent, BB Dong was very much favored by the golden-horned beast. I remember there seems to be a similar female character in this Swallowing the Stars as well. She also seems to be a villain. Her name is Vanina, known as Annie. I remember when I watched the anime, a large group of various perverts couldn't forget about Annie. Those long legs, that figure, and that body comparable to enchantment. I really love this slender bad woman. So I gazed at her enchanting figure once again. The huge tortoise shell in the hands of the golden-horned beast crashed to the ground. It caused the entire island to be engulfed in flying sand and stones. The enchanting figure thought the golden-horned beast was about to launch an attack, so she instinctively covered her head with her hands and let out a sharp scream. Ah, bang! But the imagined pain did not come. All I could hear was the whistling of the wind and the stench from the huge tortoise shell. When my vision cleared, where was the figure of the golden-horned beast? What was going on with this super monster? Why isn't it attacking? For a monster of its level, crushing a delicate woman like Yao Lao would definitely be a piece of cake. Why is this guy so eccentric? And who is Luo Feng? Did this kid once attempt to ambush that big monster? Does the one called Luo Feng have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard? With a belly full of questions, Yao Lao once again entered the War God Palace system. She reported everything she had just seen to the elders. Chapter 85. Forcibly landing in America. Going crazy here is Yao Lao. This GoldenHorned monster is behaving strangely. It seems to be looking for a human named Luo Feng. Perhaps the sense of oppression was too strong just now. This beautiful enchantress stood in place for 5 minutes before she began to gasp for breath, her chest rising and falling. The woman appeared incredibly alluring. Unfortunately, the GoldenHorned giant beast did not witness this scene. Otherwise, it would definitely be drooling. However, the enchanting woman was very dedicated. Even though the threat was not eliminated, she still promptly issued a warning and described the characteristics of the GoldenHorned giant beast she had just seen. Up until now, such a monster had never appeared on their planet. However, the War God Palace had thoroughly checked all the records of War God-level experts, but had not found any record of Luo Feng. They instructed the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School to disseminate the information to see who it really was. Indeed, there is such a possibility in this world. There are some young martial artists who may inadvertently offend high-level monsters, such as by disturbing their nests or stealing their treasures. After all, there are many adventurers out there, and no one knows what might happen. As for the owner of the establishment, according to the current registration, we have found over 200 martial artists and aspiring martial artists with the same name. Soon, someone reported the information. The world's strongest, Hong, frowned upon hearing this. Investigate them one by one and see which Luo Feng has had adventuring experiences. In fact, the GoldenHorned giant beast really came too early. At this moment, Luo Feng in this world is still fighting monsters in an adventurer team. According to the timeline, this guy has just silenced a young master named Li Wei. He has also stolen an iron armor dragon egg and is currently waiting to take action. But the GoldenHorned beast doesn't know that. This is a matter of the human world. To find Luo Feng, one must first blend into the human world. But it doesn't matter. He has Oscar's doppelganger. That guy's appearance is quite similar to the humans on this planet. However, since the whole world has started to pay attention to this monster, the landing of the GoldenHorned giant beast is not smooth. Originally, they wanted to find a bustling port city. But who would have thought that at this moment, the GoldenHorned giant beast has already been firmly locked onto by satellites in the sky? Attention, that black GoldenHorned monster has reappeared near the American base. This seems to be fate. This human defense base was destroyed by the GoldenHorned beast in its previous life. Unexpectedly, this time it arrived at the devouring starry sky, and by some strange twist of fate, it found itself near this base, feeling completely numb. It sensed that a human base ahead was brightly lit, and there should be quite a few girls there. Originally, it intended to transform into its Oscar form near the seaside, blending into human society unnoticed. However, before the GoldenHorned beast could react, dozens of small black dots appeared before its eyes, human submarines. Their reaction was so fast. It was only at that moment that the GoldenHorned beast realized that this was the world of the devouring starry sky, not the Douluo Continent. The humans here possess sufficiently advanced technology and have been battling monsters for many years. Therefore, these submarines are clearly targeting him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom. Just like how humans deal with cockroaches. When facing such high-level monsters, humans don't bother with any formalities. It's direct missiles and torpedoes, indiscriminate attacks. Smash it to pieces. That is a planetary-level powerhouse, known as the Ice and Snow Emperor, Mo Henderson, a Tier 3 planetary powerhouse. He is also the third speaker of the War God Palace. When a signal of this monster's infiltration was received, the strong warrior immediately broke away from the War God Palace and returned to fight in reality. It must be admitted that America really reacts quite quickly. Soon, the laser cannons on the shore began to charge. At least 2 carrier battle groups quickly converged from the east and west. This country, once hailed as a maritime power and the strongest nation on the planet, has today showcased its military strength to the world. In just a matter of seconds, hundreds of missile launchers were activated. All intercontinental missiles, both known and unknown to the outside world, were displayed before the eyes of the public. At this time, one cannot hide things. Based on information previously conveyed by Yarue, this monster is very likely to be above the royal level. Commander, the fighter squadron is ready. Soon, a God-level Air Force commander led hundreds of super fighters to appear. With this lineup, even eliminating a small country would be no problem. However, the GoldenHorned giant beast did not stop its advance because of this. In its view, What lay ahead was not an obstacle and was nothing to be afraid of. Instead, it filled it with a sense of anticipation. These are all kinds of metals. I didn't expect to have such a feast as soon as I arrived on this planet. Look at those huge aircraft carriers. What is that, the little England? Dismal purple? In the eyes of the GoldenHorned behemoth, they are like plump fish. It's so tempting that it's almost drooling. Open fire, cover the area with firepower, prepare the laser cannons. Don't hold back. Fire everything. Those humans don't care about it. All the missiles, lasers, and various weapons are pouring out like they are free, flooding that sea area. All hits. Boom, boom, boom. It's insane. It feels like that sea area is boiling like hot water. All kinds of stinky fish and rotten shrimp are floating up. Moreover, according to the flow data, the GoldenHorned beast seems to have stopped moving. Could it be defeated? In reality, if you could get closer, you would see a terrifying scene. Whether it's missiles, shells, or some other secret weapon, when they reach the GoldenHorned beast, they are forcefully compressed into a stream of particles. How to describe it? It's like the filling in a red bean paste dumpling. This guy can eat as soon as he opens his mouth and takes a breath. Delicious. Those exploding shells and missiles feel just like popping candy, constantly flashing in the mouth of the GoldenHorned beast, flavorful and intense. The metal products refined by humans here are indeed much more advanced than those on Douluo Continent. This is truly an era of technological civilization. It definitely surpasses the era of cold weapons. The GoldenHorned beast even feels like it can't stop. The endless supply of metal and various explosions quickly enter its body. The GoldenHorned beast feels its body continuously expanding at a visible speed. However, for humans, this is undoubtedly the most terrifying scene. Although the GoldenHorned beast was completely hit, it is still slowly moving at the bottom of the sea. Surprisingly, its direction is towards the small British aircraft carrier fleet ahead. What does this guy want to do? Hurry and let the fleet evade. Chapter 86. The GoldenHorned behemoth treating aircraft carriers like cookies. Boom. Crackle. Even though the Xuan aircraft carrier quickly changed direction after receiving the signal, their speed was no match for the GoldenHorned behemoth. Almost in an instant, a massive black claw emerged from the water, directly landing on the deck of the aircraft carrier. My God, this claw could almost cover half of an aircraft carrier. The fighter jets, control tower, and command room on the deck instantly turned into a mass of metal debris. A massive explosion and sparks engulfed the entire ship in the blink of an eye. Not yet, as the fully armed soldiers had not yet reacted. The ship tilted entirely towards the sea, but below was not the vast ocean, but the gaping maw of a giant beast. The GoldenHorned giant beast was actually waiting right beneath the fleet. It directly treated the aircraft carrier like a cookie, shoving it into its mouth. The upper and lower rows of steel teeth came down, easily slicing through the thick steel plates. There was also the crunching sound of chewing, accompanied by the crashing waves. It was downright chilling. What is this? How should humanity fight against such a terrifying creature? Quickly flee, abandon ship. Finally, there are some clear-headed individuals. Some commanders with sharp minds quickly realized the purpose of the GoldenHorned behemoth. This giant creature has no interest in humans. It only likes to eat metal. So it's best to stay away from all metal equipment and even throw away any steel weapons you have. Despite its enormous size, this terrifying star beast is very particular and meticulous about its food. The parts and debris that fall in all directions cannot escape its absorption. It's as if it's eating noodles, consuming all the ingredients in noodles, but it certainly won't let the soup next to it go to waste. Along with the surrounding seawater and any remaining parts, as long as there's a bit of metal, it becomes the target for this creature's absorption. What missiles, shells, or lasers? This kind of thing, when struck against the opponent, will slowly devour the metal. The heat generated by the explosions will actually be absorbed directly into its body. This scene is really terrifying. So far, all human attacks have had no effect at all, especially their proud laser cannons. It seems that every time they hit, the scales on the back of the opponent shine even brighter. It feels like they're just giving this GoldenHorned giant beast a maintenance treatment. What exactly is this monster? Why does it possess such abilities? Among the known sea monsters to humanity, it seems that even those two kings do not have such combat power. In other words, it is a creature with golden horns that appeared out of nowhere. It is very likely that its combat power surpasses that of the other two royal monsters. What level is this? There is no suspense, and there can't be any suspense. A whole fleet just vanished without a trace. Not even a single kayak escaped. Damn it. Bring out all your weapons. I will create an opportunity. Watching his strongest combat power being easily consumed by the enemy, the guardian of this area, Mo Henderson, was instantly wide-eyed. He saw the Tier 3 powerhouse of this planet put on his armor and recklessly charge towards the golden-horned giant beast. This is the last chance. He must use his ice and snow to seal the golden-horned giant beast. Then, he will pour all the energy of the base into eliminating this detestable monster. According to past energy estimates, even more than 3 king-level monsters attacking together would be crushed by the powerful artillery, especially the strong laser output, which even the rulers of the Great Sea would find intimidating. This is also the main reason why humans are able to hold the coastal defense line. However, the consecutive laser strikes just now seem to have not caused any fatal damage to the golden-horned giant beast. Therefore, it is necessary to make it drop all defenses and then strike with full force. But will this really succeed? The Ice and Snow Emperor does not know this. However, as the third entity of the God of War Palace, one must not retreat, especially at such a moment. Stop right there. Looking at the angry energy rushing towards him, the golden-horned giant beast did not pay much attention. Because no matter how strong this guy is, he is merely at the planetary 3rd level, while he, being at the stellar 3rd level, possesses a huge gap in realm. Let me see. What level of strength has your planet reached now? Crack, crack, crack. Despite the huge difference in size between the two, it must be admitted that Mohanderson truly deserves the title of Ice and Snow Emperor. The guy started by unleashing his icy power from the left claw of the golden-horned behemoth. In just a moment, it had already covered the upper half of the opponent's body. Then, in the next second, the entire 10,000-meter-long golden-horned behemoth, surprisingly, turned into an ice sculpture on the sea. Now, I can't control him for long. Fire at me. Relying on his tenacious vitality, Mohanderson had those laser cannons fully charged and fired at the first opportunity. In this situation, even a delay of 0.01 seconds would allow the monster in front of him to prepare. To maximize the power of the laser cannons, they had a hit when the opponent was completely unprepared. Boom, boom, boom. This time a complete hit. All the laser cannons struck the upper body of the monster, along with thousands of missiles, as well as heavy artillery and long-range cannons from the ground bases. It felt like they had emptied all their stored ammunition at once. Soon, the sea area where the golden-horned giant beast was located was completely shrouded in smoke. Even the infrared cameras couldn't capture the situation under that thick fog. We won. We won. Seeing the other side completely motionless, whether it was the fighter jets in the sky or the soldiers on the ground, suddenly erupted in excited roars. Perhaps in their minds, no creature could escape this calamity. But who knows? Just as everyone was feeling relieved, the black fog in front of them suddenly twisted. Like a huge vortex formed from behind. A strong suction force emanated from the direction of the monster's head. What is going on? Could it be? Mohanderson managed to distance himself from the area through his powerful propulsion. But those behind him were not so lucky. One after another, tanks were swept into the air, and the laser cannons on the base were uprooted as well. All flew toward the center of that swirling black vortex. Soon, a daunting giant shadow appeared before everyone. It was the golden-horned giant beast, completely unharmed. Not even a scale had fallen off. How could this be? After such a fierce attack, it could still remain calm and unscathed. Could this guy be the end of humanity? Almost at the same moment, the War God Palace sent an invitation to all war gods around the world. Emergency event, global emergency event. Please all war gods enter the War God Palace for a meeting. Right away, immediately. Chapter 87. Entering the devouring starry sky with the Oscar image. The taste is really good. Modern technology's smelting techniques are indeed superior. About 20 minutes later, looking at the human survivor base that had completely turned into ruins, the golden-horned giant beast seemed a bit unsatisfied. He did not know that he had just destroyed one of the strongest human fortresses in the world. Apart from the eastern country of Hanxia, perhaps only the American side had such a powerful fleet left. Terrifying indeed, even consuming this amount of metal. The golden-horned giant beast still did not reach the threshold for upgrading. However, the metal refined with high technology, combined with various precious metals, indeed tasted better than what the blacksmiths produced in Douluo Continent. As for that Mohanderson, the golden-horned giant beast decided to let him go. With his tattered armor, there was hardly any iron in it. It wouldn't make a difference. Because just now, while absorbing the other party's base computer, the golden-horned giant beast used a secret method to probe. It discovered that there seemed to be no war god named Luo Feng in their database. This means that the golden-horned giant beast arrived too early. The timeline of the devouring starry sky hadn't reached the later stages yet. At this moment, Luo Feng probably wasn't even a war god. Also, the alien civilization on Mist Island had not yet been discovered by humanity. This is both a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that Luo Feng is still very fragile. Even if he transforms into the Oscar shape, he can be easily crushed. The bad thing is that the undeveloped Luo Feng will not easily catch the attention of the GoldenHorned beast. The land area of this planet is much larger than that of Douluo Continent. Searching place by place, it seems that even the yellow flowers will wither. What to do? After much thought, the GoldenHorned beast decided to find a way to integrate into human society. By becoming an elite among them, it could naturally gain access to a wealth of information. Luo Feng wanted to grow, and he would certainly have to go through rigorous assessments. As long as he followed this clue to search, he would surely be able to find someone. One should not underestimate the social relationships of humans. Sometimes, these relationships can be very useful. At least it's much better than the GoldenHorned beast blindly searching without any direction, right? So, this base has a guy called the Ice and Snow Emperor who survived. In fact, there was another person who stepped out. This is a man with gray-white hair named Oscar. When a rescue team's kayak found this survivor, they discovered that his mental state was quite good. He was sitting on a large floating plank, eating sausages and waving at everyone. My God, they finally arrived. It's terrifying. This is simply a disaster. Goodness, who came up with the idea of splitting up like this? It's brilliant. The humans across from him didn't even recognize Oscar. Who is that terrifying monster? The few who discovered the survivor were quite excited. This is the joint search team of the HR Alliance. We have found a survivor and are confirming his identity. The survivor's name is Oscar. He is the baker at the base, but his identification badge is missing. This is the perfect disguise. Support personnel, like bakers, are registered at the lowest level. Besides that base, there can't be any backups outside. Moreover, Oscar has always appeared as a normal human being. After a simple check, he was taken back to the HR Alliance. An ordinary worker like this wouldn't attract much scrutiny from others. And since he is a chef, it doesn't matter where he works, right? From now on, you will be assigned to a company under the command of the war god Viniina. This is the new job that the HR Alliance has arranged for Oscar. It seems unremarkable. However, when Oscar hears the name Viniina, there's a noticeable twitch at the corner of his eye. Anyone who has seen the anime version of Swallowing the Starry Sky knows what this name signifies. The long-legged ant, the wife of bald vulture Liao. And Liao is a sworn enemy of Luo Feng in the early stages. As for that ant, she perfectly fits the personality of a certain Xiaomengde. Oscar appears to nod indifferently on the surface, but inside he is already overjoyed. How did you know I have a preference for this kind? There's a character named Bibi Dong in Douluo, who is also of this type. Oscar was infatuated with her back then, and Viniina is even more of the finest among all anime supporting characters. Even Xiaomengde would give a thumbs up. TSK, TSK, TSK. That figure, those long legs, the little short skirt. You can't tell at all that she is a mother. She is far more enticing than those innocent-looking beauties. When young, one doesn't appreciate the greatness of an ant and mistakenly takes a girl for treasure. This is the comment from many viewers about Viniina at that time. It is said that after Ant was taken down by Luo Feng, the popularity of this anime plummeted. Perhaps she has been troubled by many issues lately. Viniina seems a bit distracted, often exhibiting some irritable and outrageous behavior. It is said that their company's former head chef was kicked and had his waist broken by this long-legged ant. So after Oscar revealed his sausage skill, he was directly recommended to that explosive-tempered female lead. Kid, you'd better have the strength of a junior battle general or higher, otherwise during the handover. An old man limping kindly reminded Oscar. Then he left the big villa with a look of relief. Old Jack, thank you for your reminder. After speaking, Oscar kindly gave this old man a recovery sausage. At this moment, he felt a surge of joy in his heart, because through various information comparisons, he roughly understood the current timeline. Vulture Liao and long-legged Aunt Viniina had gone to the Eastern world. However, their son Li Wei, who was undergoing trials outside, had not returned, including the bodyguards protecting their son, who were also missing. After returning, the couple exploded in anger, especially Viniina, who alternated between crying and laughing, and liked to hit people when she had nothing to do. If Oscar's judgment was correct, this is exactly the good deed done by Luo Feng. He killed Li Yao's son and framed it on the monster in that city. But how could the vulture couple let it go? They want to find everyone who has appeared in that city. They will investigate one by one to find the murderer of their son. This includes Luo Feng. I didn't expect Luo Feng to finally appear. Heaven really favors the GoldenHorned beast. Not only has he received news about his enemy, but his heart, like Xiaomengde's, can be revived. The only thorn in his side is not Luo Feng. That kid has just reached the battle general level, while Oscar is at the initial stage of the stellar level now. He could crush Luo Feng with just a little finger. Instead, This vulture Liao is now very annoying to Oscar. Isn't this a stumbling block between him and his aunt? Why not use Luo Feng's hand to make this vulture Liao disappear early? Chapter 88. Aunt Venina, here I come. Who are you? Call old Jack over. There was broken glass all over the floor, at least 3 bottles of red wine smashed on the ground. A blonde, blue-eyed beauty was leaning on the sofa in the hall. Short skirt, long legs, her figure rivaled that of a young girl. Who else could it be but the legendary Aunt Nina? Oscar never expected to meet Venina under such circumstances. This woman has been very crazy these days. She often beats and scolds her subordinates. They are here to work for you, not to be your servants. Soon, the bodyguards and maids around her were scared away. Only Oscar, the new chef, remained on the scene. Looking at this woman with a flushed face and dreamy eyes, Oscar did not shy away from his aggressive gaze, greedily looking from top to bottom. It was even more alluring than what is depicted in anime. No wonder she is the most popular second female lead in the anime Swallowed by the Starry Sky. However, if that enchanting character could make such moves, it would probably be quite a different experience. Is it beautiful? Perhaps it was the gaze of a new chef in front of her that made Venina's tone turn a bit ominous. This woman is known as the Scorpion and has reached the level of a junior war god. Her scorpion tail whip is wielded with such skill that she could take a life at any time and in any place. In the past few days, Venina has been feeling pent-up frustration. Now, seeing someone's lewd gaze, she instantly felt a surge of anger. However, the scorpion's movements were still quite graceful. He deliberately made a grand gesture while standing up. Wow, the hem of his skirt fluttered, but nothing was revealed. What a pity. Are you the guy who survived from the Armenian base? Yes, Miss Venina. Looking at the murderous glare from the other party, Oscar still wore a cheeky smile. Miss? You call me miss? Haha, I think you, the second survivor, won't last long either. When a person has internal grievances that cannot be vented, they often vent their anger on those around them. At this moment, tall-legged Aunt Venina was just like that. Her son, Li Wei, was inexplicably killed. Her husband, Liao, was out every day searching for clues but still found nothing. Meanwhile, Venina could only drown herself in alcohol, trying to numb herself. Additionally, she constantly looked for trouble, having already beaten up 5 or 6 bodyguards. Even the former chef, old Jack, had his leg broken. That guy looked like a simple and honest person. Crazy woman. That's the comment everyone privately made about Venina. But today, Oscar spoke disrespectfully, just in time for Venina to have a chance to give him a good beating. Whoosh. Slap. The attack came without warning. Just a moment ago, tall-legged Aunt was smiling like cherry blossoms. But the next moment, she swung her long and fair right leg, sweeping towards the opponent's neck at an awkward angle. Although it could definitely be called a beautiful leg, a side kick at the beginner battle god level is not something an average person can withstand. With this kick, even the spine of an adult elephant could be easily broken. Moreover, the speed is extremely fast, making it impossible to defend against. Boom. But what happened in the next moment? He blocked it. This guy easily grabbed Vena's ankle with one hand and completely relieved her of the force. What happened? This guy has some skills. To be able to withstand a sudden attack from a junior war god, the opponent must at least be of the same level. But the information shows that Oscar is just a chef. TSK, TSK, TSK. A beautiful person, yet resorting to sneak attacks. Looking at the shocked long-legged lady in front of him, Oscar smiled. Then he gently waved his hand, signaling her to return to normal. It seemed like a casual move, but the surprise it brought to Venina was to an extreme degree. Who exactly are you? How can your strength be? Miss Venina, I am your new chef. My name is Oscar, and you can also call me Dear Oscar. With that slightly mischievous smile, Oscar did not make any further moves. However, Venina took 2 steps back awkwardly, retreating to the edge of the sofa. The power this man had unleashed made Venina feel wary. With Liao not around, what if this guy decided to act forcefully? No, I can't lose face like this. Thinking of this, regardless of whether the opponent's strength was really above hers, Venina launched a second attack. Whoosh! It was a concealed weapon shaped like a scorpion's tail, shooting out from Venina's hand, aimed directly at his third eye. But Oscar not only did not dodge, he showed a lip-licking expression, as if he had seen a lollipop flying towards him. However, in the end, he didn't catch it with his mouth, but gently blocked it with his right hand. Clang! Although it was a light block, the force transmitted through the rope connected to the hidden weapon made Venina stumble backward, losing control and falling onto the sofa. This action is so embarrassing. Venina is a dignified junior war god. If this matter gets out, whoosh! Just as Venina let out a gasp in Vienna, she suddenly found her body suspended in the air, seemingly held in someone's arms. She could still feel the warm breath from the person's mouth and nose on her neck. It goes without saying, it was Oscar who caught her. Being this close made the descendant of Chow breathe rapidly. "W, what are you doing? Let me go." In the chaos, the long-legged ant was like a startled little deer. She pushed him away, but her body was still lying sideways on the sofa. This pose. Anyway, it's another drool-worthy stance. Oscar used a lot of willpower to divert his gaze. However, this guy couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "You're so young. Why not just have another one?" Despite the quietness of his voice, this attentive woman still heard him. As a result, the softest part of her heart was touched. Vanina immediately became a bit flustered. "What did you say? What do you mean have another one? What do you know?" "I know that young Master Li was murdered, and I can probably guess what happened." As a time traveler, Oscar certainly understood what kind of scene this was. However, after he said that, Vanina's face turned pale, as if she had grasped a lifeline. The woman suddenly jumped up and grabbed the chef's shoulders in front of her with both hands, seemingly wanting to get some information from him. "What do you really know? Do you want to know who harmed your son? What news do you have?" "Miss Vanina, is this how you discuss matters with others?" Looking at the long-legged ant who had completely lost her composure, Oscar's face showed a knowing expression. "Should I give this woman a hint? After all, Luo Feng is our common enemy. But what good can this long-legged ant give us? I don't want money. Why one is." Chapter 89. Luo Feng is the murderer of your son. What exactly do you want to say? Although the man's attitude was quite off. At this moment, the long-legged ant's heartstrings had been completely stirred by the other party. In fact, this woman should also understand how attractive her appearance is to men. After all, she had many suitors in the past, and this guy in front of her seems to really know something. "I'll say one piece of information. I believe you have already investigated." Seeing Vanina's attitude soften, Oscar also took a deep breath, slowly releasing his hold on her, and then calmly conversed with her. He had seen women before. On the Douluo Continent, there were exquisite beauties like Bibi Dong, Qian Renshua, Ning Rongrong, and Guyu. Moreover, Bibi Dong's situation was quite similar to that of this woman. They were delicacies that only the likes of the late Chancellor Chow could savor. Ordinary people might really struggle to accept it. After all, most people still prefer pure maidens. "Tell me, if you really can find the murderer of my son, we won't treat you poorly." While speaking, the long-legged ant slightly parted her red lips and unconsciously twisted her body. Instantly, a mature woman's charm was displayed. If I help you find the murderer, would you offer yourself to me?" "Why, you're joking. Money is not a problem. We can also introduce you to a beautiful girl." For some reason, seeing Oscar's fiery gaze, Vanina suddenly felt a bit unsettled, seemingly unable to meet his eyes directly. As a mature woman, this long-legged ant understood very well in her heart that what he said was true. But to find the enemy, should she? Previously, there should have been an iron-armored dragon appearing in that area, but its egg is missing. This scene is understood through assistance and anime. Oscar said it directly. The woman in front of him clearly brightened her eyes upon hearing this. This is the information that the couple just found out, and the other party actually knows it all clearly. What does this indicate? It suggests that he might really know the truth. Go on. Recently, there might be someone selling this dragon egg under a pseudonym, and that name definitely doesn't exist. The situation Oscar mentioned has also been speculated by the Vanina couple. They even believe that their son was harmed because he was trying to snatch the dragon egg from someone. You really have a high opinion of that Li Wei, huh? You know a lot of details, don't you? Where did you get this information? It's clear that Oscar's words have deeply captured this woman's attention. However, Vanina seems to be in a hurry. When she asked that question, the woman herself got stuck. I saw Oscar on the opposite side, smiling without saying anything, as if he was unwilling to continue. "I'm sorry, I asked too much. Mr. Oscar, I hope you can. How about this? I'll give you a name. You might find it unbelievable, but this kid is a mentalist. This is Oscar's goal. He wants the Liao couple in front of him to help him find Luo Feng." "Who is it?" "Luo Feng. That kid might have already caught the eye of the extreme martial arts school, which is a bit troublesome." "Are you sure? Things that are certain should be done by you." After confirming, remember to transfer the money to me. Just put it in my salary card. After saying this, Oscar glanced at Vanina with ill intentions and slowly got up to leave. Compared to dealing with this long-legged ant, the golden-horned giant beast wanted to know Luo Feng's whereabouts as soon as possible, because relying on his connections and abilities to search for him would definitely not yield results in a short time. But this woman in front of him is different, along with that vulture Li Yao behind her. That guy is a madman. But right now, he is definitely the best at finding people. Then it would be best to find an opportunity to take down both Li Yao and Luo Feng together. then he could pursue Vinina properly. It seems that Chao Mengda from back in the day was also like this, right? Any woman he had his eyes on, he would always get. If this woman's husband is an obstacle, then let him be silenced forever. Next, Luo Feng might have to deal with the Hydra Dragon and also go to the South Australia continent. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities to act. This kid himself doesn't have a very high level. Oscar has plenty of time. He might as well enjoy wandering through the human world. In his previous life, as the GoldenHorned giant beast, he came to this world. Every day was just about killing and fighting or devouring metals everywhere. He never really took the time to walk around in this vibrant world. This time is different, coming back with the memories of humanity and also with the soul of humanity. Of course, I want to have a good adventure in this world that devours the starry sky. Don't say that. The long-legged Aunt Vinina in front of me needs to be dealt with, right? Otherwise, the long night would be so boring. Although I now know the direction and coordinates of Douluo Continent, with my current strength, it will be difficult to return in a short time. Only by growing into a cosmic-level starry beast, or even reaching the level of a realm master or domain master in the future, will I have the opportunity to return to that starry sky that belongs to me. I just hope the timelines of these worlds are not too complicated. If too much time passes, the beautiful women will turn into old hags when I return. As a clone of the GoldenHorned beast, Oscar theoretically can have endless life. However, Bibi Dong and the others probably can't maintain their youthful appearance for too long. Although they have already reached godhood, the gods on Douluo Continent are just watered-down versions. Being able to maintain this state for 10,000 years is already quite remarkable. But let's not think about that for now. Since I'm here, I should make peace with my great enemy first and then talk about other things. As expected, after receiving Oscar's message, Vinina immediately called her husband back. However, she did not mention the source of the information. Liao also knew the rules. After all, some people did not wish to appear in front of others. But if the male master knew that his wife had previously been involved with that head chef, he would probably go crazy. But if he really found out, it wouldn't matter. Oscar would send him a ticket to the universe in advance, one that would ensure he disappeared forever. Dear, your information is really accurate. This Luo Feng is also one of the suspects we previously considered. He was also training in Away City at that time. A vulture is indeed a vulture. The efficiency is incredibly high. In just over an hour, all of Luo Feng's information had been retrieved. Next, it just required some comparison and verification to find the real murderer. At this moment, however, Luo Feng was completely unaware that disaster was looming over him. He was still happily changing his appearance, planning to sell the dragon egg he had obtained. Chapter 90. Encounter with the Flame Goddess War Godfowl. You have an account message. Please check it. Vinina was also a trustworthy woman. After confirming Luo Feng's identity with her husband, she immediately transferred a huge bounty into Oscar's account. When Oscar saw the long string of zeros, a charming smile appeared on his face. Although he was not near Vinina's villa at the moment, his Oscar avatar now possessed first-tier stellar strength. For this blue planet, such strength was equivalent to that of a deity. He could easily monitor any corner of this world, even better than radar satellites. Now, he only needed to follow the Li Yao couple to easily find Luo Feng's whereabouts. However, this kid Luo Feng was currently with the Extreme Martial Arts School. If nothing unexpected happened, he would soon battle the Hydra Dragon, becoming a young hero from Hanjia. Moreover, before that, this kid would be selected for the Global Elite Training Camp, being a key candidate for cultivation there. So, it would take some time and effort to crush Luo Feng. Let these two people handle this troublesome matter. With so much money, shouldn't they enjoy themselves in the human world? This is the west of Blue Star, where the personalities of men and women are relatively more open. This is exactly what Oscar likes. In an apocalypse, one should indulge in pleasure. Give me a Bloody Mary. He found the biggest nightclub in the area, and with a wave of his hand, he attracted several beautiful women on the spot. These women could certainly tell what level of black card was on this guy's phone. A big spender. Money and beautiful women seem to always be linked, especially in such an era. But whether it was Oscar's luck or misfortune is unclear. His arrogant demeanor quickly attracted the attention of certain people. It was a handsome guy with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed very expensively. He must be some rich kid, right? Perhaps Oscar's appearance stole this guy's thunder, instantly making the young master feel very displeased. Go on, teach this clueless kid a lesson. Just break his hands and feet. The bodyguards around this young master are all elite warriors. Among them one is just one step away from becoming a junior war god. With such a configuration of bodyguards, the family behind him is probably not small. As soon as these loyal followers got closer, all the girls around Oscar quickly retreated. One kind-hearted person even reminded him, "Hurry up and leave." It seemed that this bully was in for a beating. Watching the few pompous lackeys strut towards him, Oscar revealed an evil grin. In the past, it was always my golden-horned beast crushing others. Today, it's the first time someone dares to lay a hand on me. No need to say much. Let's teach him a lesson. Does your young master not want his hands and feet anymore? What? The leading would-be war god hadn't even figured out what was happening when he felt a sharp pain in his arm joint. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, his hands had already been twisted like a pretzel. His companions fared even worse. One had his head and butt merged together. Another was face down in the fish tank. And one was hanging from the ceiling fan. After witnessing this scene, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed handsome guy was about to explode with anger when he suddenly realized someone was sitting next to him. It was Oscar. At that moment, Oscar was smugly lounging on the young master's sofa, casually picking up a cigar from the table and sniffing it. Then he kicked the young master in the back, using him as a footrest. The entire process was smooth and fluid. Even the camera couldn't figure out how it was done. This was originally a moment of triumph. But Oscar forgot that there were cameras here. Moreover, this was the property of a major league. Soon, someone leaked the news. A troublemaker easily took down our semi-divine bodyguard, calling for help. Although there had been gatecrashers before, once the other party learned who the owner of this bar was, no one dared to easily offend us again. Coincidentally, the owner was in his private room negotiating business today. Upon hearing the news, he was immediately furious. Whoosh! A massive fireball erupted from the depths of the room, shooting straight towards Oscar. The anger was intense, but Oscar remained unfazed. He slightly extended a finger and pointed forward. The fireball flew into his palm like a toy, perfectly lighting his cigar. A psychic master? That was a very puzzled voice. Then, a female warrior engulfed in flames appeared. Her hair was silver, her figure comparable to Vanina's, but her gaze was extremely cold. Foul, planetary level 1. Her hair color matched Oscar's quite well. "Hi, Chairman Fowl, I didn't expect to see you here," Oscar said, looking at the slowly floating female warrior with an appreciative gaze. This woman's strength is almost on par with Guyuna. Even the previous might not be able to compare. She can be considered a heroine among women on this planet. Moreover, there isn't an ounce of excess fat on her body. If she could be a bit gentler, her popularity might even surpass that of the long-legged ant. "Do you know me?" Fayer looked warily at the person in front of her. The two maintained a distance of about 5 meters. After seeing the other's strength, Fayer felt a wave of astonishment. This guy clearly has power above that of a war god, and he is also a psychic. However, throughout the entire Western continent, it seems like I've never heard of such a person. The war god palace system also has no record of him. Where on earth did this kid come from? Hee, who doesn't know the name of the flame goddess? I just didn't expect you to be even more beautiful in person than on TV. Generally, when people see this flame warrior, they don't dare to look her in the eye. But this Oscar in front of me is different. Not only is he staring directly, but there's also no concealment of the greed in his eyes. This kid, don't be fooled by Foul's serious expression. But this woman might be too fierce. She is quite old and still hasn't married. With flames all over her body, she hasn't even let a man hold her hand once. As she got older, her temper became strange. But the white-haired kid in front of her can actually look at Foul without flinching, which makes this fiery female warrior feel a little bit blushed. "Who are you? Where do you come from?" "Me? My name is Oscar, a new survivor from America, and my current profession is a cook." As he spoke, the Oscar is showing off its old skills again, pulling out 2 sausages like a magic trick. It even wants to hand one of them to the flame goddess warrior in front of it. This kid wants to use a sausage to soak in a Foul. Chapter 91. Inviting the wolf into the house. Foul invites me to the war god palace. You are the survivor? I don't know what kind of mentality this is coming from. This flame goddess of war really has taken the Oscar sausage. She rubbed it in her hand a couple of times. Then a ball of fire turned it to ash. You can call me Uncle Big Sausage. Puffed. This was not originally a funny joke. However, it struck the funny bone of this flame goddess of war. You're really amusing. Who would have thought that the Ice and Snow Emperor was also misled, not knowing he had such a powerful subordinate? Foul is the god of war of flames, and that guy is from the Ice and Snow faction. Clearly, they're incompatible, being from 2 different camps. For some reason, this woman is currently very eager to pull this man into her faction. I'm not interested in fighting monsters. I prefer making sausages. Oscar is also speaking the truth. This guy is indeed doing this in Douluo Continent, a food system soul master. However, the fire goddess on the opposite side clearly has no intention of letting such a good opportunity slip away. So, are you willing to join our camp? I can recommend you to join the War God Palace. The man in front of me doesn't even need testing. He is definitely at the war god level. It's even possible that he has already surpassed the war god. This point has not been tested yet, so one should not jump to conclusions. However, one thing is very certain. Whichever side gains such a powerful being will definitely profit greatly. So, what benefits do you have for joining you? Wealth, women, power, whatever you want. You can have it. Women? Does that include you? Oscar is quite direct. However, after hearing this, the flame goddess on the opposite side felt a fluttering sensation in her heart. These Westerners inherently possess a romantic mindset and firmly believe in love at first sight. Moreover, Fal, being an old maid who has not married for many years, surely has thoughts about men in her heart. However, the higher the status of such women, the more they admire strength. Take Aunt Venina, for instance. She married the vulture Li Yao precisely because she was attracted to his combat prowess, not because of love. As a woman, Venina needed a strong backing to establish herself in the HR alliance. Although Li Yao is an Easterner, he is a high-level war god and has an old friend who surpasses even war gods. Just this level of strength is enough to attract many people. However, this flame war goddess, Fal, looks down on that vulture because her own power has already surpassed that of a war god. Therefore, to conquer Fal at the very least, one must surpass her in combat power. Heh, you're quite bold, kid. If you can defeat me, I might consider you. After saying this, the beautiful flame war goddess was once again engulfed in blazing flames and beckoned Oscar with her finger. In an instant, she flew out of the nightclub. At that moment, a massive fireball suddenly appeared on the street outside, brighter than the most dazzling neon lights. However, those who witnessed this scene rushed to escape, as they had seen the power of this flame war goddess before. This woman can easily turn a street into a sea of fire. Hee hee, can I use telekinesis then? I'm afraid I'll make you cry. Oscar laughed as he followed. What surprised everyone was that this kid could actually float in midair. You have surpassed the god of war. Seeing this scene, the little deer in Fal's heart was pounding even more. I never expected to encounter such a hidden master today. If it weren't for that monster destroying the human base completely, this guy might still be hiding somewhere as a chef. No matter what, I must capture this kid named Oscar today. I would be willing to pay any price. Let me see what skills you have. With this thought, Fal's heart was suddenly filled with joy. She gathered dozens of fireballs around her body and hurled them toward Oscar. For a warrior like her, fighting is the best way to express love. This seems to be some kind of ancient battle totem, but Oscar is also smiling. I see him extend his left hand and grab forward. That is powerful mental force. Suddenly, a large number of fireballs condense together, forcibly merged into one big ball. Then it is lifted up into the sky. Like a small artificial sun, it instantly attracts everyone's attention. What kind of power is this? At this moment, the flame goddess of war is completely stunned. This power, even that Hong might not be able to achieve. Just as she was dumbfounded, she saw the huge fireball suddenly explode, turning into a sky full of beautiful fireworks. Boom! Crack! It was like a super firework display during the New Year. So beautiful that the crowd on the ground even started to applaud and cheer. It was amazing. Let me into the war god palace. Aren't you afraid of inviting a wolf into your house? Looking at the flame goddess in midair with a joyful smile on her face, Oscar's figure gradually faded away. He returned to a dark corner, muttering to himself. Seemed a bit too high profile. His purpose for coming to this world was just to take down Luo Feng. And by the way, to flirt with a girl. That long-legged Aunt Vina is not bad. The flame Valkyrie looks decent, but she is too stiff in her actions. Not really a fan. We still prefer that long-legged Aunt style. After thinking for a moment, Oscar directly disappeared from the flame Valkyrie's sight. By the time the Valkyrie came to her senses and wanted to find him, there was no trace of the silver-haired man left. Even a high-definition camera by the street couldn't figure out what had happened. After repeatedly watching the footage, she discovered that the smoke from the flames obscured Oscar's face. By the time the smoke cleared, that person was already gone. However, seeing this scene only excited the flame Valkyrie even more. Surpassing the Valkyrie. This kid is definitely a mental master who transcends the Valkyrie. I must pull you into our camp. After learning this accurate news, Fal returned to her family's headquarters to share this significant good news with her masters. Whether these people can stand out depends on this mysterious Oscar. You are mine. I will get you no matter where you are. Looking at the distant sky, the flame Valkyrie secretly vowed. At this moment, Oscar, who was on his way home, suddenly received a call from Venina. Where are you? Let us meet. Oh, Venina, darling, do you miss me so soon? Be serious. I need to talk business with you. Chapter 92. Venina invites me to meet alone? That's too bad. I thought Miss Venina missed me. Here's an address for you. Be there in half an hour. I have something to discuss. Just the two of us? If there are others, I might have to bail. Just you and me. Although I don't know what this woman is up to in this world of devouring the stars, the highest level is only planetary. The legendary Lord of Luo hasn't risen yet. So, in principle, Oscar is invincible at this moment. Even if something unexpected happens, he can switch to the form of the GoldenHorned beast at any time. But the character he had finally built up might collapse. Anyway, let us go see what that long-legged ant wants to do. Soon, Oscar arrived at the location whistling. To his surprise, it was by the sea, on a nice yacht. Oh, could he see the long-legged ant in a swimsuit? Someone's mind began to wander. Compared to that stiff-faced flame Valkyrie, Venina is definitely more graceful. Get on the boat. Seeing the target appear, the woman in sunglasses, Lavinia, was standing on the deck waving at him. Although she wasn't a swimsuit, she was dressed quite lightly today. It seems this woman knows her appeal to Oscar. She must have dressed up on purpose. Hi. After easily jumping onto the boat, Oscar unabashedly reached out to grab Lavinia's arm, but she dodged him like a nimble butterfly. There are too many people here. Once we get to international waters, I have something to ask you. Could it be that Liao is such a bore that you thought of me? Oscar really is something. If this were in the conservative Eastern world, he wouldn't just get beaten up for this. He would also be scorned. However, the cabin was a different story. There is actually a buffet set up here, and this woman seems to have prepared something in advance. Seeing this long-legged lady, it's like she magically pulled out a glass of red wine and handed it over directly. Thank you for the information. Cheers. Miss Venina, what you're doing is very dangerous. What if I get drunk? I don't know what I'll do. On a serious note, we have found that Luo Feng, but there's a problem. It turns out this is Venina's true intention. That kid Luo Feng has some skills. He was actually selected by the Global Elite Training Camp. He has now received protection from the Extreme Martial Arts School. Venina and her group are all people of status. They don't want to appear in anyone's sight. So they want to find a newcomer to keep an eye on that guy. Are you kidding me? You can't be asking me to destroy that global training camp, right? Mr. Oscar is really joking. They're recruiting chefs over there, and I managed to secure a spot for you. I hope you can help me keep an eye on Luo Feng. So that's how it is. It seems that Oscar is indeed a newcomer. Moreover, his identity information hasn't even been registered in the War God Palace. But his strength definitely surpasses that of the War God. Venina's insight is quite sharp. She roughly judged this guy's strength after just a few exchanges. Anyway, he definitely won't be weaker than her husband, Liao. This is a tough job. I won't sell my labor for money. What about me? If Mr. Oscar helps me take revenge this time, I can. This woman really knows how to make use of her assets. She actually flashed a charming smile at Oscar and even twisted her figure. What does that mean? A hint? That won't do. I need to collect some interest first. Seeing Venina being so proactive, Oscar instantly transformed into a wolf. Venina was immediately frightened to the point of losing her color. Mr. Oscar, I thought you would act like a gentleman.